globe with you physically and prove it once and for all. You
My
guys don't
God.
want to prove your globe. You want to make it unfalsifiable, untouchable, unphysical, non-tangible as possible, so none of you motherfuckers can ever prove anything. Because you
I'm
know all
asking you
you're
the
gonna prove is
question,
flat Earth
Demo.
physics till you die.
I'm literally asking you the question.
But you're
Like
not
I'm
demonstrating
not
anything.
giving
This
you
is
a
the problem
conclusion,
with you
Demo.
guys.
It's not,
Asking question is not going to help you demonstrate you're wrong.
Demo, it's not like this is not a catch-all
This
or this is not anything. This is my
brother,
actual,
where is your
this is my
gravity? Stop
curiosity.
me. What are you talking about? Where the
This is
fuck is
my
the pole
curiosity
being
asking
pulled
you,
left or right
why
like
does
a
it,
plum you claim to the center of gravity? We want to see this.
all right,
We
look,
want to see
man.
the that away down vector.
I don't want to like interrupt each other. I'm just like simply just trying to ask a question. That's
Do you
literally it.
know
It's
what
why.
down is on a ball? Go get a ball, point to the center of it, and show us that you know that that's down. And away from that is up in all directions. Please let me know you understand this. And then get that ball and put a little U on there. Draw a
That has
horizontal
nothing
line
to do
from
with the
your
question.
perspective. Draw a horizontal line. This is
That
the
has
only way
nothing
you
to do
guys
with
are
the
going to
question.
learn anything. You don't have you don't have a diagram to show yourself.
I'm just
Let's get the
asking,
ball
Demo.
out.
Like
No, you're not
it could be
asking.
electromagnetics. I
The
don't know.
ball is
Like,
going to
why?
demonstrate to you. We're going to get a horizontal line and put it on the top. That's going to match reality in flat Earth. Then you're going to have a center point to the center of that fucking ball, right? Then you're going to have all the lines going out and away from it. That's
No,
going to
this
be
has
your
nothing
up
to
and
do.
your vertical. Why are you fed up with the globe demonstration of all your verticals, ups and downs that are the same lines? You don't
I
even
get
know
what
the
you're trying
difference
to
from
do
each
because I
other.
listen to this every
Does
day,
the
right?
globe vertical
I'm
know the
literally
difference
just
from a
asking you a
globe
simple
horizontal?
question, and I'm asking you to
Why are
answer
you
it.
talking over me every 5 seconds? Does a globe horizontal know the difference from a globe vertical? Can you demonstrate on a ball
Oh
which
my
is which?
God, Damon, shut the fuck up, you idiot!
We need to know from the center out which line is the vertical and
You
which
have
line
to
is
be
the
the dumbest
horizontal.
fuck
You
on the
guys don't have
planet.
a clue? We're looking for your idiot explanation in reality with physics.
Demo,
Outside.
I'm asking the question about the
You
steel
don't
beam.
know
Can we answer
anything.
it?
We can't figure nothing out without this ball. The ball is going to answer all your questions. Why are
Oh,
you
shut
running
the
from it?
fuck up, Damon.
But
Please.
Why are you guys
why
running from the center out of a ball of gravity and physics and proving up and down in all those vectors? Why?
Demo, here's the sad truth. The reason why that I can lift a steel beam and no matter how far how long it is and why it bends is because it
Way.
destroys your view of the flat
Are
earth.
you
Which
trying to
way?
So
reason
Because
with
of
Damon?
flat
that's why
Earth,
you
I
won't
know.
answer. You
You
Thank
won't
trying to
you.
give me an
reason with Damon?
answer. And what it tells me, Demo, what it tells me is you have no answer for that, and so
No,
you're
it
going to
means you have
deflect.
a flat Earth and you
Don't.
don't have any stuff bending vertically left or right. You don't have a down that way or a down that way. You have a
Don't try
flat
to
Earth
reason with
plumb
Damon.
90 degree everywhere
The rest of
parallel.
the case.
That's it. Go put
You're
a
making up
plumb on
your
that
your
boat and see how it's 90. Put a camera on it too and make sure to read what it reads. It's
your
not
face.
possible to read
God damn it,
90 while
Damon.
it's
You ever
not
shut the fuck
90.
up?
How can
All right,
something
so
read 90 while it's not 90? Gentlemen,
What
put
different
a
is
topic.
camera on it.
what do you guys suppose the
Demo, let me ask
chemical
you.
like
Go
what
ahead,
would
Rick.
it take to I mean what is he okay, what are you on, Demok? Like I'm just curious
What
as
the
a
fuck are
person who
you
I've
on?
tried many
I'm
I'm
on
just like
demonstrate your fucking claim. I want to see the center fucking
no,
chewy
just hold on. It's
top or
just a
down.
side. Just an
Do
aside,
you
bro. I
know
just
what a
curious.
ball vertical and
Oh
horizontal is,
fuck,
you
I didn't
fat
even get it
dumb bitch?
out.
You fat fucking
Uh,
retard. Get the ball out and show us vertical and
Demo,
horizontal.
yeah, what
You don't know
like
what you're talking about either, you
I've
fucking
taken many
loser.
different types of
Yeah, what
drugs
kind of
and
drug are you
I'm
dumb
just
fucking cunts
curious
on believing vertical and horizontal
what
exists on a
kind you
ball?
took.
No verticals and horizontals and no balls to demonstrate. No,
Demo,
none of you fucking retards know what a vertical or horizontal is with a ball and demonstrate it.
Demo.
And
I
put
don't,
yourself on the top of it too.
Demo.
We're
Like,
waiting for
seriously.
you guys to show what vertical and horizontal is to the inside and outside of your ball.
Demo,
Show us
you were
up and
doing
down.
so good earlier. You were doing so good earlier. Just
Up
chill
and
out.
down. Yeah,
Riggs
I
is
know. You
next.
guys do
If
anything
you
to
interrupt him
deflect.
and you're
Get a
muted,
fat fucking retard in here, loser, that lives in his car who doesn't know up and down on a fucking ball either. You
Demo.
fucking retards know that up and down on a ball is not up and down on flat Earth. Do you understand? They are nothing alike.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Riggs.
Bach is right. The higher you go on the globe, the direction towards the center of the Earth is going to change.
He is right about that. Yeah.
Right. So the higher you go, your vector of down is going to change. So can you demonstrate that two plumb lines are going to deviate from each other due to the altitude?
I mean, that's a surveyor question. I'm not one.
No, you're not. Nobody's ever going to do it.
Well, but I can tell you from like land navigation perspective, like with magnetic declination,
Automatic
like
globe hand wave, typical, nobody's trying to demonstrate that because we already believe it's a globe and nobody cares.
yeah. Well, it's pretty easy to demonstrate if you're in a driveway and you want to shoot an azimuth on a compass, but no one wants to listen to me, so it's whatever.
Like what Denmark said, all we ever have is perpendicular to a vertical.
I don't
You're
know.
straight down. Your straight down is presumed to be towards the center of a sphere. You say everywhere you go, you're pointing towards the center of a ball. All you have is down.
So I think the difference here is that on a globe model, vertical isn't parallel, it's radial.
Yeah, it would be perpendicular.
Yeah, and it's also like it's also where you're standing. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, just invoking that it's radial, like no matter what, when you measure plumb lines relative to each other, that you're going to get like perfect Earth radius value. No, that's not reality.
Well, I mean, like, what about maps? Like, I don't know if, like, plumb line, like, I get it. I mean, there's surveyors in here that will battle each other to the death, and they'll argue against your point, and then there's some that will argue for your point. But, like, if you look at maps, like, the only way that you can actually demonstrate land navigation by doing land navigation with a flat map is actually converting it to a spherical surface. And you use that by using the three norths and magnetic declination. So, like, if that was demonstrably not true, right, I wouldn't have been teaching it for 2 decades and it wouldn't work. So, like, that's another point. You know what I mean? So, like, I get it where it's like you don't physically measure the curve, you don't physically see the curve and all this other shit, but you can actually do it yourself if you have a map and a compass.
It's also the Haversine formula.
Holy shit, the fucking shit is getting thick. My fucking word. God damn, dude. And then you're the guy that kept asking, that stupid question. If I have a 100-foot fucking beam and I pick it up in the middle, it's going to bow on each end. Are you that guy?
Well, yeah, that was the demonic
Well, why
point.
in the fuck, if you know the answer to the question, why don't you just fucking give it to us? I mean, now you're coming out like, now you're reading a fucking flat map and telling me it's a fucking ball. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, those are two different points, Steve. Like,
Yeah, I know, because I wanted to fucking let you know what an asshole I thought you were on the fucking picking up a 1,000-foot fucking piece of pipe in the center. And then now you fucking brought up this lying ass bullshit about a map you're trying to tell me you've been doing it for 20 years and it proves curved. What kind of bullshit? No, you can't.
Yeah.
Or you could, then everybody would be doing it.
You're talking about the distance between longitudinal lines going north for the magnetic field.
You can do it with lat long if you want to. MGRS is like the most common because that's like literally most people set on MGRS. And it depends on which datum you use. NAT 27 was the most popular, but then WIGS 83 came out, and now that's what most of us use. But yeah, you can prove that you're walking on a spherical surface with a map and a compass. You literally can. And I know it sounds crazy, and I know it sounds dumb, but if you Google it and then you actually do it yourself, you'll find out if you don't calculate for the spherical surface and you don't calculate for magnetic declination, depending on where you're on the globe, you're not going to get to the intersection that you want to. You can do intersection, resection, dissect, whatever dead reckoning. You can do anything you want to do. You can all do it yourself with a map and a compass. And if you don't calculate for the curvature of the Earth, you're not getting to the point that you want to go. Period.
Here's the amazing part: if you get in like Kansas or Iowa, one of those flat states that was surveyed, and you don't travel on the main roads, travel on some of the minor roads, you can go like 10, 20 miles, and suddenly there'll be a latitude jog. Because they had the surface of the Earth is getting smaller, they had to change where the road was in order to map it out into 40-acre slots.
Yeah, I know that's a good point. I actually forgot about that.
Oh my God, you guys!
Up north is weird because our compasses actually point to like that iron fucking shit that's going on in the
They
north.
point to magnetic north.
You guys
right.
got permission to lie about everything, don't you?
No, it's not a
Steve-
lie. If you would like have stayed in middle school, you would have learned all this shit.
Wait, so did
mean-
did I just hear that correct? You just said that there is some magnetic anomaly in the north that affects your compass.
Yeah, it's called
And it's not
magnetic
due-
north.
Yeah, it's called magnetic north.
Yeah, it's not due to Earth's magnetic field. It's like an actual
Actually,
object.
it is caused by Earth's magnetic field. That's correct.
And influenced by the plate, yeah.
And it's moving, and how you have to correct for it. If you were ever, if you ever did map and compass, you would have to account for that.
Correct.
No, I'm. You just mentioned. All right.
Magnetic north, which is different than
Go ahead,
true north.
look, I've been doing it for 2.5 decades.
No, this
questions.
is more
Go
about
ahead.
what causes Earth's magnetic field. Earth's magnetic field is not caused by some object in the north.
No, it's
Correct.
not.
It's caused
You're
by the
absolutely
planet
right.
itself.
Yeah, but there is an iron plate that's in North America. Well, it's kind of in North America.
Yeah, but that has
That
a
does-
minor effect, right?
Yeah, it has some effect on compasses. Land, and I'm talking about land based. I'm not talking about sea. So let's make that distinction clear. I'm talking about land based navigation, and it does have an effect, but it's minuscule. But that's also why when you look at MGRS maps and when they use the magnetic declination diagrams, it depends on whether it's an easterly or westerly angle. Okay, because your compass is going to point to the North Pole. That's for sure. We all know that. But you have three norths. There's true, right? Magnetic and grid. Grid is literally the top of your map because your map is going to be flat, and your grid lines, whether they're longitude and latitude, military grid reference system, whatever, pick whatever it is, they're going to be perpendicular, right? But that is not representative of the Earth's surface. The Earth's surface is curved. So that's grid north. True north is where the actual on the like no shit Earth like north is, right? The North Pole is. And magnetic north is where your compass is going to point to. And depending on where you're on the Earth, right? And it also depends on that iron plate that's up in the north and where you're at, there's going to be some declination associated with that. If you do not calculate those three things, I promise you, okay, I'm lying here. I promise you that in most of the Earth, you will notice a difference. But if you're in the southeastern United States, like kind of around the Kentucky, Tennessee area, some parts of Georgia, you're not going to notice a difference unless you walk miles. But the rest of the world, you're going to notice a difference within about 500 meters. And I swear to God, if you like, you can do this yourself out of your driveway, period.
Dad, did you say you taught manga for 2 decades?
2.5 almost, but yeah.
Okay. Were you in the army?
I am, yeah. I've been active duty since 01.
Oh wow, okay. I was just a reservist, but I got
So
out in 2020.
that's
So
the compass they give you grunts. It can be used anywhere in the world, right? That's why they designed it the way they did.
It can, the thing that flat earthers argue, and I totally get it, is like when you get in the southern hemisphere, this is like the big argument. Like, so when you go down to South America or you go to like Southern Africa, they're like, why doesn't the compass flip the other way and all that other
Because it
shit?
still points north.
All right. Well, exactly, because that's how they're designed.
Right, and the
it,
one they give you guys is an awful lot of float in it, and I thought it was designed so they could just drop you anywhere and give you a map, and they don't have to have like a, there are different compasses because of the weights and the down angle. The magnetic field isn't only it's a 3-directional thing.
there are, yeah, there are. You have to you, but to be fair, you do have to use more calibrated compasses down south because I know the flat earthers are going to freak out, but like the Earth's gravitation, like all this stuff contributes to it. So when I'm down in South America teaching the FARC, fighters from the Colombian Army, it's totally different than land nabbing up in the north. Like it is a different because you have to have a different weight on the needles. Like there's a lot of factors that go into that. And again, all of it's different than from like doing sea navigation. It's totally different.
Yeah, I understand that, but so the compass that they issue you, that's not good in the entire world. I thought it was.
Well, the lensatic compass will work. I'm not saying it won't. Like it will work down in South America, and it actually will work like to the bottom of it almost. The problem is that you got to angle it, and it's much harder. So you
Right.
get you get different compasses that are more accurate. Yeah. So
Okay. 'Cause I know that
the lensatic compass is your best friend. I mean, no
Right,
matter where
right.
you're at in the globe, you can figure out where you're going.
Right, and what really amuses me sometimes is you'll get Flatzoid once said, hey, excuse me, once Flatzoid said, hey, I looked at the direction of the sunset and it was off by 21 degrees. Would you like to guess the declination in South Africa?
I think he's confusing what
Cool
declination
stuff.
means.
This is cool
Yeah,
stuff. I just want to remind you that we were talking about, how the vector of gravity would have to change with your altitude. And you kind of just
Yeah.
deflected, completely dismissed that to just reaffirm something else's globe evidence.
Well,
No.
we're talking. I just want to talk about the lensatic compass and the fact it could be used worldwide.
And it
I
can.
just want to point out that you're ignoring that point that
By the
there's
way,
no
the
evidence
gravity
of that.
vector doesn't really
If the
change.
magnetic field is going to prove the shape of the Earth, then
The magnetic field has.
you're saying you're saying you can't have converging magnetic field lines on any shape.
Yes, you
That's
can.
kind of crazy to me.
On the globe, you do, because the magnetic field lines converge around magnetic north and magnetic
Yeah,
south.
you got converging magnetic field lines on any shape.
Now, how do you have two converging
And
lines?
your model, your sphere, doesn't even cause for the magnetic field lines. It actually doesn't make sense to have a ball magnet.
No, the magnetic field makes no sense on the flat Earth.
No, it makes no sense on a globe. A ball
Yes, it does,
magnet creating a toroidal magnetic field is kind of
It's
weird.
not toroidal. It's not toroidal.
It is toroidal. Yeah, it is.
No, it's in
the magnetic field. Yes, it is.
It's spherical.
That doesn't make sense.
And
magnetic field.
If I can clarify too, because I think like the argument stems from gravity, right? So lensatic compasses are different than gyro compasses, right? Gyro compasses actually do rely on some gravity. So when you're down in the southern hemisphere, sometimes those gyro compasses can give you more accurate readings because it's kind of difficult to get an accurate reading from a lensatic compass. Now, that's not to say that a lensatic compass cannot get you to where you're going. I've done it on all sides of the globe, minus Antarctica. I've been on all the continents teaching this shit. The problem is like when you get into long distances to get an accurate, like angular measurement, like I want to go on this azimuth, right? Sometimes a gyro compass down the southern hemisphere can help you with that. That's what I was trying to clarify. It's not the fact that a lensatic compass is not.
You won't be carrying around a gyro compass. They're heavy suckers.
They're heavy, yes. But if you want to get into precise measurements, sometimes they are, more accurate. But a lensatic compass, if you use dead reckoning, you can just follow the terrain with a map and you can get to where you're going.
I mean, a lensatic compass will be accurate enough for you to direct an artillery fire, which is your main.
Well, yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
And what we've done for
that's what
50
it was designed
years.
for. Yeah, that's what it's designed for.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's usually within 20 kilometers. So yeah, all good. I just wanted to make sure that was side.
I never really used the compass in the southern hemisphere. Never
it's
really
a little
land now.
It's a little different. And it also like the other thing is like not all lensatic compasses are designed the same. So that's the other tricky part. Some of them are not weighted correctly. So if you go down to the southern hemisphere, right, when it's pointing to the magnetic field, it's gonna actually point down too far, and then it's gonna stop turning. So that's another thing.
Then you just have to tip your compass a little bit, right?
Kind of. I mean, you kind of do, but like it's kind of a pain in the ass. You can actually get different brands that are actually better at it, to be honest.
Well, the magnetic compass has a shitload of play just for that reason.
I mean, the military issue does, but
yeah,
like,
that's what I'm talking about. The military issue one, the one they give you guys, the big heavy sucker that costs it costs like $100 to buy one.
Yeah, but I promise you, like there's actually better civilian models you can use in the southern hemisphere. I promise you,
because they're designed for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the reason they give you that big heavy green thing is because they can drop you anywhere in the world and you can navigate.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, good. I'm happy to talk to you because I've always heard this, but I haven't really talked to a grunt in a long time. An instructor grunt at that, huh?
Yeah, man, that's how we do it. I mean, it's fucking pretty easy. It's not hard.
You're not carrying, don't carry around. They don't get you guys GPS these days.
I mean, a lot of it's cheat, and we have wrist GPSs now because we're lazy. But to do the qualification, you still got to do it with the map and compass.
Right.
Even for that the SF qualification, you got to do it.
Yeah, I know the whole thing behind why they turned off the scrambling. What had to do with navigating in the desert during Desert Storm.
The desert is okay. So the desert is very different. That's where you get into. You have to trust that's where you get into more dead reckoning. So you're just walking off of azimuth. That's hard. Like, to be honest with you, like a map and a compass is best when the terrain changes. So if I can see hills, mountains, intersections of roads, that's when it's easiest. The desert, the desert is challenging because you're just walking on azimuth.
I don't know whether it's a marine base, but 29 Palms, something like that, would really be tough.
Yeah, probably.
What's the Army equivalent of 29 Palms? The desert base out of nowhere. Fort Hood?
Well, we have the best land nav course in the military. So in the SFQ course, so when you go to Special Forces Selection, you get to do the STAR course, and that's at
where is this?
That's at Fort. Well, it used to be Fort Bragg. What is it called now? Whatever it is now. No, it's still Fort Bragg because Hegseth renamed it to Bragg.
Renamed it to a different Bragg.
Yeah. Right? I forget. Yeah, that this political shit in the military has been a blur. But so, but what you have to do is so you have land nav points that are 20, 30K, maybe 40K. I think is the longest in between the points. So what you have to do is a combination of dead reckoning and terrain association. So you have to pay attention to like the draws and the ridge lines and all that to get to where you're going. And actually all the services go there to do like the land navigation training. Like they start from like, hey, you're at this road. All right. How do you get down to the next block? And then they teach you like, okay, you're at this road. How do you get from this intersection to that hilltop? Like they start from the basics.
Someone told me they had this course where they had like a ring around a swamp, and the guys would take the bearing and walk through the swamp, and the smart guys would take the bearing, walk around the swamp, take the backside, and
yeah, you can do that by so it's called, well, there's multiple ways, but you can do it by blocking to where like, okay, I'm on this azimuth, so I'm gonna walk 50 paces to the right or left, and then I'm gonna keep on my azimuth, then I'm gonna walk 50 paces to the other direction, and now I'm back on my azimuth. I mean, there's ways to do that stuff, and they teach you all that. It's the best, definitely in the military.
Advanced Boy Scouts, huh?
Essentially, yeah. Although I wouldn't equate it to anything Boy Scouts, but yeah.
The difference between the Army and the Boy Scouts is that the Boy Scouts has adult supervision, right?
The only thing that I didn't like about it when I went through it was because they did celestial, but celestial from land is hard.
Yes.
On the sea, it's way easier because you have vast distances and you don't have terrain obscuring your view.
Right.
When it comes to land-based navigation via celestial, like you're kind of reliant on Polaris and the moon, and you're also reliant on like you have to understand like how the Earth is rotating, and then where those constellations are going to be at that time of the year, and that is hard, very hard.
It's also they didn't give you a sextant and tell you to get the horizon.
No, it's no sextant. No, fuck
Oh.
no. It's like here's these stars. This is where they're supposed to be,
Well,
and
so
that's the
you got to
direction.
figure out in 4 hours they're going to be somewhere different too.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I honestly I
Did you do
failed
that? Did
miserably
you?
at that part, which is why I
Did you?
don't argue about celestial navigation. So
Did you do that in the southern hemisphere?
no, I've only taught the land-based stuff down
Because
there.
that would be tougher down there. The stars are all different. They're moving the opposite direction. That would throw everybody for a loop.
Yeah, no, my only experiences in the southern hemisphere were in southern Africa and then Argentina, and I taught their militaries how to do land nav. But yeah, it was all land-based stuff. The celestial stuff was, I don't know. I never applied myself to it. Maybe that's why, but it was always complicated to me.
Because you can do it with a sextant, but you have to get a false horizon. You have to like reflect that, right? There's different techniques doing it. It's tough. Or you do
I'm
like
not the man to ask.
or you do like the Air Force does, and you get a bubble sextant and just measure horizon directly.
Well, that's easy when they're flying around.
Yeah, nobody does that anymore. They stopped doing it all. The Navy went back to teaching celestial nav at Annapolis because they're worried about scrambling the GPS.
So there are concerns about that. Land navigation has become more prevalent in the years because of the advancing technologies in GPS jamming, and then like electromagnetic interference, which all of this you guys can read on Google. So none of this is classified. So yeah, like and personally, I think like if you want to land navigate to do a map and a compass, you can do it, and you can do it accurately. So like that should be what you should be doing. You shouldn't rely on a GPS. That's my personal philosophy because it's pretty easy. You literally just orient your map by like laying your compass on one of the grid lines. You orient it north, and then you look around you and you see all the terrain features that are on the map, and you know exactly where you are. Like it's actually it's like it's elementary. Like you can. I mean, I literally taught my son's class when they were fucking sick how to do this stuff. It does not take a genius. It is fucking simple. It's ridiculous how easy it is.
So what you're saying is that due to the increasing technology, we have to go back to maps and compasses.
I would say, I would say never lose focus of the basics.
Right.
Always keep the basics.
Right. I just had to chime in because I thought that was funny.
Yeah. And with the capabilities that are coming online from us and the near peers, yeah, I would stick to the basics.
Seems like the North or Polaris was put there with intention.
Why was Fort Bragg renamed? I would like to know.
He
Why was it
named
changed in the first place?
So Bragg, the original Bragg was a Civil War general,
right?
And then they named it after someone else.
Okay, so they changed it because of Civil War general.
Yeah, the new Bragg is private.
Okay, so it's a way of getting around it by saying it's not that Bragg.
Exactly. Yes, that's what Hegseth did. Yes, exactly.
That's actually quite smart.
Oh, it's cheeky. I love it. Cheeky.
He's very cheeky. That Hegseth guy. What do you think of him? I just like your opinion of him.
So
I mean, I've never heard anyone say war fighting as much as he has.
Yeah,
as a
so
civvy, you know.
it's interesting. So I mean, full transparency, and some of these folks know this. They're going to be sick of hearing it, but I mean, I've been in the military for 2.5 decades. I've been in the Army for
Yeah.
2.5 decades. I enlisted after 9/11, so I went from like this gung ho kid, enlisted, let's go fucking, kick ass, and then
We'll fight.
we all know what happened afterwards, right? I don't need to get into that. But I still believe that I still believe that America is a good country, and I still think that there's good intentions there. And so I continue to do it. And Hegseth is kind of a breath of fresh air, because the one thing that kind of polluted the military, and again, this is my opinion, not the opinion of the DoD, not the opinion of the U.S. Army. This is just Burdak's opinion. We kind of lost sight of that and got political, and the military should not be political. Like, we should be apolitical and should just do, like, the will of the people, if you will.
Your principal reason for existence is the capability of killing people and breaking things, or sorry,
No.
breaking things and killing people. I forgot which order that is.
No, I mean, I get that perception, but like, I mean, I've spent 2 decades in the Middle East, because I've been in both on the regular and the special operations side. But like, I mean, I spent fucking years handing out shoes.
Yeah, it's more peacekeeping. I was going to say,
churches.
actually, I didn't mean to make it sound like you're just warmongering and all the rest of it. Not at all.
Yeah,
it's
we're
just.
not.
I don't know if you're familiar with Rush. I listened to Rush quite a lot back in the day, and he spoke to a lot of military people. And they would say stuff like that, and I thought it was amusing, so I picked up on it.
America could be like a vehicle. It's just who's behind the wheel, or who's behind the steering wheel, or who's driving it,
Absolutely.
or right in charge.
I think that's fair, Eden. I actually think that's a fair perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on the America is just it gets a bad rap because some of the stuff that's happened, but essentially is trying to do good in the world, because there are several reasons that obviously that people give America a bad rap, but if you consider that after the Second World War, what typically happens, and it indeed happened, what the Russians did is, as soon as the war is over, they just do land grabs. Well, now that the land is free, there's no government. We bombed the blue blaze out of everybody. There's no functioning government. We'll just take this land. Thank you very much, and we'll just take over. And that's what, of course, in Eastern Germany. That's all the rest of it. You know the story. Yeah. So, but what America could have done, what America, was in a very good position to do, was, of course, just take over Germany, take over Japan, and wherever else, and rule. And they didn't do that. They did the opposite. They helped them rebuild, which is, historically speaking, unheard of.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that is a good point. That's often lost to the the cries of the faults we have had. I mean, we all know Iraq was a mistake. I mean, Vietnam was a mistake. I mean, my father was a Vietnam vet, so it's kind of surreal, but at the same time, like, being in the generation that started it and then watching it finish and then continuing to serve on, I can tell you, like, just my personal perspective. It's not because I'm brainwashed, because I know some folks have said you're just a brainwashed idiot. It's really not about that. Like, the opportunities to, like, give kids shoes, to be honest with you, is kind of the reason why I've stayed in, because I've had those opportunities even after, like, the war. And, like, it's not just, like, I don't know. And I'm in the Army, right? I'm not in the Navy. I'm not in the Air Force. I'm not in the Marines. So I'm just in one branch of the government.
Right.
But it's just, I don't know. You have opportunities to do good. And I've had more opportunities to do good than I have had to fuck up things, because, like, those fuck ups were, like, way above my pay grade. You know what I mean? So, I don't know.
I've had several family in the military and several friends in the military, and it's been very interesting listening to stories. I have to tell you though, man, I had a friend of mine who was very elderly when I met him, and he lived to 99, and his name was Hank, and he was in the Battle of the Bulge. He survived the Battle of the Bulge.
Oh, wow!
He was put in. He was captured by the Nazis. He was put in an internment camp for the rest of the war, which wasn't that long after that, of course. But so he told these stories, and so he was in this internment camp. Of course, they were starving them and they were abusing them and all the rest of that sort of stuff. Anyway, one day they were in their barracks in this camp, and there was no shouting guards. There was no noise of any kind, and they sort of woke up and realized it was silence outside, and so they broke out of their locked barracks and found that all the Nazis had left. The place was abandoned. So of course they went to get all the medicine and food. They raided all the the kitchens and everything else and fed themselves and tended to their wounded and the injured and their starved. And a couple of days later, they heard troops arriving, and the Americans arrived. And the Americans, they said to Hank and his buddies, they said, "Well, we are really, really shocked to see you here," And they said, "Well, what do you mean exactly?" And he said, "Well, the typical thing the Nazis do is they lock everyone in the barracks. They torch the barracks before they leave. But they didn't do that in this case." And that was my friend Hank. He lived to 99. He told these stories, just unbelievable.
And that's kind of a. So like, I don't know. I have like, oh, thank you for your service and shit. And I'm like, dude, I did fuck all compared to like I'm in World War II vets, man. Like those dudes.
Yes, I was just thinking. I was kind of thinking as I was saying that. I was kind of thinking comparatively. Yeah.
I was actually appalled when Time called us the greatest generation, because I don't know if you remember that, but Time actually called us like the greatest generation during the GWAT era.
Yeah,
and
very kind, I suppose.
No, World War II, you guys got us. Vietnam, you got us. Like my father, my grandfather, fucking, oh my God.
Yeah.
Hands to them. They went through way more shit than I did.
Yep. Yes, they did. Wearing wool uniforms. What were they made of? They were, of course, there was no modern fabric.
Yeah, man. Like, oh man, crazy.
Cotton. They were in cotton and wool and stuff. And hats made of
was better
tin.
back then.
Yeah. So funny. Anyway, yeah, thanks. Listening to the conversation there was very interesting. Thank you for that.
Who's going to be the general to end all wars? Will there be one?
MAD, MAD will prevent that. But it could happen still.
I don't know, man. I have this like romantic view also, and call me a fucking idiot, but I mean, part of the reason why I'm in it is because of the good that we've been able to do, even though some of it's been bad. But I just have this feeling like eventually we're going to evolve past this shit, because the last thing we need to do is like kill each other. I don't care if you're Muslim, Christian, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm a Christian, I got Muslim friends, like, and I just, spent 2 decades fighting Muslims, right? Quote unquote. But they were radical Islamists. Like,
they're radical, yeah.
Yeah, like there's like I think we lose each
Hezbollah.
other's humanity, and even in these debates, like with flat Earth and Globers, like I don't know, it breaks my heart. I just hope. I mean, the reason why I'm in here and the reason why I'm in part of these discussions, I just hoping to bring some unity and we all fucking just love each other in the end, because ultimately that's what we got to do. We only got so much time.
I get caught in a minute too, and I kind of, they get all riled, and I feel the same way generally, but then I get riled up. It's just strange. And then I get over myself, and I kick myself in the head, get back in, stop being a dick. So I agree.
It is the only reason BMOC's still here. That motherfucker.
Well, he can do it
for him on a daily basis.
He's pretty sure he can do it.
He's so good. You hear fucker. Right? He's so good when he's like nice and having debates because he's very knowledgeable. Then he gets on this retard shit and he starts insulting everybody.
Dude, I had the exact same experience with Jin a couple of days ago. And we had about 2-hour conversation. It was delightful. He and I, tell you what, Jin and I share a common thing. He and I were both couriers in London in 1984. How specific.
Oh, wow.
How strange is that? He worked for I worked for Pony Express. He worked for a different company. He wouldn't tell me. I'm not sure what he's afraid of, but he wouldn't tell. I said, Pony Express, that's who it worked for. They don't exist anymore. They were part of a company called Securicor, and they took the name Pony Express, of course, from the Americans. And so, yeah, I worked for Pony, and he worked for, I'm actually going to guess what company he worked for. But anyway, so yeah, we did basically the same thing. And I said, when were you there? And he said, no, actually, let me go back and figure it out. I worked out it was about the same time. So we could have passed each other in the street in the 80s. I actually delivered, I delivered a...
Can you hear Jin or no?
Oh, no, sorry, Jin.
Yeah, you just keep talking. I don't know.
Sorry, my bad.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You're just low. What happened? Hold on, you're low. Hang on.
Welcome, Jin.
Turn your mic up, Jim.
I hear him.
Is it just me?
He's on a soundboard, you dodos.
Yeah, you guys are hearing things.
He's not there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I apologize for nobody. Someone did a soundboard, Jim.
Next minute we'll hear knocking on the door.
Nice.
Wanker.
Do you guys?
Anyway,
does the server
just tell you
allow
one little tiny story, and then I'll shut my mouth. As a courier, I was told to go to pick up a package at Pinewood Studios in London, and I went along. And a long story. I'm not going to tell the whole story, but they gave me the package, and on the cover it said to Sigourney Weaver, such agency, New York, New York, and it was a script for Aliens. It was Sigourney Weaver's copy of the script of Aliens, and that's why I delivered. So I thought it was kind of that was the most brilliant thing that happened during my time as a courier.
Like Alien 1?
Aliens, the one with the tank. I saw the tank.
Okay.
I saw the I saw the tank, the APC, the lander thing that comes out of the ship, and then I saw the uniforms and some of the stuff of the film. It was pretty cool.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Race, how you been?
All right.
I'm glad to see you in here.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Even Globers can make sense sometimes.
Hang on, we're not all bad.
Depends on the day.
It's pretty bad that you completely deflected from what I was bringing up to you earlier, Vernek. You did it twice.
Go ahead. Tell me.
Yeah, you claim that you can't have converging magnetic field lines on any shaped surface.
Whoa. I don't even know what that means, bro. I didn't say that.
Bruh.
Did I say that?
Soundboard shit in here? Soundboard shit is fucking whack, dude.
Okay, converging magnetic lines on what? Say that one more time.
On any shaped surface.
Well, I mean, like, Earth's magnetic poles are converging magnetic lines, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay. So, I would agree with that. So, if I said that differently, then I was just an idiot.
Well, I'm not trying to burst your bubble or like take your ball away right now, but
No, good.
You were bringing up how magnetic declination can only work on a sphere.
Well, no. Okay, yeah, maybe I said that wrong. So magnetic declination is what proves the sphere.
The south magnetic declination in particular, I'd say.
Well, it's kind of both. Because if you don't account for it, then you can't account for walking across a flat surface.
Well, I'm making an assumption here. About what the flat map is. What is your flat map?
Yeah. So okay, let me try and explain it. I probably didn't do. I'm gonna try and do it again. So when you have a map, right? So your map is going to be it's going to be a flat surface, right? It's going to be a flat representation of a spherical surface. That's what a map.
Whether it's Mercator or any of the other ones.
Correct. And so so when you're looking at grid north, right? All the longitudinal, latitudinal lines, whether you're using MGRS, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter the map datum. Like you could use nav 27 wigs 84. It doesn't matter. They're all going to be perpendicular and they're all going to be horizontal, period, right? So in order to account for the differentiation between those actually existing and then the curvature of the Earth, you have two things that you can do. You can use because there's three norths, right? You have the true north, which is the North Pole. You have the grid north, which is your map, right? And then you have the magnetic north of your compass. You can use magnetic declination, which you're going to have to use regardless. And then you can also use a conversion from the true and the grid. The most commonly used and the one that's really primarily used is magnetic declination because your compass is going to point towards true north for the most part. It kind of depends on where you're at in the globe, and which is why magnetic declination angles change, so they can go from east to west. So if I'm in an example would be like if I'm in Oregon, right? It's gonna be 21 degrees to the east.
How do you make a flat map act like a ball? Show us.
Well, no, what I'm saying, Demo, is like if you don't do this, right? So if I'm in the East Coast, it's going to be 9 degrees to the west, right? So if I take that out, let's say I remove that. I say, fuck that. I'm not going to use that angle. You can literally prove out of your driveway, especially if you're on the East or West Coast, within 100 meters, that you're not going to get to where you're supposed to go. You can do that yourself.
On the ball?
No, on a flat Earth.
So the flat maps don't work?
Yeah.
He's
So
saying
where's the club one?
if you don't take into account the declination, right?
Correct.
Declination of what, which way, how, from where, and
The,
reference to what?
the declination is the calculation of.
Where's the ball to show us?
Oh my God. Okay.
So you don't have a ball. The whole point is everything proves ball because ball because ball. And when I say where's the ball, you say, oh my God, and breathe funny.
No,
Weird.
the point was if you try and do it on a flat Earth and you
So you
use
don't have a ball. Yet again, you're going to keep telling us about flat. We know how
Well,
flat Earth
hold
works.
on a
We know
second.
that's all you
Oh,
have is a
Demo.
flat map. How did
Demo,
you
what I'm saying.
polygamy the flat map is what we're asking. How did you make the flat map round?
Demo, I'm not making the flat map round. What I'm
Did
saying
you
is,
make a round map flat?
Demo, what I'm saying is, if you use a
Where's the
flat map,
original map that can be itself only for distances and everything? Because we need to account for curvature in every known fucking direction to man.
I'm being really patient, Demo.
No, you're not. You don't
let me-
understand what you're even talking about. Where is your
Yeah,
ball?
let me finish my point, and then you can counter. Okay. I'm telling you that you can use the flat map if you want to, but if you do not account for that being a representation of a spherical surface by using declination, you will not go to where you're going to. And if you are on the eastern or western coast, hold on, let me finish. If you're on the eastern or western coast, and I can demonstrate this in a fucking video, I'll record it. You can walk out your driveway 100 meters and you won't get to the point that you think you're going to according to your map.
What map?
Your
The
flat
map
map.
is supposed to represent. Isn't that a representation of the globe? So on your globe
No,
representation, you won't get to where you're going. Is that
it's
what you're
not a
telling
rep.
me?
No, it's not. It's an
So now it's a
inaccurate.
flat Earth representation.
No, the flat map is an accurate. It is an inaccurate representation of the
Of
spherical
what?
surface of the Earth.
Of what?
That's why they're done. That's why they're done in 100 by 100
Inaccurate of
kilometer.
what?
It's why they're done in 100 by 100
What's it an
kilometer increments.
inaccurate map of,
That's
dude?
why
What the
map
fuck?
sheets. That's why map sheets are 100 by 100.
What
Okay.
is it an inaccurate map
Because
of?
over that, over 100 by 100, it gets way complicated, and there's too much to do it, and you
Stop
can't do
saying
it just
goofy words that are ambiguous and mean nothing.
Hold on.
What is it an interpretation of that's wrong? The flat map.
I guess I'm not speaking English. I don't know what to
The
tell
flat map is
you. Like,
wrong. The flat map is wrong. You can't go straight to grandma's house now. Doesn't work.
Well,
Straight distances don't work all of a sudden.
he's
That's weird.
saying,
So now we're looking for the globe map that only represents itself. We
there
don't
is
want
no
to keep
globe map.
looking at flat maps that you keep saying don't prove globe, but you're getting everywhere with the flat map that you're
We
saying you get
use.
do
lost
you
on.
know what magnetic
I
declination
don't have
is?
a globe map. The one
Do
thing
you
I'm
know?
looking for, do you know what that is?
We don't need to get heated.
Do you
I'm just
need a globe map for the globe without any flat maps? Because if you're
no.
showing me flat maps, it's not going to help you. Do you
You
have a globe map?
no. You can use flat maps
No,
to
you can't.
navigate
You
the
just
globe.
said they're inaccurate. We're not going to use anything inaccurate at
You
all. We
can.
want the perfect thing. We
You
want a
didn't.
ball to be itself 100%. Please, can we possibly ever have a 3D shape be its fucking self?
Well, that's a
Wrap that
globe.
map on there,
I
I
mean, you can
mean,
put
make
that.
that
Yeah,
bitch
I have
work,
a
you can use that.
and
globe.
show us.
You can use a
Do you
globe.
have the key legends handy that are arced and not straight and horizontal? We want the curved distances.
Do you know? Do you know what the? Let me ask you this.
No,
Do you know what
no,
the?
we only know flat and horizontal.
Hold on,
That's
hold
all
on,
we
hold
can
on.
prove.
Let me ask you this. Do you
Flat
know
map.
what the legend of a map contains?
No, it doesn't exist on a globe. A
Well,
globe,
hold
Earth
on.
globe curved legend doesn't
You
exist.
know,
You know what that is.
I'm being
That's
very
what we're
patient.
looking for. That's
Do you
the
know
whole
what?
thing I'm asking you. Quit
Do you know what?
re-asking me the question I'm asking you and acting like you make sense
I already
ever.
explained to you. I already explained to
We're
you how a
looking for the
flat map
fucking
works
ball
on
with
a
the key
spherical
legend
surface.
on it. I just asked you that to begin with. Now you're asking me, do I know about key legends? No, I don't know about curved miles and curved feet and curved inches.
Oh, I'm not.
Never
I'm
seen
not
them.
asking. I'm not
They
talking
don't
about.
exist.
I'm not
You
talking about
claim
curve.
that's all that exists, and that's the only
You
way
know,
we can find our declination
I'm
or our
not
fucking
talking about
area or
curve.
orientation or our distance or relevance in reality to grandma's house.
Timo, don't make me make a poll on
Don't
whether or
make me
not we
ask you
should
for the
ban it.
globe ball map
Come on.
again. Map guy who doesn't have a ball map. Stop telling us about flat earth maps that you don't even believe exist. A
I
non existent thing is not going to help you prove a globe,
Flat
is it?
maps exist, Timo. Flat maps are
Are
how
they
we
of flat
navigate.
earth? So they're made of
Flat
flat earth,
maps,
right?
flat maps are
Where
how
are
we
they wrong
navigate
at?
on land. Okay.
Where's
The
the flat map
reason
wrong at?
the reason why they're flat is because it makes it easier to calculate the angular distances.
What hold
And then
on
on
there.
top of that,
We
we
got
use
one
grid
map of the
reference.
world. We don't have 10. Why
Demo.
is it wrong and where is it wrong at? Why
Okay.
are the distances on my flat map wrong? This key legend I'm reading. Mile, feet, meters, kilometers.
Can you just can we
Can you
have a
understand the
conversation?
horizontal straight line on this key legend of this flat map? And
Yeah.
these distances work out. I
I
don't
no,
even know
I
how to
totally
begin making
can.
an arc distance on a globe
I
or an
totally
arc
can. And
meter
then
or an
you
arc ruler or an arc 10 foot, 20 foot, 30 foot, 50 foot, 70 foot. I don't even know what that looks like. Neither do you. No one can
well
even
no
fathom the
none
idea
of
of
that
a
pertains.
ball distance. What's a ball
But,
distance? What is
but
that?
I can use a string, yes, and there is a
But you
scale at the
don't have
bottom
a
of the map
ball. So you
legend.
put it on the ball. Put it on the ball, then transfer it to a flat map. We'll take a look. Unless you have that, you're talking out your ass about nothing.
No, Demo, you're
We're
misunderstanding.
comparing a flat to a round. How are you going to do that without the two, buddy? I got the flat map handy. Now, where's your
Demo,
globe one? Get your string you just declared.
I've got a
Make sure
flat
the
map.
map is 24,901 of something, feet or something,
No,
right? So you
that's not
scale it
how it
up.
works.
No, we
No.
want you to learn. You're going to
Do you
learn,
want
map
what
maker.
scale do you want? Do you want
24,901 feet.
You
A
want one
sphere.
over 25? Do you
Yeah,
want
you make that so it'll be 8,000 feet tall, 8,000 feet wide, and the center will be 3959. That's going to be your globe. Now show us your distances on that. Then get you a 24,901 miles that way, that way, that way, and that way, flat surface. And we'll take a look at all the distances. And we'll compare the flat distances on your flat map to the round one. They're not going to
Okay.
match.
Yeah, you're totally
Which one's
missing
right?
the whole point. Do you even know what the 1 over 25,
One's
50,
right.
1 over 100
Is
scale
the
is?
round one right or the flat one? Which one can we compare in reality?
Demo,
Where's the round map?
I let you talk.
You
Let me.
haven't produced the round map. You're the map maker.
There is no round map.
There is no round map. Then what the
No, you
fuck?
can, unless you
Then
want to
what
do a
the
globe,
fuck did you
we
just
can do a
produce the
globe.
flat one from?
You can do a globe, but that is way beyond the scale of any navigation that we have to do. So
That
we
didn't
use
make
flat
any
maps.
sense. 360 is 360. Are you okay, brother?
Why would I do a
Why is
globe map if
360
I have
not
to go
360 for you? You got magic 360, non-existent is 360.
Demo, let
Sphere
me
is not a sphere for him.
Demo, why would I need a
Give you a
globe
flat
map for
surface.
20 kilometers?
So a
Like,
sphere
why
will
would I need a
represent
globe map
itself.
for 100
A
kilometers?
sphere will not
If
represent
the
itself
radius,
to scale, you guys. A
hey, if
sphere
the
won't
radius,
represent what's on a sphere to scale, this gentleman just said, who makes maps. That was the dumbest, funniest shit that didn't make any sense I've ever heard in my fuck. That just lowered
you
my
just
IQ and
said the
everybody in
radius
my
was
house.
7,500, whatever the
So
fuck it
you
is.
don't have a ball to
No,
match a
hold on.
ball. A
Demo,
ball can't be itself. A ball map can't be wrapped on a ball. You
I
have some kind of mental block that you
I
can't
have
put
a
a ball on a
question.
ball for some reason. Yeah,
Dimmock.
is it about a flat map not being able to be turned
No.
into a ball? What's the flat map made from?
What is your map you're using? Is it the Gleason map?
I'm using whatever distance you use to prove what you're fucking talking about. So if me and you go walk together somewhere, that's what I'm going to prove, and we're going to measure that together. And we're going to see if it's an arc measurement or a straight horizontal one. Then we're going to look for an arc one, compare it, and see which one's correct. Outside the grandma's house, do I got to go arc 50 foot across the street or horizontal 50 foot? Which one? Which one on Earth do I have to equipotentially prove that the Earth is curved? Somewhere on this Earth, the dirt has to match Earth's curve, doesn't it? Somewhere.
you're missing the entire
So
point, dude.
nowhere on this Earth can I be equipotential to a center of gravity you guys claim
Do
is
you
fucking everywhere.
want to learn something? I feel like
Yeah, I'm
Verdak has
trying to learn it
experience.
live.
I'm
I'm
talking about
trying
Verdak
for
here.
you
He has
guys to show
experience
us the
teaching this
equipotential
to,
part of a
he said,
ruler.
6-year-olds. He taught it to 6-year-olds. So I'm going to shut
Yeah,
up now.
where's your globe map? Are you going to teach us how a globe map's the only one that works for a globe?
It's not a globe map,
No,
Demo.
there's not a globe map. No globe. Welcome to Flat
No.
Earth then.
The,
Why is this so hard, map maker who can't make a globe? Can't even make a globe map. That's
Demo,
fucking sad.
come on, bro.
My name should be globe map.
That's tough, bro.
Even you
Just
are
call me
smart enough.
non-existent globe map, and then
You
tell us
know about
how
the
everything works on a
projections,
globe.
right?
Even
What's
you are
everything
smart
work
enough.
on if you don't have a globe map?
Demo, what's the radius of the Earth?
The
according
globe
to
map doesn't exist. Don't know. You don't know. You don't have a globe.
Hold on. Demo, let's go to your
You
points.
don't have a radius, you fucking weirdo.
No, what is the radius according to the globe? You know it. Go
There is
ahead.
no radius. There is no globe. You won't get it for me. I'm asking you for the globe map right now.
What is the radius according to the globe model
We're
that
gonna
you
take a
so
look at your
vehemently
mapped
wanted?
out, already fucking prefabricated Army, military, universal, CIA, Chinese, Indian fucking globe. Master boy, we're gonna look at your pre-made ball that already exists, right? What's that wrong? Is that not right?
I mean, Demo,
Nothing to do with
we've
nothing
had
you guys say is right. It's
we've
all
had good
wrong.
conversations in the past. I'm just trying
Which
to like
part of a ball is right and which part is wrong on a ball?
calm down
For
for
a
a second.
ball.
Calm down. All right.
No, you're saying a 360 isn't 360. There's something wrong with your math and
I'm not
IQ.
saying that. I'm not saying
Then
that.
don't ever tell me again a ball can't be scaled to be itself. Ever.
I never said that.
Okay, show us the ball map.
Okay, so what is the radius of the globe according to the
We need the
globe?
ball map. It should have it handy on there. You should have
6,371
the legend.
kilometers.
All right, so
You
there's a
should have the
lot.
legend. No, it's
So let me ask you this.
24,901. It's 3959.
Okay. So let me ask you this: why are maps divided in 100
Why are
kilometer?
they flat? We don't have a globe
Why are
map, is your question. How thick is that map?
Demo,
How
you
thick is
have
that
to
map, you dumb fuck? If your globe is
you
8,000
have
miles
to like
thick from
go
top to
down the.
bottom, how thick is your map? Prove the thickness of the planet with your flat map. I want you to now.
Can you just do a thought experiment
A
with me, bro?
globe is missing on
Like
your flat
literally.
map. It appears that flat map can be put on the top of a ball. Where's the rest of your planet? If I slap that fucking map on any size ball, a big one, a 20-foot one, a 100-foot one, a 2-foot one, a 3-foot one, it doesn't do
All right, I
fuck
think we're done
all.
with Demok's story
I
hour,
think
guys.
we
Can we
have the
move on to a
point,
better
Demok.
conversation?
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
So you all concede none of you have a globe map and nothing works on a globe.
It's not about that. Like
No
I'm
longitude, no
trying to get
latitude,
you.
no
I'm
globe
trying to.
distance.
You're not letting
So
him speak,
proving a
Demok.
globe for all of you in the military is not about proving the globe in the Department of Defense and everything you claim
Verdak.
from Galileo to Eratosthenes till today to
You're
Newton and
not letting him
Einstein is
speak.
unprovable.
Verdak.
Let him speak.
Verdak.
And
Yeah, can
You
we get a
haven't been
mod
able
in
to
to
finish
like
your
shut
sentence
Demok
in
up?
about
I think
30
he's done.
minutes.
just
It's
understanding
not
it means
listenable,
the
man.
military is too dumb to make a map that works.
Demo. I'm just asking a question, okay? Let's just have a conversation. This is like literally like the last chance. All I'm asking is, we're talking about the scale of the Earth, and what I'm asking
What
you is
Earth?
why? Okay, even a flat
There
Earth.
is no scale of Earth. That
This
didn't
is
make any
Verdak.
sense. Make
this
some
is even
You
a
haven't been
flat
able to
Earth.
finish. You haven't been able to finish a sentence in about
There
20
is no
minutes.
scale of
This
Earth.
isn't listenable.
Stop asking a
Everyone
question
is
that's
waiting for a chance
nonsensical.
to talk.
How
There
many
are about
ghosts
20
did you
people in
visit
here, and none
tonight?
of us have had a chance to
How many
talk.
ghosts did you visit
Can
tonight? You
we
want to talk about that
can we
too?
do something about
Nonsensical
this,
shit.
please?
All right, okay. I asked them multiple times. It's fine.
I hate to be like that, but
Yeah, D-Mock's not your friend. He's not your buddy. He's a dickhead, and he deliberately does this just on purpose.
Look, I've known Demo for a long time. I'm the only mod that'll tolerate him as long as I do. But you know,
this may sound wrong, Verdak. This may sound wrong. But quick question: Is Demek, is he ex-military?
no, he's a fucking beer drinker in his basement.
Aye.
To just continue off that, I'd love to hear what you were going to say. If it's 6,371 kilometers on average, the radius, what was going to be your response?
Yeah, so the reason why we break them up by 100 kilometers squared, right? And so there's three key scales when it comes to land navigation. You have 1/25, 1/50, and 1/100. The largest map sheets that you're going to have are 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers. That's how map sheets are divided. So that's how you get grid zone identifiers. And this is all MGRS. So this is Military Grid Reference System. It's the easiest way to divide it, and that's how GPS was also designed. So the problem you run into is whether or not like you load your GPS with NAD 27 or WIGS 84. So depending on where you're at in the world, if you're using a GPS, your map datum can be off by like, I don't know, 5, 10, sometimes 50 meters, depending on the datum. But the whole reason why we use those increments is because when you get beyond 100 kilometers, like it gets really hard to do it with the compass. I mean, it does. That's when you like need sextants and need to do like celestial shit. So any land navigator that will ever tell you, like going through a jungle, going over mountains, it doesn't matter. Like they'll tell you the same thing. And that's why maps are designed the way that they are.
Have everyone just finished watching the Alan and that, what's his name, Dr. something, talking to Jesse?
I caught that.
It was good, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, it really was.
Alan did not like it. He did not like any of it. He was very upsetty spaghetti at the end.
Well, I think he was assuming that. I mean, I think they said they could get various results that would say globe and some would say flat.
I mean, Alan banned me from the server when I talked about maps because they don't really understand them. So I don't know.
Shit was the celestial theodolite tonight.
Well, no, I was just doing the land portion. Like I said, the celestial portion, and especially on the ocean, is even more complex. Like it's actually pretty simple on land. Yeah, they didn't want that.
Like the city omnipresent sex trap. Yeah, I mean, supposedly it was created in 1999. It's the world's most accurate at maps.
Accurate in which way specifically?
Well, I think it was in land proportion size. It was done by a Japanese individual. If I'm
So,
not
like, how do
mistaken.
that's why I want to know how to use it for direction. If it's just like how lumpy the land is, sure. But how do you use that for something real in the real world?
Yeah, I mean, in land navigation, like with a compass and a map, is not like the end all be all. Like you can actually use a map and just use terrain association. You don't even need a compass. So as long as like the topographers did a good job, like you can figure out where you're at just by looking at a map. I mean, that's what atlases were back in the day. I know a lot of folks here maybe not have navigated cross country or something with atlases, but before we had GPS and before we had our cell phones or TomTom, whatever it was, depending on your generation, like we used to just navigate with atlases.
I still haven't one in my car for the whole country, and I'm sure it's parts of it will be out of date. But if I hit the end of a road, I just look around for signs. If I needed to.
My dad used to make me navigate for him as a young, sort of like preteen, about 10. And he'd just be like, all right, figure out where we're going, because he just knew his way everywhere. He used to drive trucks for a couple of years.
Nice.
So I'd go through with his big map, select the area, region we're in, and try to navigate him. And he'd be like, oh, yeah, you're doing fine, you're doing fine. You fucked that one up, but you're doing fine.
They're really good at figuring out when you slightly lost attention, and they're like,
"Yep,
oh wait, is this my exit?" And you'd panic, and be like, "Shit, what mile are we at?"
Yes, he'd do shit like that all the time. He'd be like, oh wait, we're on a completely different road to the one you just said. What did you do wrong? I'd be like, well, which road? Where are we? And he's no, I was just lying to you. It's fine. Bless him. Bless you all.
Eden, you've shared that map twice now. What do you think it's demonstrating?
Well, I'm still learning about it myself, but seems just interesting. Just trying to get other people's thoughts. I asked Shoebill, and a few others. Interesting layout. I'd like to speak to the author, but I'm just reading about it now.
So can I use it to figure out what direction to be pointing at Australia from Chicago?
So ball maps only work on flat maps.
Demo.
Yeah, you
Did
taught us
anyone
a
see that
valuable lesson.
that Ukraine military thing where they blew up
That
all
was
those
wild.
airplanes, and now
Mhm.
they blew up supports on, is it the Dnieper River over that
No, it's
big
the
bridge?
bridge going from the Sea of Azov into Crimea.
Oh, nice. Yep.
How do
It's
you
oh,
even?
it's the one that they've attacked multiple times, right? They've tried to blow up a few times.
Yeah, it's they have a lot of infrastructure going there through the other way too, so it's less impressive now, but it's still cool that they blew it up.
They should blow up a couple nukes in the volcano and just see if it just like obliterates the rest of the mountain or not, or just leaves it alone. And we'll see what's stronger, a volcano or a nuke.
Yeah, they did that. It was that real
yeah.
life movie called The Core.
That was a documentary, wasn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
The core of what? Not being down
Your
7
ass,
miles or
Denmark.
more.
Your
Not
ass.
being
The movie is The Core.
Earth.
The core of your ass is just a bunch of devil's grapes, little hemorrhoids sitting there waiting to burst.
So not 7 miles deep is the core of what?
I don't know how deep your ass goes, Denmark. I haven't been in there before.
Well, supposedly the core of your Earth's only 7 miles deep, or the
Who
radius.
said that? I'm curious.
As far as you can dig, it must be the radius, right? Must be the end of the
No.
Earth, right? No, you
I
can't
know
dig
who
through
said
the
that.
dirt?
It was that person, Joe something, Joe Mama, Denmark. It was Joe Mama.
Can you swim through the water's edge? Can you swim through water and go down in the
Like,
water to the
first
surface?
of all, I'm pretty sure the ocean is deeper than 7 miles.
Yeah, can you swim down to the surface of it and prove that? You're a little
There's
guy. You're not.
submarines
Can you
done it.
swim
Hold on, brother.
down
You're
to the
speaking to me.
surface?
Don't start
Bottom
making
of the
rules.
ocean
Can you
doesn't exist if you
swim
can't
No,
swim.
down
nigga,
to the
nah, we're not
surface?
looking for the bottom.
Hold your breath and
We want you
swim.
to swim through the surface, a diagonal cord,
The
and
surface
then
is on the
down to
top.
the surface.
If you're on the
Of
top of
curved
the water,
You're
you're on
gonna
the
start in
surface.
curved water. You're gonna end out of curved water. Do you understand what a chord is? Do you know what that is? Let me explain it to you.
No, please go ahead.
It's a diagonal line through the surface of something like the orange peel. You take the needle at the very outer surface of the orange peel, you stab that little needle through it just to where the tip pokes out, and that's you swimming. So
What's the
now in real
temperature of
life,
the
if you
orange?
think water's curving, you can mimic the peel of that orange with your ocean peel and swim down to the surface like that needle does. Makes a
But what
chord.
temperature is the orange? We gotta know what temperature it is.
Same as the surface of your water.
No
What's it
concept
taste
of
like?
scale whatsoever at all.
What
Yeah,
flavor?
you don't have a concept of scale. Little
What flavor
human,
is the
big
ocean,
ocean
Dima?
can't swim in water now. Little humans can't swim in big water and find the surface that way now.
You
It's
understand
curved.
why,
So not
though.
curved water. Do
Denmark.
Can
you
we drink the
understand
water,
what
Dima?
curved water is?
I
Can we drink it?
promise you
I want to
don't.
drink
Put
it.
yourself on top of a curved water ball and show me you don't comprehend now.
I'm
Can I
not
drink
talking
it?
about that.
Said to you.
Is it
I'm
fresh
talking
water?
about
Draw
swimming
what you
deeper
don't
than 7
comprehend.
miles. You know why we
Get a
can't do that.
flow, put yourself on top. Let's draw it. Draw a circle, put yourself on top. Now the very edge, that green line, that's going to represent your thick ass
I don't want to color in
mile
green.
deep
I don't think I have
ocean.
any green
That's going to
crayons.
represent your mile deep ocean, like the green line around my name.
Can I draw it in
right?
purple, Dima? Can I
And
draw it
then
in
what
purple?
you're going to do is you're going to take a little line. You're going to zoom into where that green line is really thick.
How do you zoom in on a crayon on a paper? You
Then
can't
you're
zoom
gonna
in on a
get
crayon
no.
on
You're gonna do
paper.
it on a. You're gonna do it on a computer screen.
I don't have a fucking
And then
computer.
you're gonna show a diagonal line through that green around your ball. You're gonna have a green line around your ball and a blue one. The green one
There's
will
no balls
represent
on
your
my.
magic ball, and the blue line
What?
on
The
top of the
ocean's
green one will
green.
represent
What are you
your
talking about?
atmosphere.
Oceans aren't
The
green.
green line's gonna represent on your computer screen. You're gonna try to make a circle. That's gonna be the dirt of your Earth.
I thought it
Then
was
you're
the
gonna
ocean.
put a
I didn't think we were
line,
drawing dirt.
a
We were drawing
depth
the ocean.
line of your ocean.
The
You're
green
gonna put
ocean
an
for some
ocean
reason.
on that line, so you know how to make a diagonal through.
Wait, am I drawing a
it.
circle or a line?
So you understand how curves work and how you
What
can
color are
dive
you
to the
using? Because I'm
surface.
not going to
It
use
looks more like
green
an
to draw
orb
So
of
you
anything.
can
That just feels
comprehend
dumb.
diving to the surface of your ocean to prove its
So,
curve.
I saw a
Do you
video
not understand
Planet
how curved
Peterson
water
released today
works?
of talking to Demok.
You
It was pretty
dive
good.
through the top
It was
curve, pop out
the
the
worst
side.
flat earther or something. And everyone in
This
the
guy
comments
who
is like,
doesn't know how
this
to
is the worst
curve
person.
water
Oh,
now.
Peterson?
Dimok, is there anything
Yeah.
you're more passionate
Is there
about?
any water you can dive down and prove it's curved? How about you all, Glory?
When
Can
you're
you
at work
dive up
and
in
it's
yours
like
and prove
you
you're
got a
going to
little
hit
bit of
the dirt
downtime,
up?
what do you guys talk
Dive
about at
up
work?
in the ocean,
Is this what you
Glory, and
talk
hit
about at
dirt
work
going
with
up?
your coworkers?
Do you have any curved water, guys who don't understand how a fucking orange works and how it would mimic the earth if the orange was the same size as
I have an
the earth?
apple,
Can I
not
use
an
a
orange
And how the
computer.
tip of the needle
I
would
don't have
mimic
any
your
oranges.
forehead diving down in real water?
Can I use an apple?
You can use a ball of Jello.
Ball of Jello? What the fuck is that?
Jellos
I've never
don't
seen
your
have
ball of
any
hand.
Jello.
curvature.
Right now,
Jellos
Those
don't
two
have
balls of Jello
curvature.
in
on
your
the
hand.
ball.
Jellos are perfectly flat. They don't have any curvature.
Jellos find their own level. Yeah, everybody does
That's
that.
true.
Yeah, that made no sense. Ball of Jello liver.
This guy believes in ball
What does
Jello.
that even
What an
mean?
idiot.
Show me on a ruler what that means. Show me
What
A,
color
B,
is it?
and
Okay,
C
take
point
a
on a
green
ruler where it
ruler
matches a
and
curved
construct
thing.
a core through the core of the
Go
Jello
get a
ball.
ball and a fucking ruler and show me how the ruler's equipotential
And then take a
everywhere on it.
I'm gonna put
vacuum
it in.
and use Pascal's principle to
So a
construct a
horizontal's
conjugation
not
between the three
equipotential to a globe
diagonals of
anywhere.
unity.
I'm gonna
So
put
a
it in a
globe
bucket.
is not
I'm gonna put my Jello
equipotential
in a
to a
bucket.
horizontal line. A
Bucket
globe
of
is
Jello
not
balls.
equipotential to a horizontal ever anywhere,
I
correct?
guess Orbeez. Orbeez are balls of Jello.
What
So
does
there's no such thing
equipotential
as a
mean?
horizontal equipotential line on your
What's an
Equo
equipotential
potential.
line? What
Equo
does
potential.
equipotential mean?
Get it right.
level,
Equo.
level,
Equo
horizontal.
potential.
That is not what equipotential is.
Horizontal, it's not a curve, is it? Do you have the curved one?
Equipotential
It means level. What can you
reserves.
demonstrate physically without your dumbass claim you just made? Back
Demo.
it with physics.
How would you like to be the
Equipotential has to do with
I would like
electricity.
you
It
to
has nothing to
back
do with straight lines.
equipotential. Show me where
What
your
does
backyard is
equipotential have to do with a straight
equipotential.
line?
Where in your backyard is equipotential to Earth?
That doesn't make sense. What does equipotential have to do with
Earth
it?
is not equipotential to itself now.
Equipotential
Okay.
has to
So
deal
a
with
globe
the
is not
electric potential.
equipotential to itself. Earth curve is not dumbass.
Do you know the words that you're saying?
You know what the fuck you're saying? Yeah, a circle.
Can you define equipotential for me?
A circle to the center.
That doesn't make sense either.
So what's equipotential? Mine's horizontal line, which means balance.
Equipotential means it has the same electric potential.
To where? From what? Prove it.
So
that's just what the word means.
In
Like,
two
what?
dimensions, equipotential is represented as a line where
what
the potential is
object
constant.
where? Show us on the object. You got a horizontal line and you got a 3D ball. Put the ruler on top of the ball and show us how they're not equipotential to each other.
Again, you don't know what equipotential means. It has
You
to do with
don't have a
electricity.
demonstration of what you're saying, stupid. You demonstrate.
Where are you getting
equipotential
Dimok? Where did you hear
from your
equipotential before?
imagination. Now let's make
Not
it
for
real.
me.
Demonstrate equipotential right now.
No, we're asking where you got the definition from. Show us.
From
You're using the word
now
wrong.
you're gonna demonstrate it.
This is when Planet Peterson says people are being very photosynthesis. He's just
guys who can't
slamming
demonstrate
science
nothing
words
like
and doesn't
Peterson in
understand a single
fucking
word he's
chair
saying.
Talking to his grandma next door. We're glad you and Peterson sit in your grandma's house all day. Do you know what equipotential looks like?
It doesn't look like
Prove it.
anything.
It doesn't look like anything. Then what's it fucking mean?
Can I
It
read
means-
you the first sentence from Wikipedia? It says, in mathematics and physics, an equipotential or
look
isopotential
like?
refers to a region in space where
supposed
every
to
point is at the
example
same
something.
potential.
It's supposed to have a physical fucking reality or attribute to it, stupid. Show
It's a
us.
point what?
Are you fucking retarded, dude?
Demo?
Did you just say a
Dude, I
fucking
swear to
polka
God,
dot?
dude. I'm getting punked right now.
You just say a polka dot?
Demo. Like,
This motherfucker doesn't know what equipotential is.
Please
Show us
tell me
what
your
that
definition,
means.
because
Step on
Wikipedia
you don't
is
even know what the
wrong.
word means.
To your
Demo.
globe.
You don't even know what the word means.
Wait, I had an epiphany. Dimmick doesn't know what flat and globe mean.
You don't know what a fucking equipotential to a ball is. I'm giving you the whole planet. Go outside. Where's it equipotential? Demonstrate your retard claim, non-gravity.
Demo.
We can use a
now
different
you
word
debunk
besides
gravity.
equipotential and get your
Now
point
you debunk
across.
the
You know
ball.
that, right?
Now you don't have equipotential nowhere. It's supposed to be everywhere to make this globe. Equipotential means making a ball bend to itself and then having a center point that you call the center of gravity. Now, from that center of gravity, you're going to say it's equipotential, which doesn't make any fucking sense in reality to no one. Because
Kevin, what's
down
this
is
hooked on
down
the
from a
globe thing? What do you
horizontal
mean
line.
about that?
What about a horizontal line is too hard for you
The
guys
globe
to
is free. Does it
understand?
have a hidden hook?
Down
You
below it
hooked on
is
the globe?
down.
What does that mean?
Up above a horizontal line is up. What does that mean? No curved line. No globe down. Only flat earth down and up. And you use a horizontal line for that reference. What the fuck does a curve mean? Show us what a curve means in physical reality and how that means up
Eden,
and
can you
down.
talk, or are you only in text?
Well, I mean, if you're asking, I mean, I
For
guess
the
you
Earth
know how
curve
like
to
you
be
have
proven with
Polaris
an
in the north
elevation
and you have the
tool
Southern
next
Cross in
to a
the south, how they
horizontal.
are different
We'll
when you
need both
cross the
things. We'll need a
equator.
horizontal and an Earth curve, and you to stop fucking talking over it. Dude, horizontal and Earth curve, this is going to be go on for fucking ever till I die. Listen, you need a horizontal line. That's easy. We got that covered. Flat Earth everywhere. We got you. Horizontal up and down, verticals, we got you. Parallel,
You ever
plumb,
notice D-Mox
that's all
user
proven.
profile is
What
Lincoln with
does
a
an
turtle
Earth
helmet?
curve look like? How does it act? And how do we prove that in
Abraham Lincoln
reality?
with a turtle
He's a
shell on his
coin
head.
collector, which strikes me as
Where
weird
does
because
an Earth
don't you
curve
have to like
act
be able to
Yeah, he's only
open up
collected
a
that
book and
one.
read about the
What
coins
is
to
a
collect them?
curve equipotential to in reality? Show us.
That's the
That
only
word doesn't
coin
make
he's
sense,
ever
D-Mock.
collected.
How
and
would
it's
you
You know
prove it with
that.
a balance on top of every curve you could ever get? Just
Does he
slice
listen to
off the top
anything
of
anyone
every
ever
ball.
says? He's still on equipotential when he doesn't even use the word correctly.
DMOC
What's it look
DMOC
like?
had to have a really controlling mother because there's no way somebody that stupid could have survived childhood.
Equipotential doesn't exist for you guys. Do you guys know how to
Of course it
demonstrate?
does
Fuck all.
exist, so
What
I
does an
guess we can move on.
equipotential curve look like? We know what horizontal equipotential lines look like.
If you're gonna ask
Everywhere on my
questions, then
level
at least
horizontal
pretend to
line,
listen.
it's
If you're gonna
equipotential
ask
down and
questions,
up.
then at least pretend to
My
listen to what
horizontal
people
line is
are actually gonna
equipotential
answer.
up and
If you
down from
pretend to ask
itself.
questions, then at least pretend to also listen to what people
No,
are
we're
saying
not
to
going
your
to
question.
pretend curves
Okay, so
exist.
you're not gonna have a conversation. You're just gonna
Dimmock,
rant.
can you just Google equipotential and pull up the definition and tell us what you're seeing? Because I can't. I don't understand.
We're looking for the line on the wall, you retarded motherfucker.
Thank you, you retard.
What line on a wall? What?
The Earth curve line on the wall that you can't make.
What does that even mean?
No Earth curve, no Earth curve
10 minutes
map,
ago. You haven't
no
finished yours
Earth
yet?
curve physics, no center of gravity, no elevation following Earth curve, no air ball following Earth curve that doesn't exist. You can't have fucking air balls.
Demo. Be nice.
We're trying to
Okay,
stop
so we agree
We're
then
trying
that
to put
it's
an end
not
to
a
this
globe
fucking
because
globe
there's no
nonsense
Earth
that
curve,
doesn't
there's
exist.
no gravity, there's no equipotential. Well,
We know.
I can make the same kind of argument. It's not flat Earth.
No, you can't.
There's no
Without
dome,
drawing
no
the
flat
Earth curve,
Earth,
you got
no dome, no flat Earth.
nothing.
There is no flat
You
Earth.
have a religious
There you
fucking
go.
belief
We have
without
now
drawing the Earth
both the
curve on
flat
the
Earth
wall
and the
and
globe.
proving
Then
that
therefore it
physical
has to be
attribute.
concave Earth, I guess.
Flat Earth has no orthogonal isoquant, so therefore you can't demonstrate it on a flat Earth. There's no orthogonal isoquant. Flat Earth doesn't make sense. Show it on the wall.
What color is the isoquant?
It's orange.
Okay. Oh,
What
that's why he
color's
was
your
using
Earth
an orange
curve on the
before. I get it.
wall?
I get it.
What
Dimmock,
lab
show
can
me
we
the
go to?
orthogonal
What
isoquant
schizophrenic?
on a flat Earth wall. Show me the orthogonal isoquant on the flat Earth wall.
What? No, you got to end your sentences with dummy head, moron.
All I can show you is that wall is a flat wall.
Can you show me the orthogonal
It's a good thing we're not
isoquant?
living in
Because
a
if you
wall.
can't show me the orthogonal
Can you show
isoquant
me
on the
an
wall,
Earth
then
curve
it's a
wall?
globe Earth.
Welcome to flat Earth walls. Welcome to flat
Show me the
horizontal
orthogonal
walls.
isoquant on the wall,
Welcome to
otherwise it's a
flat
globe Earth.
horizontal bricks and flat horizontal walls and level bricks and level horizontal walls. Do you
Serious
have
question.
any Earth curve?
Serious question,
Andy,
Dimmock.
draw Earth curve. We'll
Can I have a
answer your
question for you? I have a
An
question.
Earth curve on the wall will answer it.
Okay, so
An Earth curve that you can't
are you
produce.
using the
Doesn't matter.
Gleason
There
map?
is no C. There is no.
What map are you using?
I didn't make any maps of any
Okay.
fucking claims of any treasures. I didn't make any treasures. I don't need a map. Not following any treasure. You looking for a fucking treasure? You looking for a globe treasure when you can't even draw a fucking arc on the
Well,
wall?
X marks the spot, but
How come all you guys are too dumb to draw a fucking globe arc on the wall? Why is this fucking? You can draw a horizontal. You can prove horizontal.
Dimmick, why
You can
can't
go
you
to the
draw an
hardware
orthogonal
store.
isoquant on the
You
wall?
can level out your horizontal porch and your house and your windows and your roofs, and you can make sure they got a slant and a diagonal and a chord, right? But there's no earth curve. Where the fuck is an earth curve material that's physical that we can shut up and prove this fucking thing with? That's not horizontal, that has a diverging, converging portion of itself from itself to where when we put the blums on this motherfucker, they're going to diverge. Where's the earth curve on the wall, boys? It's all you should be trying to do to prove your
Oh,
globe.
actually, Earth curve on the wall would be a cliff side mansion, and at sunset you'll actually see the sun, like the pattern of the sun,
We'll take a
move
side
up
view,
the wall
please.
past where the window's
Take a
height would
side
be.
view and trace it. Take a side view and trace it for me of the earth curve that the sun
You get the
goes
same
down.
thing in the clouds, right?
Do you have a
I
side
actually
view tracing of the earth
It's all right.
showing
Just
that the
talk through
sun
it.
is
He's not going
going
to.
down it live on your video? I've never seen the sun go below dirt and water ever in my life with a side view. It goes that away. Try again.
what? So
You're looking out that way at your earth curve, supposedly.
It's fine.
You
Just
realize we
talk
can't
through
see
them.
where you're pointing, right?
3 miles. How many miles you looking left to right? Your earth curve's every 3 miles. And then exponentially after the first 1 mile, then 2 miles, then 3, and then it keeps squaring the function. Where the
Exponentially.
fuck
That
do
yeah,
one's
you
that
live that you don't know how to draw that squared function of curve that you keep mistaking that for a horizontal? What's the end of a horizontal look like compared to your earth curve? Start at the end of a horizontal. So you got a horizontal line from A to B. Now finish it with earth curve and show us how they're different. Hello? What's your cosine and your tangent from?
hello.
So your cosine and your tangent aren't making you make the earth curve on the wall? No cosine, no tangent no more? Because you know what the fuck you're talking about. You got no fucking radius to even start from. You have nowhere you could draw a curve or what it would even
pretty
compare
impressive. He
to.
knew that.
You have
Like a
no
curved
fucking clue what an
line
earth
is an
curve is, but you guys are all
exponential
trying to
function.
say you can
That's
prove how
impressive.
light works on a curve, boats work on a curve, people walk with a curve.
Dimmock, how do
But
you
you can't
explain
even
the
produce it. But
boats
you're saying
going,
surveyors.
down over the horizon,
You're
bottom
telling
first?
me surveyors know they're surveying cement sidewalk curves, but now you motherfuckers don't know what an earth curve is. But you're telling me all
Of course
surveyors,
we know
all
what an
cement
earth curve
people.
is.
Where the fuck is
This
a
guy's named
human
Calder.
making a physical
Why are you
earth
called
curve
Calder?
to match the earth curve?
I
Where
can
is
That sounds
actually
like a
show you.
Habersign formula.
is that physical in my driveway in cement? Let's make it
It's
with
physical on
Play-Doh,
my wall.
cement,
If
or
you
dirt.
actually look at my wall,
Could you
it has
possibly
bumps,
make a piece
and
of
every
dirt,
single one of those bumps
a
is
piece of
simulating the
Play-Doh,
earth curve.
8 miles long,
So I
8
do
inches
have
higher
what
than
you asked
itself?
for earlier. I have the earth curve on my wall.
In Play-Doh. You can
Yes,
make a
I
real one
do
in
have
Play-Doh
earth
1
curve on
mile
my
long.
wall.
No, you can have a real
I know you
Play-Doh earth
didn't
curve
hit
or
me because
sand.
you're a retard and you just want to
No,
talk
you can
over
have a
people.
real
That's fine.
sand earth curve. You can make it 8 inches higher than itself. You can do 20 inches or 20 feet if you want. A pile of sand. Mimic the earth curve with a real pile of sand. Just pile it the fuck up.
Okay, that's nice.
And
Then
then put
how
some objects
try
in it
to
all the
mimic the
way. Make sure they're on the
flat
surface
Earth
of it.
if you can.
It's going to mimic the surface of water because you know you curved it. You know you did it all the way down and it's 8 inches and then 10 foot, 20 foot. You know it's an earth curve amount of sand you guys just made. Go to the desert, pile it up, sprinkle it wet, make an earth curve 1 to 2 to 3 miles, and exponentially after 1 mile, 8 inches drop, 32, 27, 16. 54, 95, keep going, doesn't matter. Start with the 8 inches first, just to be sure. And then we'll put materials on there and put it on the surface. Sand will be packed down smooth, and we'll put little boats, makeshift stuff, whatever you want, billboards, whatever. We'll put them level on that curve. And when you back up, are they going to look 90? When you put these things on a real physical earth curve, 1 mile with an 8-inch drop, are they still going to be 90 after the back of them drops 8 inches? Or the front of the object raises 8 inches? What does that look like to prove to you you're on a globe and that's not 90 and it diverges the way it's supposed to?
So how does that prove flat Earth?
No, that proves your globe, retard. Pay attention.
Thank you,
Stick with us,
Mr.
Snoopy
Retard.
doll.
I
We're trying
do
to
agree
steel
that
man
you're
the
a
globe.
retard.
What the fuck about an 8-inch curve would prove a flat Earth? We're trying to prove your globe. We're trying to
I
prove
agree.
8-inch drop, Earth curve, making it with
We
sand.
did both
If
prove
I
the
made the Earth
globe,
curve
and
with
we
sand,
also
what
proved that
part
you're a
about that
retard.
would be proving Earth flat? That would be supposedly proving Earth curved, because it would show us how that acts. Then we would know what to compare it to. Then we would go out in reality and see that everywhere is not an Earth curve and it doesn't exist and it doesn't make any fucking sense. Because every time we look at every object, it's 90. 90, 90, 90, 90, 90.
Okay, so we agree that it's a globe and
No, that
it's
it's
not a
flat
flat Earth.
Earth,
Thank you.
90 all the way, baby.
Welcome to the globe,
90
Mr.
all the
Dima.
way away. 90 that way, 90 on left, 90 east, north, south, and west. Every plumb you put 10 inches apart, you can put 1,000,000 in front of you, 1,000,000 behind you, and 1,000,000 on the right, and 1,000,000 on the left. They're all 90 fucking degrees. The
Okay, and
plumb is going to be plumb.
all of those
The
millions,
liquid's
all of
all
those.
going to be horizontal in every single cup. It's going to match.
So we agree,
The
all
liquid's
of
going to
those
match
millions.
the liquid.
Yeah. Yep.
The
Exactly.
liquid's
So all of
supposed to
those
match
millions,
the
they
top of the
prove.
cup on a globe. The liquid is not supposed to move away from the top of a cup on a globe, showing equipotential around that curve that way down. It's supposed to prove other down vector, gravity. So now, which hill in reality can we go that mimics
No one
Earth?
else getting tired of this.
Which hill in Earth
I have
is
a
equipotential?
question.
We can put these cups of water on the side of that
Dima,
bad bitch.
I've got a question about the flat Earth model.
Yes.
Then, which
The water's not
mountain
supposed
can
to spill
you?
out.
Which mountain can you go to and then see like all the other mountains?
Your eyeballs aren't that good, guy with glasses.
Yeah, but
Try seeing the fucking thing at the end of the
your
wall.
cameras
You can't
are.
even
We've
read
got really
it.
good
Start at the end
cameras.
of the eye doctor's room.
Yeah,
Shut
get the
up.
Nikon P1000.
My antennas are that good.
Which one
but
can you
they
see with the
still
Nikon
can't catch other
P1000?
mountains.
Fucking stupid. Stop saying shit about dumb shit, man. Just make the Earth curve a physical.
When you
fucking
bring
thing.
up dumb shit, then we
Why
are
is
gonna
it
have
so
to be
hard to
forced
make
to
the Earth
say
curve physical?
shit about
You
dumb
guys
shit.
gonna say shit like, "What can we see?" Guy who's colorblind, what color you see? Doesn't fucking matter. Guy who's got 20/20, guy with broke eyeballs, guy with glasses, guy with spectacles, guy with Coke bottles, guy nearsighted. What can you see? That don't matter, you fucking idiots. Make the Earth curve physical, and let's measure the motherfucker with
I
elevation
did
and
already
everything
make it
else.
physical, and I pointed out to you where it is because it's on my wall, but you didn't listen, did you?
No, the
Because
Earth
you're.
curve's supposed to be in your
Yep.
backyard.
No, I have
Equipotential is
I have
supposed
it
to be in
both
your
on my backyard
where no
because
cup of water can spill.
my backyard is bumpy. It
Can't
goes up,
spill
it
any
goes down,
water
so that's Earth curve
equipotentially
right
to the
there.
curve of Earth.
It
Water
exists
will
on my
not
wall
spill out of
because
your
my
cup.
wall is also bumpy. It goes up, it goes down. That's the Earth curve for you. Exactly. So we have
Water
produced
will
Earth
not spill
curve.
out of your cup.
Welcome to
equipotential
Globe Earth.
around the hill, no matter where you put it on the
On
hill
your
of Earth.
flat Earth, on your
Upside
dumb
down,
flat Earth.
left or
Do
right.
you have a
the
moon
liquid
going
will not
around
pour
your
out.
cup, causing the
Upside down,
tides?
left or right, cups of water all the way around Earth from America to Australia are supposed to stay in their fucking cup and sit. They're supposed to sit
That's
right
actually a
at the
good
top.
question. What?
They're
How do you
supposed to
explain
sit right at the
tides,
fucking
Dimok?
top. So you show us which hill in reality where we can sit 1,000,000 cups and they all don't leak
How do you explain
along the
tides?
hill. How do you prove equipotential with these cups of
That's
water? Is
electricity.
what I'm
Once
going to
again, that
prove it
doesn't.
with.
Equipotential doesn't. I don't know what that word
I'm
means
going
for
to
you.
make
It's
a
different for
prediction
me.
that this water is going to spill out. It's not going to be held by gravity to the center of any magic Earth anywhere. Can you demonstrate that away equipotential with cups of water, divergence?
Does Dimmick just not understand that the center of the
Equipotential's
Earth is
not.
like?
No, we don't understand diverging cups of
Equipotential's not a
water that
word you
don't
should be
spill.
using here. I don't know what
We
word
do
you should be
understand
using,
how
but
a
please
ball works.
change your word because it's
Go get a
making you
ball
sound
and
really
put cups
dumb
of
when you keep
water
saying
around it, and you'll
equipotential.
understand
I
how
would
a
hate for you
ball
to
works.
sound dumb, Dim.
You'll need a ball to understand how to put cups
Does
of
he mean
water on it.
equidistant? That would make
Put
more
your
sense, but it
fucking
still
cups
doesn't
of
make
water
sense.
on a sphere.
How do tides work?
You're supposed to be able to mimic cups of jello. Cups of jello around the ball, bitch. Prove your equidistant cups of fucking jello stay in the
Oh,
cup.
he went to equidistant now.
Yeah, your cups are supposed to be surrounding a ball somewhere. Put jello in them. That's going to mimic your gravity, you fucking idiot. Now go outside in reality. On somebody's hill somewhere, Earth, microscopic little guy, and put your fucking cups, like a million of them. That's going to be nothing. Not even a degree, is it? Now let's make sure they're all equipotential and none of them spill. Not a degree,
Back
boy.
to equipotential.
That's what he thinks
Not a
equipotential
degree,
means. He
boy.
thinks it means
On an Earth
even.
hill. I know for
figured
a
it out.
fact there's no hill that's equipotential to nothing. You can't prove it with liquid, stupid fuck. The liquid will not spill out equipotential. Liquid's not spilling
Well,
away
that's because
from sea
liquid has
level.
too much
How can
rotational
sea
torque.
level be itself if liquid spills away from equipotential?
There's too much
Shut
torque
the
for the
fuck up.
equipotential to be orthogonal.
What's that look like? Stop saying dumbass words,
Mark
motherfucker. Get a
refused
curve and
to
show us.
accept that there's more than one
Get
force
a
acting on
fucking
something
curve.
at any given time. He
Get a
thinks
curve.
that only one thing acts upon
Equipotential
anything at
only
any
happens
given
on a
time. That's
horizontal
how he
level
thinks.
line.
He still
He
thinks
does not understand
Equipotential
any
is
different.
only a horizontal level line.
He still's like
The cups
envisioning
don't
like a
spill.
globe you have in your house, and
cups
down is
don't
pointing to
spill
the
on my
floor.
flat
He doesn't
table.
realize that down's towards the
My
center of the ball.
flat table has down and equipotential to it. To its surface, it's flat and level. That's equipotential.
No, I
Flat
just
horizontal
figured it out.
level is equipotential. Prove me
So
wrong.
equipotential is a surface
It's
where
horizontal,
gravitational
flat, and
potential
level.
energy is the same at every point.
It's
I think that's what he's
horizontal,
saying.
flat, and level. Show us what it looks like. Draw it. Get the material. Your fucking words ain't helping. I got a ruler and a tabletop that's real. Where's your other thing? Prove my shit ain't fucking.
Hold on, I think I just figured it out. You're using a ruler and
My
a
cups
tabletop,
of
right?
liquid are not spilling. They're on a flat surface, you stupid bitch.
Using a
They're
ruler and a
all
tabletop, and he don't know
equipotential
how
to
to use the
surface.
ruler.
I'm proving to you my
Demo.
cups of liquid are equipotential to the surface they are sitting on, not spilling. What else
Demo.
means equipotential? Spilling stuff does?
Demo. Chill.
Spilling stuff from the center of gravity. Gravity's
Demo.
going to allow your cup to spill over. Your leg's going to spill out. It's not going to be contained by
My
gravity.
legs are gonna spill out because of gravity.
How are you going to show
What?
curved equipotential? I'm showing you flat all day. Get your table
This only
out.
ends when somebody mutes him. That's when this ends.
It only ends when you show us the curved table where
getting
your
old.
cups don't spill.
I already showed you
not spilling.
everything that you're asking for. So what
We
the
need a
fuck are you
curve.
talking
It's
about?
not everything. It's one thing, the only thing.
Yeah, the one thing that I
curve.
already gave you.
It's gonna
I
prove
gave-
everything
I
else,
gave-
you stupid loser
I gave
bitch.
2 ways of seeing it, both in my backyard and in my wall, and you don't accept it, and you just yell and shout.
Does anyone else want to explain like how tides work on a flat Earth model?
I think it has to do with the equipotential.
God damn it.
Equipotential bosom of the deep.
Yeah, a flat Earth description of how tides work would be stunning.
I think that's why Bill O'Reilly had his famous quotation.
It's called wind.
Come
you
in.
retarded
Go out.
motherfuckers. It's
Can't
called
explain
wind. It's called wind. It's called wind and temperature differential, which creates the wind.
No, it's energy,
Something is
man.
going
You
high
said
to
it
low,
earlier.
hot to cold,
Energy.
positive to negative. You fucking
Energy.
retard bitch. I can get a fan right now, go
Nemo.
outside
No,
and blow it on my mud puddle. And the fucking mud puddle with my oscillating fan will be a
Mud
fucking...
puddle sounds fun.
will
Where do I
mimic
get a
the
mud puddle?
motherfucking
I
ocean.
wish I had a
Dim,
mud puddle.
It
you
will mimic a
understand the
typhoon
issue
back
is
and
your ad
forth, back
homs
and
at the end of
forth,
what you're
back and
saying. You can
forth.
just finish your
My
point and
oscillating
stop, and then we
fan
can
is all
respond.
I
This is
need
how
to
a
do.
conversation
Flat Earth,
works.
ocean tide.
I don't
Stop ignoring it, bitch. How do
It's
you
like
do a
you've
ball
never
tide?
talked to anyone before in your whole life.
Where's the
I don't
ball tide at
understand
outside,
how you
bitch?
don't know to just
Show
not
us the curved water tide, you dumb loser fucking cunt.
This is what flat Earth
All
does,
you have is a
Raymond.
horizontal fucking tide with
Spiral,
flat water
spiral,
and
spiral, spiral,
motherfucking
spiral.
wind. You have wind. Wind
Demo.
is the only thing that blows the water, you stupid bitch, and the water's
Wind
reaction.
is the only thing that blows water. That's your claim,
Yeah,
right?
you fucking retard. Go get curved water.
Thank you, you fucking retard.
What does curved water look like? Don't have any
Demo, you got one
curved
more shot.
water. A
and then you're
water
done,
ball
Demo.
with the fucking tide. Where's that at?
You got one
Oh,
more
looks
shot,
like
Demo.
I've outlabbed you boys
And then
outside
you're
my
done,
mud
Demo.
puddle. So my
You got
mud puddle in the wind can produce a tide back and forth in front of your face. Do you have a globe? So you guys asking the question don't have a globe with tides on it
Can
in
I
a
tell
lab?
you what our model says?
No, you can demonstrate, bitch. Go get a fucking rock and a ball of water and show us how your fucking moon ragolith rock moves water. What is funny? Funny you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? You can't demonstrate it?
I can tell
So
you
no
the
moon
demonstration.
rock, no water lifting. What a fucking loser. Don't start telling stories then if you don't got no moon rocks moving water around balls. Or fucking hot balls of gas moving water. Got any hot balls of gas moving water?
I thought
Show
you
us
just
in the
said
lab.
temperature affected the tides. So wouldn't a
Show us
hot
in
ball
the
of gas affect the
lab, a moon and
temperature,
a
which would
sun
affect the
moving
tides?
water. What the fuck does that even mean?
Demo, I'm fucking not joking, man.
What the fuck does a fucking moon move water with and how? When, how, and how much? What's your fucking variance? What's your ratio?
What does variance mean? Because I don't think it means what you think it means.
Probability of power, the output, the input, close, far, the inverse obverse square law, a little, a lot.
Inverse
Is
obverse
it
square law.
coincidence? Is it a
Is it
coincidence
you
that
dumb cunts
high
don't
tides
have
are
any moon
strongest
rocks
during a
moving
full
water?
moon, like a spring
Where
tide?
the
That's
fuck
a
have you seen a
coincidence.
moon
Then
rock
it's
move
all
water?
wind.
Where have you got the story moon rocks move water without seeing it? So you don't see shit
You
in the
say
lab. You
moves
just
water?
fucking make
Moves?
up
How do you
religious
spell
shit.
moves water?
Like light bulb UFOs move water. Light bulb sun
Wind.
UFO gas move water.
Your explanation was wind and
Moon
temperature
sun
moves water,
UFO gas
correct?
ball light move
So
water. What the
in the
fuck is a
globe
moon?
model, the
You don't even know
tides
what
get
a moon
higher
is.
during a full moon.
You don't have a moon
which
rock.
happens
You don't
predictably
have any
every
ocean
single
on a
time.
ball. You don't have a ball. You don't have a lab handy to manipulate any of this fucking shit. You got you and a Pope story about globe, everything. Everything's story time. No physics. What the fuck is a moon rock? How does it move water? Why are you laughing, guy who
Because you
has all
said, "What the
NASA
fuck
and
is a moon
everybody
rock?"
else?
Just seems really
Welcome Where the fuck does
funny
NASA
question.
move water with moon rocks at? They
So
haven't
then,
even proven
why
their
does
claim.
during the full moon the
So
high
you go to
tide
the moon
happen?
and
I'm
don't
just
prove
curious.
that
Is
moon
that a
rocks can move
coincidence?
water by bringing
Is
one
it-
back and doing it? You fucking weirdo.
It's a
So
coincidence.
closer to
Got
the
you.
water, the moon would move how much water? Instead of 238,000 miles away, how much water can my 1 pound moon rock move? Surely a ton, right?
I don't think no gravity.
What's the
at
math?
1 pound probably wouldn't move anything. Really.
Ratio. How do you quantify how much water I'm moving with a moon rock of what weight?
F equals GMM over R
Yeah.
squared.
1/4
There you
the
go.
And
size
then
of fucking Earth.
the distance.
How much does
right?
the moon weigh compared to the ocean?
That's a good question. Let's find out
And then
together.
what's the distance between them?
Like you said, an average of
So now if you get a moon
240,000
rock that
miles,
weighs
and then
1
the weight
pound
of
and
the
you're on
moon.
Earth,
Let's look here. Weight of the moon.
you
I don't
already
know the
got
question.
that
The answer
math.
to
Don't be
this.
stupid. NASA already sent orbits up 65 years ago. What the fuck are you looking up? It's already a given, supposedly.
The mass of the moon, according
So
to the
now
globe
where's
model.
the moon rock that proves that? Do you have a moon rock in a lab that's 10 pounds that moves 10 times or 4 times more water? Your ratios.
Yeah,
Your
but I left it at
equivalent
work, so I
motherfucking
can't take a picture of it right now.
value.
So Dimmock, my point about the
You
tides getting
don't have a
higher
moon
during a
rock, so
full
you
moon.
have no point.
But
You don't have
you
water in
concede
a
that
tide
tides
with
are
moon
higher
rock.
during a full moon, or
We're
no?
looking for a ball in a lab that holds water, first of all. That's not happening. Second of all, you need to have tides on that motherfucker. That's not happening. So where's your story breakdown at?
So, do you think
So your
tides aren't
story
real?
breaks down. Your religious story
I don't think
breaks
he
down in a lab.
understands Newton's
Your
3 laws
religion
of
breaks
physics.
down when we ask for proof.
I don't think he
right?
understands how to sum
I
up
don't think
forces.
you understand what proof is. I've got water in my mud puddle outside. Come visit me every day. My money's on the mud puddle and the oscillating fan, or regular wind outside that blows back and forth every fucking day of my life. The water goes that way and that way and that way and that way from the wind. We can prove this, me and you. What can't you prove? Your fucking story you're trying to tell people. No moon rock
when is
ever.
the tide the
No
highest for
tides.
you?
No balls. When
Are
does
you on the East
reality
Coast?
kick in for you? When do you start believing reality and
Are
not
you on the
stories
East
and
Coast with the
religion?
Atlantic Ocean, I'm assuming? Let's
Stop
just use that as an
believing
example.
Bibles of cartoon shit. Do you have a fucking ball handy with ball water, or else you have to concede you live on a flat earth and that's all you can prove?
I have balls. I don't have them here,
Show
but
me
I've
what
seen
vertical and horizontal are on that ball. Show me a horizontal line
I've seen
and a
basketballs.
vertical
You
line
didn't.
on a sphere.
Your only requirement
I want to see a
was I need to
horizontal
have
line
a
and a
ball.
vertical line in a sphere, because outside in reality, us little
Your
guys,
only requirement was
we
I
use
need a ball.
horizontals and verticals for
You
everything.
didn't tell me I need a horizontal and a
On
vertical.
flat
You just
Earth,
said I need a ball.
Well,
doesn't
regardless,
have
on
this
any
stuff.
surface, we have
A globe
horizontal
doesn't have
tangent planes,
horizontal
and
lines
we
and
have
vertical lines.
orthogonal normal vectors.
A
So there we
globe
go.
doesn't have any lines.
Yeah, we have
globe has
tangent
no
surfaces
horizontals,
and
not
normal
one
vectors.
ever. A globe doesn't have a vertical.
Yeah, it
A
does. It's
globe
the
doesn't
normal
have
vector.
a corner. A globe doesn't
The
have
vertical
a
is the normal vector.
One-on-one. Glober down. Jake Glober down. Carry on.
How many corners are on a globe?
I have a ball, and you asked me for a ball. If I have a ball, then we live on a globe. There we go. Yes.
No, you got to put water
Yes.
on it and show us how the tide works.
No, I only need a ball. You
Stop
asked for
moving
a
the
ball.
goalposts. The
No,
gentleman asked for
stop
tides.
moving the
He said
goalposts.
whoever
I
can
have a
prove
ball.
tides is the winner.
I have a ball.
I just proven tides outside in my flat water. Your
Yeah,
turn.
that's cool. You need to
We're
pour
looking
water on
for
the tide.
tides.
You need to pour water
So
on the
next-
tide.
Next, we need
Pour
somebody with
water
a
on the
ball and
tide.
tides
You
on
need
it
to
with a
pour
moon
water
rock.
on it.
Does anybody got a moon rock or a sun rock handy?
You need to pour water on the tide
Does anybody
before
got a
you prove
flashlight
anything.
moving water or a moon rock?
The
Do you have a flat? Do you have a
How does
flat
your
planet?
sun's flashlight move water?
Equivalent
Do you
to
have
a
a
puddle
flat
in your
planet?
yard.
Can you pour water on your flat planet?
That's all you can do.
Do you
Go
have
go to the mud
a
puddle.
dome on your
Exhibit A,
flat
my
planet?
mud
Can you pour
puddle.
water on your dome?
Exhibit A, my mud puddle. Thank
Can
you.
you pour
Now, where's
water
the
on your
ball?
dome?
Where's the ball? I don't have
Where
a
is
dome,
your flat
weirdo.
planet dome, water
Stop
dome?
making shit up for people.
Stop
What
making
you
shit up
prove is
and
what
show
I
me your
believe.
fucking flat dome with
If you
water
stick
on
your
it.
fucking head in a dome, I'll
Show me
believe
your
the dome.
pizza plate. Show me your pizza plate and pour
If you
water on
stick
your
your head in a
pizza.
pizza plate, I'll
Why
understand
are
what
you
that means.
believing you live in a soggy pizza with
Nobody
water on
knows
it?
what the fuck you're talking about.
Nobody
weirdo.
knows why the fuck
So
you think you
give
live
up, right?
on a soggy pizza.
We got a
Pour water on your
spiraling
pizza.
Glober. Get your boy.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to get a moon rock and a ball of water.
Yeah,
to
I
prove
have a
tides.
moon rock. Now prove your
Why you
fucking
guys
pizza.
demanding a flat earther to show you tides, and when
Prove
I
your
do, you
pizza
get
earth.
mad?
Prove your pizza
Why are
earth
you mad?
if
I
you
prove
can.
tides.
I'm not
Why are
mad.
you
I'm
mad?
asking
Because
you
prove the tides
why
back and forth.
why are the tides strongest during the full moon then?
What's a full moon and prove it? Prove it with your moon rock. You haven't proven anything.
You just
You
asked
can't
what a
prove
full
water
moon
sticks
is.
to a ball in the first place. Welcome to flat Earth and my flat
Have
mud
you
puddle.
seen the moon at
Have
night?
you
I
seen
don't.
my mud puddle? You can put a cube on there and it lies flat. The corners lay
I'm not
against
convinced Dimmick could pass a Turing test.
DMOC is not having a faithful argument, guys.
A
He's
fucking
going
cube
to
sits
continue
against
to do
my
so as long as
water
y'all continue
flat.
to ask him questions. He
My
just gets
flat
stupider
water
and stupider
supports
answers.
corners.
This is how he is.
My
If you
flat water supports
engage with
corners.
him, this is all you're ever going to get.
My
Is
flat water
stupidity.
is even
Might
with
as well give it
corners.
up.
All we're gonna get out of you guys
It's
is
impossible not to engage with him.
corners
He just
on
keeps
the
yapping and
water.
yapping and yapping.
I like
Hold
it.
on,
You
D-Mock.
can
Listen.
move your fucking corners and your
And move
flat
on, I
lines
guess.
levitate over the water. I've got a flat mud puddle and a cube sitting flat. How the fuck can my
And I'm
flat
sure your
cube
girlfriend has
possibly
a
sit
flat ass too.
on a mud puddle that's curved?
Yeah, maybe put him on local mute
How
and
can a
just talk over
cube?
him. Maybe
How
that works.
can the bottom of a cube line up with a sphere? Show me.
Oh,
Because
it's
my
so
mud
much
puddle lines up with the
nicer
bottom
with
of
him
this
muted.
cube. My mud puddle lines up with the bottom of this floating cube, every corner of it, on every
His
point.
mud puddle brings the
Equidistant.
flappies to the yard.
Equidistant to a horizontal line, floating cube on water. Now, do you have the equidistant frowny face that we can put on your water? Globers? You got the equidistant frown? Frowny water? Curved frowny water, equidistant?
What the fuck is curved frowny water?
No one knows. Welcome to Flat Earth. We're waiting
Neither
for
do
you to draw
you,
the
you
Earth
dumb
curve on
fuck.
the wall and then make it out into a material, then take it and line it the fuck up with what the fuck that means. Curved dirt, curved water, curved air, boy. We're going to line it up with all three. Too bad we can't because we only got horizontal stuff. Too bad
Dimok,
no
I have
stuff
a question,
exists.
Dimok.
We know
Can
you
you
got
show
no
me?
answers and no
Can you
mud
show me your
puddles and
pizza
no
plate?
rocks and
Can you
no
show me
ocean.
your flat Earth pizza? Because
You've
I
got
want to
no
eat the
globe
flat Earth
physics to
pizza.
demonstrate anything
I
about
want to
these
eat your
claims.
flat Earth pizza.
Just keep asking me how
Pepperoni
flat
and
Earth
sausage?
works.
How old is your flat
Extra
Earth
cheese,
pizza, and
maybe?
does it have pineapple on it? Is there pineapple on your flat Earth
No,
pizza?
fuck no. He wants bananas on pizza.
There's no edge to my
Oh yeah,
planet.
bananas on pizza.
There is no edge to my planet unless there is an edge to
There's
all
no
things
edge
flying
on your
around.
How old is your flat Earth
Supposedly
pizza?
you can slingshot around
How
the edge
old
of
is
your
your
ball
flat
that
Earth
don't
pizza?
exist.
Because if it's like 6,000
So tell us
years
where you
old pizza,
slingshot around with
oh
no
my
dirt and
god,
water.
that's like rotten. Who the fuck would want
How
to
do you
eat that?
find no dirt and water in
Why
front of
do
the
you want
ball?
to live on a 6,000-year-old rotting
Who can
pizza?
look horizontal past
You
the
are a
ball and see
retard
that
if
you're
you
not
want to
on it?
live on that.
If you stand on a
Why
ball or in
do you
front of a
want to
ball,
believe in a 6,000-year-old pizza?
my eyes are facing the wall. I got a ball behind me. I'm 1 inch
Why
from
is
the
your
ball.
god a
When I
stupid
look down,
pizzeria
I
guy?
don't see the ball. When I look forward, I don't see the
Can
ball.
somebody please mute Demok?
Let's mute you, guy who can't get any fucking spherical
Where is your pizza?
ties.
Where is your
You
pizza,
won't
Mr.
have the
Dimok?
freedom to lower his
Listen,
volume.
if you just like said
You
your
got any
point and then
lockstep
didn't
air
add any
around the
ad
ball?
hominems and then that's it, it wouldn't be an issue.
What's all the lockstep air? Can we prove that on a ball? Do you have a globe handy where we can have lockstep air and show us how that works and demonstrate a little
So I've lowered his
helicopter,
volume. I don't know about you.
a little helicopter, a little balloon, a little airplane, a little boat, all three at the same time, demonstrate how they all follow each other around the globe and stay 90. Let's do it.
Okay, I just did it. I win. I did it on my wall and in my mud puddle. I win.
Did what? Now take the
Well, you just asked. I
elevation
just did
tool
it.
and
It's
make
I did
sure
it
the
on my wall and I
elevation
did it
tool
on my mud
doesn't
puddle. I
change.
win.
Make sure the
Yeah, they were always 90 equipotential. Did it on my wall and in my mud
Has your
puddle.
mom always been a fucking whore?
See, that is uncalled for.
So is unmuting me and muting. You fat bitch. You fat ass belly curve motherfucker who can't even place your belly
Yeah,
on
the
the
belly
wall.
curve proves
Trace
low
your
birth.
fucking
Thank you.
stomach, you'll know what a curve
My
is.
my curved belly
Trace your
proves
fucking
the 8
forehead,
inch
you'll know what a
equipotential.
curve is. You fucking retards that don't know what a curve is. Trace your forehead.
Now pour water on your belly curve, you
Get
bitch.
every ball known to man that you can think of and trace the top of it on the wall. And tell me how you mistake that for a horizontal, cunts.
The
We'll
horizontal is
wait
the
a
tangent plane.
lifetime. We'll wait a whole lifetime for you dumb bitches not to get nothing. You'll never match a fucking sphere with a horizontal line or a cube. A cube's corners will float away from the fucking sphere. If you think I'm joking, go zoom in on any real 3D sphere you got in reality that's smooth like a glass.
Because again, we live on a
cube.
cue ball, right, Mark? We live on a really small ball, right?
Yeah, that's what your science said. Your Earth is smoother.
Okay, you said your science. Like you don't have science.
Anyways, any Globers have any topics for discussion tonight? It's quite a few in here.
And yes, and Toon did a bunch of research to
Looks like the room is requesting DMOC to be unmuted.
You guys have fun. I actually have to go to bed. Enjoy it.
I concur.
If the Earth was indeed flat, how much money would it take you to keep a cover up and say it's a globe? What's your price?
Well, the Earth isn't flat, so that would be stupid.
I'd do it for $100,000 a year. You want to pay me, Eden? $100,000 a year, and I'll be on your side.
A volunteered shill.
That's something to consider. What if the globe is affecting your income at the moment?
Well, it's not.
There's no way that would be possible. I do have a question about the $100,000 a year, though. How long do you think you would make it having to lie every day about the Earth is flat to
Bro,
get that?
I just wouldn't engage with it at all. I would just go about my life like 99% of globe believers do currently.
Actually,
it would
that
have no effect. I would just leave these discords, and I would just go about my life collecting a free shit ton of money.
that is true. As long as you don't have a job that would require you, that actually is very true. Because except for these discords, we really don't think about it. So yeah, that could work.
I would also have a secret little side room where I could watch space stuff and not get arrested or lose my income.
You know what? What if? I guess we don't have access to the smart cameras, the door camera, the TV camera.
I mean, a flat earther's never really accomplished anything ever, so I wouldn't be afraid of that. Can't even make a map. Like, come on, Eden. You guys don't even have a map. Like, that's really sad. I don't think you guys can make electronics either if you can't even make a map.
Well,
hell, now they don't even have a shape. Now they say it's just non-globe. It's not flat. It's not anything. It's just non-globe. Whatever other than it. I mean, they how can they have a map when they can't even agree
Well,
on a damn shape?
Maybe it's a Pringle shape.
Maybe
What shape?
Doritos or something.
What shape is a bunch of islands in water?
no. See, when it comes to mapping, Effie shuts down. They're really good at asking questions to globers, intricate questions, scientific questions. But when it comes to their own model, they don't know anything.
Well, they don't have a model. You know, that's it. You know, that's why Moloch or whatever his name is couldn't answer the question about the tides being during a full moon. They can't even predict when full moons happen. They can't predict sunrise and sunset to the exact minute like we can with the globe.
And we can't have honest conversations talking about it because it's like they literally like go to sleep. They
if there was an honest
they
conversation,
disconnect. We can't have an honest conversation about flat Earth and the issues it has geometrically. No one on the other side can honestly open their eyes and pay attention. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, because if they had an honest conversation, they wouldn't be flat earthers anymore.
It's more serious than that. It's just a general science denial. right? All this working technology, and they just have to, oh, chemtrails, airplanes don't use jet fuel. It's like it's all bullshit. Don't believe. Oh, if you're taught in school, it's all wrong and all lies. Yeah, that's the real problem.
Yeah, 100%. Because if you're just talking flat Earth, I don't give a shit, and I will engage in that, and I'm fine with it. It's all this other crap that they bring into it and lie about and everything that then becomes an issue.
Well, Nikator, a lot of the globe defenders believe in a creator. What about you? Have you come to that conclusion yet, or are you still searching?
And what the
No
fuck?
pressure.
Globe defenders. Who the fuck are the globe defenders?
I'm a
But
truth
here's the
seeker.
big deal. No, here's the big deal. I don't care if there's a creator or not. Okay, there is a creator. Let's go with the creator. Created a globe.
Damn.
What else did he create, Shoebill? Anything else that comes to mind?
Solar system, heliocentric.
What about
Whatever.
rules? What about
Yeah, I don't really care. The whole point about shape of the Earth and whether or not there's a creator. Created a
Shoebill's
solar
mom.
system. He
Wait,
created a
hold on.
solar
We were going
system.
through things related to this. As soon as they say rules, well, turn anything but the creator now.
Yeah, the
Like, I don't give a
rules
flying fuck
are the
about the
rules of
creator.
physics, like gravity.
I don't give a flying fuck about a creator or not. But
Any
if there
other
is a
rule?
creator, he created a globe. You're breaking up real bad. You broke up. Break it
Okay,
up.
so if there was a creator, he created a globe. Why would he do that?
Why would he create anything?
Ask him, yeah.
That's his motivation and his
doesn't
choice,
that seem
if
like
he
a
exists.
seems like a stupid idea, right? Create a ball to live on.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
not
why would you
moving.
just create a flat plane, right? It's easier. A chessboard is easier to play on than a basketball.
I don't know. An all-powerful God, I think would make something much grander than a fucking disc.
Why would he make
but
all these planets round and then make this one flat? Like, of course he
Make
made it
all the
round.
what?
Stupid. That's very stupid.
Make all
Wow,
the what
calling the
round?
creator potentially stupid. That's interesting.
Look, can you
Also,
guys
he
show
would
me
make
your
his-
flat Earth map, please? Rent free and Eden. Can you guys show me the flat Earth map? I really
map.
want to research it.
So
give me the flat Earth map.
Hold on. So I want to ask you. So
This
have
guy
you
wants
ever
to
made
be
a map of the
spoon-fed.
world? Yeah, have you made a map of
Okay,
the world
so
yet?
if I haven't done something, you just don't believe it exists.
So I'm just asking, right? So you haven't made a map, but yet you expect me to have a map. Are you retarded?
I can give you
Are
a
you
globe.
retarded?
I can give you a globe. I just want to see what the flat
yeah,
Earth
but you,
model is.
hold on. But you didn't do it, right? You just got it
wait,
from
wait,
somewhere
wait.
else. You go to a shop and buy it, right?
So I have a phone.
So
Because I'm not a
we're
little
not selling,
Chinese
man.
boy who
We're not
made a
making
phone,
plans.
phones don't exist, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I've never made a car either, but I drive my car every day. That's kind
Yeah,
of
it's such a
so that's the
it's such a
same
poor
thing as a
cop-out.
map, right?
It's
How
such a
is
poor
that the same
cop-out.
thing as a map? How is that the
Okay,
same
we're
thing
not
as a
asking
map?
for the map that you made. We're asking for the map that you espouse to.
What?
Yeah,
How can I have a
you
fucking
don't
map?
you
I
don't
just
have
said,
anything.
I just
you don't
said,
have
right?
anything,
So no one in here has made their own map. How
I've
the
never
fuck
made
am
a
I going to make
car.
a map?
I've never made a phone. I have a
This
phone
guy's
and I have a
interrupting,
car.
Ren. You can't even let you speak. That's how triggered they are.
Yeah, I know.
The globe literally gets
we're
these
triggered
people
because
so
he's making a
out of
stupid
self-control,
argument.
It's ridiculous.
Like, why would you
Maybe
pretend
that's
that we
because
need to
they've been
make a
lied to
map?
so much. They
Oh, you just
can't
interrupted
control
him, Eden.
themselves.
You just interrupted Mustard.
Yeah, don't dogpile him. Just go one-on-one. It sounds a bit better for audio.
The problem is they
Why
can't
would
help
you
getting
pretend?
triggered.
Why would you pretend that we need to make a map? As long as we have something that works, we don't need to do it by ourselves. So your whole tangent was completely stupid and invalid, rent-free
Okay, so
retard.
that works for you, right? So if that's how
Yes,
you
it
want to
does
live
work for me.
life, right? So someone comes along and says battery acid is good for you, and you're like, okay, I mean, that's how you want to live. I don't do that. Go for it.
That's kind of a stupid argument. I don't care if you want to attack my if how I speak, then you lose the argument. So go ahead, be a retard. Now, your whole argument was stupid. My map works. It has nothing to do with the stupid comparison that you try to make. If you want to make invalid arguments and then also try to mock me for how I speak, then you fucking lose the conversation. Is that how you want to play this?
Yeah, so at this point, you're nothing more than a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, at this point, I can mock your voice as well. Do you want to play it like that? You retard.
Somebody's ringing the bell.
How we are
Do me a
going to play
favor.
this?
Open the door and let me in.
Welcome
Now,
back, Lush.
can you
Lush,
actually
I
make
remember
a
you had a
point,
question
rent-free
earlier. Do you wanna
retard?
go over it?
Do you want to make a point?
Listen, I don't
See,
buy
you
religion.
cannot
Go
even make
away.
a point. You cannot even make a point.
I don't buy religion. Go away.
See,
The globe
now you're
religion.
just ashamed
How
and you cannot speak up.
How come the globe model accurately predicts every single sunrise, every single phase of the moon, every single eclipse?
Yeah, I guarantee
and
all you
there's
do is
literally
listen to
no
other
predictions
people and
from
then
the flat.
hold on, and then you go to the internet. So you yourself can't use anything to predict anything. That's the way it works.
I can predict the size of the sun doesn't shrink as it goes over the horizon for sunrises and
You can
sunsets.
predict the size of the sun doesn't shrink as it does something. That's not a prediction.
And yet, no, that is a prediction because under the
That's
flat
called an
model, it goes
observation.
away and is local, which would
Yeah, the difference between an
imply that
observation
the
and a
observational
prediction.
size. Yeah, I predict the observation and it occurs. That's what a prediction is.
So you can predict that Kobe Bryant, wait, no, he's dead, right? You can predict that Michael Jordan is going to slam dunk and then he does, or you can observe it and then say you predicted it.
No, I'm
what you're doing.
predicting that tomorrow with the sunrise and sunset as it rises over the horizon, as it goes throughout the day, and then sets, its observable size will not change. Yet on the flat model, it should because it's a local sun, which means due to perspective, its size should change if it's only several thousand miles away. Yet it doesn't.
So what's really happening?
I just
you're-
posted a
you're
picture of the
hold on.
sun changing size.
Yeah, so you're observing reality, and then in your mind, you're making it fit
No, I
the
just made a
model you
prediction
think.
about tomorrow, and it's going to happen. And it's consistent
It's
with
not
globe, and it's
prediction.
not
It's an-
consistent with flat.
It's an observation that happens pretty much every day. That's what you're doing.
And it happens
It's
every
like
day,
Michael
so I'm
Jordan.
predicting it tomorrow. And it's
Yeah, it's
going
not
to happen
prediction.
tomorrow, and it's invalid, it's incompatible. That observation is incompatible with flat Earth.
Yeah, it's not a prediction.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, maybe
It's an
you'd have
observation of a
something-
cycle.
I don't
maybe
think
you'd
you know
have
what a
something
prediction
if it
is.
was the first day, but since it's not the first
Actually, I
day,
do know what a prediction is.
you don't have anything.
I'm going to predict that someone will get triggered soon.
Well, I predict that you are already triggered.
There you go. See, I win.
You
She
won.
sounds
I
perfectly
said that
calm
in
to
the
me.
calmest way possible, deliberately, because I knew that you're a retard and you will claim the victory, even if I say it as calmly as I possibly can. So
Yeah, because you were supposed to not speak at all.
yes, I understand you're getting triggered now. My internal prediction is this stupid dumb motherfucking
projection.
retard will claim that
Oh, he's
we
still
are triggered,
projecting.
even if we say something as calmly as possible, and that exactly happened.
Now
Of
you're
course,
calling a
you're-
retard a
you're-
retard.
You're just,
right?
you're
I've
just
already
gonna
claimed
say
to be a retard.
you're just gonna say we
You're
are
really not
triggered
doing any good.
even when we speak as calmly as we possibly
Yeah,
can.
I had
So
to put
what
him
the
on
fuck?
mute. It just sounds
now,
good
my,
enough.
now my prediction actually is Mr. Rent-Free Retard and Taking Back Eden FE. You guys cannot bring any single good evidence for the flat Earth. Now, I would love you to prove me wrong.
Now, do you think that we have to prove something to you, who's a retard?
See, you couldn't. You just proved my prediction. I predicted that you will not bring anything to prove flat Earth, and you didn't.
So literally, it's like I'm walking past a homeless person, which is you, and I don't have
Again,
to prove
you
anything
did-
to that homeless person because
Thank
why?
you.
Because they're
Thank you.
homeless. Like, what's
Again-
the point?
again,
Like,
you
he can
provided
speak up
me-
and he can say,
Thank
"Hey,
you.
man, what's going on in your head? Tell me about your beliefs. I want to deny them." And I'm like, "Who the fuck are you? You're homeless."
Thank you.
Right.
That was more spiraling. And
Ren-
you proved my
Renfrey-
point again. You
Renfrey?
didn't provide me any evidence for flat Earth. So every comment
So
that
I
you
have a-
make like that, that's about
So
meta.
I should
that's
suggest
I
that
only
have a
wrong.
question for Renfrey.
should
You are
help
just
each
proving
other.
you are just proving my point, mister. You don't have any evidence for flat Earth. You will just make meta complaints about someone being triggered and homeless. Post your fucking flat Earth evidence if you can, retard.
Yeah, like
I have
I
a
said, I
question
didn't
for
prove anything to
PhD
a homeless
Tony.
man.
Yeah, go, Tony.
I have a question for PhD Tony, if that's okay. But Tony, if you wanted to get in.
No, he left. Tony left.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he was trying to get
I was
on
gonna
top of
ask
me when I
PhD
was
to-
speaking. I can give him the room, but don't try to come in when I'm still speaking.
I was gonna ask PhD Tony, of all the great scientists of the past, many of them believed in Christianity and a creator. Do you think that's a sign that they were onto something?
Or a sign that in the times that they lived, it was kind of illegal to not believe in the creator, and you could get into a lot of trouble and be stoned or imprisoned or whatever. That could be it
Can you
too.
prove that? Can't prove it, so you're making shit up.
Not really. You can study history and find it out for yourself.
Yeah, that's made up shit.
Did they
The
do
Spanish
that to
Inquisition
Einstein?
never happened.
What about Einstein?
Prove it.
Prove the Spanish Inquisition happened?
Yeah, I'll wait.
You'll be waiting.
That's a new one. That's almost as absurd as the equipotential argument. Eden, did you talk to those scientists? Did they tell you themselves, to you, that they're Christian? Otherwise, if you didn't experience them telling it to you yourself, then it's fake news and you can't use that as evidence. Right? That's the argument you guys use?
Thank you.
I predict some flat earther will say something very spiraling and retarded soon.
Oh no, it's not you, Mustard.
Yeah, it's me, Mustard.
Mustard, did you know that elevation angles to Polaris require a flat base?
Are you going to answer that, Eden?
Cro-Magnon, you just proved my point, by the way. You were triggered and spiraling, so thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Did you know that Earth is measured flat?
Did you know
I
that the
didn't
sun...
because it's not measured flat. Thank you.
It is.
But then,
elevation
thank you
angles
for...
to Polaris, flat baseline, horizontal.
Did you know that you can't see Polaris from Australia?
I can actually address that stupid point because did you know, Mr. Cro-Magnon, that you're just trying to reify? Because the horizontal that we establish when we do elevation angles, that's a theoretical geometric horizontal. It has nothing to do with the overall shape of the Earth. So you're literally trying to reify. And you got this stupid script from Nathan Oakley, whose one of his favorite words is reification. And you're still dumb enough not to realize that your whole fucking argument is reifying the geometric theoretical horizontal plane into the shape of the Earth. And you don't realize it, you stupid dumb fuck.
Do you know what reification
Exactly,
is?
you don't have any response to that.
No,
I just think that was pretty impressive. I mean, your string of ad homs was, I mean, mind blowing.
Yeah.
I ended with an ad hom, but I had a valid fucking point, and you guys cannot address that, and I know it. And
Okay.
it's so
He thinks he
hilarious.
can measure angles off a curved
Okay.
surface.
So I'm back. I was told people wanted to ask me questions. I had a question for Rent Free.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Why are you here? If you don't want to defend your belief, if you don't want to present evidence for the discussion, if you don't want to persuade people that your beliefs are true, what is your purpose in being in this chat?
Now, I understand that when you mean here, it actually means your head, because I'm actually sitting at my desk.
So do you want to actually answer the question, or would you prefer to hide behind semantic obtusities, like you are deliberately sabotaging an attempt to communicate? What is your purpose in being on this Discord server if you do not feel that participation in an exchange of ideas is something you want to participate in?
I'm sorry. Hold on. At what point did I? What did you say? Did not something about communicate? When was I disruptive? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm suggesting that you interpreting the word here, which was obviously in context meant to represent this, was a pronoun representing this Discord server, you chose instead to willfully misinterpret it in a way that robbed it of its meaning.
Yeah. So because the thing is like you're acting as if you're some kind of like authority who like owns the room or something. Like people got to answer to you for being here. It's weird.
No, you
Yes,
said
actually, because you asked the question.
You said here, and I heard you and everybody else heard you, that you don't have to present evidence to support your belief in the flat earth because we aren't worth your time. Okay, why are you here? If it isn't to present and defend your beliefs, what is your purpose in being on this Discord server?
Again, so why do I have to answer to you?
Well, I'm wondering what you think you're doing.
Who cares?
Are
Who
you
cares what you're
capable of
thinking?
Are you
No one cares
capable of
about what's in your
rationality?
head.
I'm not going to let you interrupt me, sir. I was still talking.
Oh, I
You
just
don't get
did.
to interrupt me. So, I'm wondering if you are capable of rationality, because a rational person will not put themselves in a situation they don't want to be in. If you don't want to talk to me, if you don't want to present stuff to me, if you don't want to listen to me, you don't have to. You're free to go somewhere else. Do you
You
understand
can
that?
also not talk. There's other people in here as well.
Yeah, except that I have a right to I have a right to express myself, do I not?
So do I. And not be questioned about it.
Except that
Hey,
you
there
just
you
said
go.
that you're not inclined to present your ideas and defend them. So you're actually not prepared to express yourself.
I just expressed myself.
Not in any meaningful fashion. You didn't. You said something that was
so let's
both
see who's
factuous and content
rational.
free.
Where do you think you
Anyway,
live?
regardless, somebody apparently had a question for me. Feel free. Who was it?
That was me, PhD Tony, but thank you, Rat Free. I'm always
I
grateful
like how
you're
you
here.
achieved what you were set out to get.
I feel I did. Go on taking.
Well, you didn't really. You still look like an idiot.
Your judgment, sir, is not such that I esteem it.
Oh, I'm not judging anybody. I'm just seeing reality.
Yep, that's doubtless what you believe. Eden, what was your question?
Oh, thank you. So I was just wondering, some of the most influential scientists of all time, including Isaac Newton, Johannes Kepler, Michael Faraday, I guess Pascal, Boyle,
Can we
Maxwell,
take it that you're right? Can you get to what property they all share?
they believed in a creator. Do you think they were onto something?
I beg your pardon?
Thank you. Do you think they were onto something, and maybe something huge?
No. And the reason I say that is because they couldn't, but we've had this conversation before. Just because somebody says something or thinks something, I don't care. What I want is evidence supporting their belief. And if they can't produce evidence supporting their belief, then I don't give a rat's ass. So these people are free. These people are free to believe what they want and express their belief. But until they have some evidence that substantiates their belief, I don't put any weight on it.
Okay, so here we go, Tony. I'm gonna show you why I'm here. I'm gonna go ahead and present some evidence in the chat. I'm gonna let you have at it. It starts at where the marker is. All I'm doing is providing evidence. You tell me.
Of what? What are you providing evidence of?
It doesn't matter. I want to see how you handle it.
I'm uninterested. The discussion was evidence for a creator. Is this evidence of a creator?
No, I'm just providing you evidence.
So,
You want to know why I'm here.
So it's completely irrelevant to the conversation at hand, right? It's a non sequitur.
No, everything's connected. You just don't understand it.
No, I
I
have no interest in watching your stupid video.
You don't have to watch the video. You just have to click on it and view the image that's right there when you see
I'm
it.
not clicking on it and viewing the image.
Now, see, so this is the problem, right? So when you're given evidence, you don't want to look at it.
What's it evidence of? You haven't even
matter.
told me what.
It doesn't matter.
It does. Yes, it does.
It does. Yeah, it does, actually.
If I don't know what it's trying to demonstrate, I can't even judge if it's relevant to the topic.
Well, that's the thing. So I'm attempting. Hold on. I'm attempting to judge your ability to judge evidence.
Okay,
I don't care if you think I can judge evidence or not. I have a PhD
So to
and
me,
I hold
that
a
just
job
shows
at a
me that you're
university.
just an
These
idiot
are both
homeless
based
guy.
on my ability to correctly interpret evidence.
Okay,
so
Tony,
your judgment on whether or not I can correctly interpret evidence has no significance to me.
And I
Listen,
watched
which
that
is
video.
exactly
It's
why
just a-
I don't feel compelled to answer you for anything.
I watched that video. It's just a temple on a mountain that was seen on Google Earth, and somebody took a hike to go to it. That's it.
Yeah, it has no relevance to the fucking conversation.
Yeah, on Google Earth, he saw this odd structure up on some, rando mountain in Sri Lanka, and he goes, "That's pretty interesting." So he got on a plane, flew to Sri Lanka, then backpacked, and was like, "Well, look, it's a temple."
Right, and what is this supposed to be evidence for?
A temple on a mountain.
Okay, fine. There are temples on mountains. I knew this ahead of time. So it's just again a fatuous and
Actually, it looks like people have posted images for you.
utterly unrelated to what Eden was asking me about. Eden was asking me about whether or not Eden was asking me about whether or not the fact that other people believed in other quite intelligent people believed in a creator is actually evidence for a creator. No, it isn't. Evidence is evidence for a creator. Multiple people believing something is not evidence. It doesn't matter how many people. Evidence is evidence. Somebody's beliefs is not evidence.
I was just wondering if they were actually on, if you thought they were on to something, but yeah, thank you.
So unless they've got some evidence that they can present to me related to this instance, yeah, no, I don't think they do.
Actually, I just did.
And am I right that Rent-Free used the word curvature in his when he was trying to interrupt me? Because I'm pretty confident that Rent-Free doesn't know what the units of curvature are.
When did I ever say the word curvature?
I didn't say that you did, but surely you agree that some surfaces do curve. If you look at a baseball has curvature, doesn't it?
Who's talking about curvature?
Well, I am now.
Yeah, bringing up that Google Earth video really helped your case for flat Earth.
One of the things, I perhaps misinterpreted what you said, but that's the price you pay for actually talking over me when I'm already talking. Nobody can hear you.
So Tony, I'm just looking it up here. It says Gaussian curvature has units of 1 divided by length squared for surfaces like
No,
a sphere.
so that would be so. That's a particular style of curvature, but in general, the units of curvature are 1 divided by r.
Okay.
1 over r, 1 over distance, and they're actually being a little bit pedantic there. What they actually mean is radians per unit distance.
Makes sense.
The unit, which is to say angle per unit distance. So when you move over Earth's surface and the angular elevation of a celestial object changes by 1 degree for a fixed distance, approximately 1 degree every 69 miles or 111.2 kilometers, that is curvature. That is exactly what is predicted. That is what is meant by curvature, which is to say that the orientation of your tangent vector is changing by 1 degree every 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers. That's exactly what curvature is.
Interesting
That
sphere.
what that sounds like to me is you think you know what's going on in the heavens. Probably a mistake.
Well, we can demonstrate the fact that Earth is not approximately planar using entirely ground-based observations. For instance, we can look at distances and we can show that the distances, the lengths of railway tracks, the lengths of flight paths, the lengths of submarine cables are all inconsistent with a flat Earth.
You know who else says a lot when they speak? Blonde women.
Great point. We're so lucky you're here.
Did I hear submarine cables? Did you say submarine cables? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Could you describe that?
So they are fiber optic cables that run across the ocean floor that carry internet traffic between different continents.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of it.
So there's a submarine. There's a submarine cable, for instance, connecting Sydney, Australia, to Hillsborough, Seattle, and that distance is incompatible with a flat Earth. Echoplex is showing a very good illustration of why. In the chat, he's showing a very good illustration of why planar, why these distances don't add up on a plane, but they do on a spherical body.
Yeah, but you said a fixed distance. Were you talking about a distance to the stars?
No, I was talking about the distance between one end of a train track and the other end of a train track.
Oh, I think I'm a little behind. Gotcha.
That's obvious.
So, I mean, if you have even high school level mathematics and you are a flat earther, you should be able to derive a flat Earth distance formula. It's not hard. You can just use the fact that every 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers you move north or south changes your latitude by approximately 1 degree. And your longitude remains unchanged. From that single axiom alone, you can derive a distance measure, and it's wrong. It's demonstrably inaccurate.
PhD, to be precise, would that be at sea level, or what if we're at a high elevation, let's say at Everest? Would that impact the angle?
The angle to what?
Let's say a star, in your opinion, that you were just mentioning?
It depends on the altitude of the star, but not significantly, no. In general, topographic effects are second order compared to the lateral extent of the planet.
Okay, thank you.
And the fact that the other fact that absolutely stuns me is that there are people who will claim to have been flat earthers for a decade or more. And when you ask them, have you bothered to study any geometry in that decade? They will universally answer no. Why would that be
because
relevant?
geometry is gay. It's for homosexuals.
You say that as though homosexuality is intrinsically bad, which I don't agree with.
Yeah, it is
which I don't
actually.
agree with on the to start
be
with.
homo.
But certainly, if you're trying to determine the shape of an object, certainly understanding geometry is useful in that determination, isn't it?
I mean, only homosexuals would want to do that.
Tony,
and
could you please explain the difference between planar triangles and spherical triangles to the flat earthers, like what the difference is and how they operate?
Yep. So a triangle is any shape made up by three non-trivial points. So 3 points where they're not the same point, where they're all different points. So on a plane, that's what we all studied in high school. They satisfy the elements of planar geometry, and their internal angles add up to 180 degrees. There are various relationships between the sides and the angles, like the sine law, the cosine law, etc. A spherical triangle is the same. It's made up of 3 points, except that the sides of the triangle are great circle arcs, not straight lines. They coincide with the surface. The internal angles are dihedral angles. They're not planar angles. And in general, side lengths on a spherical triangle are given by their angular size, subtended at the center of the sphere. And their internal angles add up to 180 degrees, add up to more than 180 degrees, uniformly. And the amount by which they exceed 180 degrees is actually related to the area of the triangle. So the larger the triangle, the more the spherical excess. And they also have things like a spherical cosine rule and a spherical sine rule. So in general geometric terms, they do have similar properties, but because it's spherical trigonometry and not planar trigonometry, the actual formula are a little bit different.
Yeah, see, all this stuff was definitely created by a bunch of weak.
And I'm sure that's relevant to whether or not it's accurate.
You say that.
You are of course referring to like long distance flight planning, right?
I mean, you say that they're rent free, but the greatest societies on the face of the earth were able to achieve what they were able to achieve through their understanding of geometry. Flat Earth has achieved nothing since it's come back in 2015.
I disagree.
Did you say like flat Earth is like a thing, like it's a being, like it's an entity or something? I'm confused.
Could you, okay, Eden, this is a question for Eden. Can you please name for me a real world or technical achievement by a flat earther?
Okay, well, let's say on a
Dude, we all
spiritual
live
level,
in this place, and everyone who's done anything is whatever you just said.
yeah, essentially there was perhaps a flat earth communicator who shared that information to an atheist. That atheist now is a believer in God. So that's pretty impressive.
No, that is neither technical nor a real world achievement. So that is a even if
It's
that
a
is the
spiritual
case.
achievement. I get what you're
No, it is not, sir. It is an act of intellectual vandalism. What we're asking for, or certainly what I'm asking for, is at some point in the last decade, what real world accomplishment or technical achievement, and no, convincing somebody to buy your bullshit does not count as a technical achievement. Please tell me something useful that a flat earther has done. Have they developed a new navigation technique like GPS? Can they tell us? Can they tell us the direction and velocity of tectonic plate motion? Can they use that to predict when and where earthquakes are most likely? Can they do any of the real world things that we can do? Can they tell us how quickly a tsunami is going to travel from one point on Earth's surface to another? No, they can't. Can they tell us how quickly an earthquake signal is going to travel from one point on Earth's surface to another? No, they can't. Can they tell us how long flight paths are? No, they can't.
Yeah, so
That's
here's the
presuming
thing.
you've spoken to all flat earthers. Presumably, let's see if there's the people in the military that are flat earthers, right? You probably haven't spoken to them, so. But go ahead, rent free.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? So everything that has been done by someone who is here. It's not our fault you're confused with reality.
That is unresponsive to the question. That is unresponsive
That
to
is
the
the
question.
answer to the question.
No, actually,
it
it's
isn't.
not. It's not, because the flat Earth started when with Samuel Rowbotham back in the 1830s, 1840s.
So what you're doing is you're attempting to put it on people who are claimed to be believers
what I'm
in,
doing is
but the
demonstrating
reality
that you
is
people believe in a
everyone here
paradigm that
is
simply
as
false.
such.
What I'm doing is demonstrating is that the tropics are in fact the same size, but no flat earther
You
has
haven't
ever
demonstrated
demonstrated.
anything. You're using words. Learn the
Okay,
difference.
Yeah, well, words, buddy, are used in
Well,
theory
we're
and
not
papers,
drawing
and that's how it's
water.
done. Yeah, you couldn't draw water if you tried, I'm sure.
You ever notice how when people do say "well," it is followed up by a bunch of bullshit?
Yeah, I noticed that that's basically all you've spoken
I
since
noticed
got
that you object to the correct use of English as well. Yes, I did notice that. But yes, I do say a lot. Well spotted. You're absolutely the first person who's ever brought that to my attention or mocked me for it. Literally no one else in the history of humanity has ever said, wow, that PhD Tony says a lot, and let's mock him
Thanks,
for it.
Tony.
Actually,
I've got your
mate,
soul now.
your fucking fatuous point has been made so many times, I literally don't care. We all know I say a lot. Give it up. It's not a meaningful concept. The question comes back to, can a flat earther tell me how far apart Perth and Johannesburg are? How much air fuel is a plane going to need in order to make that journey, and in what direction does the plane need to fly in order to get there the quickest?
And you're really struggling with reality, aren't you?
No.
You feel like your whole life is a waste.
No.
That was a great response there. Yet another zinger.
Yeah, because really that's the only reason you would be here, right? To try to propagate your beliefs so that they're not false.
No.
You don't pick on people when you can't speak properly yourself. I just picked up two words then, cause and answer. So if you want to speak correctly, do it yourself. Don't be a pot calling the kettle black.
So the reason I am here is to combat the misinformation that you and Eden and other people on this server.
Yeah, like a weird religious zealot. What a weird.
I'm not a religious zealot. I'm not a religious zealot because my claims are backed up with evidence each and every time. You want evidence for you want evidence to support. You want evidence to
say the same thing.
No, they can't.
No, they would say the same thing as you were saying, and then they bring the Bible.
But they can't.
Dude, you're just like them, man.
So,
and neither can you.
Tony, with all due
Holy
respect,
shit!
we don't need to be here because we could literally just get 4th graders, 5th graders, ask them what is the shape of the world. They'll say it's a globe, right? We don't. That's not the point. There's a big deception going on. Knowledge is potential power. You have to consider this.
Prove that statement.
Doesn't have to be proven. It's obvious.
Yes. Every time, here's something you learn very early on in a science degree. Whenever anybody says it's obvious, it means they can't actually demonstrate it.
That's what you learn with a science degree? Wow.
That's one of the things. That's one of the things you learn with a science degree.
So you only learn to combat the truth. Good job.
No. We learn that when people say obvious, they are in fact talking bullshit. If there were in fact a great lie going on or some great deception going on, you would be able to demonstrate it with something other than some hillbilly conspiracy theory.
Hillbilly? Who the fuck is a hillbilly? What the fuck?
Yeah, easy on the hillbilly there, PhD Tony.
Well, hold on, shit. Someone's fucking tearing the wool into my goddamn eyes. Fuck, I can't motherfucking see no more. Give me some fucking moonshine.
Ask the question again, Tony, of Perth to where?
Okay, so from Perth to Johannesburg, how far is it from Perth to Johannesburg, and what is the direction that you need to travel in to make that journey in the shortest amount of time? Can you answer the question or not? Because Globers can, or at least I can,
Man,
and so can pilots, and so can air traffic controllers, and we use spherical geometry to do it.
Yes, you showed.
Also, for the past like 6 mornings at about 6:30 a.m. here in Brisbane, Australia, I've been able to see what's called the belt of Venus. You can literally see the shadow of Earth up against our atmosphere. Explain, Flat Earth.
Wow. Okay. So I attempted to get in here like 10 times now. So finally I can speak. Guys, the problem here is that this collective that first and foremost does have done something real in the world, which is a freedom of thought advocacy. They have wrongly identified themselves under a movement that likely wasn't even created by them, that being the flat earth or flat earth theory. This theory actually hinders them from that open inquiry, self-research and personal sovereignty that the freedom of thought advocacy actually stands for. Most, if not actually all within the flat earth advocate for just that, which is that real thing that is technical that they are doing in the world.
All right, I'll use the word skeptic now. I apologize.
So nevertheless, you have people within the flat earth community, like I don't need to go into mentioning names because I bet you can just find them on YouTube, you know. I don't know their names, but they have been doing laser tests across lakes, and they have been doing, you know, they have created own homemade steam-powered rockets. And they have also used balloons to go up high and so on. So to say that they haven't done anything, that's kind of... But the thing here is really that...
No, it's entirely accurate, Synact, and you just made my point for me. The poor bastards who are out there doing their laser sighting tests completely ignore laser dispersion. So because their lasers disperse as they go through the atmosphere, they spread out vertically and laterally, which means that the fact that the lasers are detected at the far side is completely unable to distinguish between the two models. They have so they have wasted their time and money doing something that is completely unable to distinguish between the two cases. So yes, that's nothing. That they have achieved nothing.
So if
Zero.
a globe defender went out and did that, yeah, they achieved 0. Makes sense.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes, that's exactly right. The identity of the person who did it is immaterial. The fact is that whoever they are, they did an experiment that is unable to distinguish between the two cases. They have not. They have literally wasted everybody's time and money doing this stuff that has achieved zero.
I agree, Tony.
It's not that they're lazy. I didn't say that they were lazy. I said that they haven't achieved anything.
Okay, so that dispersion you're talking about, is that not the laser over distance becoming larger where it lands?
Yes.
Or where? Yes, exactly. But is the laser not horizontal to the ground? But this is where you claim that
No,
that
it's
curves.
conical. As the laser spreads out, it becomes conical, right? It goes into a conical shape.
Well,
right, and so it is angled down towards the original so there are light beams or photons that are going at an angle from its original orientation. So they're not going in a straight line. Sorry,
From
they're
the
not going
entry, it
along the
curves
tangent
out
plane.
if you look at in a 2D schematic, we could say point of exit of the laser and point of contact with the surface it hit, and we can see like we can draw a triangular shape with the long side towards the exit of the laser, and have the short side on the surface that it hits, and we can see that it should be spreading equally up and down. And if you now look at the contact plate where it hits from head on, we can draw a circle, because usually the laser is making this circle where it hits, and that will be exponentially larger depending on the distance it travels. So the laser that it curves is your model-induced claim. This is not really the point, mister. The point here is really that it is an advocacy for freedom of speech, and unfortunately, they have come together as a collective, or have been manipulated with under a theory that they don't actually stand for. And I think many are still confused by that theory, unfortunately, which hinders them from actual rigorous epistemic purview. So this is where I have been doing my own studies, and have I'm not a flat earther, you see, but I am an advocacy or an advocate for the freedom of speech, nevertheless. And so throughout all these exchanges, I have also seen that the flat earthers actually, without them seeming to realize, they have been doing an epistemological provocation, meaning through that freedom of thought advocacy, they have renewed public discussion about epistemology, scientific literacy, and trust in institutions. And they also gain more perspectives on how media manipulates. They have also exposed that. They have also exposed educational gaps, and they have also exposed authority narratives that can impact belief systems. So these are a little harder to just like see on the surface if you wanna just do the basics of measuring like the shortest distance that the plane travels between two cities on a globe model or a flat Earth model. Nevertheless, them being models,
No,
that's not a
sir.
problem.
No,
That's
sir.
not really the issue.
No, sir. They've actually, you've completely missed the point. They have not advanced our social discourse on the role of media and how to keep the media and politicians and various corporations accountable, because we're not talking about that. We're talking about, and we end up wasting our time talking about the established fact of the shape of the earth, rather than talking about how to reform the media or how to keep the media accountable. Yes, that would be a productive discussion to have, but because of these guys, we're not having that discussion. Instead, we're having a discussion about whether or not we went to the moon, or whether or not COVID was real, or a bunch of other stuff that is manifestly true, but these people have chosen not to believe just because they're intellectual contrarians. You are right. There are constructive topics of conversation to be had here, but we are not having them because instead we're trapped in trying to explain to people who are willfully sabotaging the conversation elementary principles of how to reason. And also, there is no society in which free speech is absolute. There are multiple styles of speech that you cannot engage in. And to assert otherwise is simply fallacious. We have determined that antisocial speech, speech that harms social cohesion, should not be allowed to be indulged in. And there are multiple laws regulating and limiting your ability to express yourself. Do you concede that this is the case?
Yeah, so if the Earth is flat, we should make it illegal for anyone.
Reading.
Oh, go ahead.
So, no, I agree with the some of it, but not to your conclusion. But I do agree with your earlier retort that the flat Earth theory itself has not produced any accepted scientific or technical advancement. But that is kind of expected when you have a main body or a consensus appeal to something, a framework that's well catered for and seen as reality, when in fact it is a hypothetical, if not hypothetical, artificial environment that replaces real investigation, which is actually what the the flat Earth, people within the movement, also advocate for. And on the another point or on the second point of what you bring now, to the beginning of what you said that they don't speak on these issues because, this is a small generalization, but because we get stuck in just these debates about the shape of the Earth. Actually, perhaps it is because those who want to advocate for the globe model comes in to advocate for the globe model, meaning they seem to maybe lose out on those discussions or topics or debates that is not about Earth's shape, which
I
is more on par
disagree.
with freedom of thought. I have been around on many of these rooms, and I have to say, whenever the flat earthers are grouped for themselves, they do actually speak about just about anything. They don't really get hindered by, they don't go into creating so many biases that hinders them from investigating things. But you could also just say that, that's appeal to thinking about things, or an appeal to possibility in other cases. So your claim that they don't do that, when they do that within their own community, just because you're not a part of that community and now somewhat ignorant to what they do inside that community, doesn't mean that it's not actually factually happening. So, and then there was this last thing you said in the end here, your question. Could you repeat that? Because I wanted to address those two issues first. What was your question again?
I don't remember either. But
He defended himself. This is really the problem. I don't know if he did it because I'm not gonna assume too much, but
yeah. So
but
the
anyhow,
issue is like, let's say you're an ant on a horse, right? And you want to measure that thing, what happens if you make a model horse? It stands on top of that, right? At your ant scale, and nothing really quite works like the horse because there's your tiny models on top of the thing you're currently measuring. So although you can speak of models in a generic sense, you got a fighter jet, you got a model fighter jet. When we're talking about the model of the Earth, we're like these small little creatures like ants, doing measurements over the horse's back, and like we're going really far in scale. Like we go from either side of a 15-mile lake. We circumnavigate the northern hemisphere, we circumnavigate the southern hemisphere, and we notice that like how we measure in the north is like based on a star, and we go down south and it's not there, so we need another reference. And there's something similar to a South Pole star. And so we do lines of longitude from that. And what we find is like Cancer and Capricorn, those circles are the same size and the equator is bigger. And I think the only shape that makes sense at our scale as humans navigating reality is as a globe.
Well, but that is the unfortunate thing, is that you have assumed a model and then gone into investigating that model. And that is the epistemological provocation that the flat earth movement has brought to the table. But I would not say that really the movement itself, being flat earth, is the reason why that is happening. It is happening because of the actual freedom of thought advocacy that
Yeah,
has become
it's nothing to do with freedom of thought. It's like we have the freedom as humans to measure our environment, and when we did so, we mapped that out as a shape. So when the surveyors were going from one mountaintop to the other mountaintop, and they go, "That's 27 miles
you
away,"
don't need to explain
and
it in practice. I get it.
yeah, so
So just
in practice, we have very clever people who are very good with their job, who are supplied very reasonably precise machines, not exactly perfect. We admit that, and we try to make them better. We do this over about 15 miles, 27 miles, different like altitudes up the mountain. We try to avoid the heat of the soil in the valley, and we can just concentrate on like what least affects our observations. And from those, we've been able to go, well, we didn't get the 90 degrees like we may have expected on a flatness. And so we see that these angles are facing away from each other at about, depends where you measure from, 89 or 88 degrees. And we notice that there's a 2-degree angle between surveyor and surveyor. And so there seems to be a really
I have a question, Oakley.
irreconcilable like
okay.
to the
Well,
measurement of reality.
I'm leaving in 10 minutes, Eden, and you can go on if it's fine, so I can just address this.
Of course, thank you. And yeah, thank you.
So, Anvil, thank you for the way we are commencing right now. This is in a
Yeah,
much more
it's much
pleasant than
yeah.
usual way.
And I tell you what, when we were done with the other subjects and looking at millionaires and economical problems, I tell you what, that conversation was like leaps and bounds. It felt very motivating to do real change in the real world for real people. So congratulations on that conversation as well.
Yeah, thank you for saying so. So, but what I'm pointing to here, though, is that epistemic provocation. Epistemology, as you likely are aware, but for those who are not, is the theory of how we come to know things. And what I think really has been going on here with this freedom of thought advocacy is that those who have identified with this theory or the movement, or just it as a body in of itself, we could say that they have embodied, um, is really poking at how we come to know things, um, how knowledge is acquired in of itself. So they're poking at the philosophical truth claim that has been made about what constitutes knowledge. I have myself in this specifics studied it extensively, and I must say that philosophy has a major plot hole, because philosophy in of itself as a generalized or a generalization, when it gives a description of epistemology, unfortunately makes the huge mistake of basing that on belief as a constitution of knowledge, which is actually an epistemological mistake, and if not also actually an ontological mistake. So this is where I have created a discipline to attempt to solve this, so that further debate, or hopefully interchange between a flat earther, if they choose to still identify as such, and those who are proponents of the globe model, they could uphold to a more foundational integrity of, let's just say, simply being aware of what they claim, apart from what they assume, apart from what they interpret, apart from what they observe, which is extremely important, because in the end, evidence is about clarity. And if this epistemological laziness that is, as of now, being the base that we have developed ourselves upon through education, it's really, I would say, a part of the duty of us men, and of course women, to develop our awareness on the fact that we have been lazy, even conditioned to be lazy, and have the integrity to really affirm that not being able to categorize our actions properly with rigor does indeed make it difficult to give actualities to the things in of themselves, when we forget that we speak of something in a hypothetical scenario in this way, and in another sense we have confused that with just the actuality of a thing itself. Like, for example, I usually bring this case up, but it's so important. If I have placed a hand on a tree, I have. That's the evidence. It's so simple. And
First-hand evidence.
invoking
Literally,
radical
unintended.
doubt, about whether or not I have placed that hand on the tree, is invoking radical doubt. So just because we can ask that question, which is, well, what if you're not having your hand on the tree, or what if you don't know if you could exist, and those kind of things, that's actually what we could just call radical doubt, and it's not fruitful for actual intelligent engagement. And furthermore, such radical doubt actually creates dissociation from reality. It instills fear and doubt as real, which creates this unfortunate existential crisis that so many can have once they have gone into theorizing or speculating about what something is apart from what it is claimed to be, and through that realize that, oh, it is just a claim. It is not an actuality. Because, you know, the experience for each individual, if a astronaut has told them that space is real, and the majority of people have not been there themselves, they take that observation from the astronaut, they believe in that and they trust in that observation, but it
Yep,
is
the
not
authority.
something that each individual themselves have come to know. And I think that this is really the underlying and one of the foundational arguments that the flat earthers have been attempting to make. But unfortunately, since they so easily can be the target of public shame, this freedom of thought movement advocacy has been hindered from having, let's say, equal-headed, if not intelligent, conversations with people who are open-minded. Because really what shuts everything off is close-mindedness.
I would say, in response to that, that it's very difficult for one human being to have the experience of every individual in a lab. I don't think I'll be one of those individuals who goes to the Large Hadron Collider. I just don't think I'm one of those people. So I have to think, like, is there somebody just a little bit more capable than me? And at least 10, maybe a million. It doesn't matter because I'm okay with my own limits. However, when I look at like some of the people who do have those extraordinary abilities, they have the ability to back it up with evidence. And we have this vast array of machines and devices that help us, like even a spirit level. I don't know if I could guarantee that my shelves are straight without something that assists me. Like, even if I get a long tube and put water in it from one end to the other, I'm using something mechanical to assist me making assessments of reality. And I don't have a problem with tools assisting me with certain skills that either biologically I don't have or physically I don't have. So when people make these like total stations for surveying, these accurate auto levels or theodolites, they're capable of going a mile or 15 miles or 27 miles. And I just go, these industries are a little bit specific, and because there's not a lot of people like getting them, it's not like just something the public is going to get into and go, yeah, I'll just grab one from Target and just grab one. These are like they're expensive, probably because the demand is low, but the skill set is high. But I think it's within like the consumer person's reach to go, if you want to grab that camera, get it as level as you can and have a look along the long bridge that's like 15 miles long. Just see what happens to that from multiple angles, and you can make an assessment of reality. And that's the really cool thing, is like all these people with the skills that I don't have, they build the planes and they work and they fuel up the plane with so much and they go so far. They lay our internet cables
Yeah,
and they
yeah,
go.
we get it. Oh boy, we get it. There's a lot of evidence for the globe, but I had, sorry to interrupt. I just had a quick question for Tony, if that's okay, guys, because Tony was touching on something more important, I think, because just talking about evidence is great, but Tony was touching on something maybe a little bit more intense. Tony, do you think something should be outlawed, like some certain free speech? Like
in fact, yes. In fact, I do believe that certain forms of speech should be outlawed, and indeed certain forms of speech are outlawed.
What about talking about flat Earth in schools and whatnot?
I believe that I do not believe that people should teach flat Earth in schools. No. Do I believe that the laws the legal frameworks regarding it? I believe need to be resolved, but I don't think that flat earthers should be free to destructively interfere with the education of children.
Perfect.
This is the thing that I think, sort of, as somebody who has studied the shape of the Earth and Earth's gravitational field for 30 years, I am aware of all of the evidence that pertains to this subject, or not all of it, but certainly a large amount of it. And the average person who goes through school is just told, look, it's a globe. Look, here are some pictures from space, and they don't know how to prove it otherwise. The flat earthers are perhaps correct in asking, well, we should be able to, maybe we should have better evidence than this. And we do have better evidence than that. They just don't know what it is. And the story that I consistently hear is, I was a glober, I was taught the Earth was a globe in school, and then I saw these flat Earth videos and I couldn't debunk them. Well, actually, it's not your job to debunk flat Earth videos. It's my job to debunk flat Earth videos. So maybe you shouldn't have tried that.
Well, I have
and
a
now
question,
that you've
though.
tried it and failed, now you're convinced.
Okay, I have a question, Tony. So great, you mentioned something.
Everywhere. That's what it was.
Yeah, thank you. So, Tony, essentially, you said potentially there should be laws, maybe to stop flat Earth from being discussed. Is that true? Because let's say, imagine for a moment, just indulge us that Earth is flat. So essentially, we should maybe outlaw globe talk as well, right?
No. So we have confidence in our conclusions proportional to the evidence we have supporting them. Okay,
Having
and every
confidence
test
and
and
self-entitlement is more borderline equal to delusions of grandeur than if you keep pushing it as fact when it is not. As you say, you have confidence backed by the model. If I create an artwork, if I'm talking about the strokes of paint on the artwork, I have confidence talking about the artwork itself. This is not how it works. And this is like, you completely are missing the point that I'm making. And Oblate Anvil's response to me wasn't even addressing anything that I said. He was just starting to talk about how he's in awe of other
I was
people
actually in the middle of talking before you launched into this fucking tedious screed and repetition of your point. We heard you the fucking first time. I was actually answering somebody else's question when you interrupted me. So you've run through my fucking patience. You use a lot of sesquipedalian terms to cover the fact that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
PhD Tony in the house.
So, Mr. Tony, you are losing pathos, logos, and ethos when you cannot control your emotions.
Then don't interrupt me is the only requirement that I make in a conversation. And it seems, particularly for you, I'm actually still fucking talking, and you can't shut up long enough for me to get my second sentence out.
Okay, so
which indicates to me that you aren't even bothering to listen to what I'm saying, which is exactly the sort of intellectual dishonesty that I expect from flat earthers. And you claim not to be a science denier, and you're claiming that all globe has is a model. Yes, we have everybody has is a model. Your claim that you are touching a fucking tree is a model. You cannot demonstrate it as objective reality in philosophical terms, and you claim that you can is nonsense. You have a model that you are claiming you have evidence validating it for, and we know the shape of the Earth just as strongly as you know you're touching a fucking tree, and pretending otherwise is just dishonest.
Oh, very well said. Okay, so thank you for exposing the fact that you belief constitutes knowledge, and the very simple fact that is an actuality of me placing a hand on a tree, which is not a model but an actuality, you believe to be a model so as to confuse and be epistemologically lazy.
You can't prove that you're touching the tree, sir.
So as to
You can't prove that. You can't prove
that
you're
I'm placing
touching
a
the
hand on a
tree.
tree when I place a
You
hand on a
cannot
tree.
prove it.
If this is your epistemological position, then you cannot prove anything, bro.
Yes, that's right. And
Then
so
you
all
cannot
we can
say that
have is
there is a globe.
confidence.
And you
All we
cannot
can
know
have,
that there is a
all we
globe,
can have,
bro.
therefore, is
You cannot know
confidence
that there is
in
a globe.
various
It's only a...
claims.
Then you cannot know anything if you cannot know what is
That's
actual.
right.
Yes, so that is
But they have
your
confidence in
belief
the globe.
system.
A lot
That
of
is your
faith.
belief. That does not appeal to reality itself, man. You're disillusioned.
You don't know. You
Bro,
only know
you have
that
a
you
belief
exist.
system that makes it
Outside
a
of that,
something,
you
doesn't mean
don't
that that's
know.
an actuality.
You have no objective evidence supporting your perception of reality. You just don't have it. The problem of hard solipsism has no solution. And your claim that it does is simply epistemologically false.
It's not hard solipsism when everyone can do it.
Well, no, this is the point.
You're epistemologically late and
Who's a hard solipsist
miscategorizing
can make the same
actuality.
claims you're making, and they would be just as justified. They would be just as justified saying that I think I'm putting my hand on a tree, but actually the tree and my hand are constructs of my mind. You can't prove them wrong.
Brain in a jar. It's all brain in a jar.
The tree came to my hand.
So, yes, we only have confidence. We don't have hard knowledge. We don't have 100% certainty in anything outside of I think, therefore I am.
Perfect,
If you're
Xanax. So
willing
when they
to
have more
listen,
confidence in the
this
Earth
is where you're
actually being
wrong.
flat, we should potentially, by Tony's logic, if I'm not mistaken, we should make it illegal for people to talk about globe in academia.
No. So again, you are your ability and Taylor's ability and every flat earther's ability to take what was said in very clear English and distort it to the point where it is an unrecognizable parody of what was said is breathtaking. So let me say what I said again. Counterfactual positions, positions for which you do not have a significant amount of evidence amounting to very high confidence should not be shared. Positions that have high confidence in their conclusions can be shared in an educational basis ethically. Flat Earth cannot be taught ethically in an educational setting because it has no substantiation. It has no evidentiary support.
What about like historical context? Like, hey, these people used to believe this. Like, you think that shouldn't be taught either?
No, I don't think that.
We're history deniers now.
History denial.
Oh my God.
I actually just answered that question, no. So I'm not exactly sure why you guys are high-fiving like I said yes. And again, given that I'm now being dogpiled by 5 people, perhaps when I speak, I cannot be interrupted so that I know who I'm talking to and what I'm responding to.
If you want to
don't make me have to mute people because they're dogpiling. Just one-on-one, please.
Bro,
okay, I said no to the question. Why did Eden interpret it as a yes?
I mean, if we can't teach history, it seems like a bunch of history denial to me.
I just want to point
I asked Taylor a question, and I said we don't deny history. I don't understand why you guys are saying I'm denying history.
Well, a
Because I
moment
said,
ago you
should we
said it had
teach flat Earth in a
zero.
historical context?
Yeah, his answer literally was that you can teach it in historical context, and you guys are just saying now, well, that sounds like denial. Well, what is he supposed to say? Yes, we cannot teach it in science, and that's what you are looking for, right?
Did he say yes, we can teach it historically?
Yes, that's exactly
You
what I
didn't
said.
listen.
And maybe if you weren't talking over me, you might have heard me say
Calm
yes.
down, Tony. Sometimes
guys-
people
you
that
guys-
walk
Calm
walk
down,
by
calm
Can we
down,
get
calm
back to
down.
the
Yeah, it's
ground?
very
Can you
easy to
different
tell me to
control your
calm down,
emotions,
given that
dude?
you evidently haven't been listening to what I've said. Obviously, I
Okay,
need to
man, you
talk
sound like a
louder
child
so
having
you
a
can
tantrum.
fucking
Please
hear
calm
me.
down.
We should
Please
start
calm
teaching it in
down,
school
man.
right away.
If I can
Starting
say
ne-
something real
starting
quick,
next
if I
academic
can,
year, it should be taught in every Ivy League school, every elementary school.
Eden, can you
every
stop pushing his nerves?
I would just like to say something
Pushing his
really quick.
buttons is in fact the term, but
How can you not? I try not to, and sometimes his nerves get pushed anyway, so I can't.
okay.
Well, that is also you.
Talking,
and
I
that's
was
why
talking,
you don't
Taylor,
understand.
it wouldn't happen. And maybe if you actually listen to the responses of my question rather than assuming them, because I said, yes, the fact that people believe in the flat earth can be taught in school because that's a historical fact.
Thank you for clarifying.
That is something, I'm still in the middle of talking. I don't understand why you're talking while I'm still in the middle of talking.
Okay, just get to the point.
Okay, stuff that is supported with strong evidence such that we can have high confidence in its accuracy can be taught in schools. This does not describe the flat earth hypothesis for the shape of the earth.
Real
Okay,
quick, Tony.
so
real quick.
I don't know
if I
how
can
much
just-
you've listened when
I
I've spoken with Anvil earlier, but flat Earth theory is not really the theory that is the thing here. And also, just to address you saying this brain in a jar thing, it seems like you did not fully grasp, perhaps, or maybe I didn't phrase it well enough. But the brain in a jar is not a valid epistemological argument.
I'm not suggesting that it is, and this is the point. Your claim was only that you can't have true knowledge. Yes, I agree with that. All we can have is confidence in anything. Okay, then I claim you're wrong, because you can't actually, we agree as a matter of convenience that we share a reality. But that cannot be established as an independent fact. If somebody wants to say that this is all brain in a jar stuff, you cannot prove them wrong. And while you can say, I don't subscribe to that epistemology and I doubt its validity and its usefulness, all of which I think is very fair criticism. I agree with you on that. But if we're being formally correct in how we compose things, we don't know stuff. We have confidence in conclusions proportional to the strength of the evidence supporting them. Would you agree that that is at least an accurate way of describing things?
Okay, so we spoke earlier, like half an hour ago. You went on mute and I continued the conversation with Oblate Anvil. With him, I shared something I think would be profound to our further conversation. I said to him that there is an unfortunate description that is being taught within philosophy that improperly describes how epistemology works. Namely that knowledge is born from belief. So epistemology, that is the study of how knowledge is acquiesced or gained, should not itself in its description be making a truth claim about what constitutes knowledge, which is one of the big problems. So this is where we are now talking. You're saying when I'm speaking of I cannot prove my hand on a tree as an actuality when it is actuality that my hand is on tree. this is now the result of such laziness in giving rise to what constitutes epistemology, that actually confuses and renders actual conversation that is fruitful to discern between what is actually epistemically correct or right, apart from what is wrong. And
Right.
it unfortunately makes it so that it seems to also be making a sub effect, which is that the language we use to give, well, simply words to the actions that we do and the means and ends to them, becomes somewhat disorienting and not able to actually properly categorize in an
But
itself.
you've already betrayed yourself by using the term useful, right? So you are admitting that there is a judgment value in your epistemic system. I agree with you. I agree that useful epistemologies are very different from formally correct epistemologies, and that in order to be useful, an epistemology does need to allow us to make progress in the shared world. But to be formally correct, to be rigorous in our formulation, we can only say, science does not prove things. Science tries to disprove hypotheses. We have disproven the flat Earth hypothesis. Flat Earth is among those hypotheses that we have proven is not consistent with reality.
With high confidence.
So
with
let me
high
respond to you.
confidence, and we have failed to falsify the spheroidal Earth hypothesis despite extensive testing and quantification of it, and so it remains a robust and reliable model of reality, just as valid as if you were putting your hand on a tree. You can have just as much confidence in the shape of the Earth as you can in the that you've got your hand on a tree.
So please let me address you.
Jesus
So
fucking
this is
Christ,
what I'm
I'm not going to
attempting
be able to say shit
to
here
point
because all it is a fucking battle between Zyanked and Tony. I just want to say one thing very quickly. Tony, as a man that's been studying the Earth for the last 30 years, as a man who knows beyond reasonable doubt that it is a sphere, as a man who understands that we educate our children off of this understanding, why, in your opinion, do globes have a sticker on the bottom of them that says they are not for educational purposes but only decorative?
Well,
Only on some globes, not all.
For multiple reasons. One is that the inaccuracies in a globe that you buy from a store are actually quite significant. They're not as spheroidal as the Earth is. Second, many globes have countries on them that may cease to exist in the future. As soon as you've written that down, you've got inbuilt sort of time period. Thirdly, I don't see that markings on the bottom of store. You should not be using a globe that you buy in a store as a navigational instrument, and they just don't want people doing something that foolish.
Okay, so then I can address you now.
But the thing is, I think you're
man. I am obviously.
Yeah, but dude, like I haven't said like 3 words in like
Let other
17
people
minutes.
join in. Not.
Come on, like the reason why I say measurement because it ties in with the evidence factor. Like it's really important that like I understand that reality is tangible and that I can like check, are my eyes level? Can I check how many yards, feet, or meters, or whatever unit of measure I please? If it's degrees in a circle, that's fine with me. And just the precision of like what we've been able to do with reality leaves like such a small slither of a fraction of like doubt. It's the evidence that inspires the confidence. It's not the model referring to itself. It's like, here's an Earth, here's a measurement. Let's make a model out of those measurements. It's not the other way around.
Okay, so what you are speaking of now, how you believe to properly give rise to what you imagine is truth claims about things, not actualities, is a byproduct of that description that has been falsely made when giving rise to what epistemology entails. So simply, when you say that you should categorize as such and such, you're actually just pretty much pointing that out. You believe that you can only get knowledge by doing this and that, something. But the problem is that that is in of itself actually born out of a mischaracterization of what epistemology is, which actually gives you a bias before you even started the study. Epistemology should be unbiased prior to observation. So this is where we now have
The first
delusional thinking, because you shouldn't have that bias going into your observation.
That is a complete abuse of language. A bias is not, yes, it is. A bias is something that results in inaccuracy. So,
exactly.
Agreement between reality, agreement with reality, cannot be a form of bias.
Okay, so whether you are unaware of your bias, or just ignorant of your bias, and now are agreeing with that bias preceding your experiment, doesn't mean that you're actually getting any evidence, if not other to the bias that you have created. But that doesn't make
that's absolutely untrue. No, that's absolutely untrue. Sorry, if you go in.
Who are you to judge what is true or not when you are obviously ignorant of epistemology?
First axiom, I exist. Second axiom, by convenience, other people exist.
This is like hearing this is like hearing Taking Back Eden talk about
Did you
the Ten
get your
Commandments.
point out, Anvil? Before Zanny jumped in.
This is not how it works. You cannot have your 10 commandments, that being the axioms, and that is a bias, dude.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
and again, fucking let me get my second sentence out before you interrupt me.
I'm a victim again, dude.
Okay.
Hey, Tony, you've yelled so
emotional
much you've actually
ineptness,
broken your microphone.
Maybe so, Rich. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Why doesn't everybody just interrupt me more? That'll calm the situation down.
Well, no, I said your microphone is broken.
It can't be a bias. It can't be a bias if it results in accurate conclusions. That is not a bias. A bias is not something that makes things more accurate. A bias is, by definition, something that leads you to inaccurate conclusions. And since you brought up, I'm not screaming at you. I don't care who the fuck you are, Blob. I'm talking to Zynac. So maybe I'm not even screaming. I am talking emphatically. Zynac, since you brought up the topic, who are you to dictate exactly what the standards are for epistemology, and where are your citations supporting your position?
I'm glad that you asked. So I've created a server designed as a monography, where I have written a monography on what knowledge is, and how epistemology has done what I have attempted to spar with you. So you are free to join it and read it. Furthermore, my expertise lies in the very fact that I am a man of the theater, I'm an educator in theater, and theater and drama. Theater itself means to see, and drama means to be and to do. So, giving the expertise that I have, being an educator of what we can see and do and be, and just a human being in of itself in reality, and possibly being the leading expert in the field. That is what I can provide. I have that knowledge written down, and again, you are free to access it and read it.
I could not be less interested in reading anything you've written ever.
Okay, so just because you want to be ignorant of my expertise, this
You
is not a
don't have
valid
any
argument.
expertise.
This is not showing your logos, ethos, and pathos. I do have an expertise. I surely do.
In drama, right?
Just because you don't think or value that as an expertise doesn't give any other evidence other than the very fact that you are likely ignorant of it. You have not yet read what I
He didn't
read.
say that, bro. You're adding more to what he said. He just said in drama, right? He didn't insinuate anything beyond that.
What are your qualifications specific to epistemology? Do you have formal philosophical training?
I don't need formal philosophical training by having done the study itself when the level that I have come to now far supersedes that which is in the academia. But if you require of me to just do like the half year to get a points in the field, I mean, sure, I could do that just so that you value me. But I've already read through the curriculum that they have by myself and very much beyond it. So
Man, so
I
much
feel
knowledge.
very
Have you had your
qualified
words?
in the knowledge
Have
that
you
I have
had
acquired,
your
being the fact that I have gone through the curricula itself also and further.
Okay. Have you had your understanding? Have you had your understanding of the material in the curriculum formally assessed?
Well, Elon Musk hasn't. He's still shooting rockets for the government.
Yeah, so to have a formal assessment does not equate to whether or not one is knowledgeable about what one has studied or done a good study. Remember, I'm an educated teacher, so I am fairly certain I know, if not, I just know how to educate myself. Thank you so much.
Yes. So do you graduate students without formally assessing their ability?
Obviously, if I were working in a position, I would not.
Okay, so why, with you not having had your understanding of a syllabus formally assessed, why do you come to the conclusion, nor have you had your positions on this subject for peer review? I'm still talking. Nor have you had your, nor have you had your findings peer reviewed by acknowledged experts in the subject, and yet here you are lecturing us on how epistemology works. You can, and you can quote me on this, literally go fuck yourself, because you've got no evidence. You've got no evidence that you know what you're talking about at all.
This is your guy, Glover. This is your guy. Make that known.
I actually do. So,
and we could fire Elon Musk at that because he hasn't had his knowledge formally assessed.
So Tony, if I read the back of a packet to bake a cake, and I read all the instructions for it, does that make me a baker?
Hashtag fire Elon Musk.
Yes, Taylor, I would fire Elon Musk given half a chance. But Terry, I'm sorry to tell you that no, reading the back of a cake packet does not turn you into a baker. It's weird that way.
Just because we have created a world now where you have to have a title in order to entitle doesn't mean that drama and
No,
theater
no,
can
no.
reflect the character. So,
The thing
you
is,
invoked
I
a
disagree.
supposedly advanced word here to seem to want to get off topic, which is a syllabus. So simply a syllabus is just a guide to a course that will be expected over the course of a quarter. The guide to that has nothing to do with whether or
Yeah.
not I have developed knowledge of epistemology. Just because a professor have created a guide doesn't mean that a guide should be slavishly followed.
No, it's deductive reasoning because, like I said with the brain in the
And that is
jar,
again,
it's
deductive reasoning
listen.
is
You're
a
interrupting, and it
concept.
doesn't help you.
Good.
I
So
think you interrupted him. PhD Tony did the same thing, but yells when he gets interrupted. But it's okay.
This guy is
Right, and his mic doesn't
there's
even
never
work.
an end to what he says, and nobody gets to break to respond.
El
I
Blay,
know that I
Blay,
haven't written.
give your
I
mouth
know
a
that.
rest.
Yes. So I know that I haven't
Give your mouth a
been,
rest.
and so
Let's
I
see,
know
let
that I
Anvil
haven't.
speak.
Let
I
Anvil
know.
speak, please.
Yeah, please. So I know that I haven't been peer reviewed, and I know that I'm not a chef. However, I can at least read the work of chefs and have a somewhat amateur understanding of philosophy at the capacity that I am able. And when reading these works, these hard problem of consciousness, hard problem of solicism, like a really difficult concept to grasp unless you just go, you know what, I'm just going to accept that other people exist. I can't imagine a world where you're in my mind disagreeing with myself. That just is not a happy reality with me. So I accept, just by axiom alone, other people exist. So when I understand that they exist and they can be more qualified than me, I'm willing to listen to what they say, including in the regards of like existential crisis or anything like that. But it's particularly important when we're talking about evidence because these things, we're using our eyes, we're using our nose, we're using our ears, taste, touch, and smell. Like we're experiencing reality and we know not otherwise.
Exactly. So let me address that, and I'll be on my way out. So if I could have 5 minutes of your patience, because there are three things here to address.
Five minutes.
First and foremost, you're talking about a protected title. So yeah, like a photographer too, you don't need to go through formal education to call yourself a photographer. Even an actor don't need a professional or a formal education. But if you want to be a professional photographer, professional actor, you do. So that is something in of itself. You could be an amateur something in something, and that's all valid and okay. And an amateur could be equally as intelligent, if not actually become more intelligent, than where a professor comes, because a professor usually is quite busy with the work that he does with his students, and at some point actually comes to a title and rests and stays in that realm, meaning he doesn't necessarily actually use so much time more as to study things other than actually ask questions on the fundament that he has constituted. So now that that is into the put into the purview, people who are amateurs can actually and do actually also become more intelligent and wise on the topic than the professor can, because the professor gets hindered. And then lastly, as you say, with reality, yes, you can sense, touch, see, feel, hear, and so many other things, reality in of itself, because they are actualities. But your friend here, Mr. PhD Tony, that you sure you should have a sense of being able to trust, because he has built an expertise, and you say that you want to trust those who are experts in a field. The unfortunate thing is that he is unaware of what epistemology is. He is claiming that you cannot know whether you piss in the toilet or take a shit. And that's what he says. You can only make a claim that you're shitting when you're shitting. And that's really what he is saying, which is really unfortunate because that's epistemological laziness. He is already now invoking a bias as to what can be true or not true based on a belief theory about what constitutes knowledge prior to the epistemological purview. So that has really been my point all along, and which is where we left off. We are lacking in epistemological integrity, meaning just being disciplined to epistemology, and if not just also ontology, which is where I am now bringing to you this discipline, where we can stop being lazy and become actually clear upon what is real, actual, and apart from a fantasy or fictional making that comes or constitutes or is being born from that of a fantasy of a model. Thank you so much for listening. That was, I believe, 4 minutes.
Okay, allow me to respond. Allow me to respond. There are, yes, people without qualifications can become quite skilled in their fields of endeavor. You do not need formal education to become good at everything. But in order to establish that, you must either have your understanding formally assessed and accredited, B, have your work subjected to and eventually accepted by peer review, or 3, achieve some incontrovertible real-world accomplishment that establishes that your work has validity. You have done none of those 3 things in the fields of philosophy or epistemology. Therefore, I do not accept your stated authority as being valid. And this again goes back to the complaint that Taylor has. If you haven't got formal assessment, peer review, or real-world accomplishments establishing your expertise, then we are under no obligation to accept that you are in fact an expert.
Okay, so thank you for saying that. So on the very last point then, just to address that, so we can calm down and I could leave because I have presented the discipline. You're right. Obviously, I have just created this, so obviously it has not gone through that process. But apart from that, it does have one of the 3 prerequisites that you name. It does have actualities, meaning evidence to it. Whether or not that is being recognized is the actuality as of now. So moving on, what I am going to do is I'm going to present this to the academia because, as I said, I am the leading expert within my field, and I am establishing this discipline within said field. Since theater and drama is that which actually now also studies role and function, which is actually permeating every other field, the role of function of, for example, let's say a quantum theorist. Now this discipline will actually become valuable towards every other discipline because finally someone has developed knowledge of what role and function is and needs to be really in its depth. So thank you so much, Synact, for providing such a contribution. Let's hope it gets recognized. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time. I'm out. Bye-bye.
Right. So that doesn't change the experience of the people who've done the measurements or the people who believe they have the capability to measure because of the reliability of the devices used. And the benefit
he tried to do he tried to do the mic drop thing. So if you're going to answer anything, what he was saying, he's gone now.
No, I accept that he's gone. And for the people who remain, like, what's so cool about these instruments with, like, depending on your skill level, like, there can be people in your state, in your country, probably within like 200 miles of you, who have this equipment. Like, this is stuff that's very useful for real world applications. Like, if you want to go to the astronomy club, that's great. If you want to talk to the surveyors who do long, like 27-mile stuff, they're real people. They do a real good job, and they have a really good reason to do so. And it's nothing to do with conspiracy. It's be like, I need to like go from A to B, and I need this much fuel. I want to build like the railway that follows the best terrain. I need to know like what's the best 21 miles to do that thing. And like when like as an Australian who's seen our railway system, like the distances are vast, and like you can fall asleep and just wake up the next day and you'll be in Perth. Like this country is such a benefit to, like, I think the world, much like Punta Arenas and South Africa. Like, we see like a different side of the world than like 80% of you, and it's just like a really valid testimony from us to go like, yeah, like we're doing stuff down here too, or like on the south side. And yeah, this is a really good lot of evidence, because like not just like binoculars, we're talking about stuff that's really good at assessing level and assessing like 27 miles of like good evidence, if not more, these days.
So wait, what is your formal education to speak on these things? As we were just talking about.
I have some
So did you listen to what was said, or so he's talking about real world experiences such as being on a such as Slitsy, I'm actually in the middle of talking.
Yeah, I can't
so
mute people anyone, Tony. I'm not the computer, so please let people speak.
Yeah, but she asked the question,
Tony?
and now you're going to ramble.
Let Tony.
He's just white knighting, as they say.
No, it's not white knighting. He's clarifying.
No, he's not clarifying. She asked a direct question to that guy, and he interrupted. So I think you should be
saying
telling him
that he's been on it. So she wants his educational standard to support the claim he's been on a train train track and ended up in the destination that he was headed for. That's what she wants his educational background for.
Yeah, I'm gonna start asking everybody in here, since that's such a good point, Tony. We should definitely get everybody's educational standard and their backing before they start making claims.
So that means I can't say one word because I haven't been educated. Dude, that's a
I don't know.
You're not a baker.
I'll answer it this way. I'm educated enough to know that the belt of Venus exists.
Oh,
that's the extent of my
education.
Did you get tested on that ability? Yeah. You got formally tested to make sure you know about the belt of Venus?
Yes, actually.
Okay, what was the formal setting?
High school.
High school. I don't know, Tony. Is high school good enough?
Yes.
Something like the belt of Venus, yes. In fact, high school students can, people who are of high school age can, Jesus, it's almost like you asked me a question and then talked over me while I was still giving the question. It's almost like that just happened. Wow, you are such a rude,
Tyler, please.
And you know, it's willful misbehavior, isn't it? It's deliberate in order to wind me up, because that's the level of intellectual honesty that you work.
Don't get wound up, Tony. Just
okay.
Tell them to keep quiet.
So when somebody is making a claim like Synack did, that so you came in late to this conversation, so I'm not sure exactly how you're opining on it with such authority, but Oblate Anvil started laying out his epistemology, and Synack started yelling over him that that's not how epistemology worked. So I asked Synack, since he's asserting his expertise in epistemology, what is his formal training in epistemology? And it turns out he has none. He's a drama teacher with delusions of grandeur. If I were going to speculate, who incidentally talks about himself in the third person, which I find interesting. But so when he is making the claim that somebody else's epistemology is simply invalid, as though he is an expert, then it is reasonable to ask them, how are you coming to the conclusion that that's an invalid epistemology? How would you know that, and why would you think that you're the person we should all defer to on this topic? That's a reasonable thing to ask in that context, in my opinion. You're mocking me for asking that question, but I think that in context it was a perfectly valid question to ask. And if other people in the conversation don't agree with me, I will defer to them. But in context, I felt it was fair enough, since he brought up the fact that he was lecturing us on this, to ask him how he knew what he claimed to know.
And so, as far as the belt of Venus is concerned and such things as lines of latitude, this is normally available at high school and beyond if you want to pursue it further. And what we've been able to see is that, like, when we measure to Polaris or to the North Pole and things radiate out to the equator, the southern side or the outer rim of the globe doesn't conform to any reasonable shape that isn't a globe, because, like, I know what the Tropic of Capricorn is. Like, I basically live near it. I actually live south of it. So it's really interesting to me that, like, I can go to the corner of Queensland and it's got like a known coordinate. It's like 141.29 degrees south. And like, it's a pretty famous place because surveyors back in 1880 were looking across this land of ours for defining state borders, railway lines, all this kind of stuff. So understanding how coordinates work is like what we're tested on. And not only that, we see how practical it is in reality, because we've got famous individuals like Cook and his survey of New Zealand, which we go, you know, that's a pretty good survey. It's reasonably good for its time. He was also looking at the transit of Venus over the sun to figure out maybe how good the astronomical unit is. These are things that were tested on in high school. And
Are you talking about Cameron's Corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you just say it? It's on the border of New South Wales, yeah?
Because, Slitzy, many people in the chat, including Taylor, the person whose question he was answering, doesn't know where Cameron's Corner is or what it is or what it consists of. So
but
maybe...
you could just easily say on the border
because
of Queensland and
I
New
take
South Wales.
I took into consideration somebody who doesn't know Queensland or Australia would, like I do, wouldn't know the significance of 141 degrees east and 29 degrees south. I know the significance. Maybe Tony does too, but I know I'm speaking to non-Australians, so I'm allowed to just say the coordinates and just say they're significant. You can ask me how or why later.
That means absolutely nothing. So you kind of put on this authoritative view. It's just a persona. You could just easily say there's a place, New South Wales, where it meets Queensland. I don't understand. You give people kind of direction, a coordinate.
Well, you've really progressed the conversation. It's really productive now. Now that you're here to actually correct us on all this, you're really pushing the conversation along.
Well, I'm happy to assist Tonal.
Yeah, we're happy for you to go too.
Yeah, saying Cameron's
Fuck you
corner
as
means
well. Yeah, please
nothing
continue
to nobody.
please continue the dialogue. It was going well.
Yeah, because like I can't assume everyone knows everything about Queensland. I'm glad you do. You've been here. I don't know if other people have. So I will refer to coordinates as if I'm talking to somebody who's never heard it before. That's my job. If they got questions of like, what's the significance of that? We can go into detail.
Just pick up where you left off, please.
Shut up, Show Bill.
So, what's really cool about the Australian borders and all that stuff when it comes to coordinates is that South Celestial Pole. It is the Tropic of Capricorn, and we can go to the equator. And then we learn that all the people in the north were using the North Celestial Pole to make their lines of latitude. And it just makes logical sense when our Capricorn is basically the same size and shape as the Tropic of Cancer, and the equator is bigger. I just cannot rationalize a different shape that was measured like by people like in the French in 1799. Like they wanted to know the difference if it was prolate or oblate because of Rene Descartes. Like these are things that we study and learn, and like if you really, really wanted to and take 6 months out of your life on a sailing ship, you could repeat yourself. Or you could just rely on GPS, which still uses an oblate spheroid, and technology's made it easier for you.
Okay, thanks for sharing. With your globe belief, how far with the globe do you go? Do you believe in aliens, and have they contacted Earth? No pressure.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence that suggests that aliens have contacted Earth. It seems very likely that there is alien life somewhere within the universe.
Yeah, in your household.
Yeah, so again, you go globe belief, and it's the confidence in the evidence. Like, if I took a measurement of a football field, and it was like 110 meters by 40 meters, like I can have confidence in the accuracy of the device that I use to use it. And so, like, when we're talking about the confidence in the evidence, like people over the years have been trying to figure out, you know, how accurately can we do a yard, or how accurately can we do an inch, how accurately can we do a nautical mile. And like kilometers, the nautical mile is purely based on a globe due to like circles of the latitudes. And
Okay,
like,
thank you. I was asking about
when-
aliens, though. Do you believe in aliens? I mean, Tony said you do believe in aliens. Tony, do you think they would ever contact us in the future?
I find it extremely difficult. So I find it extremely difficult to believe that aliens have contacted us. There's no evidence. If they haven't contacted us in the past 300,000 years, I see no reason why we should expect any contact in the future. That said, I find it plausible and possible that there are aliens somewhere in the universe. I am not going to say that that's a fact. I don't know it's a fact. I can't attest that it's a fact. So when you say I believe, that's not what I said. What I said is
I know. I was
think
asking.
that it's possible.
Thank you. Do you think whatever the government was showing recently, I think as late as last year, sort of I guess UFOs. I think that it seems like they're trying to point that there was some sort of, and in fact, there was maybe even video of one senator even mentioning or disclosed.
There were congressional hearings into various pieces. The modern term is UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena. Do I believe in UAP? Yes, I believe people see things in the sky and have no idea what they're looking at. Do I believe that UAPs are aliens or alien craft? No, I do not.
Thank you. I agree. Anyone disagree? Do you think there's alien contact?
Yeah, I fail to see the relevance when we're talking about like how and why we measured the evidence and how and why we can trust it. So bringing out for aliens just seems like a red herring to me, because
It's
you don't want to
completely
face.
different.
No,
It's
we got it.
completely
You
different
believe in the
topic
globe.
change, going from the shape of the Earth to other conspiracy theories.
No, we got it. I mean, he's been talking about the globe for like hours. I'm just talking. I was wondering about what else do you believe in the globe? Do you believe in the alien idea?
Like, you keep on using the word belief, and I'm using the word evidenced and measured. These are two different things. You keep on saying the word belief, but that's not the case.
Do you believe in the
and
globe?
belief is two different words.
Do you believe in the globe?
I also don't
Okay.
think that the
Never
alien
mind.
thing, the
So
alien
this
thing,
is-
Anyone else believe in
So
aliens?
this is a religious person's view of the world. That belief is something that is either on or it is off, and no matter how many times we try to explain that this is not how to view the world, you can have confidence in certain things, and you can have absolute confidence in certain things. You can stake your life on certain things. Is that a belief, or is that something that is substantiated by evidence? If it's something that's substantiated by evidence, then your confidence in it is proportional to the amount and the quality of the evidence supporting it. So believe you insist on distilling things down to, do you believe this? Do you believe that? We have confidence in the shape of the Earth based on the amount of evidence we have constraining the shape of the Earth, and we have extreme confidence that the Earth is not planar, because that hypothesis has been contradicted by by direct observational evidence.
Use a different word besides believe.
Well, no, that's
If you
kind of
want, if you
weird.
want
I
to
mean,
ask
I
a
have
question,
well,
you
Terry,
don't
I
have
have
to
the
use the word
definition.
believe.
I have the definition up there. Accept something as true.
Yeah, that might be your definition, but the question can be a bit more obscure. You don't have to use the word believe.
So to the extent,
you want to censor how people ask
let me answer
questions.
the question.
Odd.
Let me answer the question, Eden. The extent that I believe I exist is the extent that I believe the globe exists.
So yeah, you believe things. Yeah, I don't know why it's like pulling teeth with you guys sometimes. It's like you feel like you don't want to answer because you think you're getting it into a gotcha or something. I'm just asking questions.
Answer. You don't listen.
No,
Yeah.
now you're just misrepresenting what just happened, Coco, for some reason.
No, she's actually right. So we say, to accept something as true. We accept that it is very, 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 very likely true that we exist and that the Earth is a globe. We accept those things as very, 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 very likely to be true. Are they absolutely true? We can't have 100% certainty on that, because again, I think I'm trying to educate you, but I could equally likely be stood in front of a brick wall in an insane asylum going, I hate flatties, right? That's a possibility. I always try to express things in terms of how confident I am in a conclusion rather than belief. Because I think by turning it into a belief, you instantly make it more religious.
Thanks for sharing your opinion, Tony.
Thanks for sharing your opinion, Tony.
So, and what kind of evidence do I have that I exist? Oh, here I am. Job complete. Pretty confident in that. Is the world a globe? Yeah, pretty confident in that. How would I be confident in that? Can I measure anything? Yeah, I reckon I've got the skill to do it. Can I comprehend how lines of latitude work? Yes, I can. Could I probably do it myself, given time? I reckon I could do it. Could I do reciprocal zenith angles over a 15-mile lake? I reckon I could. I invite someone to take me with them and test my skill. I invite it.
That sounds like a hookup. Wow.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat? Taking back Eden?
He believes that the Earth is flat, but he keeps spamming this meme that shows that the Earth is like an eyeball, and an eyeball is round. So we don't really understand that part of it.
You reckon it's
Yeah, happens a
subliminal
lot.
messages out there? Coco?
Happens a lot.
I'm always amazed when people bring certain type of words and terminology from a person that might be religious or have that type of inclination into a conversation, and then we try to answer them because they've always got that belief in that word that we're going to answer them the way they want us to answer them.
Seems like a lot of projections here.
Maybe ask him the question the same way he asked you the question. Does he believe in a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Do you?
Biblical flat Earth.
You believe in a flat Earth?
Yes, the biblical,
Okay,
as described
right.
it by Dr. Michael Heiser.
That word "in" just added a religious context to it.
Yeah.
And that's why I object when you say, "Do you believe in the globe?" No, it's not a religion.
Thanks for sharing your opinion.
It's not an opinion; it's a fact.
No, I don't know about that. Like Tony said, there's high confidence levels.
Yes. So here's my question to you, Eden. I have never yet seen you present evidence that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. Why is that?
I presented with McToon, with Craig Fight the Flat Earth, a few Globers on G-Man's channel. He has a debate arena. There was like at least 13 episodes, over 5 hours.
So yes, but you have had your errors. You have had your errors. You have had your errors. So you've got these images of explosions in space. You have said that they look like ripples spreading out on a pond, but you have had it explained to you that when you look at an explosion from side on, that's how they're going to look, because the thickest ring of material is not going to be in the center. That's actually quite thin. It's on the edge where your line of vision is actually tangential. That's where you're going to see the most smoke. So your interpretation of those images has been explained to you as not supporting the conclusion that you've come to. So why have you not revised your position? Do you still consider those images to be evidence of flat Earth?
Yes. Are you a scholar in this field?
In what field?
Let's say nuclear explosions.
No, I'm not.
Okay, then thanks for sharing your opinion, Tony. I really appreciate it.
Okay, so why? But are you?
Sorry.
So here's the other tangent of the fallacy that you and Taylor are trying to present. If I present something that is counterfactual, or if somebody tries to present to me something that is counterfactual, I will ask them how they know that. And if they don't have technical expertise, I will be skeptical about their conclusions on these various topics. If they do have expertise, I will listen to them and I will be more receptive to them. You are presenting this evidence as though it supports a counterfactual position. So it is actually up to you to establish some sort of authority for supporting that. I am not finished. I don't particularly care if you think you need to listen to it. I am going to finish what I'm saying. It is not the case that you get to if I am concurring with mainstream science, I do not need to be a personal expert because I am appealing to the scientific consensus. I'm appealing to the body of science available. It is
Okay,
when
perfect.
you
I
are
have a
going
question.
counter to that that you need to establish what authority you're working from.
I have a question then. You just made a claim that you agree with the consensus. When did you make this consensus, please?
I did not make the consensus, and that is a mischaracterization of consensus.
Yeah, it's
You just
not
said
a
you agree with the
courtroom of
consensus.
majority
What
vote. It's
consensus
not a
is this,
courtroom
Tony,
of
please,
majority
that you're
vote.
referring to then?
You know, when a person interrupts another person when they're speaking, shows that they weren't actually listening and paying attention. So please don't be ignorant, people.
It's obviously just the consensus of the people who know the topic.
Yes.
When did you make this
I was going
consensus, and
to.
when did you go over the consensus? Just recently, and how large was it?
Okay,
The group.
I was actually talking to a professor in physics from Cambridge about your presentations, and he was discussing with me the various drawbacks, and he referred me to a number of pieces of literature about your interpretation of the data. That is the basis on which I say that your data does not accord with the body of scientific evidence that we have.
Okay, thank you. Feel free to share me the links if that's okay. I'd like to review too, but I appreciate that. Thank you, Tony.
All right, I can't sleep.
What was
Someone,
what was their name, or like what was their
I'm not
field
singing
of
you a
study?
lullaby, Red. I'm not singing you a lullaby.
I was thinking of renaming my channel thing, or whatever this is called. I was, instead of Red Cloud Media, I was thinking of changing it to the Pommy Insomniac. What do you think? That sounds like a.
Oh, look, you change your name more than you change your undies. Stick to one of them, will you?
So, Eden, to paraphrase globe skepticism, explosions in the sky don't change the measurements of the ground.
Thank you. I was just gonna thank you. That's a good one. Red Cloud, flat beds, beautiful.
What?
Stationary.
What? Sorry, say again. Over.
Thank you. I was just thinking how practical flat stationary beds are.
Flat stationary beds. No, you're
Right?
trying to talk me. You try. Okay, think about beds. Yeah.
Flat Earth, yeah.
Bed,
flat
beds
Earth
may
bed.
be, bed may be
What about Austin Powers when he had a round bed that rotated?
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Yeah. Did it have a tilt?
My Austin
will-
Powers turns into Jack Sparrow for some reason. I'm not sure why. I don't know. Yeah, baby. Yeah, savvy.
Oh, he
I can
is.
imagine you dressing up as Austin.
Yeah. Oh, behave. How
I
about
wonder
no?
if even subconsciously there's a bit of Austin Powers in Jack Sparrow.
Yes. Because it's
Like
both people
he
who
wasn't even aware of it, but they
Yeah.
thought,
both are British sort of accents, not done by British people. I think what's his face is
Yeah,
partly
baby.
British.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway,
That was good. Thank you.
all right.
I feel like watching it now.
I thought I'd bring a little levity into the proceedings here.
Oh, you completely derailed the whole conversation, Red.
It was getting a bit too serious, don't you think?
Yeah.
With,
Yeah.
Tony was
Come on.
asserting his authority, getting all angry and wanted to put people in the corner.
Trust me, Slitzy. When I get angry, everybody will
You'll
know.
You'll know about it.
No way,
Tony.
Tony. What?
Yeah,
that's gonna burst.
Just don't interrupt him. Just let him have his say. He'd be a happy little Tony, and then you can say your thing. It'll all be
Honestly,
right.
you can mock me as much as you want.
I'm not, Tony. I'm
No,
not-
no,
I'm
no,
having fun.
I'm not taking. I'm talking to Slitzy, not you.
I
You can mock me. You can say whatever the hell you want about me. Just let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
There you go.
fair enough.
Yeah,
I like
Tony's good. He's a good sport.
it's just really difficult to take you seriously on measurement if you don't know what an arc second is. That's all we're saying.
one I think Issa's really good at, where he presents the flat Earth view, but manages to do so almost all the time without saying anything silly and using the wrong units of measurement or saying anything egregiously wrong. You know, like he doesn't say gas pressure proves containment or it's the necessary antecedent, which are both dumb and wrong. He says it implies. Right?
Yeah, he is a lot more careful in how he expresses himself. He also took the trouble, and he's the first flat earther I've ever seen to do this, to look up what a gravimeter is and how they work. While in conversation, well, you didn't make it known to me. So I'll take it back. He's not the first flat earther I've spoken to who's done that, but he did reason. Yeah, it's but yes, I suspect that with enough, there's a very real distinction. I haven't talked to Issa that much, but I suspect that Issa may be rational.
Throwing subtle shade of Eden there.
That was priceless. I suspect. I can't say for sure. I suspect he may be rational. That was good. I needed that circle. That was great. I appreciate you.
Showing tendencies in that direction, huh?
I have a question for you guys. In America, would you rather vote, let's say, a flat earther for president, or let's say an extreme thief, murderer, like let's say some cartel or some sort of mafia?
Why does he talk like a child?
Why is
I
this
guess
a false
there's probably better
binary?
questions.
That's
obviously you would pick the flat
that's
earther.
That's an odd one.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a good one out there.
You can do worse than a flat earther in a lot of respects. I don't see. I mean, I've had, unlike a lot of people in here, I suspect almost everyone in here, I've been close proximity to them, and they are in person extremely polite, extremely helpful, extremely nice, extremely pleasant to talk to. Little odd, of course, because who isn't? But yeah. So when I schlepped up to the Flat Earth conference with my car full of gear, and two of the Flat Earthers offered to help me bring all my gear in and load it up on one of the hotel cart things, which they said, please bring that right back. So I said, yeah, of course, no problem. So I brought it back 14 hours later. Anyway, that's the long story. But yeah, and they were very, very, very helpful, even after they found out I was a dumb, stinking glober.
Did you sell all your gear?
Sell it?
I would generally go, like, for a flat earther, for like having a beer with or to hang out with, I'd easily take that option.
Yeah.
But the bit that makes me pause on that, when like a gangster, like, some cartel member, I would pause if I had that choice, is because flat earther would definitely be nice, but the main rubric, I think might be the word, the main like choice I'm trying to make in a world leader, in a country leader, is, do they make good decisions based on the available evidence? And I'm thinking, would I like, it would depend a bit where if I was like in Mexico and they were like, we're going to make the cartels legal, right? I'm an out and out cartel member, but the cartels are so strong now, there's no point fighting them. And this has been a war that's been perpetrated internally on us by Americans by having the war on drugs. We're just going to legalize all drugs and act rationally and sell them on the open market. Where I would almost favor somebody where I would go, if my choice was somebody irrational versus somebody rational, I'd go someone rational. If it was somebody irrational versus somebody who was lying, right? I knew they were a cartel member and they're like, oh, those days are behind me. And I thought they were full of shit. I couldn't make a choice. I'd probably donkey vote. But if they were like open and honest and rational, then I'd have to go for them, because I want them to look at new bits of evidence regarding high-speed travel or, laws and
Absolutely.
All of that.
Yeah, even a cartel member could become a flat earther. Flat
In my
earthers,
experience,
everyone.
in my experience, at least from my position, 'cause I think it's kind of unique, like a flat earther versus a mafioso. In Italy, we already have like politicians related to the Gamora family, right? Would be a problem because a lot of them, a lot of flat earthers, not that I'm not talking about anybody here, are extremely conspiracy minded in all other regards and all other vectors, right? We're talking about the JQ. We're talking about like the most disgusting conspiracies that exist out there, right? That lead to the genocide and Holocaust of people. So I'm not sure, based on that track record, if I want to get a flat earther. Like I can get a mafioso because the mafia here is already politics, right? We have, for Christ's sake, one of Italy's generals who also serves in, who also like is a coordinator in NATO, is a Gamora family member.
Oh, wild. Yeah.
No,
doesn't
not wild.
surprise
Like
me,
he was
right?
just born within the Gamora. Like,
People have been fighting for power for generations, right?
Yeah.
And I feel
I
like
don't-
getting
I
a
don't
flat
see-
earther as president would like allow JQ to exist, right? Again, would be like the Jews are hiding more land from us, or the Jews want to destroy Christianity, and therefore they're like presenting the globe because they want to corrupt like whatever, right? It's just a problem for me.
I don't know. There's a
I
broad
don't
spectrum of
see-
flat
I-
earthers out there. But
I agree.
yeah, go
There
ahead.
is. That's why I said nobody here, I think, does this.
Yeah, I don't see flat Earth belief leading to genocides. That's
Have you not spoken? Have you not spoken to Eric Dubay? Have you not spoken to Eric Dubay? He literally thinks
he's
the
a-
Jews are
he's-
undermining white people and would destroy what countries.
Right. I mean,
He is hailing Hitler all the time. He can't do that and get away with it.
Doesn't Whitsitt have that same take?
Whitsitt has the same take. Yes,
about the
Whitsitt has the same
KKK
take.
and Globers.
I resent the fact that you're bringing up things that undermine my position. Please stop doing that.
Red Cloud, the fact of the matter is that my family went through the Holocaust, yours didn't, so that gives me an interesting perspective based on my
I
genetics
actually-
and ethnic origin.
I mentioned my friend Hank. I mentioned my friend Hank, who was Jewish earlier. I don't know if anyone else was in here. He lived to 99 years old. He passed away, but he went through the war, and he was Jewish, and he was his family and he. So
Yeah,
but
so
I don't
Eden,
think saying that
what I
flat
think-
Earth conspiracy belief is going to lead to holocausts. That's a
It
little
could. Potentially it
outlandish.
could. While a Gamora
Nah,
family
come on.
member, it could. A Gamora family member would care about money and power. A flat earther might care about the destruction of the Jewish people because they're hiding more land or they're trying to obscure Christ or something.
I certainly think that, like, if we thought about, like, the general, and I'm sorry for saying this, well, Eden, I know Eden's in the room, but because I don't mean it as an insult, but I would say generally, if you look at the average flat earther, they aren't doing too great in life, right? Often, I think it is a way to redress imbalances as they perceive them, unfair imbalances of, like, many are perpetually out of work. And it's like, well, why am I at the bottom when those other people are at the top? Now, if you were still a flat earther and you were at the top, I think that the most probable thing is you'd give up flat earth. You'd suddenly realize, oh, it's ludicrous. How could anybody organize this many people to be a flat earther? But if we're accepting that that person is, president of the United States and a flat earther, I think the only way to maintain that belief is doing what Zoidberg's saying, which is invent a bigger, even more dastardly, even more secretive shadow government, solution to why am I at the seat of power. And the chance that they choose, well, it could be the Jews, certainly. But I'm just agreeing.
It always is. It always is. It always leads to the gas giant that is the JQ.
I want to push back a little bit on some of that, and the reason is because I have noticed there is a difference between the people that I have encountered online and the people I've encountered in person. So the people, for example, I had lunch and there wasn't many tables in the restaurant, so I sat across from a couple who is in their 60s, flat earthers. He's got a job, she's got a job. I forgot what he said he did, but they're perfectly fine people. But then you get the people that we engage in here, we talk to in here, and a lot of times they have the time to do this for whatever reason. So sometimes they may not have, full-time job or whatever, or they're struggling in life in whatever way. And those are the type of people that you would engage with online. So they give a false impression of the general condition or status of flat earthers. And I don't think it's representative.
Weird,
And if we want to take it even further, go ahead.
What I find weird, Eden, instead of addressing the measurements, you just go, would you rather? Let's play Would You Rather.
Oh my goodness, you're obsessed with flat Earth, man. But Red Cloud, I was just going to say, if we take it further to what Red Cloud said, I mean, essentially, let's say all the people are wrong, right? Maybe they're
let him reply and then we'll talk. No problem. I'm here for a while, so let him reply.
I mean, yeah, if we want to go that route, and we can look at all the homeless people, right? And they probably believe in the globe. Did the globe lead to their destruction or downfall? I mean,
we can play that game because we can say Globe was the one that created the atomic bomb, and Globus did this, and Globus did that. We can play that game all day long. I don't think that's very fair.
It's not fruitful.
It isn't fruitful. It's still the argument, not worrying about that a flat earther in charge might cause some genocide. Come on now.
No, absolutely. I mean, you're not worried because you're white and Anglo, and you're not going to be affected. I'm worried because I'm not.
Hey, hold on. How do you know I'm white and Anglo? I am white and Anglo, but that's...
You absolutely sound like somebody who's dripping with privilege. Like, I don't understand.
Like the whitest man to ever live.
White privilege. I define white privilege. White privilege.
Here we go.
You can suck it with the white privilege. I went to the coal mines at 18, straight out of fucking high school without another thing to do.
Yeah.
The poorest part of this damn country, and it's all white. There was no damn privilege for me, no fucking where.
And if you put a black man in that, you're gonna be relatively privileged than the black man in that time frame in your
bullshit.
Country.
Bullshit. You're a fucking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. And apparently you want to be a professional victim. That's all you want to be.
Fine.
True, man.
Higher intellect.
Sometimes you have to hear other people's point of view.
I consider
every single day, and I admit it.
White privilege is, I define white privilege as the ability to suffer whatever life throws at me without blaming another ethnic group. How about that?
Oh shit.
I'm sorry, who committed the Holocaust? White, blonde people, no? Europeans.
On other white people, you
Who
mean?
committed transatlantic slavery? White, blonde, blue-eyed, Europeans.
What?
That's coincidence, no?
80% of the international slave trade. 80% of the international
colonialism, white, blonde, blue-eyed.
Africans were responsible for the majority of the slave trade.
Oh, we're doing the racist dog whistles now? Gotcha.
Mao Zedong murdered 40 to 80 million people.
Okay.
Pol Pot? Are you kidding? White people? Did
you hear what he said?
Notice I
he immediately made a racist comment when it came to white people, but then when it came to black people or people of color, he was a completely like can't.
Notice I said
suck it, you professional victim, you.
You know what?
I'm sorry.
You know, Cole, the Oxford Cathedral of Mathematics has predicted that in Europe, white people would be 49.9% of the population by 2050. And in America, because abortion is now off the table, white people will be 49.9% of the population in 2045. Enjoy demographic oblivion, white man.
You are a vile racist, and I don't want to even engage or even hear your vile, disgusting, revolting words. Thank you very much.
Please clutch more, and
despicable.
And enjoy demographic oblivion and political oblivion, by the way.
As well as us.
You know why? This is the voice of a man who trembles because he's going to become a minority. Bye. You can turn me down, by the way. I'm a mod.
That's just vileness beyond what I can do. And I'm not going to go Krakatoni on it.
Omni picks the best mods.
I would nominate Riggs for mod here.
He picks the best mods. My first action as mod is to
share their
remove
opinions, and I guess we can
Omni from authority.
speak about it.
Mods are not just from the 60s.
That was just horrible, and yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. Thankfully, in the Christian worldview, there's only one kind, right? There's the mankind. We're all from the Creator, so there is no race. There's no need to dislike one another.
There's one race. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But anti-white sentiment is acceptable. You see, for some people now. That's just.
Yeah, but you got even white people who are anti-white.
Hey, so we are in yo, I need 30 seconds now. We are in a server where people fight every day to be able to use the N-word, and yet you're going to turn it around and say, oh, but anti-white sentiment is okay now. Of course it is. That makes no sense.
The most prolific users of the
No, it's not
N-word
okay.
are actually black rappers. So
Hey,
I don't know what's
go
going on.
date your black guy and
Yes,
shut
they
up.
are.
Be
Yes,
happy.
they are. I said the N-word to my son a few weeks ago, and he just stared at me. I said, well, if they can say it, why can't we say it? Of course,
What's
I
the
wouldn't
N-word?
say it in public, but he was
You
shocked
say
that
it
I
in
said
front of
the
your
actual word.
son. Good for
Yes,
your
I
son
did.
for being shocked.
Yeah, because it's just a word. I didn't say it in front of anybody else.
You offended by cracker as well?
Is that
You could. I don't.
A cracker's
don't
offensive?
generally.
I still need to know
generally
the
like.
context, though.
It's a word backed by hate, and any adult knows this, and it's just ridiculous to pretend otherwise.
It's just a word. If you back it with hate, it becomes hateful. If it isn't backed with hate, then it isn't hateful. Okay.
When you say it,
It's not up to you. It's up to the people who have to deal with that slur every day. Why don't you ask
panic.
them how they feel? That is so fucking disingenuous. Such a stupid, stupid, stupid thing to say.
does it make a difference?
I would
if you
love to be pointed
visualise
out to
how
black
you're
people that
spelling?
has to get called that the word every day by white people. I would love to know where that happens at in this country, because I've never ever seen a white person openly, just in public, call a black person the N-word to their face, just being racist. It's either cutting up or it's black person saying it to another black person.
It does happen every day, and
I've been all across the country and I've yet to see it, and I'm almost 50.
How about a basketball team that was in Idaho and had to change into a different hotel because random people that lived there kept driving down the street screaming it out the windows? How about that?
Well, what I do know is every time that when I'm watching stuff on the internet and everything, it's almost every single time a person of color gets butt hurt, the first thing comes out of their mouth is, "Oh, it's because I'm black." I hear that so much it makes me sick.
Can I take a poll?
No, it's not
really
because you're
quick?
black.
Can I take a quick poll? Anybody in here is racist? Raise your hand. Say aye. Anyone in here racist? Ready?
Aye.
Anyone? Oh.
Aye.
Schubel's racist.
Ruining my point. If you're a racist,
Well, I agree with your
then
point.
you're
The point that you're making is that nobody self-identifies as racist, right?
the point is, if you say a word that is intended to hurt, and aim it at someone whom you are intending to hurt, that's probably crappy grammar. But if that's the case, then that's wrong. You can't say that just saying the word to someone in a room harms anybody.
Yes, you can. That's completely ridiculous.
Okay, you can. You just happen to be wrong.
Red Dot, who was that kid you were speaking to the other day? You said, I'm just super racist.
Who said that? What?
The English kid. You were speaking to some English kid the other day and he said, I'm super racist. I can't help it.
That Ardian guy is a self-proclaimed white nationalist and is often racist in this server.
Yep. Have I been racist
He's
in this server?
Albanian.
Just calm yourself, my lady. I'm not racist.
Well, I mean, people have been conditioned to think this way throughout,
Poco, I enjoyed our conversation the other day. I don't want to spoil it. We had a good time.
It's already spoiled. I don't really spend time with racists.
Don't you remember?
Okay, so you're just going to declare me a racist, even though I've said I'm not a racist. It's over now because I said one word, but I told you that I said the word as well. I actually offered that information, and so now it's all over. So based on that one
welcome
thing,
to America, bud.
Racist room.
yeah, no matter what I say from now on, I'm just a racist.
You got to go to the
All right.
racist room.
Pretty much,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Then I know where I stand.
Hang your head.
Hang my head in shame.
In your white. In
my whiteness.
hat.
Okay. I just, what are you going to do with that? I just happen to work for someone who's half black and half German.
Stop ruining those sheets.
Thank goodness there are no races.
50% of the company I work at is black. We get along great.
Imagine there were actual races. Like, imagine they
one of
went,
our best. Yeah.
Also,
I'm black, don't you?
One of our best DJs is black as the ace of spades. It's like hugging a brick wall. And
you can't call people spades, mate.
He's terrific. He's a terrific guy. I can't say his name in his DJ name, of course.
People is just the same as saying, I have a black friend. It means nothing.
It doesn't, no, because you're just going to say people are racist regardless of any of the facts.
What if you said I'm black?
You've already noped out of your rational position by saying that I'm not listening to your reasons for saying it, Coco. So you've kind of noped out of being the fact that you will continue to not be impressed or brought around is fine. You've agreed to that.
I listened to his reasons for saying it. He said it in front of his son. He thinks that it's okay to say the word if you're not saying it in a hateful way. So don't put words in my mouth. I listened to him. Don't spin one of your little stories like you normally do.
I don't understand why you're so upset. You're not even black. Why are you upset on behalf of someone else? That's odd to me. Why are you so upset on behalf of someone else?
Because I'm a person who lives in a society. In a society, we tend to look out for one another. It's what happens. I don't agree with that.
I think that what happens with this debate is it's used so that one can fling vitriol at a person. I don't think it encourages coherence in society. I used to be an event planner, like a wedding planner, and I remember friends scandalized like you are, Coco, when I would be like, they'd be like, what do you have coming up this weekend? And I'd be like, oh, it's a black party, but that's fine because it means I don't have to be there very early because they're always late.
Yeah,
and people would be like, what the fuck did you just say? I'm like, yeah, it's an African party. They're like Ghanaian, so they're going to turn up like 2 hours late. Whereas if they were Jews, they'd be there on time. And they would call me a racist. But like, if that's true, and it's useful, and it means you know what alcohol to stock and when to have the place ready and what you can do to make your client happy because you understand the cultural context behind what's going on, who gets to decide? Like, which concerned party gets to decide whether I'm a racist? Because it's almost invariably some privileged white person making that decision. Okay. And when you turn around to that ethnic minority and go, you guys are pretty late, aren't you? They'll be like, yeah, we turn up hours late.
Eggs, that also is you just spinning a story because that is not what the other guy said. It's completely different. So please don't use your other stories to put me in a box, okay?
How dare you use evidence?
You're already in the box. It's your job to climb out.
You can think whatever you want about me. That's fine. What I am telling you is do not sit here in this PC and make up some story to try to spin a narrative. That is not what happened with me and Red Cloud's story.
You're making all of this up. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it relates to the Red Cloud thing. I'm simply saying that if I deal with culturally homogenous groups, like Patels, they're all from Gujarat, they won't drink any booze, but people from just nearby in Punjab will smash through bottles of Chivas. And if I know that one group's going to drink more than another, if I make that pronouncement in public, the chance of me being called a racist, unless there's one of that group there, interestingly. But if I say that in front of a group of white people, they will all fling vitriolic rage at me. They'll call me a racist. But if there's a Punjabi there and you guys love shivers, don't you? They're like, heck yeah, we do. And that to me is a problem. Taking offense on behalf of somebody else is to me not about making a more cohesive society. It's about fleeing vitriol and getting to take somebody down a peg based on some arbitrary set of rules that you've decided are right.
And Eggs is using an example from a nation with over 50 languages. I'm familiar with Punjabis. I'm familiar with Gujaratis. I speak a little Gujarati. Kemcho, Majamache. Okay. Hey, Kemcho, Eggs?
Majamache.
Majamache.
Yeah. I don't speak Gujarati. I speak Hindi.
But huntere perim karachu.
What does that mean?
I said I love you.
I think it's important to remember that
it's
people
a great
who are
way.
placed,
It's like 4 different
people,
words.
you're talking over me.
It's
You're
just a
talking
brilliant way
over
of
me.
saying that.
You're
Anyway,
talking over me. You're talking over me.
So,
talking over me.
It's just
talking over me. Okay. I think it's important to remember that people who are deep in a society that insulates them in one way or another when it comes to racial issues would have difficulty recognize said racial issues and will be very cavalier about problems related to racial issues. I think maybe people need to be more open-minded in order for them to realize the situation like other people are in and not be so like cavalier and, can I say this, frivolous, maybe too loose with their mouth when they're giving their opinions about race or racial
maybe people also need to realize. Hold on, let me say this. Maybe people also need to realize that just because they're not doing so good in life, or their whole community is not doing the best as some other people, does not mean that it's the other people's fault that maybe are doing halfway decent. People need to look at their own problems and realize most of the time, about 99% of the time, your problems are created by your own self or your group, not by another group wanting to issue hate on your group.
So then whites need to stop talking about white genocide.
No, it's the opposite way around.
Okay, so the whites don't need to stop talking about white genocide, right?
Sure, yeah. Like, I think white genocide is really stupid. the idea that your daughter might want to date a brown guy is like not that big an issue. It's very silly.
Why is it a big issue at all? It's just a normal issue, right, Eggs?
It's a what?
It's a normal issue, right? Your daughter dating a brown guy is a normal issue. It shouldn't be even a big issue. You said not so big of an issue. It's not a big issue at all. It's not in a big issue territory. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's a non-issue. Like that, all of England might be a little bit browner in a few thousand years. It's like, why do you give a fuck? Like, what the hell does pigment? Yeah.
Yeah, albinos.
I think most of this comes from a place of fear, and fear drives a desire to control other people's speech. And it comes from a place of love, but I think where it ends up is just randomly attempting to take people down a peg because they slipped up and said the wrong thing, rather than cases where you go, I can actively see how that person's actions or words are leading to actions that actively dispossess somebody else's property or cause them to suffer or miss out on opportunities. It's a well-intentioned thing, but it's just navel gazing and patting oneself on the back. Oh, I found one I caught when I called him a racist.
Hey, Eggs.
I've done my good deed for the day.
Eggs, what do you call a Spanish man with a rubber toe?
Spanish man with a rubber toe. Kicker. I don't know.
Roberto.
That's an Italian name, by the way.
Is that a racist joke?
Yeah, I'm offended.
See, it's like,
if you ask a Jewish person, do they eat bacon sandwiches? Would that be offensive?
No. Let's see, why would that be?
There was a really funny circular that was passed around at Oxford Uni talking about implicit bias and racial bias and like how to beware of unconscious bias. And the funniest thing about it is it's a perfect example because they later did studies on implicit bias training to go, does this actually, and I got interested in it because I do training for corporates and they were all suddenly buying up this implicit bias training. I was like, I'm a white guy who's about as privileged as he gets. Should I be the guy running this? So I didn't do it. But then in the end, what came out was interesting, which is implicit bias trainings makes people feel more excluded. And this circular went around Oxford really, I think, demonstrated how that happens. And one of the things they were saying is like, you know, a microaggression might be something like saying to somebody, but where are you really from? Or where is your family from? You know, that might make this obviously black African kid feel othered by, you know, people, you know, sitting around the class going, okay, we're all from England, but let's, you know, would make Ngwabo feel uncomfortable if we pointed out we could recognize you're not of English descent. And I was like, that is just, can you imagine what would be more alienating? Somebody on day 3 of your course going, but where are your family from? Versus getting to the end of your 5-year degree and going, not one of these motherfuckers ever asked where I was from. None of them know my cultural heritage. Why are they such massive assholes?
Yeah, but isn't that a bit narcissistic, X? Like, why would anybody bother knowing like your specific heritage? You're just as equal and as uninteresting maybe as everybody else. Why should you be the exception when I have to give you my attention to know personal things about you?
What do you mean by that? I think I've missed one or the other has misunderstood the other.
No, I'm saying you. At least it's the way I parsed it. Is it seems that you think that it is alienating when somebody who spent a 5-year course from a different ethnic or different heritage, right? Different ethnic background, different heritage, was never asked about their heritage or ethnic background. And I think that's a bit narcissistic to expect to be asked and to expect other people to deal with your like personal stuff. It doesn't mesh with me.
But to me, the idea is if you've done a course with somebody for 5 years, you know all of those people intimately by then. If you don't know that Ngwabo comes from Ghana, you've actively avoided opportunities to find out more about them because somebody sent you a circular saying it'd be racist to ask where they're really from and what food they eat, what family units look like there, and you know what is it like walking to school and da da da.
But why? I don't. If I go to like 5 hours a day to like study things and collect information about something, I don't need to know the person next to me who's doing the same thing. Why do I need to? I just want to be there, do my stuff, and get out.
Right, but I'm
why is there
comparing,
like a expectation?
They do know your heritage and they don't know your heritage, which would make you feel more othered and excluded. And I think recognizing that people avoid conversations with me because of my cultural heritage, to avoid discussing my cultural heritage, would be more othering. Like here's an example of it that I know from someone. This guy I was talking to, he was missing the lower part of his leg, right, below the knee amputation. And I like met him, and I had this very proper English girlfriend at the time, and she was like, don't be weird, Harry, don't be weird. And I like go into their house and meet them, like, hey, how you going? And he's like taking off his leg, his prosthetic, and I was like, that's awesome. Is that one of those like activated, like with actuators in it? And he's like, yeah, it is. And so then we sit there down there geeking out about like how the actuators in his foot work, to give us sort of to make a less clumpy kind of walk. And he's like getting out a magazine and showing it to me. And she was shooting daggers at me from the kitchen, being like, she popped her head out to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I told you to not be weird. And you straight away brought up the fact that he's missing a leg. And so I like paused the conversation. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I realized I was being a little bit possibly intrusive. Is it weird? Like, how do you feel about me asking you this? Now, he was Dutch. And I think the cultural difference between the Dutch and the English stood out here because he was like, I like it. It shows that you're interested. My people in my musical theatre course that I just did, I got to year 3 before one of them said, when we were doing a move for a musical piece and they had to lift me up, finally one of them said, hey, does your stump, like, does it hurt? Should I like avoid touching that area? And then we finally sat down and had a 15-minute conversation about how I lost my leg and what it's been like since then and how people treat me with a missing leg and da 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 da. Basically, all of the conversation you and I just had, it took them 3 years to develop the courage to. And I said, okay, well, how did you feel about them? And he went, I thought they were cowards. I thought they were more interested about how they felt than including me. And they just kept getting so awkward about asking that they buckled to their own needs and never even considered that it would be, you know, a story I'd be happy to tell to get to know them.
I can see
and
that.
that's the way I look at most of that.
Interesting perspective. But I guess we just have a fundamental disagreement, like probably due to like backgrounds being different. I think that like I do a professional thing in a professional setting, a course or work, I'm not obliged to share any personal information about my past or life to other people. I don't expect that from them as well. We just do our jobs and leave, and then I have my personal life with my friends and so on. It just doesn't make sense for me to engage in these kinds of exchange of information.
That to me would feel like a lonely. If I was physically in those people's presence, that would feel to me like a lonely.
No, why? I have my life. These people are not my life. They're just something in the background that I'm like engaging with because I'm working there or I'm making money to fund my real life, which is not related to that setting. Sure, I mean, I think we just have like a fundamental disagreement based on like the fact that we're different, and that's fine.
Understandable. Imagine if you had a different worldview that maybe these are our long lost relatives. Maybe that would give us a little bit of different perspective where we might appreciate strangers a little bit more. But I get what you're saying.
To be honest, Eden, when I see a chimpanzee, a bonobo, I'm saying these are my long lost like relatives, my cousins.
True enough.
No, that's true.
Yeah,
I don't understand what happened with it. Race relations were getting better, and now it's just plummeted. And I'm not sure what that's all about.
Well, people like
the race hustlers are out in force.
I think it's a persuasion. Like the persuasion effort was towards integration, and then it started going away from racism, and that unwittingly, with the best of intent about how can we lift people up out of cyclical poverty and these address these real issues. If we go towards integration, we know what that looks like, so it's easy to go right. What would be a more like racially integrated way to do this? Whereas, since I would put it on third wave feminism, or sort of postmodernism, which is then it became about rather than just dealing with the fact that there are disadvantaged people, it looks at it through the lens of oppression.
Yeah, it's identity politics. Yeah, and you have a hierarchy of victimhood. But that there's colleges now in America where they've got segregated dorms, and they have separate graduations for black and white black students, and then everybody else.
Yeah, because some people perceive that it's not safe to be around white people if you're not white. That's perfectly fine. If they feel this way, we facilitate that so they don't feel anguish or.
But they've recreated the segregation problem.
Yeah, they've gone
segregation. You forget that segregation was enforced, not consensual.
To me,
that's the difference. When people make that argument, you have to remember that segregation was made like with force to happen, while these people decide not to be around white people because they fear them, because white people kill them or whatever, right?
Do you reckon all of those kids who are sort of engaging maybe like the black graduation party, they all agree with that, or are they sort of just,
I don't know. Just ask them. I'm not one of them. Just ask them. The only non-white group I can speak of is Jews, because I'm part of it. But like
they've got to. They're put in a position where if they go against it, they could be blacklisted. Sorry if you pardon the pun. Ostracized, cancelled.
Again, you can't help it.
Just can't. And it's the full control.
Focus on going. If I stop racism, then the inequality will go away. Rather than how do I boost up this group? It's like, well, how do I stop people saying nasty things? Then surely, once I've stopped all of the nastiness, then things will be better. And it's just obviously false. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but we didn't ever stop the Nazis, though. Actually, they still continue to live on.
Nastiness.
Oh, nastiness.
Yeah, they went into NASA, bro.
Nastiness.
Maybe you can say that they went into. Maybe you can say they went into.
Get at it.
Maybe you can say they went into NASA. That's probably true to some extent. But they still exist even today. Don't we talk about the Azov battalion, the KKK, the Wagner group? Don't we talk about AFD, like all of these international Nazi organizations, right?
Yeah. We were talking earlier about genocides or whatever, and I just off the top of my head, could name like 5 non-white genocidal maniacs. I forgot about the one in North Korea.
I think the difference of those is they're usually perpetrating a genocide against an in-group rather than an out-group. So you can find ones where it's like Africa, where you get tribal groups massacring a different group. But if it's a leader massacring their own people, I don't think that is a like-for-like comparison.
But eggs also,
in some ways,
it's a bit of out of context, since we're talking about the fact that I mentioned that transatlantic slavery predominantly committed by white people and the Holocaust predominantly committed by white people. There are other genocides in the world, like the Armenian genocide, for example, which was not committed by white people. But I wasn't giving an example
How
of
many white people died to free the slaves in America? How many white? No, hold on. How many white people? How many white people died to free? I don't.
So the point is that I was talking about specifically things committed by white Europeans, Anglo-Saxons.
Pussy, kick me out. That's all you can do, because you don't want to let me speak.
Over talking because I was speaking.
I was wanting to say one thing.
When I finish, you'll be able to speak.
Okay.
I guarantee you a right
Thank you. I'll make sure Omni knows.
How many white people died in the Civil War?
I guarantee you after I'm done.
That's what I
guarantee you after,
sir.
Sir. Jesus Christ!
There you go.
Can I respond, Zoe?
So Cole gets to respond because I wanted to finish. I wanted to finish talking. Cole gets to respond after me, and then we can continue the conversation. Cole, I'm done. You can please continue respond.
I told you that's the only thing I wanted to say is just how many people died to free the black people in this country during the Civil War. You keep going on about these white people, Hitler did this, and these other white people did that. Yeah, well, talk about how many white people have given their lives for the good side of helping black people. You never ever mentioned that.
Well, I realize he's just He's just one of the many race hustlers that are out there, trying to make things worse, just trying to stir the pot. Let's let them.
Jewish.
They are the more miserable of the. No, never mind.
What about the Barbary slave trade, where they enslaved like 1 million white people, and it happened at the same time as the American slave trade?
Reparations.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought of the international slave trade. Actually, the Muslims did the vast majority of it. It's because I
Their
thought
whole
many of
economy,
the ones that even
their whole
ended up in
economy was built on
America
white
were
slaves.
bought from Mughal or what are they called? What's his
But
name? Barbary slaves.
They never. They don't care about that. They never mention that.
No, we
Jews don't care
can talk about.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's it.
We can talk about that if you want.
Why don't you talk about that before anything else?
Because I was specifically talking about because I was specifically talking about things that white people have done.
The anti-white race hustlers are. Yeah, it's not going to go well.
So
it's always Jews.
By the way, if we want to talk about other genocides, we can talk about other genocides. The thing is, the topic I started dealt with the genocides and crimes against humanity were committed by white people. But we can talk about other things if you want.
You don't care when it's done to white people. That's the point.
What do you mean I don't care? How have I shown that?
Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about that?
Like, okay, give me an example.
Okay, Barbary slave trade. They would disappear entire coastal towns of Europeans.
The what?
There would be a coastal town.
The Barbary pirates.
And the whole town would get kidnapped and disappeared.
Yeah, that's fucked. By the way, I'm Italian. I live in Italy, so I know. I know what you mean.
But they're white, so you don't care. Yeah.
You can get reparations.
Retarded.
Guys, one at a time.
Christian slaves, Muslim masters. There were more than 1 million Europeans, and what they were apparently doing was they were hitting the English, Irish, Italians, Spaniards, French, and Dutch, and they basically enslaved 1 million of us.
I thought they also did most of the African slave trade as well, which is why when the British and the other whites turned up, they found it so easy to get the slaves because there were pre-established markets, and the African subgroups would go and enslave nearby groups, bring them up, sell them at the markets with the Barbary, the like Ottoman Empire kind of thing had set up. That's what my understanding was anyway. They just sort of took to it. We're like, fine, let's fill our hold with slaves. They earn a lot of money.
The concept, though, the concept is perpetuated that slavery is a uniquely American problem that uniquely happened in this one unique time in history, and every other incident is sort of brushed aside. I dare say, if you were to go to an American high school and mention Pol Pot, mention Idi Amin, or mention Mao, or Stalin, you wouldn't. They wouldn't have no idea.
Sure,
but they'd say, that's Columbus was a
history. But that's just saying people understand history of their own country more than they do of other countries, right? Which is
I suppose
ideally the case.
It's the bias.
But I certainly think one of the interesting things.
That understanding the context.
I mean, it's natural you're going to have bias towards your own group. Is what I'm saying. It's a rational, reasonable. Like imagine how busted your schooling unit would be which kind of happens in Australia, where you have students finish knowing more about European history than about Australian history.
I guess it's fair to say every nationality has been enslaved, perhaps, in the past.
Yeah. Everyone was victimized. Everybody was victimized.
Archaeological evidence seems to suggest there are some estimates that if you pick the right period in history, up to 75% of all humans alive were enslaved by the remaining 25%.
I've heard that.
It was huge. It was massive. The moment we had the agricultural revolution, it suddenly had an opportunity now where slavery was useful. And before we just used to murder people, and now we went, hang on. Before you smash his brains out with that axe, couldn't we get him to do all of our tilling?
But what I think is the reason why it makes it industrially sort of advantageous to actually select it based on this so-called race issue is because they're easily identified within the mainstream culture. So then, if it's a white culture and they've got they enslave black people, easily identify that that's a slave, right? And the Muslims did that to the Christians. I'm sure, what is there? Isn't there a super famous southern black fellow that had a massive plantation? He was the one that was running all of these black slaves.
Oh, don't talk about that. Just make sure
the Africans are the ones who sold their, based on the mainstream. The Africans, they're the ones that sold their own people into slavery. They would go and kidnap all these people and then enslave them and then sell them. So
who's doing
in the mainstream, the white people would just buy the already enslaved people.
Well, it happened
African
tribes. Yeah,
the African kings would sell their people.
It's not one tribe selling their own people. It's one tribe going and snatching people from another tribe, i.e. not their people.
X, can I ask you a question?
Doing it to Africans,
right? The UK Navy did that as well. But yeah, go ahead, Zoidberg.
X, you mentioned this interesting statistic that any period in Earth's history would result in 75% of the population being enslaved in some capacity. How about now, 2025?
I would think 2025, could well be something like that. Depending again how you define it, but I would hope it's lower. I would hope it's down near 3 or 4 or 5%. But you'd have to take countries like North Korea. You'd have to treat almost every one of them like a slave. There certainly seems like involuntary working conditions in large parts of China, which is a massively populous country. And we know that most of the Arab world still doesn't see much wrong with it. And so generally involves that passport slavery thing where you fly them over with a job and then take their passport off and they've got to buy it back off you.
Could you argue that European corporations and North American corporations hire people out of the third world and do kind of wage slavery, where they take their passports and they give them below minimum wage, and these people have no other choice but to work because going back home is also unfeasible? Could you argue that as well?
Yeah, so that's what I'm calling passport, where wage slavery generally I think is the idea of you're voluntarily there for a shitty wage, whereas what you're saying is, once your passport gets taken, because quite often those schemes, my understanding is, you then, if the person's getting to halfway through escaping, right? They sort of buy back their freedom with hours work. They quite often then start offering them things. Be like, oh, would you like a bigger room? Would you like to go on a training course? Would you like a more important job or something? Not a more important job, but essentially try to get them further in debt. It's ideal for them if the person has some medical misadventure while they're there, because then you go, oh, great, well, now you owe us another, 20 grand, so it's another 6 years of working. So those where they take away the passport, absolutely slavery. But if it's somebody could leave the job, no.
What if
That
they
was,
hold?
like they
What
had
if
in
you hold?
the,
Oh, sorry, you can go.
They had that in the gold rush.
Yep.
So what if they hold your visa?
Similar sort of thing.
What if they hold your visa hostage, right? Like you only stay here if you work, and if you don't, you get the fuck out. You go back. Would you
I
call
wouldn't
that?
call that slavery.
You wouldn't call that slavery? What if you go back and you get killed by your third world dictator or a gang or whatever, and your safety depends on being in a safe country?
I would say claim refugee status. But I think it's perfectly acceptable for a company to say, we'll give you a business visa to do a specific job here, and if you don't do that job anymore, we're no longer going to sponsor that visa because it costs us money and we've got limited slots where we can do that. I think that's reasonable. I wouldn't call it slavery.
What if they underpay you massively, but you have no choice? Like, if you have no choice, you have no consent, right?
Yeah, it's award wages. It's got to be award wages. So if they're doing under that, like same as slavery still exists in US prisons. Arguably, it's why they've got such a fucked prison system that incentivizes locking people up for longer, because they get, they pay them like 5 cents a day or something. That's slavery.
Yeah, I agree.
Under award wages is slavery.
I agree, yeah.
In my view, anyway. It's not pretending I'm the arbiter.
No, I agree.
Oh, sorry. I meant to just squirt my windscreen, and high beam
I gotta
the car in
say,
front of me.
why I think why we in the West maybe
She drizzled it with marketing words.
Oh.
Evocative marketing words that made it sound exclusive, whereas in fact it was just regular honey. I found out. It's just, how can you have exclusive honey? I mean, it's just, yeah. Anyway, but yes, rap music is the pit.
I mean, I don't know you that well, but I don't think it was actually engineered for you. Actually, if I'm thinking
It
about
wasn't
it.
written for me. That's true.
You know, I was looking
I know
at surname.
my dad. I know who my dad is.
If you want to challenge that idea, I love Christian rap at some of the best. But I have a question for you guys. Imagine if you had, imagine if you guys had the surname Flat.
I'll put Mr. Brian here.
Would you be a Glober still, Mr. Flat? Or would you change your name?
No, my geometry teacher in high school was named.
Was Flat?
He would translate to Flat from Bulgarian to English.
Wow. There we go.
In Bulgarian, his last name was Ploskov, and Ploskov means flat. So Ploskov, the flat, from the flat.
Meaning curved.
Exactly.
Anyways, guys, thanks for indulging me. Hope you have all a beautiful day. I'll do it again soon, maybe. Take care.
Later.
Thank you, Ray Cloud, everyone. You guys are awesome.
You too.
Good night.
Thank you.
You too. Truth.
Let's see. I think we've got a hot miking situation.
I was gonna say something, but
Everyone be on your best behavior. We got Ruvif in the chat. Just heads up.
okay, Google, turn on the nutted on the loose.
Oh, that's great when you have someone's doing a live stream and someone says, "Hey Siri, turn off all the lights."
I hadn't muted. Thought I muted when I parked.
again, telling you about my strange family members. My brother, he called me and he said, "You got your speaker on?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Hey Siri, delete my hard drive." He did a few stuff like that. Oh, no, he did say that as a joke, and all my lights turned off. He seriously did that. And then I just heard, not screaming, I was like, "Hey!" in the next room because lights had gone off. Good fun, eh?
I've heard like something like people playing on Xbox, like Call of Duty or something, and they ask one of the guys, say, "Do you have like loudspeakers on?" I said, "Yeah," and it said Xbox off or something, like, the command.
Yeah.
Was good. Then he disconnected actually.
Reminds me of the old school version you had to do where you were playing Action Quake or something way back in the day, and you just had to do it by typing in the chat, and you'd go, "Do you guys know that there's this cool hack that means that you can see through walls?" And they go, "What? How do you do it?" And you go, "Yeah, you've got to press Alt and F4." And then you just suddenly see a bunch of people go, "So-and-so's left the game, so-and-so's left the game."
Yeah, that's old school. That's before people knew.
That's good.
Always makes me laugh when people on about the evil controllers who want to control all our lives. We've also got Home Hub or Siri at home controlling all the lights all the time. Fuck that shit. I haven't got that in my home.
Is Pazzo robotic just for me?
Yes, just for you.
I could be roboting. Yeah.
I hear a lot of people roboting.
Yeah, and I went to other servers.
I think Discord is shitting itself right now.
No, but I went to other servers and it's okay.
That's happened all the time.
You're okay.
Let me check the. Yeah, let me check that.
It may be where the server's hosted has got a problem.
To answer that statement,
No, the region is set
found
to
it-
automatic, so I don't know.
I always found that interesting. That if you were really concerned about the government tracking or whatever else, you'd live in, Window Whopper in the middle, of the outback somewhere, or North Dakota or something. You wouldn't be online and using your credit card to order stuff off Amazon if you're really that worried.
No. Worse. I mean, the worst you do is have a brick.
Yeah.
I spent all day today working, training mostly people that work in frauds and scams at the bank. God, there's some fascinating stories. Favorite one today is the recovery scammers. So a scammer will have taken somebody to the cleaners for like 10 grand or something. And then it's unclear if it's the same operation or they hand that number off to somebody else. But then somebody gets in contact with them and goes, "We noticed you were recently a victim of a scam. We are scamrecoverymoney.com, and we will help recover that money for a small fee." And then you scam them again. Yeah.
They should be hung, drawn, and quartered in public.
Well, some of these guys, if they're like Indian sounding or like Eastern country, they might actually be. They might be actually enslaved, right? John Oliver did a thing on this on like scam callers, and these people get basically abducted. Kind of like what
John
Saudis
Oliver is a
do
lib.
in Qatar. They take their passport away and they tell them now you
Yeah,
this, now you
we
work.
meant. Yeah, we talked about that half an hour or so ago. Yeah,
Oh,
we were
really?
talking about stuff like that. Yeah. We're just talking about
we talked about
slavery and
slavery and
exploitation in
racism.
general. Yeah.
And nobody
Yeah.
called me.
These people exploiting people is just.
There's a company.
Damn it!
You are
Is it
particularly
cutting
bad
out
on the
again?
robot in puzzle.
Yeah, that's not just me then.
But I think it's the server. Can somebody change the server?
Company in
location?
Germany working on.
I cannot.
Sorry,
I think
Paz,
that's
you're just
mostly Pazza.
lagging
There's
a
a
lot.
company in Germany working on an AI model.
I think that's just Pazza.
You were good. You were good then.
Which is just designed to pick up these phone calls and
How's the year cut now?
Okay.
Yeah, it's just bad.
Is this guess the topic, Pazza?
Oh, good for a giggle, Terry.
It's the Cards Against Humanity, and we have to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, we have to use it. Yeah, what words could we use to fill in the blank for you, Pazza?
But it's not just him; it's the whole fucking server. That's the problem.
No, you're all right.
Yeah,
Everyone else
for
is
now.
okay.
Well, because
The
of
server
superior European internet.
I think the server had been shitting itself, but I think also Pazza is in a low reception area. Because everybody else for me is coming through Crystal.
All right. I'm in the mood for some jokes. I want to hear some jokes. They better be good, but let's hear some good ones. Come on.
Okay, so I've got one. It might be a bit of a racist joke, but you can substitute any minority in there, any poor minority in there. It just, I think, sounds quite funny if you do it. So I was walking along the street the other day, and I noticed this Aboriginal chap walking down the road towards me. And looking at his feet, I realised he only had one flip-flop on. We know in Australia we call them thongs.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Hey, mate, looks like you've lost a thong." And he goes, "Nah, cuz, found one."
Did he have a budgie smuggler on? That's my next favourite. That's a good joke. All right. Next.
Are we telling Aboriginal jokes now, Eggs?
Well, I like it because it doesn't say anything bad about Aboriginals. It just says that they are likely poor. And I think that's true.
The other variation of that joke is, what do you call an Aboriginal that's wearing a pair of thongs?
Rich man?
The thief.
Okay,
that's fucked.
That is
Even
racist.
mine.
That's racist. All right, so a priest, a bishop, and a rabbit go to the doctors, and the doctor says to each one of them, "What's your blood type?" And the rabbit says, "I think I might be a typo."
Nice. Solid. I thought it was going to be the one where this priest is on a, doing on a Heal the World tour, where the Vatican's organised all of the choir boys to fly around the world and sing for people, and one of the priests is up the front. He's looking after all of the boys, and the pilot comes out and walks up to him and says, "Look, we've got a pretty massive problem here, and the plane's going to crash. I've only got 2 parachutes, so if you want to survive this, I suggest you put on this parachute and jump out with me." And the priest says, but what about all the boys? And the pilot says, "Fuck them." To which the priest says, "Do we have time?"
That's good. That's good.
Jesus.
Eggs, that's worse than mine.
No, it's not. It's absolutely factual and true. That's what they do. No, by the way, X, did you hear about the court cases in France?
Oh, about that guy and his wife? Or is this a joke?
No, the Catholic Church. In the last 35 years, 170,000 kids molested by Christian Catholic priests.
Hang on, just in the last
Is
how
this
long?
a joke?
35 years.
Wait, where's the punchline? Oh, is this a joke?
No, we were telling jokes.
The punchline is the Catholic Church.
I know.
It is, yeah.
I was trying to lighten the mood up here, man. There's just.
Yeah, I know. He completely ruined it, didn't he?
Yeah, just sick mind.
Usually I do that.
No, we're talking about like abuse of children with the joke, and I provided some
No,
factual
we
information.
were not. We were not.
Yeah, we were. The joke was about abusing children. What do you mean?
It was. That is a whopping number.
Yeah.
I don't understand how at this stage,
even for the
Catholics
French,
aren't like, maybe this whole wearing dresses and pointy hats and lots of choir boys, maybe the whole thing has always been about having sex with kids, and this whole Jesus is your one true savior has just been a, lark the whole time.
Well, I don't know if the Catholics are representative of all Christians.
It's when you
but-
insist that they should be unmarried.
Yeah, it was
That's
really
a
that
false.
ruined it.
That's a.
Yeah, but think about what you're saying then. If a man is not married to a woman, he becomes a pedo?
No. That's not what it's saying. What it's saying is, if you prevent, what do you call it? If you prevent, married men from joining, or men from joining and getting married, you are going to whittle out instantly any man who has an attraction to women. So what you're going to find is the only men who go there are men who don't want to be married anyway for some reason or another.
Yeah, but
Those
there are
men
people
are-
that go to the church that are men and women. You can be, I guess, attracted to a woman in the church even if you cannot marry her, right?
Sure, but it's just not as great a sales pitch. So then you're just going to be self-selecting for men who don't want that, which I think the original theory was that just massively increased the number of gay men there, because it was a place you could hide in plain sight and nobody would question why you weren't married. But
This
that
doesn't-
evolved over
But then,
time.
then how do you
Yeah, it's-
explain the
it's-
Orthodox
it's-
Church?
It's an understandable
Orthodox-
outcome. That's all.
Yeah.
In the Orthodox Church, they can marry, and degrees of pedophilia are just as high. Like, Orthodox priests can marry.
And it's just as high? Like, is
Yeah,
it? That
I
would
found
be
some statistics for the Russian Orthodox Church, there was like an article.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Because I was also under the impression that it was mostly as a result of the Catholic Church trying to keep all its land and realizing that letting priests marry meant that the wives kept getting half and dividing the church's assets.
Here, this is in America. An article talks about a chat.
Why I'm not Catholic.
Well, that's why I'm not religious. Believing in sky daddies, I think I really believe in that saying. If you can convince somebody of absurdities, you can make them commit atrocities.
Here's another for the Serbian Orthodox Church.
Certainly not true of the people who committed the worst atrocities. The aforementioned Pol Pot, Mao,
Adolf Hitler, Stalin.
List is long.
Yeah. I don't
Napoleon,
think
King Leopold.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
It's also
King
the case
Leopold
that
wasn't
he chopped the arms of what is 4 million or 40 million?
Yeah,
people.
in
Congo.
Democratic
Congo.
Congo.
But was he atheist?
He was a Belgian. Oh no, he was a religious person.
Yeah.
Hitler was religious, by the way.
Say again?
Hitler was a Christian.
Yeah, and what Red Cloud was saying was that the people who commit the worst atrocities are
atheists,
non-religious. Yeah,
I mean, Stalin was an ex-priest.
But did he believe? Because the whole idea of communism was to replace the opiate of the masses, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was he believing
that?
Because also in Russia they were
that
pretty
was
okay
Marxist
with the
thing.
church. Yeah, I thought they didn't really stick to that.
Well, they
in Russia.
didn't. They were not like orthodox as communists. They invented their own fucking thing. Oh, just like Mao, they just like also Pol Pot, right? Who was like
in Russia or in the Eastern Bloc, churches were not destroyed. Like they had to rebrand or be agents of the state, but they were not destroyed.
Yeah, I thought they realized it was too valuable an asset to get rid of, provided the state had influence and control over it, such that what they were really worried about, I think, was that priests who they weren't in control of would start speaking against communism, and that would ruin the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course. I mean,
and I think
the reason why we have liberation theology.
Crack on.
The reason why we have liberation theology in Catholics after Vatican II or Rome II, whatever you want to call it, is because a lot of South American socialists wanted to justify their political framework with religion. There's a thing called Christian socialism, which exists because of liberation theology.
Christian socialism.
Yeah. And the America and the the school that trained all the fucking thugs and dictators, who the Americans put in power. That school, it's called the Schools of the Americas, School of the Americas or something. They have it on their own page, right? At least they had it, that they took credit for destroying liberation theology in Latin America, right? Referring to those fucking horrible regimes and what the thugs did.
They replaced it with fascism.
Exactly. Chomsky pointed that out. Other researchers found it, right? That like the school that trained all of these fuckers, which we've been saying, America's culpability, and they take credit for destroying liberation theology. And if you look at what that means, basically what they're referring to is the raping and murdering, right, of Latin American people, like nuns, right, who were like building communes, right, basically, like socialist communes. That's very good. That was just like fine.
I don't know if I can draw a parallel if this is makes any sense, but I kind of been wondering what's at the root of the current obsession with racism and identity and all the rest of the stuff that's going on. And I kind of think during the 70s, 80s, I think the evangelicalism was on the rise, and expression thereof. Certainly in the music industry, it was a big. It sort of like peaked in around the 80s at some point, and then the 90s happened, and it started to wane, and now it's on the severe decline. Attendance numbers going way down, and racism and all the rest of it's gone way up.
It's starting to wane.
So maybe it's I don't know. It may be post hoc ergo propter hoc. I think that's the way it is.
Yep. Post hoc
ergo propter hoc. So yeah, I'm aware of that fallacy, but still, I'm thinking about it. Unlike some people that I've noticed in here and the line is, I'm not going to say who it is, the line is, I'm still researching that, which means I don't know anything about it.
I mean, racism can be a very complex issue, so it takes a lot of time to get yourself informed. We should not mock people who seek knowledge or make effort to seek knowledge. I think we should encourage them. We should foster that, and kindle that desire to know more.
Why is everyone so quiet? What's going on?
I'm taking a hit, bro. I'm about to come back at you with way too much.
Okay,
chatter.
so wait, hold on. So Ukraine conducted an operation in Russia, destroyed 33% of the Tu-96 strategic bomber fleet that used to deliver cruise missiles at Ukraine. The Russians cannot rebuild it anymore because it's Soviet technology. They don't have the capacity available to do that. So 33% of their strategic bombers are gone. We have permanently crippled the Russian ability to deliver strategic strikes. Not to mention, in the same strike, over 40 planes destroyed. One submarine was also destroyed. I think this is a great victory for almost no money. It's literally like a bunch of TGI drones that were used. Well, not TGI drones, probably TGI drones, but like cheap drones to destroy precious planes that cannot be replaced.
Yeah,
I find that just utter incompetence on the part of the Russians. What kind of military are they running? That a purchase for $30,000-$40,000 can destroy billions upon billions.
It's such a clever move too, I think, because what that means is they're now going to have to protect all of their bases, all of their tank production facilities, anything that's similarly vulnerable. They've got to protect all the time.
Which makes more expensive.
Horrendously expensive to be pulling jammers off the front lines, protecting troops, to protect more vital assets that will probably never get hit again. But you don't want to be the general in charge of making sure that they don't get hit when they do.
Oh, that guy is definitely falling from a window. The guy who allowed this to happen. His family is gone. He's gone. He's like everybody in his family up to the third generation are gone.
His dog, his toaster.
His dog, everybody.
He's hoping to get away from war, death, horror, rape, and murder.
Well, that's the reality of our lives. What do you mean? How can you get away from that? I think it's a good move. I think
use vodka.
I think all Russia needs to do is pull back, give everything they've taken, go back to original 1946, 1967 border, go back to the original 2014 borders, apologize, give reparations, and they'll be welcomed among the European community with open arms. That's all they need to do.
That's such a beautiful idea. I love
it. That's literally it. Europe would welcome them.
No.
As soon as they do this.
Has Europe ever really welcomed Russia, though?
Yeah, of course.
No.
Look, the Russian monarchs used to be related to everybody. Like,
yeah, I know.
I don't know if you're aware.
They're fighting each other all the time. What do you mean?
Obviously, they were fighting each other, but they're also related, and they're also accepted.
The German Kaiser was cousin. I understand that, but
Habsburg.
it's just always seemed as if I would say definitely post World War II would be more of it, but it's always just I just never really saw that acceptance
During
even in
Yeltsin.
history.
During Yeltsin, Russia was welcomed. They declined European Union membership because of corruption, but Russia was welcomed, and if Russia stabilized and became an actual functional country, they would have been in the European Union by now. But no, they had
corruption.
to
Do you know what?
Yes, of course.
Who's that German guy? Like this idealistic idea, like I don't disagree with the sentiment, of course, but this like idealistic view of geopolitics. I wish fucking Suleiman was here, man. Even he would agree with me on this. Like this like, oh, they didn't accept it because of corruption. Do you know what the fuck the German who is he? Who Merkel
Chancellor?
replaced him? Yeah.
Helmut Kohl?
The one that Merkel replaced. He
Helmut Kohl?
was corrupt as fuck. And it was quite well known.
No, Helmut Kohl.
And you know he was corrupted by Russians, by the way, oftentimes.
Well, I mean, they are corrupt. They corrupt everything.
See, this again, right? They are corrupt. They corrupt. No, this is what states do.
I would say the same thing for Bulgarians. You know this, right?
No, you just say states do that, not like they corrupt everything.
Yeah, obviously the government.
You're describing them like, because the way you phrased it there, just by that simple thing, is like, in my mind, puts the images of like chaos. You know, the chaos from like Warhammer. You know, they're just like corrupt.
No, I'm not talking about orcs. Although, if you want to talk about orcs, we can talk about orcs.
Okay. No, man, they just. Oh my god. No.
I'm not talking about the people. Obviously, I'm talking about governments and institutions. Like, well, I mean, people are agents that are also to be blamed for de-corruption as individual agents, obviously, but that's not the point.
That doesn't sound like it. Oftentimes.
I mean, it is. Who's being naive now?
What? I'm being the opposite of naive.
No, you're not. You're failing to. You're hiding behind the fact that like this like bullshit like individualism, essentially saying, oh, these people are individuals. They cannot like you cannot paint them with the broad strokes, right? Which I wasn't. I was just talking about government institutions. And you, in your mind, I'm like attacking individual, like Baba Daniela or Chichu Ivan right down the street, right? It's not the case.
My babushka. No. I'm saying that if you would have said the state, right, then I understand how often.
Obviously, I'm talking about the state. Like, why would I talk about individuals?
Not
like...
obvious to people.
What? Okay.
Because not a common distinction that people make, right? It's like, you know, I look, I'm guilty of this too, right? Sometimes I would say, oh, you know, when a Zionist, you know, did this and that, you know, when I'm listening the crimes that did it, right? I say, oh, look, the Zionists did this, right? Or sometimes
conflation of Zionists and Jews turns out to be very dangerous, which we saw 2 days ago or 1 day ago.
Right. Wait.
Yeah.
No.
Anyways,
I missed that. Okay, sure, but no, it's the same thing when you don't see, because it requires a distinct, like we have to say the distinction. We have to make it clear, because to the common people, to the average person, who usually conflate these things, because it's been always sold to us that indeed the nation, the government, right, the nation rather, is the people, right, which it isn't, right. I would say the same thing for like America, right? For all the atrocities that the U.S. government committed, right? Being controlled by a ruling, you know, business ruling class, capitalist ruling class, whatever. I try to make the distinction whenever I speak, because if I just say America, all of the normal people think, oh, he's talking shit about me, talking shit about.
Yeah, they'll be retarded if they think that.
No, but that's a distinction that is like not made, because when you say America,
there's a reasonable expectation that people would parse your words, right, in a specific way.
No.
Oh, then I truly believe that if that's the case, then majority of people are retarded. Like, I don't know that.
No, they're just not informed, right? Because they've been.
No, that's not about information. That's just literally about like the inability to have charity towards somebody else's word and the desire to extract as much of offense as possible your way. prompts Edward so you can engage in this contrarian like argumentation line or just be like antagonistic towards the people.
I'm really sure. Because I'm even sure grammatically speaking, like if I say America, that could refer to either the people or the government or both.
In the context of a conversation, we talk about multinational like entities and institutions. That would be government. Come on, I think you have to be retarded to think that in the context of a conversation, we're talking about nation states. You assume individual people.
Can I say that word? Are we allowed to say that word now?
Which word?
In voice, yeah.
Wait,
the R word is okay in voice.
Yeah, I don't think in chat is okay.
That's so good. Oh my god, retarded. Oh, that person's a retard. They did retarded.
You have to say gay retarded.
Gay retarded. I don't care about the gay. I just love the word retarded.
Why are you being homophobic, man?
Apologizing so much before for saying it. I thought it was banned altogether.
I was in here and he said enough of that word.
Is that the same for the other one?
Rule about it.
Oh yeah, maybe policies have changed. I apologize. Then it's my mistake.
Oh well.
Okay, I'm gonna use the original Greek term is oligophreniac.
Oligophreniac.
Oligophreniac in Greece. It's in ancient Greek. Oligos and phrenia means empty. Well, they mean like head, right? Empty vessel, yeah. But in translation, it means empty husk, devoid of substance, devoid of soul. Oligophreniac, or just the R word.
Devoid of soul. What?
Devoid of substance, devoid of soul.
I'll just say in Gujarati. Then I could just say "Tu jangli angu tanche." Probably the same thing.
Yeah, but people understand Greek and nobody speaks Gujarati, so.
Tu mandhe. That's how you say it in Hindi. Tu mandhe.
I mean, as a Russian, as a Ukrainian, I can say you're being a Moldavian.
Moldavian.
You're being a little bit. Hang on, who said they were from Albania?
I think Ardian did, but they're not here.
Ardian is, but is not.
Oh, he's the ethno-nationalist. That kind of makes sense because they are epic ethno-nationalists.
Oh yeah.
For a good reason, they got genocided by, again, white people, the Serbs.
No, that's not a...
The people most into genocide are the people who've recently been genocided. They are the biggest ones in genocide.
I mean, it's a trauma. You have to admit that.
The ones who...
It's a massive trauma.
I'm not giving a causative. If you want to add a causative element, I'm just saying I've noticed that pattern.
I'm not saying it's okay. It's a trauma. It's a trauma that stays with you.
That like hurt people?
Yeah, kind of.
I mean,
that this idea of whatever happens, that must never happen again. And then that paranoia sticks around for long enough that they end up going, quick, let's genocide them before they genocide us, forgetting that's how every genocide happens. Literally every genocide is somebody afraid of being wiped out.
Yeah, it's a problem.
For no good reason. They have no reason to think they're being wiped out. They're not on the brink of annihilation, but they just have this cultural story they remind them, and the Jews do it massively too. The Jews massively remind one another of every time they've been genocided.
I mean, that's like most of our history, man. I told you before, most of our holidays are celebrating being sad we got genocided, or celebrating we escaped the genocide with the skins on our backs. Like that's literally Jewish holidays. We can go one at a time, and you can see.
I would be most interested in hearing from any poll that happens to come in. Recent elections in their nation was interesting.
Yeah, Romania elected a pro-European president. Poland elected a pro-European president who's also center-right. Moldova elected a pro-European president.
Are they all anti-immigration, pro-national?
Probably. They're not anti-immigration. They're probably like some form of reduction of immigration.
Certainly anti-illegal immigration. What I kind of meant.
I would assume so.
I mean, migration, it always happens, and it's fine in limited numbers and controlled and all the rest of it. unfettered.
People are anti-immigration in general.
Yes, true. True. Eggs, can I ask you where you spend most of your time in India? Because we've talked about this before, but I haven't. Mumbai, that's right.
Mumbai mein raha tha. I was a Bollywood actor.
That's right.
As I love mentioning as often as I can.
Yes, I think we have chatted about this before, but I remember like a calendar. But I think you said your experiences being in Bollywood movies, and you were in some. You invariably play the white character of some kind, right?
Yeah, I was the evil. It was a very funny, considering we were talking about privilege before. I've noticed how tight a circle of privilege it is, because like I said, I'm one of the most privileged people on earth, such that I was forced to go horse riding as a kid. I didn't really like it, but there were always endless horses around, many of which I didn't know their name, many of which I did know their name. Like I grew up on Tommy, who was a little Shetland pony, and he kicked me off all the time, and I would end up he'd scrape me off under trees too. So we'd try to go mustering, and I'm on a Shetland pony, which is fucking miniature, right? It's like a big dog.
Feet can reach the ground. Yes.
Yeah, and I'd be sitting on it as a lanky but only quite young kid, and he knew that if he ran for trees where the sheep graze up under trees, they end up with these flat branches. The branches grow at sheep height. And what that means is he goes under it at sheep height and I get whacked off. But because I had all that privilege, I got to go to India. And when they're like, hey, does anybody know how to ride horses? I'm like, fuck yeah, I do. I can play the privileged guy that in part gained for me the privilege to be a white man in Australia with horses.
That is...
Isn't that so good? That's like great. I'm playing one of my forebears, explaining the story of how I got to play this role. It was, anyway. Yeah, so I rode horses and shot Indian people, and I also had a sex scene.
Well, you have what do they call it? An intimacy coordinator? That's what they call them now, right?
Oh,
they probably don't have them.
It's very janky in India.
Yeah.
But have you been in it? If you went to India, you probably went in something.
No. I just know a lot about it. I have Indian friends, and of course, I'm just familiar with the nation in general, and I've watched a lot of stuff about it, learned a lot of stuff about it. So I should really go, and it actually sounds like I have been, but I actually haven't. But in any case, I've never actually been. I was going to say now, there is the Bollywood people. There are like a family, is it, or there was a certain group, and they get all the main character roles. They get all the main big roles. It's just one family.
Abhishek Bachchan is certainly one, and he's married to another one. I've done a couple of films with him. He got to the point where he knew me by name. He would be like, "Oh, hi." No, not know it quite by name, but he can't be like, "Oh, it's you again." The kids, their nepotism with the families is wild because they just walk around with this bizarre behavior because they've never had to be nice to anyone ever, and everybody would love them nonetheless. And they walked straight into a film career. Yeah, but there'll be the son. So Amitabh Bachchan was this like silver-haired guy who played a fearsome freedom fighter and a lover and a this and a that and a that. You know, he was like George Clooney or something like that. And then George Clooney has a son who just immediately is a megastar from birth, and which is what we have here as well, right? You have these film families in the West.
This is, I was interested in it because I learned about that a little bit, and the music scene as well. It's the wildest thing.
Yeah,
the music is
the videos,
song
the videos
in the middle of nothing. Yeah.
Well, wait, they basically invented flash, like what is flash mobs or like what
yes, it's one girl and she starts doing this. She starts singing this song, and next thing you know, there's 120 dancers. And they'll do this thing on this big set and everything, and they're all dancing. They've all got coordinated outfits and everything. The girls there and the guys are there. And the guys all do the dance together, and then the girls do their dance together because they're telling a story about their love and how their parents don't approve and all that sort of thing. And then they'll change outfits, be in a completely different set, and obviously completely different place, or have to do it the next day. And then they'll have 4 or 5 of these. Different outfit changes, and there's 120 of these dances
for no reason. And the other thing that's funny about it is it would be fine if your costume changed like it does in Everything Everywhere All at Once, where they keep cutting to, you know, that one, the Korean one about like
the
time
Korean
travel.
one with Michelle Yeoh,
That's
right?
Korean? No, that's
Yeah,
Chinese.
something like that.
Oh yeah,
everything all together
you know,
all at once.
Yeah, and they keep changing costume, but you're like, oh, I get it. You're in a world where everything is red and suddenly you're wearing a red flowing dress. This is cool. Like, it makes sense. Or it's like, it's an angry costume. Like, there's a deeper thought behind what it's just like, I know you put on the next one. Put on the next one. It doesn't mean anything.
So 1 minute they're in the desert and they're all wearing desert with turbans and all the rest of it. And then the next minute they're in a nightclub, but they're all wearing black and red. And the next minute it's just dazzling. And the next minute they're all white. It's very striking. Each different change is striking. And it's just one music video. And then the next one comes along. It's exactly the same thing. With 200 dancers. Crazy. And they're all moving absolutely in sync.
Oh, that's a good band, by the way.
In sync.
Mm.
Yeah. So I put up my song scene in the chat. I think. Oh, hang on. No, let me put it now.
So can we see you anywhere in the movies?
Yeah. I'm putting it in the chat.
Go on. Let's see.
So this is the most famous one. If you ever talk to an Indian person, you go, I talk to a guy who's in Bollywood, and they go, what film should I say? Say the film Dostana. And then that should be, go to that time link because you want to be at 161 seconds in.
Right.
And I'm the auctioneer. And I got, so this is a real room, and I just made up the auction bit and said this really long, funny riff about,
are you the guy with the glasses?
Because they had no information. Yeah, I'm the guy in the glasses. And I made up this thing about this artwork that's there. Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Bro, cool. I want to see it.
Are you the guy with the glasses, Higgs?
Yeah, I'm the guy with the glasses. And so it's just like, and I got a standing ovation. All this room is full of dancers who are getting ready for the dance scene that happens right after. Pretty much, so there's a dance in the middle of my auction, and then it finishes with another dance. Like, that is how dancey it is. There's this, like, in context dance there, and then suddenly they're singing the song Desi Girl.
Yeah, right. So you're the auctioneer.
And you would know Desi Girl. My Desi Girl, my Desi Girl, girl.
You wear glasses normally?
No. Nor does my hair look like that.
That's a wig.
Look much like me. No, it's just long blonde hair from memory. I just had it dyed blonde at that stage, and the directors loved it.
You're speaking in British accent more, right?
Yeah. They'll be doing a scene where, like, that whole movie is set in Miami, but they just shoot some of the interior parts, parts in Mumbai in a lot. And so all of the people in the audience are either paid Russian dancers or grabbed off the street in Mumbai, and they just ushered into this area, and they go, we'll feed you, we'll send you home at 10 o'clock at night, and we'll give you 1,000 rupees. And they're like, okay, fuck you, I'll do that. Yeah, it's great fun, man. I highly recommend it. If you want to go be in a film, I can get you in a film on day one.
It's the dancers, right? They're just people, sometimes that they pick pluck from the street.
Yeah, so it'll be like a Russian dancer is one of them, and then the next blonde is a random Australian chick who is just wandering through Colaba. And I've also done the, what do you call it again? Like agent kind of. You just walk up to Westerners and go, do you want to be in a film? And because you're white, you would sometimes stand a better chance of convincing them. You go, yeah, I'm going to be going there too. I'm like, all right.
Like, oh my, you think I'm good looking, you know? Oh my. Yeah. That's crazy,
anyway,
man.
It was good fun. I can stop boasting now.
So now, wait, you now don't live in?
Nah, move back to Australia. Lived in England for the next 10 years, then moved back to Australia.
That's cool life, man.
Life of privilege.
Yeah, the tightest little privilege circle. Rixky, what news do you have for us today? Or Ned, are you about?
I'm here. What's this mic like?
It's actually not bad. It's not great, but you're certainly clearly audible.
Cool. Come again?
What's going on, Ned?
Not much, man. But lots of things, but also not much.
I was trying to coax someone else in chatting as well. Want to try and get off the war, death, horror, and
because Ned's a good one to talk to. Because Ned doesn't mind me saying he used to be a flat earther.
All right.
I always think that like people that have switched a position are the most interesting.
Well, I was like, messaged you, Harry, didn't I? And I was saying about how I've gone back and look at all the conspiracy theories and why did I fall for all those, or why did I believe them? I've just been kind of interrogating my brain to work out why, man.
Yeah, it's a fun question, isn't it? This like really soul-searching, terrifying self-discovery. Yeah,
off the top of my head, I think since I was like a skateboarder in the late 80s, early 90s, into punk music, it was all very anti-authoritarian, kind of surrounding me through music and just lifestyle and everything. I think that's where that kind of draw towards conspiracies may have come from. I think.
Yeah, I can see that because I see a bit of Dawn in that, and that's also what Issa says. It's the most punk rock thing ever. Flat Earth is punk rock.
Yeah,
I was like, quite a good point. It's this like, fuck you, I shouldn't have to just instantly agree that it's a sphere. I should be able to ask this question and not have, people.
I may have overdosed watching the JFK Oliver Stone movie about 1 million times when I was, a teenager. That might have, embedded a bit of conspiracy.
That's another one I wonder is like how much you get kind of moral biases or tropes become biases. So something that you put in a film as a trope just because it's good to make films about that. So betrayal, murder, giant conspiracies are good to have in a film. They increase the stakes. It's suddenly very interesting to watch. And so I do wonder how much all of that stuff, our enthusiasm for it, makes us inclined to think that it's real or something,
Yeah.
Or perhaps even makes it real. Like people go, "Oh, I should do that. I should rob a bank that way."
I'm thinking about my what the type of films I like The Matrix. That's a huge conspiracy movie, really, isn't it? And I love that. That blew my mind when that first came out. And
yeah,
loads. I seem to be drawn towards that. Like Watergate. What was the movie called? What was it called? The Watergate movie, the old one.
Yes, I do know. Not Deep Throat, but Watergate maybe. I'll Google it. Hang on.
All the President's Men.
All the President's Men. Like stuff I love watching that. Like, anything with a conspiracy was drawn to.
The Falcon and the Snowman.
Yeah.
The Post
was a good movie though.
Anyone seen that one?
Which one?
Falcon and the Snowman.
No.
Sean Penn and Estevez, I think.
Putting it in the chat.
I think Flat Earth arrived on my radar around the same time as COVID, and I was very anti the jab, and what I felt for. I don't say for it. I was very kind of suspicious of all that.
Suddenly forcing a risky. We can't talk about it, but suddenly compelling people to do something that you'd long been warned about, that there'd been all these insane ramblings about for years, that everybody's like, that is tosh, that would never happen. Suddenly, extreme liberties taken away. I get that. Yeah, go for it. Am I talking too much?
What if No. What if we have research in technology, let's say propulsion technology, since the 60s, and then this technology doesn't go anywhere, right? It's just we cannot figure out any practical application so far, and then for some reason we have the need of a vehicle to move with a specific propulsion, right? And this technology, actually would work for that vehicle. Why would we say that's risky since we've already developed the science, the theory behind it, and we're just now applying it? Why would that be a risky technology?
I'm not sure that it is risky, but what I do know is like it's not zero risk, right? So you're compelling somebody to do something that is not zero risk, and it's more to the like I'm not agreeing with it. I went and lined up like a good boy.
And bought that engine, obviously.
Sorry?
And bought that engine. Obviously, you bought an engine, a propulsion technology.
Yeah, I bought the engine, the propulsion technology, because I was convinced that other ones had been deployed quickly in the past, and that was a clever idea. But I get that if I was leaning that, because I was well over, right? I was 9/11, I was MoonCon. What were the other ones I started entertaining? Contrails I was never quite clear on, but I was like, an additive to the fuel wouldn't be too hard. But I just kept thinking, why would you spray the air? Everything except the air, unless you were fixing the weather or doing something beneficial. Why would you fuck up your own atmosphere?
That's why I couldn't deal with it. Like, the poisoners are poison themselves.
Yeah, and then they're like, oh, no, they've got the antidote. And I'm like, who would ever do that? Like, I give you a poison and I promise you the antidote and you've got to carry it around and keep taking it the rest of it. Like, that's insane. So I started questioning it, but I get what Ned's saying, which is if the whole automotive chaos that happened recently, if we're sticking to this automotive metaphor, the thing that he's talking about, the automotive chaos of 2020, if I was entertaining those ideas then, because the fringe nutty stuff has always been in the conspiracy since I was into it like 2010, was always saying the mark of the beast and all this insane religious shit that I never got into. But it did say they were going to implant stuff in your body, physically implant stuff in your body. And there were fringe nutters who claimed that they already had implanted stuff in their body in their sleep, and I thought they were nutters. But if they've been saying this whole forced implantation for years, and then suddenly you have to install a new engine in your car, I get it. That would make me probably strongly consider flipping. If I was still a 9/11 doubter and that happened, I'd be like, oh, hang on. They have been warning me about this. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. I don't think it's unreasonable. I'm just
Ned respond.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
I don't think it's unreasonable, but I just wanted to add like a small caveat there that we did study this technology for 40, 50 years. We know what it does. We just couldn't apply it well anywhere, not because it's flawed, but because this practical application we couldn't figure out for it. It's the, oh my god. Anyways, I figured out that would be another dangerous subject.
I can't get too far into it, but what I would have looked for had I had that mindset, which is what makes it so compelling, is you go, so if they were bad, I should look for other examples of them being bad. And I've now Googled one, I've got it on my screen. It's a fucking great one that I already knew, actually. I remembered I knew this from my conspiracy days. But I don't think I can tell it in a secretive enough way.
Experiments, I assume? Or
no.
People usually bring that up.
But we're just going to have to talk about it. Let's just switch the topic. I do hate this. So this is another thing that would make me suspicious. That we cannot talk about it. We cannot opine about what is true on certain topics. That's terrifying, isn't it?
YouTube is just cringe. That's all it is.
I just get that it's terrifying. I get why YouTube does it. I affirm the rules and uphold them and encourage, but it's terrifying that they're like, oh no,
you just want to make money.
Silenced. Commercially silenced.
Technically, not that I'm advising anything, technically people can go to another channel that is not being broadcasted with a moderator obviously there and talk about it within certain reasons.
That's true. It's just YouTube, isn't it? Hang on. Earth is Life is here at the moment. Okay. Could we deafen the stream? Is Earth is Life here?
No, they make money out of this.
But it's just going to be for 5 seconds.
People in here, though, they're happily
people who watch the stream, they get like advertisements and
Yeah, they're still going to be
channel.
watching.
Well, that's like
guess what
nothing.
we're saying for a couple of minutes.
That's nothing. How
We'll
many
come back
views
and
do
talk
that
about the
have?
cars.
It's
Here,
like
we'll do it very
100.
quickly. I'm sorry, the Earth is life.
If the problem here is the profit motive that you think is causing this, welcome, comrade, into communism.
Yeah, because they do produce. The communists do produce cars. The Lada is a good car.
No, it's not a communist. Jesus Christ.
Is the Lada not a communist car? I thought that was the.
It is a communist car.
It's not a communist car. Zoid, stop it. First
It's
of
a
all,
communist car. What do you mean?
First of all, Lada. Do you know where design came from? The Soviets bought the design
from Fiat. It was named Zhiguli, but they couldn't export it as Zhiguli because Zhiguli sounds like gigolo, so they changed it to Lada for the export.
No, they didn't. That's not the fucking reason.
That's literally the reason.
Nobody knew what gigolo is. You're telling nobody even knew what
It's
gigolo is.
literally the reason. I swear to you. You can read it. You can read the manufacturers like. Okay.
I don't trust you.
The communist car is Trabant.
Read it in Russian if you don't trust me.
That's
It's literally in Russian.
Maybe.
So what? No.
I mean, maybe.
Trabant. So this is the three I'm given, right? Notable examples are the Trabant, the Lada, and the Skoda. So I do think I can call it a.
Skoda's Czech though.
Yeah, it's a
Trabant is East German.
Commie is very inaccurate. Very inaccurate.
Tractor.
If I googled what is the communist car and the AI overview says Trabant, Lada, Skoda, and other examples like the same.
Yeah.
Gaz still make good 4x4 drive.
Ask the AI. Was the Soviet Union communist? Ask that.
Was the Soviet Union communist? Are we going to be playing No True Scotsman about whether the Soviet Union is communist?
No True Scotsman.
It's not a No True. Do you know what No True Scotsman is?
Yeah. Yes, the Soviet Union officially was the United Soviet Socialist Republics, was a communist state. Is the AI
officially right? Like okay. Is North Korea democracy?
Where are the gold?
Hey, is North Korea democracy?
I wouldn't call it one. No.
No, ask the AI because the AI said, well, Soviet Union is a communist state because it officially has socialist in its name. Which is a retarded.
I can give you its reasoning if you want. No, you made that up. You're flat earthing right now. You're making up what the alternate argument is so that you can say, well, that's ridiculous. Of course it is. You made it up. It doesn't work. Right? So their answer is, you said, are they saying it's because of X? I'm saying, no, I haven't given you the reason.
That's what you read out.
It said yes. United was a communist state. It's just the first sentence, right? Yes, the Soviet Union, officially the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, was a communist state. It was established after the Russian Revolution, and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, was the sole governing body, ruling until 1990. The CPSU's ideology was Marxism-Leninism. Soviet Union emerged after the Russian Revolution with the Bolsheviks taking power in 1917. The CPSU was the sole legal political party controlling government and economy. The CPSU's ideology was based on the ideas of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin, with a focus on state control, which state control to me is a kind of key one for communism over socialism, where you can have more localized control.
No, man,
They're pretty close. They're pretty close to one another with
No.
the economy. So why are you saying it's incorrect? What's incorrect about it? This looks very communist to me.
Okay, here's for one. Okay, let's go to actual fucking sources. Just a sec.
If you got sources, bring them, bro. Don't get upset when you said type it into Google and see what it says.
No, sure. I meant like the AI. But yeah, look, the AI is not an end all be all, right? We all agree they make mistakes all the time. So is this eggs right?
I don't say it's true because of it's in the IA. I'm agreeing with you there. Founder, banned, split from, preceded by, succeeded by, headquarters.
Here we go. There's a wiki article on this, and it has citations to like the original primary sources of these thinkers. What happened with the Soviet Union is that they were revisionists, right? Particularly Stalin. You know, Marxist-Leninism, the thing you read there, that has nothing to do with Marx or Lenin. That's Stalin. Stalin wrote Marxist-Leninism. Right, and Lenin opposed.
Let me start a board for this. Do my board thing again. So go ahead. They Marx. It started as it. Say it again.
Huh?
Say it again. I'm going to make up a board, so I'll write down what you're saying.
Making notes.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I mean, okay. Yeah, they were not orthodox. They like heavily modified the notion of what socialism is, and they never claimed to have created a communist society. Right. So referring to the Soviet Union as communist, that doesn't make sense, right? Because communism is supposed to be stateless, classless, moneyless, stateless, right? That's according to Marx and Engels. Yes, that's the link I give you from Wikipedia.
So the original idea is stateless,
classless,
sure,
moneyless.
How can you be stateless in a world where there are other states? Surely that is only the final step.
Exactly.
But you can't.
Exactly.
Be stateless.
Exactly.
So was the Soviet Union moving towards a stateless world in which everywhere was communism and all nations worked together in a stateless world?
Also, Stalin was of the view that the way you achieve socialism and then move towards communism globally, because it's supposed to be global. Although I actually think he might have considered communism to be able to function in one state. I'm not sure, but definitely he thought that socialism can work in one state. But even socialism historically is considered to be something that has to be kind of global, because you cannot compete.
Can't deal with competition. Yeah.
Well, not competition per se, but it's like if you have like a democratic society, right? But you're surrounded by fascist regimes, right? It doesn't. It's even though your society is better, right? Your society is much better, ideally, right? You have democracy, right? People vote for the government, but you have like I don't know, tops 500,000 troops, and everybody else around you, right, is a fucking fascist dictatorship, right? Well, guess who's gonna win?
Sure, but I don't. So can I just? So I'm not.
Sure.
Straw manning your view. You're saying because it aims for statelessness, therefore the USSR can't be stateless, can't be communist because it was a state.
Yes.
Okay. So what color are you? Because you can be green. Pink. Got it. USSR was not communist because it
was a state and had money too, by the way. Money is also, they had money.
Sure. And so I guess I can be blue. So is there anything else? And you've said money. What else?
Classless.
So it had classes.
Yeah.
So therefore not communist, right?
Well, no, I don't think. I mean, yeah, they kind of did have classes, pretty much. Classes are like a particular definition, right? And you can click on the wiki article. It literally has like an article for each of these notions.
Right. So any
It's
others?
really complex. Post scarcity and the global. Did I mention has to be global? Well, that's the kind of stateless part, right? Because that's the sort of idea.
Yeah, so this is the point that I think I will address, which is that it's got to be global. And it sounds to me like what you're saying is it wasn't yet communist. It was a regime that was dedicated to a very specific idea that was called communism. They described itself as communist
and democratic,
and sought to bring about world communism.
I mean, I could even grant that point, but yeah, sure. And that's the only thing you might accuse the SSR of being in terms of like communist is that they had a party that believed that we should move humanity towards, stateless, classless, moneyless, post-scarcity, global society where everybody's, basic needs are met for little to no labor, right? We have guarantees of like living, clothing, food, housing, etc., etc., education, healthcare, right? All of this is free, right, at the point of consumption.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I guess they would. Yeah, I would even put them. And see, that's the only way I could view them as being communist regime, right? But people conflate this with
what would be the way you would consider it to be a communist regime? What would they have to do?
That they are striving towards a communist society, humanity, right? Rather, just to be clear, communist humanity. Right, that'd be a simpler way of putting it. But I disagree with their means, right? Like communism, like just like with many, of course. I mean, heck, there are many societies that are capitalist, but I'm guessing you would not agree with their way they're doing it. Like for example, Pinochet.
But I don't consider it. I think it's a problem because I don't consider capitalism an ideology. I consider it an observation.
Well, you're right, but there's an ideology that is behind it. But regardless of that, I love this that you actually consider it a state of affairs, right? Just basically, right, like a structure of society, right? Yes, that's how capitalism arose. Capitalism first came to being, and then it was described, and then came the ideology to defend it. Versus socialism, communism, it was more so that it was conceived of, right, and then tried to be strived towards, because arguably it was a better way of living, better way of structuring society. Right, and so quickly, the reason why I would not consider like USSR or Maoist China communist proper is simply because they were not a communist societies, right? Because A has to be global, but okay, B, let's say they theoretically could achieve this within their own countries, right? Well, they didn't have that. They don't even have socialism, arguably. Socialism is commonly defined as the democratically owned means of production, basically, right? Like every business, every means of production, like factories, are all owned by the people who work there, right? They have the final say.
So I guess what I'm not getting is, it seems like you can only really say, well, hey, no, you can't call USSR communist in order that we accept your very narrow definition of what is communism, such that it is only realized, actualized, and perfect communism.
No, I don't. When did I say it's perfect?
Well, I think the challenge is this. Two questions. Do you have anything else for what we should call the political governance style of USSR and China? And B, does anything meet this standard that you've said? Is there anywhere that has been communist? Does a communism happen?
I mean, arguably, okay, sure, let's say no. Let's say it's a novel idea.
So no, okay.
Well, no, hypothetically, I could argue, but you know, I just want to see, you know, because maybe we can just move the discussion quicker.
So is that no true Scotsman? Is my question.
No, no true Scotsman is when you have add ad hoc criteria to a concept usually to avoid contradictory examples, right?
You add hoc. What is it? How did you say that again? Could you say it again for me? You add ad hoc.
Well, you add ad hoc criteria to previously defined concept, usually to avoid examples that contradict, right, the previously defined and stated prediction.
Sure. Do you get why it appears to me that's what you're doing by saying it's got to have finished the job of communisming before it's considered a communism? Whereas I think most other people, you'd be like, yeah, you call it communism the whole way there. We elect a communist government to do communist things to move us towards a communist utopia. It sounds like you've added ad hoc criteria to a previously defined concept. Most of us would just say, did it call itself a communist? And did it appear to be doing the state control and
the reason why
owns of...
Right. Well, but it's not communal. And it's not state-owned, right? That those are not criteria. That's the thing. The reason why this is such a powerful, uncommon sort of meme, right, and like a retort, is because most people don't know the criteria, right? Most
I feel like you're
was been actually written by these intellectuals, right? No intellectual of like leftist thought. Before even Marx, right, or Marx included, and Kropotkin, Bakunin said, "Oh yeah, communism is when you have an authoritarian dictatorship who sends people into like forced labor camps, right, and then proclaims to be democratic, right." By the way, fun fact: they also claim to be democratic.
Fine.
They claim to be socialist, communist ideologically, and also a democratic society. But somehow the Western public only has been taught to contest for some reason the communist part and say, oh look, you Mr. Communist, you think communism is good? Well, look at these guys who claim to be communist. You know, look, they're doing bad things. They claim to be communist. Therefore, communism bad. But wait, they also claim to be democratic. Right. So can I now argue that, oh look, this is an example of democracy?
No, but I'm not saying they. Right, but I'm not. It's not about what they claim. It's about. I just said it's about the state control and the workers / people owning the means of production. You said that's not the definition.
Well, state control. State control could qualify as socialized ownership or means of production, which is what socialists want, and of course communists as well, and anarchists too. If under the condition that the state itself is democratic, right, which the Soviet Union definitely was not, was a totalitarian hellhole.
Sure,
right?
I mean, but that seems to me to be a standard feature.
No,
all communism. You don't think it's a standard feature of communism? Is that it ends up in
I can name you a few.
Brutality and suppression of free speech and horrendous violations of human rights and starvation?
No. First of all, those are also features of like any underdeveloped country that is like particularly in like conditions of conflict, which those states all are war. Just pick any random Latin American state during like the Cold War, and before that too, right? There was, they're nominally capitalist. They had money, they had property, right? Western rich people would invest there, quote unquote, like buying up land and have plantations there, right? They're very, very traditionally, typically, what do we call a capitalist sort of structure? They're complete fucking hellholes, corrupt, right? People dying, right? Just look up, I don't know, Chile under Pinochet, Cuba under Batista, right?
Why are you picking places in Southern America out of interest? Why not just worldwide or compared to the same sort of comparable regions across the rest of Europe? Why out of interest is South
Because
America?
I'm pointing out to you that the most examples we have are in underdeveloped countries, right? For like what for like Marxist communist quote unquote revolutions, right? And there's a reason for that. Right? There's a reason why they didn't succeed in first world countries, right? Where if they did succeed there, like in America, there would be no starvation. You would see an improvement of living standards, right, across the board because you have already enough things to share. Problem with Soviet Union, China, and notably is that they were not industrialized yet. They were not developed yet, right? Same thing for other countries, right, in like the South, right? All of the Vietnams, all of the Koreas, right? All of the Cubas, right? Cuba, like like places, they're not developed. They're former colonies, right? And had many issues inherited from previous regime. So it's not fair to blame it on communism.
Well, okay, we're going to have to come back to that because I think we still need to solve like whether it's communism, because otherwise I get stuck. I get hamstrung not being able to call other things communism because we get stuck. We're still already stuck on the no true Scotsman. I think you have defined your way out of having to address the fact that it was what's it called, Miro? That it was defined as communism. They called themselves communists. People thought they were getting a communist, and it started making steps towards, better than I've seen anywhere else ever, steps towards communism.
Well, see, again, this is why it's such a powerful meme, because people don't know what actually intellectuals, like the founding fathers, right, conceived of as socialism or communism, or would be, or should be.
So help me understand that bit. That bit might help, because otherwise, what you're saying is, well, they did horrible things, so obviously that wasn't a communism, right? And this came about in the wrong way, and that wasn't a communism.
Well,
and
not at all.
I feel like you're using the cases I want to point out to go, that's a bit shit. That's fucked up. And you're going, well, obviously that's not a communist because it did that.
No, notice that I never mentioned that because they did like massacres or genocide, right? That therefore they're not real communists. No, I pointed out that they.
Is it possible to be a real communist?
Yes, you can be real communist, but you can be a communist. Socialist society, socialist state, if you will, and you can commit atrocities. Okay. Yes, that can happen. No,
how does one? Like, you accept that it has never happened, right?
What? That socialists did atrocities?
No, that real communism has never existed.
Well, trust me, if it did happen, you would notice, because, we'd be living in a post-scarcity society, right? Humanity as a whole, right?
I don't agree with that, yeah.
So it has to be global aid.
So it has never happened.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, I can give examples of primitive communism.
Sure, but I want to ask this though, instead. Have people tried sincerely to do a communism?
Sure, I believe so. I mean,
how many do you think have tried?
Well, I don't know. It's not like I went everywhere.
Sure, but like at a random guess, and I wouldn't go kibbutz and stuff like that. I mean, at a state level, how many communist parties have risen to power and sort of done that? How many attempts have there been?
I mean, saying attempts, right? It's kind of like, I mean,
like you can pick whatever number you want, and I'm happy to go with
it. Because attempt is such a broad thing, you don't realize it, right? But it's like, okay, am I attempting to do communism? Because I advocate for it, right?
No, I'd say the attempts would be, for me, USSR tried it, Cuba tried it, Laos still trying it, China tried it, Like I would be happy if you just went, yeah, I think about 10, 15 times it's probably been tried.
No, but saying it's been tried again kind of makes it look like, and it's like, okay, is America, has capitalist states tried to solve? No. I'm showing the I'm showing a problem with your standard here, right? It's like trying to do, because look, I am technically trying to do communism. Richard Wolff is trying to do communism. Noam Chomsky is trying to do, well, anarcho-communism, right? Like, so what? Are we just talking about state level? Okay, well, at state level, those are different dynamics, right? And that's exactly why it has to be global. Because what like I mentioned before, what if you were just a good society? You're democratic, right?
It has to be global.
But, yes, exactly, because of like, because you get CIA'd, man, you get like overthrown.
Yeah,
okay, that's the criteria, right? You always get, because if there's any challenge to, auto states that are more powerful, you're just not going to be successful globally, right? Especially at a period of time where we are all dependent on trade. Like every state is dependent on trade. Heck, look, if America was cut from all of its trade, just like Cuba was, for example, and still is, how do you think America would fare? It would collapse. Because all states in modern economy right now require things from somewhere else. Right?
Sure.
Yeah, like resources to make things, or cheap labor access, cheap resources, or to sell to other people, right? So if you're cut off, which happens all the time when you try to do a socialism, you get a CIA'd. Just like, how many examples do I need to show? Right,
sure.
So it's not.
I don't think that always has to happen.
Sure.
But B,
the reason why it's not going to happen is because it ain't going to affect. Sure, that's right.
Isn't that essentially admitting that it's no true Scotsman? I think
no,
full circle,
it's
because
it
doesn't. But it's not meaningful to say that's not communism if we're talking about a communist regime that called itself communist, that tried to do a communism that met a reasonable chunk of most other people's criteria for communism.
Wait, what would I care about?
But let me finish. If when we get to the end of it, it has never been done, and if it has to be global, can never be done.
Not true. Every system before was global too. Feudalism was global-ish, right? Capitalism is now global.
It was parochial. Capitalism isn't an ideology.
It is. There is an ideology.
What happens if you don't do a social? No. Marx was clear on this. Capitalism is what happens in between when you attempt to do a socialism, right?
No.
Socialism's the gardener. The garden is capitalism. It just grows.
No.
Powerful people crush weak people.
No. You misread Marx. No, especially the way you're portraying it makes it almost.
He suggests that power will. No, I'm not. That's my interpretation of it. He's suggesting essentially the Pareto principle, which is power will coalesce. If you have some money, you can use that to gain more capital, to buy more land, to get more people to work it, to buy more land, to get more people to work it, to buy more land, and that refuses them a step up. And that says that they can use their capital to oppress other people, and that they will be naturally willed, they'll be drawn into it, they'll be pushed into it by already having capital. Right?
Well, you're kind of touching on something, but the Pareto principle has nothing to do with this, but the Pareto principle.
Well, I think it is.
The Pareto principle was designed by a fascist, somebody who Mussolini adored.
Yeah,
fine.
I know this because I'm Italian.
It doesn't matter. What matters is whether it's true.
What's not true?
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. As somebody in academia, it's not true.
Oh yeah, let's speaking
pretty
of
good. It's a pretty good rule.
Speaking of no true Scotsman, aha. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So wait, so if we give, so you don't think they're counterexamples to the Pareto principle?
Sure,
no, it's not true. The whole 20% of society holds 80% of the power. First of all, the Pareto principle was invented for land, for agriculture. It's not true. Like my cathedra, I studied in the Milan Polytechnico. I have a PhD in natural language processing with deep learning techniques. My specialty is machine intent recognition, right? I deal with AI, statistical analysis, mathematical linguistics, right? The Pareto principle is complete bullshit. It's pseudo-scientific fascist bullshit.
Yeah,
it's not true.
And X.
So
Would
it be true to say, like, because the idea to me, which I'll happily be disabused of now if you can convince me, is that if you look at things that are going to necessarily be runaway effects, you will generally find the Pareto principle is at play. So things like sales has a runaway effect, right? The more sales you've got, the more leads you've got, the more sales you get, the more leads you get. So generally you find among salespeople, 20% of your salespeople get 80% of your work, and 80% of your profit comes from 20% of your clients. Again, from the same thing. If you've got a big project with one client, they'll happily buy another project off you. Whereas if you don't have much work with a company, or they're a small company, they just don't have much more budget. So you generally find the Pareto principle anywhere where there's a runaway thing. So
is it codified in mathematics?
A runaway thing like the amount of water flowing through rivers is, I forget how it works, but 80% of something. Oh, I forget how that works. 80% of the mass is in 20% of the planets is another good example.
Is it codified in some sort of statistics or some sort of mathematics, something that I can look at? Like, is there a model designed for this? Or is it just like intuitive? Because I think it's mostly intuitive and human pattern recognition.
So it could be that. It could be that. I'd happily be disabused of this now, but I'm giving you my logic for why it happens and why I think it happens. Same as like 80% of the children, if you trace back ancestors, will come from 20% of the men, but not women, interestingly. So women have an even split of how many they have. Right, yeah. And you find that, right, it's rough, and it's only a rough estimate. It's not definitely 80 and 20. It's just that there will always be, when a runaway effect can happen, that means you will have the haves and the have-nots, and they will get steeper towards the edges, you know? The very richest man must have a lot of money, probably a lot more than the second richest man, right? Whereas down at the zero end, they're all on zero, so the curve doesn't go that way, right? So that's my only way of thinking about it. But if you're going to tell me that doesn't hold true in those kind of runaway effects, we can make predictions and test them. That would be a fun way to do it.
So what I'll tell you for sure is that I don't think this is codified in any mathematics, statistics or otherwise. I personally think this is a effect or a consequence or a derivative of the human mind and how it's supposed to work, especially being pattern recognition being a huge evolutionary advantage to us. So we tend to see these kinds of ratios, faces on the moon, Jesus on a piece of toast, right? Because we are convinced somewhere in a condition, ideologically or whatever, to have these intuitions. It's not codified in science, although maybe there are coincidences in real life that correspond to that principle. The Pareto principle is pseudoscience. It was designed by a fascist to basically structure land and agriculture and agricultural output. It's the same thing as that Soviet scientist who thought that like agriculture should be led by like some weird principles. I forget his name. Like he's very famous. A Soviet.
Lysenko.
Yeah, Lysenko. He's the same guy. He's the same type of a person. It's pseudoscience.
Lysenkoism. Yeah, and I'm reading here like there's a lot of problems with the Pareto principle. It's like a very, very, very.
It's a psychological thing, by the way. No, it's in science as a psychological phenomena. It's not in mathematics or any conceptual mathematics, applied mathematics as a codified principle or a model to make any novel predictions.
Yeah, well, from reading here,
we can go on. Sorry, go for it.
Just really, it's not a scientific method, right? You cannot really put this forth as anything conclusive, right, or reliable.
It's a psychological thing, though.
Yeah, while useful for decision making and prioritization, the Pareto principle is not a scientifically rigorous method of analysis. It's a helpful tool, but it shouldn't be treated as a definitive explanation or explanation for complex phenomena.
Agreed. Yeah, that's how I'd describe it. That I think hits the nail on the head.
And that's fair. Then I have no problem with you.
Generally, this thing holds true. But yeah, I'm not being like, oh, I need to know this precise answer. Oh, let me quickly whip out the Pareto principle. Particularly because in many cases, I think that is like, so the 80% of mass in 20% of the planets, I think is one of the best examples. And because it's a much more pure environment in that the way gravity affects matter will be even across everywhere. Whereas the Pareto principle, I think, breaks down in like sales examples are good because it generally holds true and is important for managers of sales teams to understand that a poorer performing team member is still valuable.
Do you think that 20% of men get 80% of the women?
Yeah, I think that's true.
Really?
I don't think in all cultures at all times, but I think generally across the span of human history, yeah, I think that you would probably find that the case. Much more like successful offspring, I would probably go for. But once you're in a pair bonding society like permanent marriage, like we've been living in the last few hundred years, yeah, fuck no, obviously not, right? You're paired up almost one for one. But in cultures, certainly in hunter-gatherer cultures, fuck yeah, definitely would a small number of men be banging all the girls.
Wait, sorry, I'm so excited to tell you, but you see, you're gonna point out the interesting thing is that the Pareto principle applies also depending on social conditions.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
No. I would say, yes, that too, because it's finding some pattern, but it's not really something that is necessarily quote unquote natural or in nature.
I mean, if you think about it relates to might makes right. If you think about it, in the sense that I have the might, I get the resources, I get the women, I get the rights, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or if I'm Jupiter, I've got so much mass,
which is a trivial thing to say.
Towards me. Yeah, exactly. It's just that's the thing for me. It's not a sort of precise thing as much as this is just an obvious thing that will happen. And what I think communism's job is to go, look, this always happens. Always does the power coalesce to the point that you effectively have a financial black hole where you have so few people with much wealth, but not enough filters through the population and people really struggle. And then they will always rise up. And when they rise up, the problem is they just reinstall a new king, slightly make it a little bit better, but generally re-perpetuate the same cycle of oppression. And communism, Marx's idea, at least my understanding of it, was to say, why don't we do it deliberately this time? Why don't we think about what society will finish with rather than just
I would advise
do the revolution and then reinstall a new king?
Well, so I've been waiting for it. So in your previous example, you mentioned how the Pareto principle would have changed in terms of like mating because of societal structure, right? Well, similarly, right? Regardless. Okay, let's say it is in fact a law of nature, right? That usually humans are going to be divided into 20-80 ratio when it comes to like achievement, whatever.
Yeah, productiveness. Yes, generally. Yeah.
Right. So right. Well, that's going to be irrelevant because we're going to make. We're going to make robots. We're going to automate production, right? First of all, right? Second of all, how about we just do a better society where we can still have like these people be more productive and get even more rewarded, right? But not to the extent of being rewarded that they now own billions of dollars and are controlling our politics or influencing our politics, for example, right? So even if the principle is true, like basically it's an appeal to nature fallacy, right? I would say, right? It's like, sure, I'd say it's true, yeah, sure, but we can still structure society in a better way, and I think we can all agree that it's better not to have like more people.
But I think this is a mistake that pro-communists make, which is thinking that if I'm recognizing that these inequalities will crop up naturally, therefore the solution is communism, where I think that what you're saying now makes much more sense, right? We need to
you can say like more regulated capitalism.
Yeah, higher regulated. I certainly think most people would agree you shouldn't be able to rip minerals out of the ground and force them through entropy. Yeah, sell them to companies who pay only the cost of digging it up, and you don't have that there as a resource, and then they cause entropy to it, right? They'll alloy it, and you can't unalloy it. They'll burn it up. They'll turn it into slag. They'll turn it into phones, and we don't have that resource anymore. So I think there are lots of ideas about how we restructure before the next pitchfork event, right? Which is what Marx is talking about. But I think communism is just it was a cool idea when it had never been tried, but once we've had like 20 communism attempts and all supporters of communism now all universally say what you're saying, we've never had a true communism. At some point, I think it makes more sense to go, let's come up with a new kind of thing and not call it communism and give up at least the communal ownership of the means of production. Because it is busted. It is busted to fuck. It doesn't work.
But I disagree. I think that we have had communism. We have currently communism, which is the PKK, the Kurds in Syria are communists. They live in a communist commune. They decide everything democratically, and it's fairly successful.
Okay. Somebody put this heretic in a gulag or something. No, they're not. I'm joking. I love you, sir. Of course.
Are you not saying that the PKK are communists? I think they're the best example for my ideology.
There may be socialist in some.
They are communists. They live in a commune and they vote democratically on everything. That is practical, obviously.
According to the definition of communism, it can't be communism. It can't be communism until it's global.
Right.
Nothing can ever be a communist until one's already finished the communism.
Right. Exactly. This is kind of why it's a kind of like. This notion of like, oh, no, communism has never been tried. Look at the Soviet Union, right? Is a meme, and all leftists and actually people who are on the other side of this debate. Like if you talk to people who've been talking to communists, right, they would say, yeah, that's a bad meme. Okay, let's not go there because look, you have capitalism. There are many notions of capitalism. Capitalism has never been the same.
Not an idea.
For 500 years, right?
Yeah, feudal capitalism, mercantilism.
I ain't even talking about the ideology. I'm talking about the state of, like the actual socioeconomic structure. But by the way, there is an ideology, right? Like the notion of like private property rights, for example, right? Like
might makes right,
which comes from.
I don't consider either of those capitalist. Like the idea
of personal property. The backbone. Okay, then why is it justified?
Predates anybody having coins, right? So if I've got personal property before coins exist, then you can't call capitalism. You can't call ownership of stuff a function of capitalism.
I agree. Well, I actually love. Wait, Zoid, this is I think the rare occasion where the people have identified properly private versus personal property. You're right. Personal property is not concerned. Is not capitalism.
So eggs. This is my favorite example. You have a farm, 1 Brazilian acres of land, huge house, machines, Ferraris, all of that shit. Under communism, under Marxist communism, this will never be taken from you. It will never, ever, 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 ever be taken to you. Because under Marxist communism, that is considered personal property.
That's your shit, man. Yeah.
The nanosecond you start hiring people to work on the farm, and to make money, and then you benefit from their labor, the nanosecond that happens, the instance, then that turns into private property. Therefore, you have to now give everybody that works on that private property equal rights to that private property and equal voting rights to it.
Yeah, that's insane to me.
Sharing it, no. Your labor is
that's insane to me. So I certainly think the idea of profit share is a better one. Like it's one you could get behind. But yeah, it's just because it doesn't make sense, right? To say if you've got a bazillion acre property with sheds full of machinery, it's just a false possibility because you couldn't have that without staff already, right?
Many people do. Like if all billionaires right now, hold on, but no. If right now we turn the entire world communist, there will be many billionaires who, at the initialization of this communism, would have personal property. All of their billions would be personal property. If they start using said billions into to make more money, then said billions become private property. If they work on the farm themselves, right, then that's your personal property. You whatever. But if you start hiring people, you have to give them equal rights, equal voting rights, equal.
But again, share. you gave me an example of a farm that couldn't exist, right? The moment they went communism, he gave up his farm. Right, you're saying, we won't take your farm from you.
No,
you'll just have to share with the workers.
You misunderstand.
What are you saying?
So Elon Musk,
he can't have a farm. He can't have a big farm without staff.
Then you either sell what you have or share it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You'll be dispossessed of your property. The moment communism happens, you'll be dispossessed of your property.
No, you can sell it.
idea.
People are not going to take it from you. If you don't hire people, nobody's going to take it from you. I don't understand.
You can't
this.
have a farm with no people. It's just a counterfactual.
Then you have then you farm only a small percent of the land, which you can farm on yourself on your own with your family, right? Maybe you have a huge family.
You could maybe turn it into a thing, but you'll be dispossessed of your land, right? You'll be dispossessed of
No. Your land would not be touched. Like if you say, this is my land, this is my personal property, I'm not benefiting from that, I'm not using it as capital to generate more capital, then it will not be touched. It's your personal property. It's your sacred personal property. It will never, ever be touched. But if you try to turn it into a business and hire outsiders,
or if it's a big farm, it is business. That's what I'm saying. It's a pre-existing business.
If it's that's the point, right? If a pre-existing business exists in a world, sorry for being redundant, and that world immediately turns communist, in the initialization of this world being a communist, then you have the choice: do I want to still have the farm with the workers, or I want to just release everybody and keep it as personal property, right? It will not be taken from you.
But
Maybe you decide to make like 20 kids. You get like maybe we allow you to be polygamous. You decide to have 20 kids, and they can all work on the farm.
Here's what I think
what
happens in reality. This is always in this dreamed up reality that the communists think could happen next
it's
time.
hypothetical.
It never happened in the past. But what does happen in the past?
We're talking in hypotheticals.
Right, but what does happen in the past? I'm pretty sure, having never researched this, I'm very confident this is the case. Those wealthy landowners who resist or say, oh no, fine, fuck you, get off my farm. Right, you're all now out of a job and you're out of food. I'm returning this to wilderness. I think those people end up with their head on a spike. That's what I think happens in reality.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And I think that's wrong. It's
a made up possibility, but in reality, somebody had an asset and they were dispossessed of it.
The injustices of the past do not define an ideology, right?
Yeah, they do.
They
tell us what happens if you try to do
scripture and quote unquote practical application of it, right?
But what I'm saying is the practical application always ends up with these horrific things like, because the two things happen, I think, right? One, the farmer, the wealthy landowner who gets up insanely early in the morning and works really fucking hard to make that farm work in modern life. Probably was different back in feudal Russia. I agree with that, right? But what would happen nowadays is the same thing that always happens. That person who is really motivated, you can tell they were motivated and good at their job because they had a massive fucking farm. There's only one way to have a massive fucking farm, and that's to be really fucking good at farming.
Well,
and that person is instantly dispossessed of their property, or worse, their head gets put on a spike, and then it's handed to a bunch of proles, right? A bunch of the proletariat, who know not a fucking thing about farming, nor do they particularly give a shit about farming. They've just been sort of half given this sort of shared bit of land. And invariably, every single time this happens, production goes down.
So, okay.
And so now if you dispossess someone of their property violently, and food production declines. And that is what we see when people attempt a communism.
So I just want to establish two things on this. One, this is a hypothetical. Two, let's frame it in this way. If I was a communist dictator or whatever the fuck, right? A communist party, I'm like an entity composed of multiple entities, right? Like whatever. I'm communism, and I get applied to a country. In my system, what I just said would be the case. Whatever at the time of application is yours by law, it remains yours. If you continue hiring people or you continue employing people, then that has to become like a co-op, which everybody gets it for sure. If you fire people at that point, then you keep what is yours and they'd have no pretenses to it. That's it.
Sure.
That's what I would do.
Sure. And I think for like co-ops, I think are a great idea when the work required is very low motivation and low skill. So I think you see co-ops working, but they are things like banks and supermarkets, right? Move this box to there, count those, turn up, clock on, and most importantly, clock off. And that, I think, can work. Voluntary co-ops, definitely. What I certainly think that is like profit share with farmers, right? Where the way it generally happens in Australia is like, if it's been a good year, they know, because they know the price of lamb, and they know that the lamb were fat, and that you give them a nice bonus at the end. Where I think like being directly plugged into that sale would get even more motivated workers. But I think that what happens is every time because you don't transfer that farm directly to the 3 or 4 workers who are there, right? In the past, generally you hand it over to like 20 incoming workers from a city, right? And they all sort of fuddle around, and production generally seems to massively go down to the point that we've got these fascinating quotes out of China where Deng Xiaoping said, I don't care what color the cat is, does it catch mice? And when he was saying that, he was saying, I don't care whether the farms are doing the right thing or not according to the Communist Party, the CCP. I want to know which farms are producing the most. And why he was saying that was because they'd found that these farms had suddenly boosted production. And when the CCP party members came in and said, why are your farms producing when all of the other ones are shit? They went, under pain of death, they said, we've returned back to private property. We've returned back to the idea of subdividing this lot. One of us has got a tractor and we borrow it off him for cash. And we've gone back to having a cash society and both personal and private property.
But there's no problem in having market socialism is absolutely okay with currency, is absolutely okay with companies competing. I'm fine.
What I'm saying
in a market socialist system, you would have all of the things you have in capitalism, plus you would have personal property that would be untouchable by me, the state. But if you decide to make a company, you share equal rights to that company with everybody else you hire.
Yeah. That's the bit I'm saying is a terrible idea for farming. Same as for like tech. Some tech bro in the garage comes up with an idea for a wicked app. Oh fuck! Hang on, there's somebody knocking.
I mean, I'm a tech bro. Like I don't think that happens the way you think.
Soundboard eggs that gets everyone all the time.
Well, was that really?
That's too funny.
Yeah, I know who it is. I'll mute him again this time.
Oh yeah, dude, I've fucking fallen for that many times.
Yeah, Ned, you have to stop.
I know I've got headphones on and it still fools me.
You can disable soundboards, by the way, guys.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. I have like globally disabled.
If it was me, Tim, I'd be playing that Witsit one all day long.
Was you, Ned?
No, it's not me. It's not me. It's the guy who's accusing me.
You're like going to the gulag, okay? Going to the gulag anyway, okay? Just to be safe.
I don't. I guess Eggs. I think we just have like a. I don't know if Eggs is here. I think we just have a fundamental disagreement. Yeah, I'm saying this is not a cop-out. I'm not trying to escape the conversation, but I think we managed to dig to bedrock. I don't think I'm not incentivized to change my opinion on this. You're not incentivized to change your opinion on this. Like I think. At least the conversation from me is over. We can withdraw. We laid out our armies and our tents. Now we can pick them up and leave. Nobody loses honor or.
Hey, I'm still in a fight, by the way.
Yeah, you'll be fighting yourself.
What? No, what the
fuck? This is the bedrock of the conversation.
Because I think
no, it's not.
The idea
you have like your own. First of all, if I may, see here, you like can see different ideologies, right? On the far left, the Marxist, right? Zoidberg is a Marxist. Ish, right? I think.
Yeah, I'm a Marxist.
I love
what do you mean?
Okay. Well, not okay. Now, okay. No, okay. I love Zoid, right? We have many disagreements on how to do this, right? But it's the same thing with capitalism, by the way. And you said before, oh, but I don't think capitalism is an ideology. Well, tell that to all the different fucking ideologues, right? Actual fucking economists, philosophers who have been advocating for different versions of capitalism. You have Keynesianism, Lord Ennard Keynes, right? You have the libertarian ones, right? Quote unquote libertarians. They stole it from the left, by the way. Like Milton Friedman, right? For example, Thomas Sowell, right? Then you have like the tech bros, right? Ish guys who are like, oh yeah, technology is gonna save. So, no, I'm asking.
Libertarians are just.
Wait. Eggs, please. I'm trying to. Eggs. Did you hear that? Right. So, this is why it's kind of like problematic to accuse communists, far leftists, of what like the Soviet Union did, right? Because, for example, I didn't tell you this, but I'm particularly an anarchist, right, actually view all authority to be subject to a trial. Like all authorities have to justify themselves. Right? If they can't, we can just fucking with using violence, just eat them out of that. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense at the end. I was kind of ranting, but did you get
What was the saying? Everybody who doesn't agree with me becomes mango tree food.
Is that
What
from
was that?
Space Beard?
No. Is it Space Beard or Che? I think it's Che.
Did Che say that? Oh, that would be based. Yeah.
I think he did
Well,
say that.
I always heard like Space Beard say, "Okay, I'm gonna feed you." To
Because I think he's like quoting Che.
I don't get how our anarchy doesn't just turn into the wilderness, like jungle. Might makes right.
Oh no, let's not talk about that. We're barely, like I'm barely getting.
Well, anarchism in academia when it comes to ideology is very different than colloquial anarchism.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a much
But
more
just recognize.
worthy way of saying something silly, in my view.
No. But wait, did you hear my like explanation of like why? At least you shouldn't be generalizing leftists for a leftist because there's a lot of disagreement. Hence, me and Zoidberg right here, right? And same is true for capitalism, right? Even though you think that capitalism is not an ideology, right? But they are clearly different versions of capitalism, and they're advocates for that, right? You have the Keynesian one, which is like for regulation. You have to regulate the market, right? Which is the real actual version of capitalism. Then you have the guys who are well funded by capitalist firms, corporations, who are like, oh no, we actually need to free the market, and by free the market we mean, don't actually prosecute us when we pollute the environment and like fire workers and destroy communities and like, pay off your politicians. That would be, better.
I don't get that. What about what gave you the impression that I had misunderstood your communism? I was just calling it communism. I don't think that.
But it's not the communism. There's no the communism, by the way. There's no the communism.
Well, but that to me is it's like saying you're a sovereign citizen to a sovereign citizen.
What do you mean? I mean, okay, they are the fundamentals, but they're really broad. What do you mean then?
Yeah, the fundamentals to me are the communal ownership. Right, that to me is the core thing. It's the
pillars. It's the pillars of the French Revolution: fraternity, liberty, and egalitarianism. It's communal ownership of the means of production. It's flat justified hierarchies. Those would be
socialized. So it's socialized ownership.
Freedom.
No, because that's important.
Community is a social entity. I don't know why I have to specify socialized.
Right, that's the thing. I cannot believe that you don't think that communism and socialism has to be global.
Me? Oh.
Yeah.
That's a clear no true
not necessarily. I think
it's wrong. It's bad.
It's preferable for me to be global, but not necessarily. Doesn't have to be necessarily.
If you're just local, what's going to happen to you is what happened to every other communist, attempt, right? You can see.
I mean, you could
CIA.
You could hypothetically have a counter for the CIA if you're like powerful enough, or if you're birthed out of a powerful enough corpse of a powerful enough nation.
Then it's not much of a community. It's like the US fucking state you're talking about.
You're arguing
you have like nuclear weapons, essentially.
Not white communism. You're limiting your description of communism is only when it's done successfully and well, right? You refuse to accept definitions of communism that don't include.
No, they are bad communists. We have to accept this.
I already told you they are bad communists, right?
So they're bad because they're communists.
Well, no, they are communists, but they were bad people, and therefore the communism they tried to achieve did not achieve. For it was like some sort of grotesque misinterpretation.
Let me ask this then: if we accept that happens 10 out of 10 times in the past, when a person fronts up and tells me they're doing a communism,
what about your brands? You can both have a go at this. Should give me, the person who thinks this is a feature, not a bug. What would convince me that either of your brands wouldn't lead to the same 10 out of 10 probability that turns out to be assholes to steal my shit?
If I may, because my brand is going to happen when capitalism collapses. Capitalism is no longer viable because of the things that capitalism itself produces, like, for example, automation. Right? There's going to be a huge crisis. More so, capitalist firms produce automation, AI, replacing labor with machines. But when they do that, like, so one company, when it does that, it saves on costs and thus makes more profits, right? Reduces costs by buying like this robot, this android or something, right? But when all of the other companies start to do the same thing, guess what happens to their to the market of people who can potentially buy their products? Oh, is it going to shrink? Exactly, because there's now less people who have a job, right? Right?
Well, or they've moved as far from a robot industry as they can. So you might find a resurgence of particularly female jobs, like nail salon, who would want that done by a robot, massages, haircuts, psychologists, lawyers. You can't have robot lawyers. So you might find, it's shifting in the markets again, and certainly a lot of people without money who aren't able to buy the robot-made products.
Well,
but this doesn't answer for me why your communism wouldn't end up with the same horrendous violations of human rights that we're saying is a 10 out of 10 probability. You're saying here's when mine will happen, but many of them happen in the past when the existing system is collapsing.
No, not like that. No, because this is going to be global, right? Now the capitalists have no incentive globally to hire people.
I don't think people can say
because now it's even cheaper to just get this robot than to even hire like somebody from, I don't know, Indonesia to like sew your fucking clothes. You're gonna have an android who can do all of that, right? Sure.
I don't think. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to point out, like, the idea that, like, do you think, like, communism will ever think, like, hey, maybe getting rid of more people is better for communism?
No. I mean, well,
you don't think so?
In a way, I mean, I am, of course, like, I'm a libertarian at heart, an anarchist. However, at the same time, I mean, we can plan. It's basically family planning. Right, I think there's pretty much. I mean, right now you could say there might be too many.
Kind of like eugenics. It's like eugenics a little bit.
No,
it's family. It's just family planning.
Well, eugenics. Okay, wait. So eugenics, in its like in academic sense, right? Eugenics is merely basically trying to
manipulation of genetic code to achieve like better outcomes for humans, eliminate illnesses.
Which like Isa. Wait,
hold on. Well, I'll just continue.
Well, I wasn't finished. Wait.
You can answer. You can answer more completely.
Sure.
You can answer more completely. So, like knowing that, let's say it's just family planning, but what if it's better for the family planning for the state if like 50% of the population weren't around?
That wouldn't be the case. I mean, what you would see. I mean,
really?
Okay,
hold on. Hasn't every communist state like disarmed its people and then killed millions of people?
Communist. Oh my God.
Historically, anyway.
Capitalist states have killed hundreds of millions, right? As well. So, like, what's your point?
No, but the communist state kills its own people.
Yeah, they kill their own. Capitalist states have also killed their own people in wars.
Hardly.
Hardly. Yes,
may I respond to X,
what was World War I? What was World War II?
May I respond to X,
How many hundreds of millions of people died there, right?
X.
Go ahead,
yeah. Tell me, Zoidberg.
Nothing I would be able to say with words would convince you otherwise if you already have this like probabilistic analysis in your head. What I can do is advocate for my own cause and push towards changes that I want to see and then show empirics to the world. That's what I can do.
Yeah, so I agree with that. Like, some of what I get at with this is there may well be new ways to restructure society. I'm very willing to be convinced, but unconvinced on the idea of communal ownership, because I think that a business having a single owner or person who runs it, who makes the decisions, is valuable. But and I think that it damages production in fast-moving or certain fields. It just doesn't work. But generally, profit share and that kind of thing, I think, is good. Some of my feel on it is, it doesn't, like, if communism's never happened, why do we still call it communism? Why do we still think that Marx and Lenin have got it, rather than be like, let's take 3 or 4 of these ideas, but thinking about this technocratic utopia? It doesn't, like, it no longer makes sense to say the workers own the means of production, given what Spartacus is saying, right? The workers are all robots. We're fucked. So we can't be doing a communist in a post-work world.
Post-scarcity? Post-work?
Yeah, but post-scarcity is post-work, right? You're not the means of production.
Then by necessity, if I don't need money to live in any aspect of my life, including entertainment, then yeah, that would be utopia. There's no point of doing anything related to economic systems.
Yeah, so I think it would then make more sense to go, communism was attempted, it always failed, and what we're doing now clearly isn't communism, because communism is written by a guy called Marx, who never predicted the end of the worker.
Yeah,
so
but now it's called
about how we protect workers that no longer exist.
He
So
did
obviously-
engage. Actually, Karl Marx engages with the topic of automation. Even in his time, he was talking about textile machines. Yeah, and he was saying how large capital owners increase their profit, but they keep salaries at a certain stage, and they release more workers and replace them with machines.
Sure, yeah.
And he was critiquing that, and he was saying is that there is a very important thing to the human condition, which is the desire to be productive, desire to work so you can be like valued. So, but by your own obviously ability and the resources that you produce, and for your own personal satisfaction, like it's an internal and external desire to be valued. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So psychologically, it's important for humans to work. Sorry.
Do you know who Mikhail Bakunin is? Do you know who Mikhail Bakunin is?
No.
Mikhail Bakunin, yes. He's an anarchist.
Right, like the original anarchist. And
no, he's not the original anarchist. It's Joseph Pierre Proudhon.
Okay.
Sorry.
But no, that's fine. But I'm just like, Mikhail Bakunin is noted as one of the early anarchists, I guess, or whatever.
Correct. He's one of the most famous ones.
So, like, and I love that his line about. You ever heard what he said about Karl Marx?
They hated each other.
Yeah, no. He did 13 years in solitary confinement under the Tsar, and when he got out, he was not allowed to write books. And when he got out of jail, they fucking said they asked him about what he thought of Karl Marx. And he said, "I'd take 1,000 czars over one Karl Marx."
Yeah, they hated each other. I know.
They actually say that. But I do know they hated
after doing 13 years solitary confinement under the Tsar, he said, "Fuck Karl
I'm not
Marx."
surprised if that's true. I'm not surprised that's true because they hated each other.
So now, Issa, are you like more open to Bakunin's ideology than Marx's?
Well, to some degree, I'm more of an anarchist.
Just because he said, "Oh yeah, that guy is a piece of shit."
No, actually, he's got an interesting. I always thought he wrote on something that's always stuck with me about the difference between communist art and like what he considered like imperialistic capitalist art, which is like, and I always admire, made me actually appreciate American art more, was that like in American art, like it's always the individual that comes up with the idea. It's one man versus the world. It's like one individual triumphing over the masses, right? That's American or, imperialistic art. Whereas communistic art is like, it becomes more communal and it takes like, it's like, and he wrote something about like how, if everyone had the same shirt, like if we could manufacture so that everyone had the same shirt, and I'd really love to read it again, but it's something about like just this uniformity and like, would it be better? And he was just really posing the questions on the ideas of like, would it be better that everyone has a shirt, but it's the same shirt? You know what I mean? Like there's no distinguishing like originality in people. Like, it's just an interesting concept because like as long as everyone's clothed, right? As long as everyone's clothed, but everyone has the same shirt, there's no individuality. Like, could mankind deal with that?
So what do you think is better? There's millions. Fuck. Okay, let's talk globally. Yeah, I'm gonna talk globally, bitch. So 1 billion people right now out of the 8 billion of humans don't have the 3 meals a day, right? But at the same time, people 7 billion
3 meals per day
can
is overrated.
can have can have like 15 meal on like 3 meal choice of which 3 meals they're gonna eat, right? Or is it better that everybody has a good meal but you have no choice of the meal, but it's good meal?
Well, yeah, how about, let me ask you a question. What's like a food that you hate?
Oh my god, we're doing the if somebody holds a gun to your mom, would you fuck your dad kind of situations.
Relax with your nihilism, dude. So like, listen, what would be one of your like least favorite foods?
Well, no. I know what you're getting at, right?
Yeah. And okay, so now imagine that least favorite food. Like
happen.
hold on. Imagine that everybody gets a plate of the least favorite food that you like, but everyone has. Hold on. Everyone has a plate though. Everyone has something to eat, but you just don't like that food. What do you think about that? Is that cool? As long as everyone has something to eat, right?
Well, no. You're like getting you're stretching the analogy to an unrealistic sort of scenario.
No, I'm not.
I mean, that would still be a good question, and the answer is yes. I think that if everybody has a good meal and they serve me chicken and I'm a vegan, and I know that everybody would be eating and be healthy, then I'm gonna eat that chicken.
Yeah, fair point. What's your answer?
But also, Isa, but usually how it happens, and we have practical examples of like a non-profit organizations making meals, like be it like in schools, right? They're not supposed to be for profit, right? You get still a variety of food, right? And everybody has that, right? That's the crucial part. Everybody is
No, but no. You think of it as like a Spartacus. I understand what you're doing. Think of it as like a moral break or make question, right? People like you. In order for somebody to elucidate your morality, they'll ask you like these like very narrow, very, very like limited questions. And your answer should be, if you are a based communal socialist like me, yes, I would eat a chicken, even if I'm vegan, even if chicken makes me like disgust, I'll eat a chicken knowing that everybody in the world, including children, would have a healthy meal, 3 of them every day, right? I'll eat a chicken. I'll sacrifice myself because I think that my life is not as important as the whole of humanity. That should be your answer too. And then Issa is going to pro clutch and is going to say, oh, but what about individuals? What about like this? What about? And they say, yeah, we have just fundamental intuitions in terms of disagreement in terms of fundamental moral intuitions. So that's it. That's the end of the conversation.
I know where this is going, right? And I want to
thing though. Like, so isn't the West suffering from a nutrient deficiency despite those 3 meals a day
hypothetical.
They optionally have? Which is ironic, right? Like you talk about abundance of food as if it's like it's a gracious thing that the West gets to have, but yet we're actually suffering from a nutrient deficiency.
It's a hypothetical risky.
But yeah, so wait,
it's totally relevant though.
Respond to Isa. Isa, are you there?
Yep.
Hello. Hey, what's up, bro? Love you, man, by the way.
Yeah,
that's crazy. You love a man?
Yeah. What do we? Let's so.
It's June, everybody. It's June. Relax.
That's June. Right. It's the gay. It's the gay month, right? As they say. But no. So Isa, my thing is that look, the hypothetical that I gave you was to counter. Well, it's better to have everybody, right, having even like the least desirable, the least nutritious thing, right, than having people starve to death, right? I mean, we can agree on that, right? But then we can look at how it could be done even better, right? And we have the resources now. We can scale, like in America, there is no reason for anybody to not have enough meals a day, right? Given the technology that you have, right? How like little labor you need to produce like a food product, and an excess of that as well, right? You can make you can make
Well, yeah,
all
hold
this.
on. Can I offer this? Can I offer this idea too? Look how many people a day, like really, like homeless people, etc. Like they could go to a fucking Indian restaurant and say, like, "Hey, can I sweep your floors for food? Can I do something for you so that I could get some food?" And I'm just saying, like, all of this still exists right now.
No.
No?
I don't know if you've been around homeless people, but there's like this thing of them like not being exactly well.
Well, this is where you. Hey. This is where you.
Let's
Hold on.
just say,
Hold on. One second. One second. This is what introduces the eugenics argument. Then.
no.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm not advocating for these. No, I'm telling you the reason why it's not going to happen in first of all, a class society, like what under capitalism we have classes. We have the upper class, middle class, lower class.
Have you ever heard the statement? This is why we can't have nice things. Have you ever? Hold on.
Yes. Well, let me finish.
This is why we can't have nice things,
bro. Well, let me finish. No.
Jesus.
But this
Doesn't have to be
idea
this contentious.
But this idea that these fucking homeless people, why don't they just figure out that they can go to like their local fucking restaurant, right? KFC or McDonald's, and offer them, hey, can I just sweep the floor? Yeah, cool.
They don't do it. They don't.
Cool. You know why?
Because they're retarded.
And have you ever? No, because dude. Can you imagine the interview? Right, somebody comes along.
I'm not talking about an interview for a job application. I'm talking about you go up. Listen, hold on, bro.
That's a job in America. You pay not to hire somebody, right?
Hey, yo. Let me explain something to you, dude. I've lived literally like on the streets in San Francisco, in New York City. I used to sleep on the rooftops in New York City. Hold on, no. It is anecdotal in reference to the idea that if you're on the fucking streets, right, you can always make a buck. You can always do something, bro. You can always go up. And I'm telling you right now, like, if you fucking are starving and you're in New York City, you can go ask somebody at a fucking McDonald's, say, hey, can I go I'll clean the fucking bathroom for you. I know you don't want to do that, but you could give me the hamburger, the french fries, and 15 minutes worth of work. I'm just saying, dude, the work is out there. And I'm just saying that, like, it's like, that's why I'm saying, like, I often question sometimes, damn, is eugenics a good idea? Like, was the vaccine meant to fucking get rid of 90% of the population that doesn't think so we can move into a golden age? I don't know. It's like,
you cannot do medical misinformation.
No.
Please don't do that. Don't do that.
Isa, for goodness sake, I don't know if you're not being around these people. I don't know if you've been ever in a restaurant. No manager of a restaurant of McDonald's or KFC or whatever, Burger King, or even on like any usual restaurant, wants a guy who smells like fucking wet dog, who's been dead, for 2 months, right?
So I gotta suffer. I can't have. Hold on.
Going close.
Let me finish.
Let me finish. Yeah, going close to the customers, sweeping under the table while they're eating. Right.
What's the point?
Like this. The point is, this is not how capitalism works. This is not how hiring works, right? It's just very childish and very naive.
So let me ask you a question then. Should I give up my steak and my great fucking dinner that I could make for myself so that everybody on earth can get gruel, including some dude who stinks on the street who won't lift a finger to help himself because he'd rather get fucking high on fucking glue or some shit?
So now we're going into like addiction. Cool. Yeah, addiction is a problem and it happens to good people, right? People who are addicted.
No, it doesn't. Addiction doesn't happen to good people. Fucking losers get addicted, bro. Losers.
Oh, really? All right. See, now we're going
100%, bro.
Now
Weak
we're going
motherfuckers.
Have you ever been around these people? I have.
Yo, bro, I don't even want to get into it.
We had many tenants.
Don't cry to somebody else about that shit, dude. They can go fucking.
No,
they can go die with a needle in
their
arm.
This is really interesting, right? How these flat earthers, right, are also like eugenicists, basically, like far right, right, who like, oh yeah, man, these people just inherently, genetically, right, like inferior to us, right? That's why they do drugs.
What are you? Hold on, you want me to respect drug addicts? Is that what you're trying? That's your point right now?
No, I'm talking about.
You're talking about. You're talking about how I gotta respect someone
No, listen.
couldn't even get a job at McDonald's.
I don't need you. I was gonna say some slur. Look, I don't need you to even love these people, respect these people. I just need you to acknowledge the best policies that our government should adopt to prevent these kind of people from being created in the first place, right? And if we look at what creates this, right, it is poor socioeconomic conditions, right? It's not a secret, right? It's black people, it's white people, it's you pick a fucking identity. When they are in that situation, when they are in that situation, right, they're more likely to adopt these fucking bad behaviors, and we have like studies on this.
Yeah, dude.
We
So
can,
let me put something.
we can look at like majority white towns in America. Wait, almost done. 2 seconds. 20 seconds, right? We have like majority white towns in America who are like dependent on coal mining industry for work, doing great. Once the coal mine closed, the drug use went, guess where? The statistics on drug use.
Through the
roof. Yep, they went through the roof.
Yeah, sure, but they also
the use of government subsidies support, like.
Let me ask you a question, dude. It's been going on forever, dude. I get incredible. Dude,
but you didn't get the point. Did you get the point?
I'll give
I don't really get your fucking.
I'll give him a direct response, just quickly. Dude, the government basically sold out all the jobs, the manufacturing, all of that, all over to the Chinese, essentially.
No. Let's not go there.
Sold out their own population.
Let's not go there.
Bro, that's capitalism, and it's inevitable. And it's inevitable.
Dude, can you guys hold on with that bullshit? Look, dude. First off, question one: if you decide to do drugs, whose choice is that?
Oh my god! Yeah, sure.
Okay, no. So now my next question. Okay, so next question. I don't need you to talk for 20 minutes about it. Fucking So next question.
What's my answer?
You're quite. What is your answer then?
The answer is.
We're going.
Did you choose? No.
Well, I'm just saying. Did they choose it, or did somebody else make them do drugs because they lost their fucking job?
Do you mean free will choice, absent of causal conditions beforehand?
Okay, so they made the choice, right? We could agree. They made whoever decided to start doing. So you don't think they decided it was because they lost their job?
Free will doesn't exist.
Free will doesn't exist. That's why you'd be so immune to, or so agreeable to communism, because you don't think you have free will. You don't respect the individual because you don't believe in free will. Yeah. And that's why, if you really gave a shit about humanity, you'd be more about flat Earth. Because the reason for the drug usage is the fucking philosophical nihilism that we've been placed in. And I think it's ultimately all goes back to the idea that if you've been limited to one cosmology, that is a fatalistic cosmology. You're related to a monkey, so there's no way there's a fucking God. You're floating through space, you're amoral, and you're fucking retarded, dude. And you're so fucking retarded, you think communism is better.
I don't know if that's the conclusion, Lisa.
That's what it sounds like to me.
It's hard to say that you actually have an argument to advocate for when you have no actual free will to go with. Like, this is not even your opinion to be espousing. This is someone else's.
Sure. Listen, can you provide evidence or an argument for free will existing? And by free will, let me just.
Free will? I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of free will. How about like a father that dies for their daughter in a burning house?
What? That's not.
How about that man? No. It goes. No. It goes against every fucking. Hold on, dude. How about this? Do you know why men get the biggest piece of the steak at the family dinner table? Do you know why? Do you know the old? You know this? Do you know the?
Oh my god! But
do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? Answer the question.
Tell me why. You said tell me why.
Why? Because you know why? Because it's women and children first. So when man gets the biggest piece of steak, because it's women and children first, bro, and that's free will. That's a man. Because when the house is on fire, it's the man's job to put his life up on the line so that it's women and children first, bro. So it's free will to determine, like, hey, I'm going to choose to fucking die in this thing so that my family can live. That's an example of free will to me. I don't know. What do you think?
The fuck are you talking about? Listen, okay, I define free will as there being no contra-causal free will, meaning that you're making decisions without the effect of any other things. Oh my god, sorry, I have indigestion. Sorry, guys. Oh my god.
Need some more steak.
I wish I had some fucking steak. Oh my god.
I think everything in this life is transactional. The fact that you're gonna go into the house,
Mama is transactional.
You're gonna go into the house to save your kids is simply because those kids give you some sort of personal satisfaction, or feel the pleasure of having kids, or the possessions of kids, or because they can do things for you.
You have a choice.
That's literally geared. I don't think transactionality is.
Zoid, if I may.
What?
That is disgusting.
No, it's not. It's the cold hard truth. I am a cold hard calculating feelingless machine, and this is the truth.
You're a victim.
Transactional.
Right, you're a victim of the globe. You're a victim of the globe's
you've somehow bought basically into the idea of like the red pill, or like a conservative fucking meme of like capitalist meme of like, oh, we're just transacting, right? This is literally what Ayn Rand would say.
No.
Yes,
no, I've always believed this. Everything is. I do things because I want to be treated well, so I treat other people. I want communism to exist because I want to benefit, as well as other people benefit from me. It's all like symbiosis.
You're supposed to steal shit.
No, feelings are irrelevant in this situation. Material universe has no time for feelings.
Okay, Mr. Borg. Yeah, sure. Resistance.
I mean, that's the truth.
Resistance is futile.
Resistance is indeed futile, and the material universe has no feelings.
No, so how am I disagreeing with you? I don't understand.
I don't know. But I've always had this position for years upon years. I've held this position.
But that's wrong. It's literally what, like, again, the Ayn Rand.
No, you shouldn't be surprised. That has nothing to do with Ayn Rand. Thinks that everything for herself, she doesn't get to give anything to other people. I'm completely opposite of it.
So, do you love your wife? Do you love your child?
Yes, because do you know why? Because they make my heart tingle when I think about it, and I like that my heart gets tingly, right? I like the feeling, so therefore I generate that feeling using the external stimuli.
Feeling is not
or
rational.
External object. It's absolutely rational. It's a reaction. It's a reaction in your brain. It's a biochemical reaction.
So the reason
electromagnetic reaction in your brain.
So the reason why you
we're all drug addicts towards feeling.
Wait. So the reason why you want to support and like do everything good, presumably for your wife, it's not because you do the cold-hearted calculation of like, okay, she gave me this much happiness, drug, whatever. Versus how much I can spend my, suffering drug. I don't know what the fuck it is. Serotonin, I think it is, right? No, you just feel it, right? You just feel that, oh, this person is, oh, I love this person.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I'm addicted to the feeling, so therefore I do things to get the feeling. I like my brain chemicals to wash over my brain and generate electromagnetic impulses which go through my nervous system and create this feeling, right? I like that, so therefore I stimulate it.
You can build those yourself, though. You can actively participate in habitual activity like meditation and change and reorientate those motivations.
That also can give you those like feelings. Yeah.
So that's free will, overcoming that.
Everything is transactional. You do things only for yourself and for nobody else, but people like to dilute themselves, and I get why that they're actually being altruistic. Why not? We're doing things because we like to do things, and we like to feel a certain way, and we like to be perceived in a certain way, because when we're perceived in a certain way, then we feel in a certain way, right? It's all.
Is that why you advocate for communism then?
Correct.
So
the term is ethical egoism.
Correct. Thank you, Docs. Finally.
What was it? I missed it. Sorry.
Ethical egoism.
Egoism.
So you do everything for selfish means.
You're an egoist?
An ethical egoist.
EGO. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm
an ethical egoist.
And I'm a good flesh-eating bacteria.
Do you think egoists by necessity have to be bad people? Out of curiosity.
I think egoist is like a great example of capitalist.
I think I think egoism. Look, okay.
I want people to have a lot, so I can have a lot. I can be safe, and they can be safe.
I think if you play this thing in your head, like these like logical, how to call it, Jesus Christ. But no, basically what I'm saying, because I've like analyzed this position a long time ago, and it leads to oblivion. And I recognized I need some like universals, right? Like just I just like love my mom because I do. It's not because she gives me something.
So no offense, but like most people that critique ethical egoism, that like say that it's just a sort of like capitalism leads to nihilism, that sort of thing, they just haven't thought it out deeper than like a person talking to a person. Ethical egoists, like Zoidberg here, wants his communist system because he doesn't want to be in a society where if he falls down, he's fucked because it's capitalist. He wants to be in a society that if he falls down, he still has a good standard of living. He doesn't have to like walk through the streets and see slums, which might upset him or have crime against him.
Are you saying that there's no slums in communism?
Too little. So no, that's not what I'm saying. So the ethical egoist is wanting to set up society to be good for everyone because that benefits them.
But then that leads
to self-perpetuate that goodness, right?
Right, but then that leads to, if you don't have any like axioms, other axioms to ground this, like human value.
But I do. But I do. My axioms are pretty clear. I want to minimize suffering. I want to like increase pleasure.
How would you give a shit about that?
Because that also guarantees me pleasure.
Well, wait. Is this general? Wait, just a sec. Wait, is this increasing for you or for you trying to?
For everybody, including me.
Why would you try? Why would you
increase pleasure, decrease suffering for me and for everybody else?
Why would you bother decreasing suffering for everybody?
Because if I don't decrease suffering, that may increase my suffering by seeing other people suffer. Because I'm geared towards, like, as a human being, to have empathy from an evolutionary standpoint. And if I have empathy, you have this like flawed mechanism that makes me suffer by seeing other people suffering, then I don't want that.
Okay, so what if you have like this fucking asshole, right, that you like hate so much, right? And you're like in a forest where nobody's around there, right? And well, actually, there's bears. You can see bears there, like hunting for something, right? If you like, just like, cut his knee, right, or whatever, he's gonna be food for the bears. No evidence, right? Why would you not like kill him? Or rather, why would you not just let him be consumed by the bears?
Because there's no need for me to kill him, and
but he's like a Nazi.
Is he trying to actively kill me? Well, then I'll kill him, obviously.
Well, no. Wait, no.
I'd kill him even if he wasn't trying to kill me. I don't think you guys like. I'm not Zoidberg right now, but so we tend to think of these things of like murdering someone who's a terrible person as something we shouldn't do for some like moral axiom, but that's never the case. The case is just that we go to prison, our lives will be ruined, we can't get away with it. That's the only reason people don't murder. They say different all the time, but that's generally bullshit.
Those are people who are bad at doing that.
By the way, I just want to clarify, dogs. I'm not a Stirnerite for sure. I despise Max Stirner. But I'm also a utilitarian. I'm also a utilitarian pragmatist and a consequentialist. So, on top of what I just espoused, so I think I have a very nuanced view on my ideology, my beliefs, my philosophy, and my feelings on things.
Would you not
built this system over the past 39 years?
Would you not increase the utility of you increase the morality, whatever XP number, right? If you just get like Nazis, right, into a forest with bears around, right, or wolves, and just like.
Well, if you're asking me to Thanos snap all Nazis right now from the world, right, and if I manage to deduce through a complex utilitarian calculus that's going to increase human pleasure and decrease human suffering, then I'll be Thanos snapping them immediately. Yeah, of course.
Nice. Thanos snap Nazis. Don't just punch them.
But that is just fucking crazy.
Based.
Man.
Do you know how many people were Nazis?
That is
crazy. Do you know how many people were actually? Do you know how many people were Nazis
wait,
but didn't actually know the problem with that? Like, they didn't know the problem of racism.
Yeah, those people will not be Nazis. Those people will not be Nazis. Those people will be just edgy, right? We're talking about people who are firmly entrenched in their ideology. Let's say we have a perfect machine that can read their minds.
You'd be like Dexter.
In the hypothetical, in this hypothetical, we have a perfect machine that can read their mind with absolute certainty, and then we know they're Nazis in their minds, and they do Nazi things in real life. Then snapping those.
Ironically,
then that's the hypothetical. We use hypotheticals to elucidate morality and moral understanding and moral frameworks and moral intuition.
Wait, let me handle this. Wait, because I'm on the same level. Like, look, I'm actually more
same
of
power level.
Yes, because look, I'm more of an authoritarian, I thought, than you actually. Because look, I'll be like,
I've always told you that if I get world power, my enemies would
but that's not a good thing.
Mostly afraid of me.
Why would you say that? Hey, why would you admit to that?
But I'm honest. If I get world power, the people who I perceive as enemies will be trembling in their shoes.
My buddy's no, shut the fuck up. My buddy's calling me. I'm gonna like.
Yeah, bye bye. Say hi, Jim.
No. I dip the call. Fuck it. I'll talk to him.
Dip the call so you can debate.
Yes, fuck him. Let's see, for 2 minutes at least, right? Then I'm calling. But no, Zoidi, my friend, my guy, I love you so much. But goddamn, you cannot just first of all Nazis, right? I know we have like personal connection to this, right? Like, but Nazis is not something inherent. Nazism. Like basically,
we're hard determinists. We think that they didn't have a choice, but still, even if they don't have a choice of becoming Nazis, there's still an obstacle in the world that's causing suffering. Therefore, it must be eliminated according to my ideology.
They're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. The biggest problem, if you're a Marxist, especially like me, right, you would say, "Oh, the Nazis are a consequence of the capitalist ruling class trying to brainwash."
Sure, that they can be that too. Yeah, they can be that too.
The working class, they're trying to brainwash the working class, right, by appealing to like these kind of sentiments. Right? So I would not. I mean, I never met them. I've met at the post office, right? I was surprised. Like I met basically the EDL, but for like Czech EDL. You know what's the EDL, right? Like the British. Right? No, these people are just people. They are people. They are people, man. And I would never want
8
to.
billion of them. We don't need a bunch of them being Nazis.
They're not. Well, they're not. But I'm confused. Anyway, I actually have to call my buddy back because he's actually kind of bad. He's doing.
Dogs, you wanted to say something while Spartacus is missing?
Yeah. What you said before about we get rid of people even if they're determined to be Nazis because it's like a consequential argument of doing it for the good. I think there's something deeper to that. It's also a deterministic argument. We're determined to do that because it's for some reason it works when we do it to deter people from being shitheads later on, and then it seems that determines the next generation of doing it. So like you kill a man that murders, you kill him. And everyone around you now has this pressure, this deterministic pressure to not kill because in their mind, to kill is to be killed or to be put away in prison.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, I agree. I mean, people that such about this, like, how can you like derive your entire like worldview and philosophy and politics based on the fact that you want things to be safe for yourself, therefore you want things to be safe for everybody else, and what's extended to you to be extended to everybody else seems like a silly thing to pour a culture over. I think it's perfectly reasonable.
Wouldn't the ultimate victory over a murderer is to show that, like, somehow show them and have them reform themselves? I mean, it seems almost like a little bit.
They can reform themselves in heaven. They can be reformed in heaven by the angels and God.
Do you believe in heaven, dude?
Maybe I do, but I'm just saying they can be reformed in heaven.
Maybe I do. That's your response. Wow, you're really into this.
Okay, let's say, for the sake of this conversation, I do believe in heaven, and they can be reformed by God and the angels in heaven.
Conversation, once again, you're in debate. You can't just have a genuine conversation, one person to another.
Okay, but
You're not willing to reveal your hand. You want to sort of play this pretense hypothetical every time.
It's just more interesting to sometimes do hypotheticals or step into a different worldview to think about things differently. We're not all just going off vibes all the fucking time. Sometimes we try to like think of different things and what we naturally vibe with.
I mean, the funny part is that I'm just joking about the whole heaven thing, but like he decided to actually make it into part of the conversation, so we can talk about it. The fact that you are unwilling to engage in hypothetical shows two things. I did, yes, that was the joke.
Yeah, I was
it's one is like I don't think so. One is at least it has to be considered within context. I don't think that I think that if you cannot engage in hypotheticals when it comes to conversations about morality and philosophy, then you certainly have some lapse of development. Like I'm talking about neurodevelopment that you need to address.
No, it's just I'm happy to engage in hypotheticals, sir. I just didn't think it was relevant to the conversation we were having. Sorry. So you sort of seem to use the hypothetical to jump off into some other sort of theoretical tangent that wasn't relevant to the kind of question I was sort of querying.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by this. I'm just giving you like an explanation why we used hypotheticals in the previous conversation and why my joke was obviously a joke.
Okay, cool.
Like I don't think God or the angels would actually educate anybody in heaven.
What do you think is the ultimate victory over a murderer? To have them murdered themselves by the state, presumably, or to reform them such that they go in future into the world and they save more lives than what they've killed?
Before I engage in this topic, would you like concede the previous topic then?
Concede what exactly? What was your claim? That I'm not willing to engage in hypotheticals when I just
you just refuse to engage in hypotheticals due to you are either dishonest or like you don't understand why we're doing this.
Dude, this is so meta.
Since you now actually try to engage in hypotheticals, then I understand that you understand hypotheticals, so now I'm thinking you're just dishonest. But sure, now to answer this question, I think that in general, anybody, including no matter of severity of their crime, there should be an attempt to reform them. Yes, correct. I do believe that.
It just seemed to be
in the real world from a pragmatic standpoint.
There seemed to be this joyful glee about murdering.
So again, you show me that you don't understand hypotheticals because the Thanos snapping was completely a hypothetical conversation, not. You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. Then.
What's in it? You got a bee in your bum today, or something?
What? No, I'm very calm.
Yeah, something's going on with you today.
I'm just talking, man. Like, what do you mean? I like to have debates and conversations, and today I'm like just in the mood for a debate. I'm calm, I'm collected, I speak softly, and I carry a big dick.
Yeah, my man.
Yeah, great.
Rick, the whole gleeful about killing people.
You just start talking about genitalia or something. That's
it was a joke, Rick. Jesus, man.
The whole thing about like being gleeful about murdering people, that's really just weariness at having to deal with fuckwits, like Nazi fuckwits on the internet all the time, or racist dickheads in real life, or like shitty politicians that pass racist legislation. What do you mean?
Are they here? What
do you mean?
Are they here? You're venting here are the people that you're talking about here? Do we need to listen to your venting?
There are Nazis in this server, yeah.
Okay.
There's like anti-Semitic, like Nazi.
Are you talking to one now, or are you trying to work out?
Yeah.
You seem to be just want to
stop trying to victimize yourself. This is so pathetic,
I say I wanted to kill you, Rick? Hey, Rick, Rick, did I say I wanted to kill you specifically?
You rub up, bro.
Did I stupid? Did I say I want to kill you specifically?
Yeah,
you're breaking up, actually, Bugs.
Did I say I want to kill you specifically?
No, you did not say that. Because if you did say that, I would be moderating.
Why do I have to listen? I'm trying to engage in a conversation here, and you're talking to some other Nazis somewhere else. Good on you. Nice one. You must want to like call them out or something.
So, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you think happened in this conversation, Rick? Well, honestly, try to recap the conversation and what it had to do.
Where
with
are the
Nazis and all
Nazis
that
you're
sort of
talking
stuff.
to?
Do it.
Man?
Go on.
Where's the Nazis you're talking to?
Okay, so the way we were talking about this is what would happen. This was Spartacus who put this forward. What would happen? Would you get rid of Nazis if you had the ability to get rid of all the Nazis? And we said, yeah, if we could Thanos snap them, we Thanos snap them all away. There's nothing wrong with that. That was a conversation. We weren't saying anyone in this call right now is a Nazi. We were given a hypothetical. We engaged with it. I thought it was actually an interesting engagement for quite a bit there. But now you're somehow turning it into as if you are the Nazi that we're projecting onto you that we want to kill. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Are you a Nazi, Rick?
Rex Guy, I would never kill you, even if you're a Nazi. Okay? Kiss, kiss.
I think he got offended because he might be wrong.
Yeah, I'm betting money Rick's a Nazi.
I got a... Dude, there's no point in engaging with this gentleman. Why would I choose to go any further? Like, just because I'm down,
because we can engage in hypothetical.
Like, it's actually true or something.
Rixa, you realize how absurd
this with you guys. Like, I recede because there's no point in continuing, and then you just saw, oh yeah, he must have receded because he thinks he's a Nazi or something.
Rixa, you realize how like strange this situation is, right?
You got Nazis on the brain; they live rent free in you.
Nobody was saying that they're like. Okay, what I'm saying is you understand how like strange the situation is right now, right? Because we were talking about a hypothetical Thanos snap mechanism which just eliminates all Nazis, and we also were talking about a perfect machine that can read their minds with absolute certainty and know that they're Nazis, right? Like this is ridiculous for you to try to first like divert it to but like I'm this like peace-loving hippie who doesn't want to kill people, and then because apparently this angle didn't work to attract attention to your argumentation line, then was if I was a Nazi, would you kill me? That is just it's silly, man.
I never said
you're a grown
that,
man. Come on. Well, I
asked him where are the Nazis that he's talking to because he said it so many times. I was like,
you said that, and also other things. Come on.
So where are the people that he's talking to? I couldn't see or hear him. So it just seemed a little bit
whatever,
over the
man.
top.
You're being silly right now. I don't know why you're being a silly goose, but
yeah, I'm not the one talking about like Thanos machines that snap away the bad things that you don't like in the world. Yeah, who's been silly here? Really?
Well, obviously, it's a hypothetical conversation
where we could perceive the minds. It was a hypothetical where we could perceive the minds of everyone around us to see if they were Nazis, and then decide to get rid of them. That's obviously
what I find a little bit interesting is you're
so Zoidberg.
You're coming through a bit low, man. I'll just turn you up.
Sorry, what?
Is he coming through low for anyone else?
No, I can hear.
I needed to turn you up. Sorry, low dogs.
No worries, love. Yeah, like so the hypothetical started with a ridiculous proposition that we could divine the minds of people and kill them. And so Zoidberg added something ridiculous into that, which was the Thanos snap that doesn't exist. The whole hypothetical is something we can actually do that exists in reality. It's just a way to think about like a trolley problem situation.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I can go back a little bit if you want to continue on. But what was it? Zoidberg said that the idea is that you feel safe, everyone else feels safe, right? That was what you remember you stated.
There are more things to this, but yeah, sure.
But the complexity comes in then at some point, right? Is in order for some people to feel safe, they actually go out and buy a gun, don't they? And who are you to say that that's not for them a safe decision to make? So then the dilemma becomes, I'm pretty sure if you guys had your Thanos machine again, you'd probably snap away all the guns or something, right? So
that's an interesting question. You're saying essentially is beyond like when I mean safe, I mean people have food, water, internet, house, warmth, medication, that I mean for free, everything for free, medical services for free. Now you're going into personal safety, right? But in that hypothetical world where everybody's needs are satisfied, the crime element would definitely significantly be diminished, and the desire to own a weapon would definitely significantly be diminished. Obviously, there are insane people that commit because their brains are wired incorrectly or they have developmental problems, so they become serial killers or whatever, right? Those people still will be a danger, but that doesn't mean we diminish services in that world. the world we're talking about, where everybody is quote unquote safe when it comes to like material needs, we diminish the role of a police service or a like detectives within the police service, or like some sort of protection service for the citizenry, right? And also keep in mind that we're all doing this to minimize suffering and to maximize happiness or pleasure. But minimizing suffering means that we are okay with some accepted levels of suffering still existing, because it will be physically universally impossible to diminish those because of human nature, right? We're imperfect, so therefore the thing we're trying to reach will be imperfect, but we still should strive for perfection, right? That's the idea.
Okay, can I respond to something you said like right at the start about free? You were saying free stuff, right? So free food, free medical, these sorts of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know it's not free, okay?
What do you mean?
It's not free. There's no such thing as free medical, free food. Like this idea that it's free is this sort of communistic idea where you can just rock up at the McDonald's and order something without sort of exchanging value. But you got to recognize that someone's working on the back there to produce that product. So it's not free. So the issue is then who's paying for it? Because I mean, this idea that it's free is
we all
this
work,
crazy
we contribute
utopia.
to we all work, we contribute to the purse, the global purse, and that global purse is used to resources, obviously, right? Is used to create these services for us, right?
Yeah, but it's not free. So I think you're using.
I mean,
the
in the literal sense of the word, it's not free. It requires work. Yes.
See, I think these ideas, like using that term "free," is a completely misappropriation of the terminology. It's like calling America
would you like me to use?
It's an ironic oxymoron, actually.
What language would you like me to use?
I don't know. It's your terminology. I'm just pointing out that the term "free" is already taken, meaning something else. It's not free. Whatever you want to call that, you're welcome to come up with your terminology, but it's not free.
Okay, I understand. So, okay, I would say this: communal shared resources, global communal shared resources. They are extracted via work, but we all share them, and we all, but by the virtue of these resources existing in our purse, we get free services like healthcare, medicine, internet, warmth, food, refrigeration, transportation,
and if someone chooses not to work,
if somebody chooses not to work, we have to evaluate why they choose not to work, understand the reason, and maybe offer them help to actually realize their potential in the thing that they actually want to do, instead of just forcing them to do a job that they will not be efficient as because they don't want to do it, right? Or if it's an extreme case with just a person that says, I'm lazy, I don't want to do anything, then we just exclude them from our network, and they can do whatever they want. They can go into the forest and like hunt or whatever.
Sure.
Satisfied, Rick Sky? I think we're having a good conversation right now, right?
I'm agreeable as long. I mean, just terminology of free. I think sometimes
to use your expression, I think you are I think you're picking up the stuff I'm dropping. To use your terminology.
Yeah, I think it's still idealistic. I think it's sort of.
for sure.
Dude, I used to play around with these ideas as well. I don't know, just sort of. It's fun, sure.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's idealistic, but we should strive for ideals.
You ever heard of the phrase that if the item is free or the service is free, then you are the product being sold? I think it was sort of like came out around about the same time as Google was floated, right? But I think it's an age-old one. It's been around for a while.
I gotta go. Amazon is here with the food for my rabbit. I'll be back in a bit.
Go for it.
Rabbit must eat.
Hey, do you feed that rabbit lettuce?
No, they are not supposed to eat lettuce because lettuce gives them gas, and they have like very delicate stomachs. But he eats grass. He eats like Parsley, basil.
You know what happens when rabbits eat lettuce?
They
Have
fart.
you ever looked it up? No. Have you ever looked at anything else that they do? Or that happens?
No. Please tell me.
Check it out. Basically, apparently, something more like or akin to a LSD trip for them.
Oh, I don't really. Oh, interesting.
Yep.
They shouldn't eat chocolate.
I'll go look
It's
up.
toxic for them, as well as garlic and onions. They're toxic for them.
I suspect that it might also be somewhat toxic for us. It's just that you become resistant to these toxins if they're introduced slowly.
Yeah, but garlic and onion are so good and they're so healthy for you. Lots of minerals, vitamins, a ton of stuff that's super important for humans.
Baruch Hashem Yahweh.
Oh. Boker Tov, אחי. מה נשמע?
Boker Tov.
Are you working today?
About to start working right now.
Good luck.
What evil spells are you casting?
I wanted to hear more about your opinion on communism.
Have your
actually, when you're back. I'm just surprised that there are people in here. I've met a lot of people in here. They're not democratic socialists. They're straight up communists. You got Red Tape. You got Zoidberg. And I don't know who else.
I suspect it might be a little bit of, what is it, grass is greener on the other side. It has no historical precedent for operating very well.
Have you guys
Seems to be
heard
fairly
of...
recent, no? What's up, Renee? How you doing today?
Good morning. Have you guys heard of the polymetallic nodules? They are like mineral reserves deep in the ocean, but it's kind of interesting, and I kind of wanted to ask Zoidberg. This is like trillions of dollars worth of value, but it's technically owned by mankind, by donation, even though the U.S. doesn't follow this treaty. But they're always talking about this utopian society, and I always wanted to ask, like, what are they going to utilize to pay for it? He said, a common source of labor, and everything else like that. But wouldn't something like this be something you'd attach that ideology to? Or not?
My rabbit's eating lettuce thing's myth. Don't worry about that. False alarm. Apparently there's a wild lettuce that used to be referred to as lettuce opium, though.
The devil's lettuce.
The thing with communism, it's about how it's enforced, because you can have communal living, like in the book of Acts of the Apostles, Acts, they were all, they were all about communal living, right?
I think you broke up, bro.
Man, I was talking this whole time, dude. You guys still there?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
We didn't hear you.
This whole time, dude, I've been talking this whole time, man.
Do it.
Oh,
Redo that last 4 minutes, Lion.
Jeez Louise.
Your mic even turned off for a bit there, though.
It's because my alarm went off, dude. I don't know what was going on, but in concept, right? Like communism has been corrupted, but the idea has merit, right? Communal living, where everybody shares their wealth, right? You share your belongings, you share the food, you share your property. That's a wonderful act of kindness. It holds wonderful merit, but at the same time, the way, like in the book of Acts, the apostles, they promoted this type of lifestyle, right? I could even quote you verses, but this was all according to consensual agreement. Right? You didn't force people to live in a commune. You didn't force them to stay against their will and bind them, right? Like in Cuba or North Korea, where you're not allowed to leave. You cannot leave. You have to stay. You don't have the choice to leave. You don't have the choice to stay. It's whatever they say goes. And the leadership isn't duly elected. It's sort of, the tyrants sort of take control by power, by force. And they try to hold power as long as they can. They try to reserve power as long as they can by any means necessary. Even if they have to kill to keep it. And there's always an aristocratic class. You can never you can never actually eradicate an aristocratic class. Now it's supposed to be a classless society, right? Everybody gets an equal distribution of wealth, or food, property, whatever. But who's in charge of all the equal distribution of wealth? Because what you'll see is that whoever's in charge of distributing the wealth is going to be the wealthiest, is always going to be in control, is always going to be the aristocratic, the higher class, right? And then you get nepotism. And then are they managing the wealth properly? Are they actually living, by communistic ideals? And you'll find out, no, they're not. That's why, even though it sounds good on paper, right, in theory, it might sound good. When you actually apply this, you find out that it's flawed, heavily flawed. I'm not saying capitalism is perfect either, or socialism. They all got flaws, but communism seems to be extremely flawed. I don't understand why anybody would promote it. You still end up with extreme suffering. You still end up with poverty because it's inefficient. A capitalist economy like America, I mean, ideally, I'm a free market capitalist. If we could contain that, we don't have that in America right now. But if we, that's my ideal scenario on Earth. In a flawed, fractured reality is a free market capitalist economy with a republic. But what runs an economy like America is motivation, right? The incentive, the motivation to invent, which creates innovation. And innovation creates consumers. Because with the latest iPhones, with the latest tech and gadgets, and as technology evolves, people consume, right? And you if you keep consuming, you keep the economy alive. If you keep innovation alive, right? Creativity, art, there's motivation to continue forward and progressing That motivation is what actually fuels an economy like ours. And the world benefits from it because we have fashion, we have technology, and we have the pharmaceutical sector, the technological sector, the military industrial sector that all basically run in innovation, continuously innovate. If you start to if you suffocate that, our economy will become stagnant. People will stop consuming, right? Innovation just stops. You don't have that in communism, dude. What's their fuel source? You still there, dude? I don't know, dude. Am I still not coming through?
No, I can still hear you. What makes a republic exactly? Like, how do you have who's the leader? How do you select the leader?
Well, a republic is there's a greater representation, right, for the masses, for the population. So a democracy only has 51%, right, would be the majority. 51% would make the decisions, would pass the bills. With a republic, it's upwards of 70%. So it's known as a supermajority. That's the main difference, actually, between a republic and a democracy.
He broke up again, but yeah, I do recall that distinction being raised before. Yeah, so it's inherently more conservative, though, right?
Not necessarily. No, it has to do with representation. So you ever heard about representation, Congress and the House of Representatives? There's seats,
like
right?
The 70%, right? Like if it needs more than 70% to pass, then inherently there's things. It's going to be more conservative in its changes that it makes, right?
When you say conservative, that's like a political spectrum, right? It's not. It is. I guess it is more conservative.
You get the way I'm using
in modern times.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't have to necessarily be like Republican, conservative types. It has to do with ratios. So, a republic has a greater representation of the people. It's not just 51%. You need upwards of 70% to make change, right? Big changes, even to elect a president, to veto a bill, I don't know all. I'd have to look it up, but there's a lot, dude. But America has both democratic and republic ideals, like depending on the level of the, like you got the local town and you got the state level, and as you move up the hierarchy, you'll find that not all is made by 70%, or not all decisions are made by a supermajority. There's many decisions that only takes a majority, right? I don't know. I can't remember at the top of my head right now, but
I mean, I think the real difference is just that democracy is a more general term. Like there's representative democracies you would probably classify as republics, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't have to do with the 2/3 thing.
What does
sort of like, I don't understand the emphasis on
that's the biggest difference between a republic and a democracy is the amount of representation that you have. Literally, I have a
different from 2/3 vote.
That's the biggest difference between the supermajority versus the majority.
No.
So what's the biggest difference then for you?
Well, like I said, it's more democracy is more of a general term, right? You could say that there's like direct democratic systems where people vote directly. That would be a democracy in the strictest sense. But generally speaking, the terms are used interchangeably because what they're talking about are people make the decisions, right? Like when these terms were devised, they were pretty much pitted against monarchies and authoritarian governments.
I get that, but I'm asking you a question you haven't answered. So what's the biggest difference between a democracy and a republic, in your opinion?
That a democracy is a general term. It's not a. It's not.
That's dude. That's not, you're not answering. You're just deflecting, dude. Respectfully, you're just
answering
deflecting.
exactly your question. A democracy.
No, you're just saying it's just a general term.
Listen
That
to what
doesn't
I'm
answer
saying.
my question.
Fine. Listen to what I'm saying. If you call a governmental system a democracy, what you're probably talking about is a direct democracy where the people directly vote for the things that happen in their state. That you could call, quote, a democracy. But generally speaking, that's not what those words mean.
Historically, going back to Aristotle, dude, that's patently false. But all right, go ahead, Omni.
A direct democracy.
It's patently false. Go ahead, Omni.
So, I agree with Manufactotum. So generally, to my understanding, a democracy is an umbrella term where it means the people vote on things that happen. A republic is a form of democracy where you have elected representatives, and those representatives do the voting.
That's the case for both. You haven't differentiated at all.
A republic is just a representative democracy. That's
So let's say that I live in a state in a building with 1,000 people. Direct democracy would be where every one of those 1,000 people cast a vote on what's going to happen to the building, what color it's going to be painted. However, a representative democracy, also generally known as a republic, would be where each each floor represents one person, elects one person to be their spokesman or their voter, and then those 100 people all vote.
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell you though is that you can have the same thing under a democracy. You can still have representatives under a democracy. It does not make it not a democracy. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. The main difference between the democracy and a republic, no matter how you chop it up, is the difference between a majority and a supermajority. That's the main difference. Because you can flip flop. Go ahead.
Okay, well, where do you get that from?
Yeah, he didn't. He's just not listening. He's just not listening.
Dude, listen, I'll tell you where I learned this from, right? I didn't learn it from the internet. I didn't learn it from ChatGPT. I know an attorney of 25 years. He's a theologian and an attorney. His name's Dr. Stephen Pidgeon. I took Zoom classes with him. He taught us this, the difference. The main difference between a democracy and a republic is the amount of the amount of votes that you need to accomplish change. It's the difference between 51%, which is a majority of a populace, and 70%, whether you have representatives or not, is irrelevant.
So
sounds like one guy's opinion you just happen to agree with.
No, it's not. No,
I don't know where he gets this stuff.
No, he's not alone on this, guys. Now the thing is, these things have changed over time, right? So you can go up here to like 2025 definitions or whatever. But historically, what is the main difference, dude? Going back to Aristotle, not like what you've read 10 years ago from specific source.
So if we deal with just the current situation for like maybe the last century, you could in fact be wrong, and you're describing something from 2 millennia ago.
Well, I mean, inherently, wouldn't it be just that there may be sort of more complexity than saying it's just one particular thing that diversifies them? There may be a couple of different things that are operating at the same time. Do you guys want to offer up your other option?
Well, specifically as to the 2/3 thing, I mean, that's just a stipulation in specifically the U.S. Constitution. You could have written it differently, and I think it would still qualify as a republic. Like, I don't see how the 2/3 thing is.
It's not just the U.S. Constitution. It's not just the U.S. It's not just the U.S.
Every constitution has 2/3 majority for legislation.
No, I didn't say all constitutions. Basically, all republics, even going back to Rome, dude, was ran this way, bro. This is nothing new. You guys just like to argue. Flat earthers can never make a claim without you guys being ultimately skeptical about everything that we say, dude. It's ridiculous.
No, there's genuine disagreements that have nothing to do with you being a flat earther.
Yeah, don't worry about the victim file
You're
stuff.
saying this is only America. It's not only America, bro. Look at all republics in history and tell me how they did the voting, dude. It wasn't 51%. So stop saying, like, you're saying it's only America because of our Constitution. No, it's not, dude. Making me
So
look
why does
stupid.
no definition of republic give that as a qualifier? Like they all talk about representation, constitutions at most, but
You're right. They
what percentage of vote?
Yes, they usually have a constitution enforcing the supermajority, right? And yes, there's representatives. I'm not denying that. You can still have a constitution or a bill under a democracy. You can still have a majority under democracy and representation. Just because you can have that in a republic doesn't mean you can't have it in a democracy. The main difference between a democracy and a republic isn't just the fact that a lot of republics have a bill enforcing these things, call it a constitution. It's not that, right? It's that they have a supermajority, dude.
I'm not seeing that in any definition.
So,
all right, dude. Let me look it up for you guys. Hold on.
So yeah, let me just say this. I think that what you're describing is, there's probably some truth to in the way that most the more of a majority you need in a government, the less quickly it's the less radical it's going to be. So probably there's a good deal of republics that have needed a larger majority in order to act. I'm not aware of any large state that was a direct democracy that would act on 51, or 50.1%.
Ancient Athens had a version of direct democracy.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it may be. The question that I would have there, well, actually, who they considered a citizen was probably limited.
Well,
right?
yeah, of course. Yeah, they did still have slaves who didn't vote.
Yeah. So if you have the problem with a 51% majority in a country of 1 million people, much less 300 million people, is that the time it would take to set up and count those votes would never work. So the need for a supermajority, or the need for a representative government is a practical need, and then trying to figure out whether or not you want, how much of a majority you need. Do you need 50%? Do you need 60%? I think these are just practical considerations and like slide bars that you move around.
Yeah, some places even had a 55% to avoid like just pure simple majorities. But the main thing, you can have a supermajority even in a democratic system. Like that's why I'm saying it's consequential, not definitional.
I know these things get obscured because there's always going to be exceptions, right? You can find in history exceptions. That's why I would say a republic is a democracy. A democracy is a republic. They're interchangeable. You can have representatives in both. You can have bills in both, constitutions in both. So what's really the big difference then? There's a reason why we have democracy and a republic. What's the main difference, you guys? If you can have all the things I just listed in both, what's the main difference?
Yeah, I would just say that one is more of a technical legal term, and the other one is more of a broad category of not even government, just well, I guess government, but
No,
I think
structure.
I think
Structure, you mean structure, underpinnings.
Yeah, yeah.
Framework.
I would say it's the difference between a majority and a super majority. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe you guys don't agree with that. I don't know. Then what's the big difference then?
To be fair, Lion, I think this is just an empty debate. Semantics plus.
It's not. It's kind of important because because if you read Aristotle's letters on government and his opinions on government, I don't agree with everything that he had to say, but I agree with his ideas on a democracy basically being a corrupt republic or a fallible republic. Let me see what he said.
What system do you think we should? What is the ultimate system? Like some form of authoritarianism, technocracy, theocracy? What?
Hold on, dude.
What would be the best? Like, do you think Saudi Arabia is a good system, for example, which are their theocracy, authoritarian theocracy, the church or the
not at all, not at all.
Islam rules the country? Okay, then how about the technocracy where everything is determined by merit and capability, and everybody who's taking government position is a specialist in that particular field?
I can get behind that.
Yeah, doesn't sound bad. It's just that you will never be able to attain power, never be able to be in office if you're not a specialist in that particular. Like, for example, if we're hiring for the Minister of Transportation, you have to be like an educated engineer, civil engineer. Right? You cannot not be that. You have to be that. Nobody else who's not that can get into that position.
I mean, it makes more sense than putting like an oil tycoon in charge of the EPA.
Yeah, I agree. Environmental scientists should be in charge of environment. Theologians should be in charge of the church, right?
So apparently, according to ChatGPT, here's a direct quote from Aristotle's Politics, Book 3. Of forms of government, there are said to be three: monarchy, aristocracy, and thirdly, what is called in a general term, polity. The best is monarchy. The worst of its perversions is tyranny, however you want to say it. The best of the rule of the few is aristocracy. The worst is oligarchy. And of the rule of many, the best is polity. And the perversion of it is democracy. I think he has other quotes. Over here. It says, democracy is a perversion of a constitutional government. For in a democracy, the many rule not according to law, but by force of numbers. I mean, I don't... That's not really relevant.
I mean, he's not saying anything. I mean, I think he's incorrect. But...
I mean, I can see his point. I don't know if I entirely agree.
Yeah, but
so back then, it says back then the term republic didn't exist the way that we understand it today, but polity is what he implied as a republic. That's what it says here.
Yeah, the two wolves and a sheep thing, right?
Yeah, can you? I remember that. I remember what you're talking about. I just don't remember how it goes. You mind sharing it?
Someone said they attribute it to I think John Adams, but I don't think he was the one who said it. Democracy is two wolves and a sheep deciding on what's for dinner. Is the quote, and there's a second part. The sheep being armed is liberty, or something like that.
I like that. actually, because sometimes the mob will make decisions that affect the minority, and the minority don't have a voice in the matter, right? Because they're being outnumbered. And we kind of see that in America sometimes when it comes to the metropolises like New York City, Los Angeles. Most of them are democratic, naturally, for whatever reason. And the people in the country, the conservatives in the country don't really have a voice in liberal states. Even like North Carolina, South Carolina, you could have a lot of surface area that's mostly country, but because of the people, densely populated areas vote Democratic. Most times, it's always going to lean Democratic. Once in a while, you might have recently I think it was North Carolina flipped and went red. Because they're outnumbered by the cities.
Well, the trend tends to be that more populated areas tend to be more democratic. We get that in like major cities, especially coastal cities. I don't know if that's a cause or a result, but they also tend to be more diversely populated.
Yeah, that's true. You saying more brown people?
Basically.
That is very true. Maybe that's the case, but I don't think it's kind of odd if you really start to study why cities are basically unanimously across the board democratic, bro. Like, why do you think that is?
My suspicion?
Education.
Yeah, I think there's if we talk about like progressives and conservatives, I think it's right there in the name. Progressives tend to want to progress things, conservatives want to conserve. Neither is wrong necessarily. Like progress is important, but it's also important to acknowledge roots and where we've come from, history and all that. There's an interplay between the two that I think is necessary. Right? We want to progress, but we don't want to progress too rapidly. And I think people who are steeped in tradition are going to be more conservative. People who have an influx of new ideas are going to be more progressive. But that's a suspicion. I'm not like a anthropologist or anything.
Is it like that across in other continents? Are people like this everywhere, dude?
To a greater or lesser degree, I suspect. I think some cultures intrinsically are going to be more conservative or more progressive.
Zoidberg, you there?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, dude. Is it like this in Italy?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Big cities are more progressive than smaller towns or rural areas.
So they're on board with the abortion, the gender fluidity, the BLM, like all that stuff. Like,
well, we had a BLM protest in Milan when George Floyd happened, so maybe that says something.
It's similar to the US, I think. It stands again.
We have the biggest pride parade in Italy is in Milan, so we had a mayor who was gay.
And in Verona, we have a mayor who, we used to have a mayor who, as a young kid, was in a Nazi rock group. So.
Oh, I know what you mean. Fratelli d'Italia. They were incompetent, complete impotent bastards that couldn't govern the city, and they just dug it to the ground. Like it's so stupid. Never trust right wingers to be good administrators.
Hey, is that just happened with Poland? The person who's got in is an Nazi.
No, it's a center right conservative.
Did I read like a clickbait headline?
probably. He was president and not prime minister.
Hey, Risky, you still there?
I don't see him on. I think he may have gone to bed.
All right, never mind.
Tora, you there, bro?
Tora's in here?
Yeah, I want to see if he's okay. He was a bit agitated yesterday.
I haven't heard Tora in a while.
I had a conversation with Tora. He seemed to be like...
Leave Tora alone, guys.
He seemed to be like...
Guys, why are you guys agitating him for?
Man, I'm talking, man.
I'm messing with you, dude. Relax.
He's a
I think Tora was just disappointed that, like... There's perceived bias towards, like, Globers of the server.
Weird. Tora's been through a lot lately.
We're saying the opposite.
You know, Tora almost lost his eye last week, bro. You guys know that?
What happened?
While he was on Discord with us, we were up in the channel above in the Bible studies, ironically, and he was working in an attic. You know how he does HVAC.
Yeah.
Now he has a tank of. It's a tank of nitrogen gas that's pressurized. It's like 300 psi at the hose.
Yeah.
And I don't know, something blew up on it, and it sent like a piece of shrapnel or a piece of something hit his eyeball, dude. At 300 psi, like point blank, like right, like only a couple feet away from his eye, because he was holding the hose when it happened.
Well, I'm glad he's okay, right?
I had a similar thing. I used to work as a tree surgeon, and I was doing some highway work. And we were killing the stump. Yeah, we were killing the stumps with these. They're called eco plugs. They're glyphosate, Monsanto glyphosate in these plugs, and you drill a hole and then you hammer in these eco plugs. And I hammered it in, and it squirted out directly into my eye. So I had a full load of glyphosate or whatever it's called, Monsanto poison, straight into my eye. But it was okay.
But the thing is,
I've got a story. I armed my mate's quad, and a nut flew off the motor really, really fast, straight past my head and banged into the table.
You got nutted on your head.
Yeah, he got nutted on his head. It's crazy.
I nearly got nutted, yeah.
I'm afraid to ask him. I try to ask him here and there how his eye's doing, but he said last time I asked him, his eye wasn't working right. Like it wasn't what's it called, dilating?
Yeah,
when you point the light on it. Oh, he's back. There he is.
Yeah, the pupil doesn't dilate or contract.
What's still like it, bro?
What's that?
Is it still like it today, bro?
Is my eye still like that? Yeah. It's blurry and it doesn't open, or there's like a special word for it. It's called like traumatic mydriasis.
What did the doctor say?
You've been to a doctor, right?
How about Harum Garum? What if you get
Yeah, the
scared?
ophthalmologist said it's traumatic mydriasis. MYDRIASIS.
Yeah, but what
is it? I mean, is it still a critical situation, or does he think that you'll recover?
I know I can recover, because my actual physician is Jesus Christ. I just go to this ophthalmologist for advice.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Oh, good.
Yeah, Jesus is a pretty good eye surgeon. I've seen it. Oh.
Exactly. Yeah, he's got a good track record.
My uncle was an ophthalmologist.
Was he a good one?
Say again?
Was he a good one?
He was when he was alive.
Did he have 20/20?
Everyone in the eye doctor place has glasses on. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I know. None of them have 20/20. And what are they comparing your sight to? Who's got the perfect eyeballs that you need to make yours like?
You have to read the chart. It says DEFPOTEC.
Oh, so the chart's got the perfect eyeball. Okay, because I was confused, like who had the perfect sight.
You're wrong, Laura. It says DOMMOCH.
How'd you guys know what it said on the bottom?
Yo, tell your story, Tor. Tell him what happened.
We all know that Dimok is a platonic ideal.
Tor don't like attention like that, you know. So he doesn't. That's why I had to tell you. But you mind sharing your story, dude?
You told her. Yeah, you told it. It's pretty much what you said. It was.
No, tell the part with the blood, dude.
Oh yeah. So basically, after it happened, I thought I thought someone was in the attic with me or something else happened, because it felt like a gunshot, dude. And then there was blood everywhere, like all over the place. But then when I would feel for the blood, there was no blood on my hands. So then I went down and went into my truck and looked in the mirror, and my eyeball was filling with blood, the brown part of my eye, since I have brown eyes.
From what?
From the traumatic hit it's called a drain dog. It blew up in the pipe.
Oh, goddamn.
Yeah. So then everything.
Close to it and it...
Well, I mean, I'm all crushed up working in close quarters. You know what I mean?
Right. So it just got you either way. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. A lot of people say I should have had safety glasses on. Ophthalmologist said they would have shattered.
Well, I wear safety glasses sometimes mowing the lawn. It just depends on how wild that grass gets.
Yeah, word. I hear you. But yeah, it all so then the blood filled up, and instead of going black, because this happened to my dad when I was younger, as crazy as that is, it all went bright white. And when I would close my eyes, it was the weirdest feeling, because I could see something going on, but it was all bright white. It was super peaceful. Yeah, I'm good, dude.
It's the sound vibration. Same thing happens if you barely close your eyes but keep them slightly open, and anything hits water. It'll look like light speckles in your eye. You'll see the light of the sound. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was weird. The ophthalmologist was like, "Oh, I would think it would have went black because you're covered with blood." But yeah, it just went all white, dude. It was kind of peaceful, actually. It was all right.
I would try fasting, dude. You know, just see what happens.
I did.
Fasting.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a longer one. I did a 2-day right after.
Get those stem cells, stem cell action going on.
Yeah,
But
man.
if you do focus your eyeballs to your eyelids, and any liquid gets hit with any other liquid or anything like that, the sound of the two things become a light spectrum or a splash of light. So whenever okay, so if you're looking forward and you got your eyes barely closed, you're focusing, and there's water in the room, and you pour something down against the other water, your eyeballs will see a light splash back.
DMOC, what do you think sound is?
What I think sound is?
Yeah.
Electrical continuity.
Why does it have to be electrical?
Why do you think they call it the universe? Flat earthers are silly.
I don't know.
You never thought about that word, universe?
No, I don't really care too much about breaking down words to their ultimate meaning.
It refers to the Soviet Union, man. We should be the Soviet Union.
Like it's like terrific. Like what does terrific mean? It means something good. But if you break down the word, it means like it's terror. It's it's bad.
Yeah,
So
well, yeah, I'm
kind of
just talking.
so
I'm
it's
just
kind of like
talking. Like
it's
most
just
people
Well, it's kind
think
of like
that.
all the other stuff, right? They tell you there's air, temperature, pressure, all this stuff, and you get all these readings. But when you come back to find all this garbage is just electrical, because the only way you can ever get the reading is through the electrical process.
Why does sound have to be electrical though, Dima?
What do you mean? Did you make it? That's the thing that made it. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I make sound all the time.
No, you didn't create the thing called sound. You make noise.
Yes,
You make
which is
noise.
what
You
we
didn't make sound.
noise, sounds. Yes, whatever you
So
want to
where does
call it.
sound come from?
I make them. Yes.
Now, where does it come from without you? Before you were born, where sound came from?
Where does sound comes from vibrations?
So before you were born, there was sound, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't make sound. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, I do make sounds.
Holy motherfucker.
What about produce sounds? Would you be satisfied, Dimok,
He
if
makes noises.
he
I already
says
said.
produce?
He makes noises. He produces noises.
Okay.
What is a noise sound? Most people would say noise is
Well,
sound.
he didn't make the thing called sound.
Yeah.
I
don't care.
He produced it. He
Like
wouldn't
what?
ask me what it was. He would be like, Mark, this is what sound is. I made that shit.
Yeah,
Well,
like
check it out though.
If you make it, you know what it is clearly, right? You made it.
I got an electric guitar and acoustic guitar. So one sounds electric and one doesn't.
So sound is electric guitar and acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm saying, like, if you make the sound, why are you asking me what the sound is? You made it. That's weird that you would ask me. I didn't make that sound. You did.
Because I'm just like confused why it has to be electrical. I'm just where does that come from?
Why what has to be electrical?
You said sound is electrical.
Why does energy have to be energy? I don't know, brother. You're gonna have to ask energy the question. Ask all your Big Bang people and your particle people who said everything's energy. Pick it up with them. Tell them they're all wrong. Tell them there's another way to read stuff without using electricity, and find out what the amounts are and the quantifications and the resistance are just the numbers. What are you going to use besides electrical numbers and meters? Your fingers, strings.
You fascinate me.
You're going to use
you are a fascinating person.
Well, you're the one that doesn't believe in energy. Energy can enter and exit a container.
Clearly. I mean, truly just fascinating.
Water, air, and temperature can do that. Temperature can exit into the container.
Like people like you are the reason why I come on here. You're just fascinating.
Why? Because I have original thoughts, or
yeah, that's one way to put it.
No, I will tell you.
Oh no,
I think he's saying you're like a zoo animal or something. Dude.
No, I'm saying
let's not be dischargeable.
Have original thought. We're in a world where everybody just
I would say
and regurgitates already used information they thought they knew first. So
I would say Dimok.
Is the Christian saying this to us?
Please, I would say that Dimok is eccentric and unusual in his thinking.
Bullshit. Fucking listen. No. This guy is like, oh, you're just repeating things you heard before. I'm sorry.
No, if we have to,
do you not read the Bible? Hello, hey, Dimok, do you not read the Bible?
I'm asking you for what is an original thing. The Bible's not original. That's another man-made book. Do you have anything?
He's not religious, Spartacus. That was the wrong angle.
Can you
Wait, he's not religious?
So religion fucking is.
All right, come on, guys. One at a time. Come on.
I would like bet my fucking liver that he's religious. Jeez. Are you an atheist, Dimok? Dimok, are you an atheist?
What's that mean?
You don't believe in any gods.
I don't know what that means.
I didn't make the word. Do you believe in any gods?
What is a god?
He's an atheist. He's an agnostic. Yes, it's incoherent to him.
Why are you
obviously.
asking the questions? I need to be clarified. You got to have a little clarification. What is a god so I can help you talk about it?
What, you don't recognize the God as a concept is
What is
coherent?
it? What am I recognizing? You're not answering the question. I'm asking you what your thing is that you're talking about.
Spartacus, just drop the religious thing. You can't be a flat earther and not religious. There are multiple atheist flat earthers.
Yeah, no. But this guy is like, this
brother,
guy just
I didn't say any of
screams
that.
basically to me.
I'm asking you guys
regard.
what God is.
Well, you're wrong.
We can discuss it.
He's not
What
religious.
do you believe in that thing that you're calling God? What is it?
Good
Can
question.
I know what it is?
Sure, no, never mind that. Sure. Never mind that. Never mind that. I was under the impression that you're actually a theist. Sure, my bad.
I'm under the impression that I breathe and bleed, and I'm alive. So if you're alive and I'm alive, I think we're floating under the same living boat until we die. And
I would call Denmark a spiritual solipsist, zetetic scientist, philosopher.
We are created by something, but I would never
Right.
say that you or any other human could put a pin on tell me what it was.
Oh wait, so you do believe in a creator of God?
No, no, he doesn't. He literally said he doesn't. Like, why are you doing this?
He said he believes we're
He
created by
said
something.
we are created by something. That doesn't have to be a god. It could be an alien. It could be a higher being. It could be anything.
An alien is not a valid response to this.
God doesn't have a meaning. You didn't tell me what that meant.
So are you a deist?
D-Mac,
What
have you
does
ever
that mean? You guys
D-Mac,
don't even have a fucking meaning for what you're looking for. You don't even have to describe.
Sure, never mind. Sure, never mind. My bad.
Spartacus, it feels like you're pulling teeth. I'm not gonna lie, man.
No, it feels like you guys want people
I feel
to
that
make
a
all
lot
kinds
of times
stuff
when you
and
speak,
regurgitate stuff. You guys,
I mean, yeah, true, I do,
hold
but
on,
because
man.
I'm a sadistic bastard.
There's five of you talking. This can't be fucking. This can't work.
Sure, man, no problem. Wait, do you have a problem with like the Earth being round or something? Like, what is the issue?
The Earth isn't round.
I want to ask D-Mac
how
a
do you know?
question.
Wait, how do you
The
know?
Earth
Wait.
isn't a shape because where's it round in your backyard? Show me where your backyard follows Earth curve. Nowhere. That's how I know. Nowhere is how I know. Nowhere is the Earth curve. Thank you. Case done.
D-Mac, hang on, D-Mac.
Why you guys trying to poke him, dude?
Okay, man.
We're good.
D-Mac.
I'm just telling them if they can't measure curve in their backyard or anywhere, where the fuck is this Earth curve?
Look, never mind. Yeah, we cannot measure our backyard to be curved. So
I want to
It's supposed to be
question.
equipotential to a center place somewhere magical, like a Chewy Gobstopper or something. I hear that's the ghost stories about it. A Chewy center
D-Mac.
somewhere that nobody can point to or nobody knows where it's at. Go ahead.
Have you ever made a chicken sandwich before?
Yeah, a lot of times. Pretty good.
Are you telling me you made the chicken sandwich? Like you made it? Like it didn't exist? Did a chicken sandwich
together the ingredients? Does that help you, Jimmy Todd?
Has
Jimmy
a chicken
Dean.
sandwich?
Jimmy Dean, I got the earthly ingredients and put them together as a human the way I prescribe. Do you understand those words?
Wait, did a chicken sandwich
I
ever
got the
exist?
ingredients from the earth and put them
D-Mac,
together how I prescribe.
Has a chicken sandwich ever existed before you were born?
Yes.
So how the hell did you make a chicken
I didn't
sandwich?
say I made a chicken sandwich. You don't listen
did.
very good. You keep talking to yourself over yourself. You keep repeating yourself over yourself. It's kind of pathetic. Listen to
We're
what I
living
said.
in the best timeline, by the way.
I went out into the world and I got stuff. I made the
D-Mac,
chicken sandwich with the stuff that already existed. I didn't make any of the stuff. I grabbed it off the shelf, put it together how I like it. The stuff that was already there before I was born, still there, still the same way. And then I put it together, and then you and I call it a chicken sandwich.
Okay,
I
well, the
didn't make
same way
that
you
stuff.
made that chicken
I didn't
sandwich, I
that
make
stuff.
sound.
I didn't make it. You retarded motherfucker. Stop saying that. God damn, you do.
Have you ever made a
put a
chicken
sandwich
sandwich
together.
and you said
I didn't
yes?
make the shit.
You said
You're
yes.
the one that keeps saying I made it. You're retarded, bro. Calm down.
Zoe.
Motherfucker.
Come to the other thing. Yeah.
Man, this is weird. When you guys got to break
You
down
gonna
each other,
come?
get me on a sandwich.
You're precious, buddy. You're precious.
You put the sandwich together, you don't make the fucking ingredients unless you are the bread baker, unless you incubated an egg, made it hatch from nothing, and you didn't make that stuff. That's common sense. That's why I said there's creation. Something's creating that stuff from somewhere. You can't go find the human making dirt hill, can you? The evolution dirt hole that makes humans. Where's that at? Supposed to be in Africa. It's supposed to be a human making pile of dirt in Africa. Says evolution.
Have you ever made a pile of dirt?
I don't know what dirt is. Do you? What do you make dirt from?
Have you ever made a sandcastle?
How do you make dirt? Yeah, I made sand with sand that already existed. Yeah.
You made sand?
With sand that already existed. Piled it up together. Made a big pile of sand that existed. I didn't make it. Stop
Did
saying I
piles of
made
sand
myself.
ever exist before you
I
were
didn't even
born?
make myself. You
Did piles
understand
of
that?
sand ever exist before you were
Listen,
born?
I didn't make anything.
All right, I'm done. I'm done.
But I can show you how to make a mud puddle, right? That's flat, and then put a fan on it or let the wind blow outside, and that will mimic tides with flat water on a flat surface that's stationary. So I can
It'll
show
mimic
you how to.
tides?
So I can show you. Yeah, the water goes forward and back, until we die, and it'll still keep doing it. That's considered a tide, or is it not? Okay. Now listen. What you
So
can't do.
let me
What
ask you
you
something.
can't do is
That
go get a
fan
ball.
is
Go
that
get a
fan
ball
is
and
that
put
fan
water on it and show us a tide
is
on
that
a
fan
ball.
is that fan blowing in the same direction the whole time?
The wind.
Stop
The wind
asking
blows
for
in every
logic there,
direction.
Demo.
The wind is not in lockstep with Earth. The
I'm
wind is
asking
not locked to the Earth like a tree.
in your
The leaves of
replication
a tree are not
model
even locked to the
in
Earth
your
because they
replication
move.
model is that fan blowing in the same
In
direction
your
the whole
model,
time?
the fan. In
Yes,
your
in my
model,
model, the fan is not
the
blowing in the
fan
same
can't
direction.
blow.
In
You're
my
in a big
model, the
vacuum
fan is
with air
not
that
blowing
doesn't
the
move.
same direction the whole time.
Gravity won't
I'm
allow the
asking
air
in
to
your
move in your model.
replication.
This can't even fucking
Gravity
shut the
doesn't
fuck up,
allow air
Demo.
to move in your model.
I'm
Your
asking in
air is
your
in lockstep with
replication.
the Earth. What do you mean a fan? Only
I'm
flat
asking
earthers can
in
use
your
fans.
replication of
Do
the
you even
model.
want to fucking hear what he's got to say, dude?
You said that
Only
the
flat earthers
fan.
can use fans.
You said the fan
Globers can't
replicates
use
the
fans.
tide.
No,
Is
you
the
have lockstep air. It's not your
is the
air on
fan
globe.
is the
Globe
fan
air is not the reason. It's the flat earth reason. Get this straight. Stop comparing the two. They're not
and
the
the
same.
Ask yourself why they don't want to listen, Demo, and
So
then you'll
air is in
understand that they're
lockstep on a
fucking
globe. How
clowns.
do you prove that? How do you
DMOC.
prove smoke trails don't go nowhere? How do you
DMOC.
prove helium balloons sit there forever?
DMOC. You said that you
I
created a
said that
replication
smoke
of the
doesn't go
tides
anywhere, right?
using a
Lockstep.
fan, right?
I said lockstep atmosphere. Explain this for us.
DMOC.
Explain how your atmosphere is lockstep.
I want to stick to the one thing you brought up of the fan replicating
You're
the
being
tide.
lockstep. Huh?
Can we focus on the one thing of the fan replicating the tides?
You can't have a fan on fucking globes. There is no fan on globes. So if you say the word fan again, you're a flat earther. Just remember that.
I'm talking about what you
That's what
brought
it is.
up.
Moving air on a
want
ball.
I
Your
just
air
want to talk
doesn't
about
move on a
with
ball.
you.
No flow, no fan, no wind.
I want
Are you
to
guys
talk about
slow?
the thing that you brought
You
up.
guys not even comprehend your own model.
You know they're fucking slow, Demo.
And you don't even know. I know you guys are slow. Listen,
D-Mock.
do you even know if your son's stationary or moving or not? You found that out yet?
Until a moderator steps in, I'm going to keep asking you to talk about the thing that you brought
just
up.
getting keep being rude because you got no fucking point, flat earth fucking silly. You're fucking dickhead cunt.
Flat
Seriously.
earth will make flat water, motherfucking tides all day with no sun and no moon. With wind.
About a fan
No sun, no moon, wind. Now, do you have a globe tide handy? And don't tell me the fucking moon moves the water unless during an eclipse, a solar eclipse, when the moon and sun are next to each other, all the Earth's oceans on one side and under them. Unless you got that, don't ever say the moon and sun move the fucking water again, ever.
Yeah, that's why we have extreme high tides when I think it's during the new moon, and then during the full moon, the tides are less extreme.
No water.
So that actually works with our model. But anyway, I'm gonna
when air is lockstep.
I'm gonna keep asking you
guys
about this thing that you brought up.
Dimock, hey, Dimock, you're doing it. Come on.
Doing what? Showing you that there's no air on a ball?
Just
you brought up a specific example.
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah, mud puddles and tides on flat water.
Dimock, you're rambling on in a way that nobody can engage with. You're not making points that people, making the points you think you are. Let me put it that way.
Same guy? Are you talking about the same guy that's been saying nonsense for the last 20 minutes?
Am I talking about the
same? Are you talking about someone else trying to actually have a conversation?
I don't listen to anyone else too much, but you, man. All they want to do is pick on you, Jamok.
Around the globe. Nobody wants to have this combo. Let's go. Air on a ball. How do you prove it's in lockstep?
D-Mock, I don't want to
ask
talk
questions
about
they can't answer, man.
I want to talk.
You should grow up and talk about adult things like how the air isn't lockstep with a globe like you guys claim.
I want to talk about the specific thing that you brought up about replicating.
A globe and air.
All right, Demok, you're just making noise here, my guy.
The guy keeps repeating he wants to talk about. He says the sentence he wants to talk about over and over. Is that cool for him?
So
we've got fucking idiots.
So
we got people here with stupid, man. Yeah, so that's how you moderate
Can you hear
it.
the ignorance?
What?
Omnivore, can you hear these dudes?
But we hear ignorance, he asked. That'd be cool.
What's going on, science or one big pond?
Yeah, he asked you, can you not hear the fucking ignorance that's going on?
I can barely understand you. I don't know if it's your mic.
I know, I've lost my voice, man. I've been singing for way too long. But I'll try and be respectful, man. Okay?
I don't know what's going on with you, my dude.
We're all just looking for how you guys can explain air being in lockstep to a ball. If you can't, we'll go to the next topic, and you conceded it doesn't happen.
So
every time you make me go to another topic, that means that shit doesn't exist no more on my table. That's how it works. Prove it or lose it. Yeah.
All right. So, Demok, the whole idea of air being in lockstep, A, I don't know anybody who claims that. B, I'm not sure what you think it means. And C, I don't know what you think a demonstration would look like. The demonstration. Wait a minute.
That's what you don't know is what I was saying.
I will meet Demok. I think you. So
you don't have an explanation.
I don't think that you are actually.
So stop talking about globe air.
I don't think you actually have a mental condition that makes you unable to control yourself.
Condition of no physics. It's called.
I don't think you have.
Has no wind in a ball.
I think you are just being.
There is no way for you guys to say lockstep or not. You have.
Hey, listen, Demok. There you go. You muted.
Okay, science. What's going on?
Sorry, dude. I can barely speak. I lost my voice. What's going on?
Yeah. So what's going on with your voice?
Oh, it's fucked, man. I've been singing, man. I've been singing way too much, man. I've lost my voice with like 6 hours of singing. So I've been screaming a little bit way too loud to understand myself, to be quite honest. But I'm willing to give Demok another chance, all right? Because I think he's fucking awesome, man.
Okay, I get that you like Demok, but I'm not sure what, I'm not sure what point you think you're making.
Oh, I'm not. My point will be the next point that's made, yeah? And after that, I'll make another point. But until then, it is just a comical fucking dream of everyone in this server that they live on a spinning ball. And we all know it.
All right. So how do you explain mechanical gyro compasses, seeking north?
What compass doesn't point north?
So it doesn't point to magnetic north. It points to the North Pole, the axis of rotation.
Well, your rotation to the sky, you mean?
The axis of rotation of the sky?
Yeah. Because the Earth doesn't move.
How does the mechanical gyro compass know how the sky is moving?
I've never proved that, have you?
What do you mean? We know it works. These are
Hang on, I asked you a simple question. It's a yes or no answer, omnivore. Have you ever proved that?
I don't know what you mean by proving it.
Okay, so don't ask stupid questions then.
Well, I'm asking you why it happens. I don't think that's a stupid question, Science. Now, if you wait, hold on, Science. Hold on. Hang on.
Ahead.
This isn't 24/7 where you can just mute me. Okay, that doesn't work. You have to wait.
I'm not trying to, dude. I'm trying to make logic out of your fucking confusion here.
Okay, well, I'm I'm trying to understand whatever's going on with your voice, but a mechanical gyrocompass uses the conservation of angular momentum, because that's how a gyroscope works.
Conversation. Hang on. Slow down for me. The conversation or what did you say? Conversation.
Compass, mechanical gyrocompass.
Compensation.
Okay, so you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I just want you to clarify that word. Which word did you use?
Mechanical gyrocompass.
No. You said compensation. You did. Did you not? Did you not hear what you said?
I think you're misunderstanding things. But
okay, yeah. Well, clarify for me, please. I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay, so do you know what a mechanical gyrocompass is?
I do know what a mechanical compass is, yes. Gyro compass, yes. I do. Do you want me to get the meme? I can give you a meme if you like. 15% per hour.
So that's not a mechanical gyrocompass.
No. Okay. Can you show me the difference?
I asked you if you knew what a mechanical gyrocompass is.
And I just asked you, can you show me the difference?
The difference between what and what?
He misheard conservation of.
That's what I said. Yeah, conversation. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So the mechanical gyrocompass is spinning, right?
It does, yes.
Yeah, and it's weighted.
On its axis, yes, it does.
Okay.
Not the Earth's axis, but its own axis. But yes, it does. Go ahead.
Okay, and so it aligns itself to along the north-south axis of rotation with the Earth.
So you believe, yes.
What?
So you believe, yes.
Okay, so what's your explanation for why it works the way it does?
Why a gyroscope spins the way it does?
Why the gyrocompass aligns itself with the north-south rotational axis of the Earth?
Oh, that's your dream. That's not reality, dude. Well, that's what's been predicted, but that's not reality. You know that.
I see. I see. It's not reality, but it's used to navigate. It's used by ships to navigate. So
gyro compass is used by ships, really?
Yes.
Really? Can you give me some citation or proof for that?
There's a picture of one in the chat right now.
I can see Marve posted one. Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
So that image right there predicts what the world is doing. Do you understand how stupid that sounds? Yeah.
Oh, I
don't think it's possible.
Let me speak here for 1 second. So, if flat earthers stated that was true, would you believe it?
I would want to know why they think it works the way it works.
Exactly. So I'm asking you, how does that work with the world rotation?
So do you see what Terry posted?
I can. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I can. Yes, I can. Yes.
So that explains the property of the gyroscope, right? Is that it has its conservation of angular momentum, right?
Conservation, yes.
And so it'll hold itself, to its axis, even as the Earth turns. Right?
I don't mean to laugh, man, but seriously, do you honestly think that? Like, I'm not being joking here, man. Do you honestly think that gyro compass moves in that direction, going around a curve?
Yes.
Okay, so
in fact,
so hang on. Let me speak for 1 minute, man. Yeah, omnivore. Let me speak for 1 second. So I'm in Australia here, right? I've got an Australian accent when my voice is not fucked. But so what part of the globe do you feel that Australia is at any one point in time?
What part of the globe?
That's correct.
It's in the southern hemisphere.
Okay. Is that a curved hemisphere or is it a location proximity?
What do you mean location? It's in the region of Oceania.
Well, the location would be the southern hemisphere, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. So that what Terry posted, if let's just say Terry took that image and put it into Antarctica, would that not be upside down?
No.
No. Okay, cool. Explain.
So I don't think I think you're running away from the question of how mechanical gyro compass works. You believe that it's aligning
that's essential, right?
You believe that it's aligning its axis because of the rotation of the sky, yeah? That's what you think.
No, I don't think anything along the sorts of what you think, okay?
Well,
so
I'm sorry.
So, like, mate, so let's say I'm in Brisbane, and that's what the gyroscope would look. Yeah. So that's what the gyro compass would look to me, and it would look the same for another bloke in the US. So for the globe, the gravity is towards the center. So our feet are towards the center of the Earth, and so are the Americans. So when we both have gyro compasses, we can start them up at the same time. And when we do, like, if things weren't rotating, the gyro compass wouldn't have that 15 degree per hour drift. But the benefit of this gyro compass is that, like, there's like a small bit of ballast that would like keep it straight and true to like a direction you started at. And
hang on. So what you're saying is, look at this fucking idiot, Terry. You're a fucking legend, man. Hey, so what you're saying is, so if everybody has the same perspective on the same gyroscope, what makes you think that any of it is curved?
So, because the way that the gyro compass works is correcting for it. It is its attitude is changed by the rotation of the Earth. So whatever shape the Earth is, curved or flat or whatever, it's definitely rotating. Yeah.
No.
Well,
no,
so what?
I cannot comply to that.
So
No.
I know you can't. So explain to me how in your Flurf world, your Flurfiverse, how the mechanical gyro compass works.
A mechanical gyro compass spins on its own axis, does it not?
Does.
Okay, cool. So what makes you think the world has got anything to do with that individual object?
So, well, because I can use it, it aligns itself with the axis of rotation of the Earth, so I can use it to find the direction.
What do you mean? Well, hang on, omnivore. It aligns itself to what prediction?
The axis of the Earth of rotation.
Okay. So you've got an axis that. Where is the point of measurement to this spherical object that we live on? Where is the point of it? Like the top edge that we can measure from?
There is not a top. There's not a top.
There's no top.
There is no top. There's an axis of rotation.
You guys are hilarious. Honestly.
So like I said, I don't think so. I'm sure you think you're being very insightful and intelligent.
No, maybe you don't.
Maybe you don't know what. You're interrupting me, science.
I'm not being rude, man.
I'll let you speak. Oh dear. You don't have that mod button, do you? You can't just mute me, can you? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's terrible. Okay.
So from above, you've got the North Pole, right? And let's say you're flying from India to Papua New Guinea, and you would think that's in a straight line. So if things weren't spinning, the gyroscope wouldn't drift as you traveled from India to Papua New Guinea. So as the boat travels, the compass is rotating, and if things weren't moving, conservation of momentum dictates that it would continue in a straight line unless another force acted upon it. So when we use this, if you start spinning something, it will continue spinning that way. And so if it were flat, we'd go from India to Papua New Guinea, and there'd be no drift. And so what we know as we go...
Hang on. I'm trying to keep up with your intelligence, man. So there'd be no drift. No drift whatsoever. Can you show me that there would be no drift on a level plane?
Yeah. Conservation of... Yeah.
No, don't talk. Show me. Citation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cool. So no drift over 6,000 kilometer journey. No drift whatsoever. That's cool.
Earth was full.
Yeah. No, just show me, man. No, I'm not trying to argue with you. Present me the evidence, and I'll back you 100%. So, without trying to talk too much, guys, because I am willing to listen. So, we've got up everywhere, but in the south. But south doesn't prove that it's curved. Rotation of an adamant object spinning on its own axis does. So, we rely on something no bigger than 5 inches to prove something to the math of around 39, 59 miles per circumference. So I'm just trying to get my head around this, man. So help me comprehend. I might be a simple, compliance of science sort of a guy, but I'm willing to change. You show me globe evidence, and let's go and destroy these flat earthers.
So so explain how you think a gyro compass works.
It spins on its own axis. It's like a spinning top, dude.
Yeah. And so why? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you put a compass on top of any spinning top, or what you call a gyro compass, it would show the same no matter where you are on the Earth. It just doesn't make sense. They're all the same for one reason. They all do exactly the same, no matter where you are on the Earth, whether you think you're upside down or not.
So your answer is you don't think a gyro compass works.
I don't think it shows the tilt, what you said, the tilt of access to the world. No, I don't
showing the tilt.
feel it does.
Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of gyroscopic precession?
Yeah.
Okay,
what is it?
Then you
explain what you think it is.
Aircraft, they're actually too good. If you were to fly from the equator to the North Pole holding a gyroscope, from your perspective, it would seem as if the gyro was drifting or wandering.
Who's not
This
making?
is due to two reasons. Firstly, due to the rotation of the Earth, the gyro will seem as if it is building up an error. Whereas actually, it's doing
He's watching the video in the chat.
by keeping itself at a constant.
Oh, good. Okay. This might be this. He might hurt himself.
Does that make sense to everyone?
Made sense to me.
Yeah, gyroscopic precession makes sense to most people after they see it.
Okay, so the Earth isn't visibly moving, but a gyro compass states it is.
You say you know what gyroscopic precession is. Can you explain?
I know what it's meant to mean. It doesn't mean I know what it is.
We can easily demonstrate gyroscopic precession in a laboratory. It's not a problem.
You can easily show a toy that is produced for people like yourself to believe something. Yes,
well, no, sir, gyroscopic compass is not a toy at all.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's a very sensitive instrument. It's required under international law in shipping. Any ship over 500 tons, I think.
Okay,
they're required to have them.
Blue,
so
how much?
It's not a toy at all.
Okay, Blue, how much scientific evidence, which I've got many, how many would you like me to post in the chat to state that we live on a stationary, non-rotating Earth?
Evidence? Yeah, I'd like for you to post any evidence that you have of that.
Really?
I don't think you have any.
So you've been ignorant for how long?
Huh?
You heard me. You've been ignorant for how long?
If you're just attempting to insult me, it isn't working.
No, I'm not attempting it. It is clear and evidence that you refuse to acknowledge what's been presented in the past.
I have not seen any evidence of a flat stationary Earth.
Ignorance does it to people. Yes, it does.
None, sir. None whatsoever.
Okay.
You, on the other hand, seem to have bought that line, hook, line, and sinker for some reason.
Well, okay, but
if you knew what gyroscopic precession is, you would know that is the rotation of that entire gyroscope if you impose a torque on the spin axis, which is exactly the principle that a gyro compass uses to point toward the North Pole.
No,
or in other words, align itself with the axis of rotation of the Earth.
You see, here's the thing.
It is the very rotation of the Earth that is imparting a torque on the spin axis of the gyro, which causes it to precess. And it will continue doing that until it aligns its axis of rotation with the rotational axis of the Earth, in which, when that finally happens, you no longer have a torque impressed on the spin axis of the gyroscope.
Okay, Blue,
now that's how it works.
Get it. You keep talking, dude.
How many of those words bothered you?
Well, I'm trying to get to my point here. So what point does it align to that axis? Where is that alignment, and what point can we create that alignment wherever we are on the Earth?
That alignment occurs at the gyroscope when you leave it alone long enough to stabilize, and it will always align itself to the rotational axis of the Earth, no matter where it is.
You see, here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. If you take the gyro compass is not powered, and it is just pointing at some random direction. You power it up, and by itself, it rotates around and aligns with true north. If the Earth was not rotating, it would not do that.
Yeah, he wanted evidence of the conservation of momentum, like I was describing.
Once you turn the thing on, and it self-aligns, there you go.
I thought he was going to post evidence of a flat Earth. Did I misunderstand?
I've done it a million times. Well, I wouldn't say a million.
Just one of them. Yeah, go ahead. Post one of them, please.
People like Showbill, Terry, so many others. Like, I can't say Blue, but there's at least 5 or 6 people in here that have been into gyms, which I spent at least 2 years proving what is reality, and every single person denied it. Yeah? Doesn't matter how far you get, guys, you will always deny it to say, oh, we've got a gyro compass, we've got Foucault's pendulum, we've got does Foucault's pendulum work without you pushing it? Yes or no?
Are you still not posting anything?
I've got heaps of posts, dude. I've got all the time in a need.
Well,
Are you in a rush? Are you in a rush to be denied your favourable interest?
Okay, well, you mentioned the Foucault's pendulum.
Want me to hurt your feelings?
You mentioned the Foucault's pendulum. So yeah, it does need an initial impulse, but then by your definition of getting it to work, well, the precession happens due to rotation of the Earth. Just giving it an initial impulse.
Bill, without give me 5 minutes of your spiel about Foucault's pendulum. So if it isn't pushed, it doesn't move. But when it's pushed, do you not like? I'm going to ask you a serious question here. If you could take any plumb bob whatsoever in the world, no matter how large or small it is, if you push it, do you not feel that it's going to give it some sort of rotation whatsoever? I don't care how much you try and hold it in a one position and drop it into the sphere of knowledge that you've got. Yeah, you don't think that it will turn whatsoever on the point that it's measured to. Yeah, everything you measure is off a stationary plane. Yet you always say that it's got something to do with above the world. Like, seriously, guys, do you not understand how comical that is?
Let's say you've got like let's say you've got like
that was just so, Bill, but go ahead, guys.
So let's say you got the string hanging down from the ceiling holding a bowling ball, right? And you let all the twisting in the string go. You just carefully attach a little hook to the hole and bring back the bowling ball without spinning it at all. And what you can do is just attach that hook to another string and just burn the string. So you try to impart as little motion to the ball as possible. And you just be really careful with it and you just let that thing flow. And like a swing, it should just go back and forth in a straight line. But what the pendulum shows that over time, like an hour, it will turn a bit of an angle as it swings back and forth. So it's no longer going in the same direction. So if there's not rotation, what's causing that drift?
That's a valid point of what you're asking. What I'm saying is, why don't we have it? And I know this may sound stupid to many of you. Why don't we have a solid line, not a flexible line that may or may not turn? Because believe me, there is a million questions that could be asked about that. Why don't we have a solid line that cannot be twisted in any way and push it back and forth with that? Why isn't that an object for people to play with? Yeah.
Twisting is not the issue.
Yes, it is. It's 100% of the only reason it moves. 100%.
No, it's not. Yeah. The twisting is lateral movement.
Say whatever you like, dude. I'm not gonna live in your fantasy, dude. If you don't think that moving something with a twistable connection won't change, you're fucking living in a dream world. I've got nothing more to say.
If the center of mass isn't moving left or right, the twist doesn't matter. What's important is the lateral movement. If you swing that pendulum, it's not going across, still talking, and it's not going across the same spot at the bottom every time, then you have lateral movement. If it is going across the same spot at the bottom, then you don't have lateral movement. The twisting is irrelevant. It's not fantasy, it's just physics.
Okay, so if you had a solid line with only the top being able to move, do you really think it would twist and turn the way the Foucault's pendulum does?
It wouldn't matter, is what I'm saying. You can do it with a solid mind.
Dude,
Knock yourself out. Do it with a solid mind.
I'm
Exactly the
arguing
same.
with stupid, man. Honestly, man, I'm arguing with stupid. It's ridiculous.
I don't know what to tell you. Learn some physics.
Yeah, so what I was describing earlier is kind of like how they set it up. They've got like a ball bearing or something that if there's any movement, we can test if that pivot point is going to move or not. You hang the string down and you put that big weight at the bottom and you just let it settle. So we try to remove all the twisting we can and we just draw it back and let it go. So that's our force, the letting it go, and it should just go back and forth.
And it goes back and forth in a plane, and that plane is rotating in the reference of the room. It is rotating, and it's predictably rotating, precessing by a scale value against latitude. So and these instruments at different latitudes confirm the precession of the plane is latitude dependent, predictably. This has been done for over 100 years. I don't know where you're getting off saying that for 100 years, you're the one who's figured it out, that it's all fantasy, as opposed to confirmation.
You got the same mantra as Jim, haven't you, Shootbill? Hey, Shootbill, so no matter what, you're going to believe, because you have a lot of faith in the system, that no matter whether it's connected to the Earth or not, because honestly, we should be measuring something not connected to the Earth, guy, yeah? It doesn't make sense. Like, honestly, hang on, just let me make this stupid point. If I connected something to the Earth and said that it doesn't move, you'd say, "Oh, it's connected to the Earth. Of course, it's not going to move." But because you've got something that spins a little bit like over an hour, yeah, and moves what 1%, one degree, yeah, you're going to say the world is moving because we're spinning, and it's even though it's fixed to the exact point that we're fucking moving from, that proves the Earth. Come on, guys.
So
come
we've
on.
got a big, massive building.
Hang on, and we've got idiots in the chat here calling me a moron. Come on.
No, not at all. What's happening is there's a big, massive building that's attached to the Earth. From the ceiling of that building, we attach the string, and then we put that weight in that on the bottom of that string that's attached to the building that's really firmly attached to Earth. We pull the ball back and let it go, and we see if the building that's attached to Earth is doing anything. If Earth wasn't moving, that pendulum would just go back and forth without any change in that pendulum swing.
I really cannot give any argument to that statement if that's what you truly believe. So no matter what I give, there's never going to be any change in your mentality to that, because fixed to this Earth, you feel that it's going to show you the rotation. You know how you do understand how stupid that sounds, right?
It does show us the rotation. You can laugh all you want to.
No. I asked a simple question, Blue, and I was asking it to O-Blade Anvil. So, no matter what it is, whether I got a little toy 5 inches high or 1,000 meters in the air, it's still going to give you the same reading, yeah? So, no matter what, if it's fixed in the Earth and it shows rotation or movement in any form, that proves the globe, no matter what it is. And it doesn't have to be a Foucault's pendulum or a plumb bob or anything along the lines, because believe me, I've been a tradesperson all my life since the age of 18, yeah? And I know what a fucking plumb bob is, and I know what a water level is. I know how the world works, yeah? I know how to measure perspective, how to align things, yeah? So...
And in principle...
cut me off, dude. Go ahead.
So what's the very basis of a plumb bob? It's a weight attached by a string. So like the heavy weight in the pendulum, it's just like a plumb bob. You take that big heavy weight attached to the string, which is attached to the building, which is attached to Earth. You take that plumb bob heavy weight and you let it go. If nothing else was happening, it should go in that straight line back and forth inside the building that's attached to
And
Earth,
my
right?
point is, you cannot get that torque out of the line, no matter whether you let it sit all the way down and never move, yeah? And then you draw it back. As soon as you let it go, it's got torque into that line again, yes? And it starts twisting itself.
I have a question. Wait. I have a question.
Guys.
One big pond. Do you know that what we're talking about here is called the Foucault's pendulum? Do you know that using a Foucault pendulum, what you think is torque in that line, will, because of how it processes, it will process by the cosine of your latitude in a direction dependent on which hemisphere you're in. So do you think that the torque knows your latitude and hemisphere? Does the torque on that string change from each latitude? Really?
The torque.
That's some very intelligent torque science. You've got a real plan there. I'm thrilled.
Well, dude, hang on. He asked me a fucking question, Blade. Shut the fuck up, dude.
All right.
So omnivore. So you feel that watching the toilet water fucking go down the toilet proves some sort of Coriolis as well?
So what else? So that's my hypothesis. What's your hypothesis?
I just explained how many times you want me to say the same thing.
You said you think it's torque on it, but we know that the behavior of it is that it processes.
No. You predict the fucking behavior of it. You don't know the fucking behavior of it at all.
No, the behavior's been observed. So the question stands: how does the torque? Hold on, I was talking.
Of course you are. So Bill,
the behavior.
Calm down. Hey,
I'm not irate, guys. You're going over, and we're not talking in demo. I'm not going to talk about the same shit for fucking 5 hours.
Stop spiraling.
Yeah. I'm not spiraling.
Calm down. Take a deep breath.
I've learned my point. You want to believe it? No, I'll experiment on it.
This isn't 24/7. You can't just silence people.
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
You have to give other people a chance to talk. I know it's a new thing for you. I know it's weird. It's scary. Okay, go ahead, Shibo.
Yeah, how does the torque, this torque, which you insist is in the line, how does it automatically change by hemisphere? That's the question. How does it know by?
How so? Right. Explain that.
Good. Yeah. That's a great point, man. Have you ever been into both hemispheres and tested it?
It has been observed in both hemispheres. Yes, it's been documented. I did not do it myself.
I asked you.
I know. I did not do it myself. I admit.
Cool. Okay, so we're on the same level. I can only predict what happens in the south, and you can only predict what happens in the north. Clearly,
no, it's been documented. It's been done, just not by me.
Dude, it's been documented. We went to space, but you can't prove it.
Wait a minute. So now you're retreating from I explained it by torque to I don't believe it ever happens. Is that right? So you've given up on the torque theory.
You confused me there, dude. No, I'm never giving up on the torque. That's my statement. Yeah, that's the statement. Yeah, you put it back. No matter what you think, there's going to be a smidgen of torque. Yeah, you're going to let it go, and it's going to find its own perpendicular procession of knowledge of what it does, yeah? That's what the Fibonacci sequence is. That's what the 369 is. That's what
I couldn't understand that garbage. But what we know, just a minute. What we know is that it processes by the cosine of the latitude. I have a question. Do you even know what those words mean? Could you repeat that? No? You don't know what those words mean. All right, you need to do some studying, One Big Pond. Go and study up on the Foucault's pendulum. Yeah. Do some reading. Or I don't know, maybe reading's hard. Watch a video. Or there's any number of people in here who are quite expert in this and can teach it to you. But you would have to do something very scary, which would be willing to learn from them. So that's an opportunity you have here, One Big Pond.
I was talking. Sorry, I was talking and I was muted. So your possession, yeah, the possession word that I used, yeah, that's the one that you're confused with, omnivore, yeah.
What? Say again? The position?
Possession. Procession, yes.
Procession, yes. The procession of the Foucault's pendulum, yes.
Yeah. Is that what you think I need to educate myself on?
Is that what?
That'd be a start.
Yeah, it'll be a start. I'm asking omnivore, but thank you, Sober. So the possession is the word you think I don't understand. Is that correct?
I don't think you understand that
cosine.
It processes by the cosine of the latitude. So do you understand what those words mean?
So depending on what latitude you're in, it depends on the possession. Is that correct?
The rate.
Yes. Okay. So
the other way around. The precession depends on your latitude.
Right.
Yeah, same difference.
The rate and direction.
Yes.
Okay.
So why does that happen?
So what I asked, or what I tried to ask before everyone overspoke me, was Bill thinks that being in the northern hemisphere is going to give him a different direction to what the southern hemisphere will. But what I'm asking, or what I think, I'm not sure whether I was muted or not, myself. So you've tested both hemispheres to prove this to yourself, or you just stating what other people have told you?
Both.
All I'm trying to say, guys, is everything you state are from people smarter than you well before this time, because we all know we've all been dumbed down to this metaphor right here, this matrix, this realm, this indifference of thought, yeah? So we've been given, I can show you videos of 1977 Atlas book and whatever that shows where the globe actually started from 1777 it was. Even though the Freemasonry started in 1717, we've still got this prediction that everybody seems to abide by. And we just have to take it on faith.
I don't think you're answering the question, are you? You're just running away from the question, aren't you?
I'm trying to make conversation.
The thing is, I think I'd be able to find a Foucault's pendulum in Queensland, and I reckon I could find one in Victoria. So this is just a south to south thing. So if we can find them in reality, we can visit them and see how much does it process at Brisbane and how much it can process in Victoria. And all we have to do is carefully pull back the weight like a plumb bob and just make sure we don't twist it as we pull it back and just carefully let it go. And you could probably go there and see it for yourself. And there's high confidence.
I'm not trying to be rude, dude. So having a fixed line doesn't work. It has to be able to be flexible, yes?
It has to be able to rotate on its axis.
Yeah, of course it does. Has to be able to rotate. Yeah. So a fixed line doesn't work. And
only the pivot point at the top.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. So let's like hear me here for 1 minute. So we've got a solid rod from some sort of a weighted object at the bottom, right? No matter how tall it is, but we've got some sort of a rotating like ball bearing or whatever on a little bit of a loop, and it's connected to that. So we've got a fixed line all the way down. So you drop that, and it's going to change no matter what, because that's what the world does.
So yeah. So what's your explanation for why that happens?
Torque. We've been through this already, Omnivore.
What's that?
Cannot do that.
So how does torque go your latitude?
Come on, dude. Come on.
Come on, you look. Show us how torque could do that.
Come on, man.
That torque is pretty smart, yeah. Do you believe in intelligent torque? Is this intelligent design torque? Is that your?
By the way,
it doesn't matter. It's like it doesn't matter. It makes no difference. As long as it moves, you guys right. That's it.
I just posted a pendulum. I just posted a pendulum in Australia.
Also, one big pun. I have a question for you. Why did you wait until we brought up the Southern Hemisphere? Did you say like, oh, did you do it yourself, or like, why do you trust these people? What was it about the Southern?
It's because he's running away. It's a fallback. He has to run back to the little castle in his mind.
Stop putting words in my mouth. Hey, flat earthers are silly. The reason I stated it is only because Shubil said it's different in the two hemispheres. That's the only reason I mentioned it.
Well, yeah, but it seems weird that it seems weird that you have no problem trusting that it has.
You went away there.
I was going to say, is everybody hearing this? I'm not getting all this conversation. Flat earthers.
It seems weird that you didn't start that line of questioning when you just brought up the Falco pendulum to begin with.
I don't know what fucking route you guys are going to go down. You've got so many fucking avenues that you can fucking try and hide behind. It's comical for me to bring up everything, so please. Share me on.
Do you believe that you can take a string and make sure there's no twisting in that string?
100%. You can never untwist a string, especially when it's wound up. Yeah. See what he just posted there. That string, no matter what it is, has got a twist in it. No matter what it is, it's not one straight line. Even if it's one metal rod, flexible metal rod, it's still got twist in it. That's the way it's made.
How do you know it's got a twist in it? Hold on. How do you know it's got a twist in it?
You don't know what vibration is, then, do you?
Yeah, I do know what vibration is. The question is, how do you know
a metal monofilament, you're going to tell me, has twist in it after it's been able to stabilize for even a month.
So, so this is
you can't get it out. Once it's cool, you can't get out. Go ahead, Omnivore.
Go ahead. So what this is this is a flat Earth fallback. Okay, he's been confronted with something he doesn't understand.
Oh, here we go.
And so now what he's falling back to is go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, man. I should be. Go ahead.
No, okay. So he's falling back to, did you do it yourself? And I don't believe your evidence. So, there's plenty of evidence for this.
Hang on. I never said I don't believe your evidence. I'm giving you evidence to what I believe in. I'm not saying I don't believe your evidence. I'm saying it's comical.
So in fairness, he did offer an alternative hypothesis, which was the torque. And he said something about this thing twisting. Yeah, well, hold on. So if we go down that line of reasoning, right? So in order to know that this GIF here is twisting, or any pendulum is twisting, you could put a mark on it, for example, and see if it's actually rotating as per the twist of the line or not. And my suspicion is you could actually test the opposite hypothesis, make a rigid line instead of a string, and put it on a hinge. So it can only swing along a certain plane, right? You fix that plane possession because remember, what's rotating is the plane of pendulum, right? So you can hold that still, and I would hypothesize that what's going to happen is it's going to bind as it tries to, as the plane of pendulum tries to twist in a different orientation. The pendulum itself wouldn't twist at all.
I agree with
So that would be a good way to test your hypothesis.
I agree with your statement there. There is no way you can not get a twist out of any line whatsoever, no matter who you think you are. Yeah, but making that line visible, let's say we put lines on it and twists and turns and so it can be measured. You can't tell me that it doesn't turn. Let's just say it was like 4 inches wide, you know, the string that's holding it up, and you put markers all the way around it, all the way up. Yeah, are you telling me that string wouldn't twist and turn? Of course not. Of course it will. Yeah. So
not necessarily.
yeah.
There's no twist in it
dude.
to begin with.
Dude. Come on.
Your incredulity is not an argument, though.
Your ignorance is not fucking my fact either.
Right. So they've got this extruded string, and they've hung it from a ceiling in 2 different places. Let's say Queensland and Victoria, right? And we try and get both of them to settle as best as we can, and we let them both go. And the issue is, like, both people have attempted to take as much twist out of the string as possible, but the one in Victoria is moving more than the one in Queensland.
Well, given that fact, it should move less in Victoria than what it does in Queensland. But go ahead.
Yeah, so because Queensland's more towards the equator, and the closer you get to the equator, there'd be less precession. Further away, there should be more, and that's what we find.
Well, no. Well, yeah, fair enough. Okay, but what I'm saying is, there's no way you can not take the talk out of the line, no matter what it is.
Yeah, and I'm giving you that, and like what they do for both places is try to do the best they can, and yet they're very different in both locations, measurably.
So you're hoping dreams. So let's just say, and I don't mean to. Honestly, I don't mean to take up this much chat. So let's just say, because Queensland time doesn't change like the rest of Australia. So we've got some sort of a time difference. Is that gonna emulate any different sort of a possession to that Foucault's pendulum? Or?
No.
Just remember, this is the guy who's going to destroy me with his arguments yesterday.
So why would you think it matters, no matter where you are?
It matters where I am because I'm further away from the equator. Like up here in Brisbane, I'm at about like 27 degrees south, and down in Victoria it's different.
Honestly, I think I've had enough of this conversation, and everyone listening should be screaming in their head saying, "Shut him up." So I'm going to leave you with that thought.
Fine. No, I want to hear.
And I really do appreciate the time you give me, guys, and it's something to think about and something to test. And when I get,
I want to hear more of you.
When I get the demonstration together, we can do some sort of demonstration for each other and
have a look have a look for a Foucault's pendulum in Brisbane, and
why? I've already given you the reason why I wouldn't want to know. Yeah, it twists in its own power. Yeah, in its own rotation, it twists. Yeah, that's what it all does.
Can I ask you one question, one pond? If it is like a twist in the rope, wouldn't we get different results for the same latitudes?
You would. Yeah, 100%. If
Okay, no. For the same latitude,
if I got a pendulum, hang on. If I got a pendulum and let it untwist all the way down and it stays still and then dropped it and measure that for 24 hours, and then I got exactly the same thing, exactly the same spot, and give it a little bit of torque, do you really think it would make that much of a difference?
So my question for you is then, why is it that, like, no matter where we do the Fulcrum pendulum, that it does work, like, to the latitude, the cosine of the latitude, every single time?
The twist. Yeah. I'm all for you, man. We can measure the twist in a fucking line. Congratulations, guys. Welcome to the globe.
No. You're saying it's a twist, but it's a repeated result that
it's scaled by latitude.
So if it was
so
a twist,
yeah,
if it was a twist, it wouldn't be the same exact result at the same latitudes. You would get different results. We don't get that.
Does a pendulum or the Foucault's pendulum, does that twist more at the equator or at the pole?
At the poles.
Again, if it's a twist in the rope, then we would get different results depending. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we would get different results at the same
question, do you, dude? I don't even know what you're talking about. All right, I've had enough, guys, but thank you very much. I love you all, and hopefully I can.
The thing is,
over the next month or so. Yeah, I'm with you.
Sorry, we didn't brainwash you.
Causes the precession, the torque in the twist of the rope. If it's that, the variable would change as the different ropes, different twists, different things like that. But the even though the variable is changing, you still get the same result, meaning the variable doesn't affect it.
He doesn't. He believes that torque is artificially intelligent. That torque knows its location.
You keep putting words in my mouth on me, Bo. You're dreaming, dude. You're such a fucking glamour, dude.
The thing is, mate,
it's
scaled by latitude.
You don't state what people say, you state what you think. Unbelievable.
It's scaled by latitude. So somehow this wire has to know its latitude. Yeah, that's what it is. And it's a wire. It's a monofilament metal wire. Yeah, and it has to just scale itself. It goes, oh, I'm at 20.
Guys, do you not know? Have you never seen a fucking bit of wire? Come on, guys.
But the
thing is, man, like, we've attempted to take as much torque out of the string at Queensland, and we've taken as much torque out of the string in Victoria, and they both behave differently.
Predictably.
They're most probably on a meter. They're most probably electronically generated.
False.
Yeah, okay. So someone just pushed it and it's been going forever and ever.
Yeah, you're not enough fun, guys. Let's leave it at that.
No one's saying the pendulum goes forever. You just pull the weight back and let it go and see what happens.
Okay. So it twists and turns to suit your model.
No, it doesn't.
Honestly, you guys are comical in every way. One simple point, and you guys look like clowns. Honestly, you look like a clown.
If the world was different, it would behave differently. And so we carefully try and take as much twist out of the string as possible at one location.
Oh, that's enough, dude. Come on, you're talking shit. I've heard enough, dude. See you later.
Yeah.
It just killed him.
But he's trying to say an untwisted rope acts differently in Queensland. An untwisted rope behaves the same in Queensland as an untwisted rope in Victoria.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should behave the same. If
how can you measure? How can you measure something?
Tired of tedious.
How can you measure something independently? Or how can you measure something and not be independent of the thing that you're trying to measure?
striking professional quality renders in seconds.
The variable is the location. So where Queensland is, as you know,
Roy, you're hot micing.
When you've got an experiment set up in Queensland and you let go of the pendulum, you watch what it's doing. And
I heard. Is this
yeah,
true?
it measurably changes its back and forth motion by an angle over time. And that angle over time is different in Victoria because we both know that one is more further away from the equator. Is Victoria further away from the equator than Queensland is?
I don't know. Might be. Depends.
Well,
listen.
Yeah, is Queensland further away from the North Pole than Victoria?
I don't know. Is it?
Well,
He doesn't
Queensland's
know
closer.
because they don't want
been to Victoria.
They don't want
I've been
to spend Mercator
Victorious.
maps anymore.
I've been Victorious, but I've never been to Victoria. I heard that there's a fall there. Is it?
This
am I
is what they
correct?
do. They get put back into a corner and they just like have to start making up nonsense.
Oh, don't put the new one in. Oh, he's drunk. He's drunk.
How about Papua New Guinea?
Right,
Is that
listen,
closer to the
I heard.
equator than?
Can you
Is that
confirm?
closer?
Can you
Is
confirm
Papua
this?
New Guinea closer
I
to
don't
the
know.
equator than Queensland?
Papa Smurf is most probably closer. Can I ask you a question? Because I
How
heard
about
this.
Indonesia?
It's a rumor. It's
You
a rumor.
think
I don't know fucking
Indonesia
Papua
is
New
closer to
Guinea.
the
I don't even know Papa Smurf. So how do I know?
Okay, how about Indonesia? Do you think Indonesia is closer to the equator? Or do you
Indonesia?
think? Yeah.
I think I've been there. I don't know, to
Yeah.
be honest. I can't remember. I didn't fly from fucking Australia.
Okay. Name a location on Earth that you've been to that's south of you.
What? Spain.
Okay. Anything further away from that? Anywhere between Spain and Queensland?
Africa.
Okay. Which part in Africa?
North Africa.
Like
and South
Egypt?
Africa. Well, West Africa.
West Africa.
Now here's the fun part, Slitchy. You can either start heading west or east, and you'll eventually get to Australia, as long as you go a little bit further south.
I've been to Australia.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out whereabouts in Africa is it? Like
From Melbourne
Egypt?
to Queensland.
So you'd know that Egypt is further south than Spain, right? And Australia is further south than Egypt.
Kathmandu.
Yeah.
Kathmandu? I've been there. So it's further south than Kathmandu.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay. So what? And go on.
And so, because many experiments have been conducted in different places, we can gauge what happens in Spain and what happens in Egypt, and we can test it down here in Queensland. Yeah.
Whereabouts in Spain is the pendulum? The pendulum.
Well, we can go find out.
Let's find out. Tell me.
Okay.
I'll go and visit. It. Can do like ask him. How do you keep it going?
Oh, it just swings back and forth over time. It doesn't have to last for a whole day. You can just do it for an hour. Like you got like I don't know, 10-kilogram weight on a string. You just pull it back and let it go and see what happens over 2 hours.
If I had a pendulum on a piece of string, and it's not going to go 2 hours. In your dreams, baby.
Well, what if your string's longer and your weight's heavier?
Why has it got to be longer?
Well, it's helpful so you can.
I want to
check.
put like a
What's the
ball
limit?
bearing.
What's the limit on a pendulum being able to swing for?
I don't know. I haven't got a clue.
You
you'd
haven't
have
got
to
a
get
clue,
some.
but you know,
have to
but
get
then
some.
you somehow know that it won't last 2 hours.
I just don't think it will.
How about an hour? Is an hour enough to give us?
Mate,
like
if I put a bit weight on a bit of string in my garden and swung it, if it's still going in 10 minutes, I'd be super surprised.
Right. So
That's what I mean to
using
say. How long's the string got to be?
well, if you want to test something for about an hour, you find what pendulum will last an hour. It's pretty much as simple as that. If the one in my garden only swings for 2 minutes, I go, I might need a heavier weight. Or
But why would you need a heavier weight? It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. You're just saying like it works. Now you need a heavier weight for it to work.
Okay, so you can do this at home. Check if
So
a
are
piece
you
of string.
masturbating or like you sort of like debating on the mass?
He's caught in the corner
No.
again, and he's just doing it.
You can do it
No,
yourself.
I'm just wondering if
like-
you're debating on the mass.
Yeah, like you can compare. So if you've got your string in a garden and attach something small to it, you let it go and see how long it lasts. You grab something heavier and see how long that lasts. And you go, okay, which one did better? And then you can lengthen your string and go, okay, the one in my garden is like really high up in the air in a tree. You hang it down, get something even heavier and see how long that lasts. And
So
if
what
it
am I
happens,
measuring though?
how long the pendulum lasts in its swing. So you know you can do like a half-hour experiment or an hour experiment.
Yeah, but
And
let's
then
be
what-
real. He can't do this in his garden because there's wind and stuff like this. So, like, I don't even know why we're going with this hypothetical. It's like it's silly.
Yeah, but
it's pathetic to go with the hypothetical.
It's silly to go with the hypothetical of a string in your garden when we know wind can affect the pendulum.
Yeah.
How did they do that? How did they isolate that then? How did they
Maybe you
take
go
out the
inside.
variables?
Yeah, you go inside a room where there's no wind. There you go.
But
yeah.
What are you measuring? What were we measuring?
So you got this big solid building, right?
So I mean, say, look, I'm in my bedroom. It's got a high ceiling. So I've strung up the piece of string, and I've got the weight on the end of it. And I'm gonna. Is there any method to the madness?
You got to make sure that the hinge is 360, so this way it's free to move, so it doesn't swing on one axis. You have to make sure that the pendulum can continue for at least an hour if you want to get results.
What about if I had two ring pieces?
Then it might be helpful to record it so you can see the change as the pendulum continues. I mean, all the stuff that we can just watch on YouTube of videos of the actual pendulum doing these things, you can do. I don't know why you don't understand this.
Right. So what I don't understand is what am I measuring? That's what I've asked. I've asked that 20 times. You're just going like, oh, you're just seeing how it swings.
Yeah, the change of the axis of the pendulum swing.
And what's making it change?
The spin of the Earth.
So you're going to measure the spin of the Earth attached to the thing that you're trying to measure.
That's why you need to have a 360 hinge, so it's...
Yeah, but you're still attached to the thing that you're trying to measure.
Yeah, but it's freely it's able to freely spin on its axis and conserve its momentum. That's the whole point.
This is what that sounds like. This is what it sounds like in layman's terms, right?
Yeah. You don't understand it. It's not my fault. You don't understand it.
Yeah. So this is what it sounds like. To
Okay,
me.
Woody, I have some Spain locations for you.
Okay,
the
but let me just say
University of Barcelona will have one.
First of all, yeah, I know that.
Granada will have one.
No, what
Madrid
about Barcelona?
has one.
Tell me the one in Barcelona.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you want to see that one?
Because I live there.
Cosmo
going to change?
Cassia, Barcelona. So
What is it?
Yeah. Cosmo Caixa, Caixa. Cosmo Caixa.
Caixa.
Okay, Cosmo Caixa Barcelona
It's
is
the
a
bank,
science
the
museum.
Caixa.
Yeah, in Spain, Barcelona, Catalonia. Yep.
Catalonia. What's the street? Carrera?
Let's.
Don't you dare give me like a what you call it?
Science
A
of
longitude,
Museum
latitude.
Barcelona, Spain.
La Caixa. Do you know what that means?
Cosmo Caixa? I'm not sure.
It just means like, oh, Cosmo Caixa. It's just a name of what they're using. But it's Caixa, yeah. Could you put your mic on mute? Because sounds like you're giving yourself a 5-finger salute.
I don't know what you mean, because I don't know who that is. So I'm just looking at the.
fatty.
I'm just looking.
Fat
Okay.
earther. Fat earther.
Yeah, fapping earther. So I'm just looking up the address for the Spanish Museum of Science. Okay, just hold on.
Yeah, I reckon that's done by. It's going to be by. Well, I don't know. I'd be intrigued to know. Aisha. It's got to be the Science Museum, no?
Yeah.
That kind of sounds correct here. I wonder where that is. Mm-hmm. I think that's out of the city, to be honest. Or it's in the city, but like on the outskirts in La Afuera. Okay, so it's not so important. At least we know where that one is. What about? Did you say there's one in Madrid?
Yes.
Whereabouts in Madrid? That's got to be the Science Museum as well, no?
Let me check.
It would be Museo de Científica. Oh.
There's at least 9 in Spain, but Madrid, Seville. a Corona, Valencia,
Coruña.
Santiago de Compostela.
Compostela.
Yeah.
That's in Galicia.
Yeah. Cosmocacia, Madrid.
That is in Madrid. Mm.
Yeah, so the Valencia one
even that
might
one
be good.
is outside.
So yeah, they got a list of the locations of where they've put this measuring device in several locations in Spain.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's so special about the Valencia?
Oh. There's also one there. So depending on how close or far you are from a particular location in Spain, there's at least 6, maybe 8 available. So you don't have to set one up in your garden. You can have a look and ask about how the pivot point works and how the string works and how the weight works. It'd be quite helpful to give you a full breakdown of like how they eliminated all the variables, or as much as they can. And it seems reasonable that all these locations reduce the variables too, to the best of their ability. And yeah, the results speak for themselves. It looks like about 100 or so worldwide.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's got to be a franchise, isn't
it? Probably not. Like, you just build a big building, get a particular pivot point just in case something weird happens. And it probably shouldn't unless there's another force acting on that pendulum. And it looks like all the different pendulums are saying and showing us that the Earth spins.
Right, Falcon's pendulum, Londinian. I've seen this one. I've seen this.
Mm-hmm.
I remember. I think that, and I think it's documented that that's on a machine. That's on a mechanism to keep it going.
Yeah, so like a
demonstration.
Like a swing set, you get each time it goes back, gets a little nudge or something. So I don't see how that twists anything.
You can do it without that. That's just for demonstrations, but you can.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. It don't replicate.
It works without that. If you just so you could have a.
You were hot micing just a minute ago.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
You were getting your orders. You was getting the orders in, weren't you?
Yeah.
These flat earthers.
Mission Command was telling me what to say about the pendulums.
Hard press.
What I
I
didn't
don't know if
realize
it's
is how
all these.
frequently these things are made. Like, this is an impressive list. Like,
I don't know if they all work the same, but what I've heard about the at least one of them that uses an electromagnet is that as it gets to the bottom of its trajectory, the electromagnet pulls up on this like straight up. So whichever direction it's going, it'll keep going that direction. It just gives it more energy. Kind of like when you swing your legs on a swing.
Trickery. Do you reckon it's trickery? It's like the old equator bucket of spinning water.
man, I wish that Australian would just take the hint and go to a museum and look at the thing. Like, there's probably one close to him. Oh, it's so sad. Like, he's in the southern hemisphere. He navigates via GPS. Like, that's so frustrating. He sees the Southern Cross, not Polaris. Like, so frustrating.
But can you really trust what the museum workers tell you? Like, they could be all in on it.
I thought from the equator you can see Polaris. It's sitting on the horizon, 0 degree.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, so if Earth is flat, how come a star in the sky is basically at eye level? But at the
If
North
Earth is
Pole,
round, how come I can't detect it?
you can.
If what?
No, I could if I believe in the ball. If I believe in ball theory, I would believe. Ball theory, I'm on it. Independent of ball theory, I'm kind of skeptical. I'm open to challenge, but I'm skeptical.
Skeptical of what exactly?
I'm skeptical of other people's balls or ball theories. You know, like when you've got your theory of the globe, then I'm kind of skeptical about that.
Just phone around some of the Spanish surveying companies and go, can you measure 15 miles?
Do you know what they'd say?
Yeah.
Jodete. Fuck you. But no me joder.
You don't know that. You haven't phoned any.
Yeah, mate. Do you think Spanish people have got time for that?
No, it's just a simple, polite phone call and say, I'm looking to make a 15-mile survey from one point to another.
Yeah.
Is that possible? And they go, oh, we don't have the equipment. And you ask, do you know anyone who does? And they might be able to give your name. And then you try the, like, it. I reckon it'd take you less than 15 phone calls to find a surveying company to do this.
And you got to pay money. You got to pay money because no one's
No,
going to
just
do nothing for nothing.
ask it. It's just an inquiry. Like you don't have to pay anything for them to say, okay, we think we can do this survey, and they can give you the price, and you just go like, okay, they can do it, but I'm not willing to pay that money. It's just getting a quote. So this is just like a company near Spain that you can ring up and go, can you do this? They can say yes or no, and you can ask for a recommendation, and that's all you have to do. I think with 20 phone calls or less, you could find at least one that would give you a quote for a point-to-point survey of 15 miles.
It's kind of
not
like how could I like be assured that they know what they're doing?
I don't know.
How would I be able to challenge them on their findings? I just have to take their word that they're correct.
Be as qualified as they are to challenge them? Well,
but you have to be qualified. If I got some
actually, you could have you could have a broader understanding without being qualified. So
yeah, if I had some global tools, look, if I had some global tools,
no,
if I had some global tools, I could go through their work and their findings and confirm with my global tools. But if I didn't use the global tools, how would I be able to confirm? It's just like, that's not going to prove anything. It's just going to prove that they used global tools to give me something which I could have done myself.
It's not necessarily a global tool. It's just the measurements they find reveal the globe.
Yeah, I could whack it in. I could whack it in some tool or some calculator just on the internet, and it just give me the same thing.
You could go through all the courses that they go through, become qualified without necessarily believing the underlying theory, and you would have enough knowledge about the theory behind it to actually question them. But the corollary to that is that if you haven't done that, are you really qualified to critique them in the first place?
So if I turned around and I'd done those courses, then come back to you and said, this is absolute nonsense, does that give me standing to say that's absolute nonsense?
It would definitely give you more credibility than you have right now. Yes.
Okay, so if I watched the film and it was shit, and I said that film's shit, does that mean I'm a film critic, or does that mean I'm not a film critic?
That doesn't mean anything. It just means you have an opinion on the film. If you were a film critic, I would take your criticism more as a professional critique rather than just some film goer who has an opinion.
So if I watched the film and it was shit, and you agreed it was shit, would that make me more qualified?
You and I would just have the same opinion on a film.
Well, there are objective things and subjective things. Yeah, opinions about a movie. Yeah, subjective. Big deal.
You people get paid.
Why you don't hear film
people get paid for critiquing films.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, people also get paid for surveying the land.
Can you give us an objective thing, Shubel?
Surveying the land.
That would be mind independent?
Yeah.
I don't think that what you just said would be mind independent, Shubel. No, is it?
I'd go with morality or logic.
I don't know. You think you're good? You think 5 different surveyors are going to get 5 different answers surveying over the similar area with the same similar equipment?
Also mind dependent.
Yeah, well, never mind.
Your perception of your own psychology is not mind independent.
I think what Schubel is trying to say here is one is empirical and one is not. The conflation that people always do with empirical meaning objective is not correct.
But the size of the ruler doesn't change if you have a different philosophy.
The size of the ruler is not even a thing if you have no mind. That's the whole point.
But there is an objective value to a quantity of a thing, right?
Yes.
Values are mind dependent. They are created by you.
Well, no. How we express those values. I'm talking about a mathematical value, like a quantity.
Mathematical values.
We can express that differently.
What would be a mathematical value?
Like the number of leaves on a tree.
What is a number?
Yeah, you see, this is going nowhere.
The amount. No, it's fine. It's the amount.
Okay, and what is the amount? What is that amounting? What does that mean?
It means the number of individual leaves on a tree.
What is an individual tree?
One leaf as opposed to... So you're saying how we define an individual leaf?
Yeah, what makes a leaf a leaf? Well, what's a leaf? Why is it not just a tree?
It doesn't matter. We can establish the definition for that leaf, and that becomes how we define the subject that we're measuring.
No, that's not. No, it does matter, because the whole point is you need definitions for these things to exist, to be counted, to be quantified. That's my point. Without
No, they don't. They don't cease to exist when we don't.
Without mind, you cannot quantify. That's the point. There is nothing to quantify without mind.
Yeah, and that's the same for any other shape.
Right, but what he's talking about is specifically how we define a leaf, and that's fine. That can be mind dependent, like our definition of the subject we're measuring. It doesn't mean that the leaves cease to exist when we don't define them. They're not defined into existence. They're just defined.
You seem to not comprehend my critique, because I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. You just don't understand what my critique is. I'm not saying
I just don't see the value in it.
I'm not saying that the underlying matter of the leaf will disappear if we don't have a definition for it. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there is no difference between the matter of the soil, the matter of the tree, and the matter of the leaf. We just say that there's a difference because it benefits us. It benefits us to divert between the soil, the tree, the roots, the leaf. We get value.
What about distance?
One moment. What? Just
Is
one
distance?
moment. Please,
Does it matter if distance
understand.
is mind independent or not? Because both.
I want the other guy to understand.
No matter what kind of shape you think the Earth is, something is further away than something else. So
He was
distance.
explaining something, and you just clearly interrupted him.
I can't. He's roboting. I can't even tell if
He's
he's
not
talking.
roboting. He's absolutely in the middle of explaining something.
Yeah, because it's a bit complicated, and I don't want it to be cut halfway through, right? Because then we'll just extend this. So what I'm trying to say is, I agree with you. The underlying matter, whatever that is supposed to mean, right? Because without the mind, we cannot even define matter. But you guys understand what I'm saying? Will not disappear, but the lines that we draw between, okay, for example, another good example would be fluid, liquid, aka gas, and solid. These three are just three different mass states of density that benefit us. There is no real difference between solid, fluid, and gas. These are all just masses existing at different densities. That's it. But because it benefits us to differentiate, we draw a line in between them.
No, that's all fair enough. And we can draw an arbitrary line around the molecules that we consider part of a cat, and we can call that thing a cat. Maybe we'll exclude the fur that it leaves around the house, for example. But from the moment that we can define something, even arbitrarily, the number of those things is an objective value, right? There's a quantity that we can, all of us separately, come to the same conclusion as to how many of these things there are in a given space, right?
I disagree, because the question begs the premise that these definitions that you are, these things that you are counting, right, that they are like something to be counted without a mind. My point is, you wouldn't count them if, for example, an alien would come down on Earth and sees liquid like salt water, and then right next to it sees sweet water. he's going to count it as one because he doesn't know the difference.
Right, because he's not defined it the same way. You can say that measurement is definition dependent. That's fine, and that the definition is mind dependent. But from the moment that those things have been defined, there's now an objective quantity that refers to the number of those things we've arbitrarily distinguished.
Yes. So if you want to advocate that Earth is all the atoms, and you're going to call that a shape, then both, no matter what you advocate for, concave, oblate, or flatness, it's made out of the same stuff. So if there's no definitions for everything, everything's shapeless.
Yeah, but I don't see why you always have to hang your hat on. There's got to be a shape. Everything has a shape.
Technically, it doesn't, because there's a whole bunch of different material, solid, liquid, and gas, and we've just made definitions because we live in the world, and like it's a non-argument when we all agree land exists, and there's subsets of different kinds of land. There's liquids, and we all agree liquids exist, and there's air, and I haven't seen anyone advocate that these three definitions are something that we disagree with. So bringing them up seems like just a way to avoid distance between one piece of land and another, when we both agree. I think everyone here agrees, like, land is something that we have given a name to, and it exists because we've given it an identity. So sure, we've given this thing land and sea an identity, and so we go from there. So none of us disagree that there's tiny molecules scattered throughout all of existence, and you could name them however you like. So in that respect, the reality is shapeless, and our minds say we're going to call this particular thing land, and this particular thing liquid, and this other thing gas or plasma or Higgs boson.
I agree with you.
Yeah, so to an extent, if you want to go into the quantum realm and say, I'm going from this quantum thing distance to another, without definition, the whole conversation goes, okay, Earth is shapeless. But because we've defined land and sea, and we all recognize that this is common ground, so we use that common ground to say, like, okay, what kind of shape does this approximate?
That conversation obviously is fruitful. I'm not trying to deny that what you're saying is true, but the point is that there was only one crux here. Us all agreeing on something doesn't make it objective. Like, for example, we all could agree that, I don't know, we cannot see the color ultraviolet, right? But that doesn't change the fact that is subjective. We all need a mind to be able to see, right? So
yeah, and
that's
of
all I'm saying.
all
Like,
minds that are in this conversation would agree that Earth
when
exists,
people refer
land
to
and sea. So it's like kind of avoiding measuring that land and sea.
bro.
You're interrupting again.
Like, I was almost done, man. Like, really close. So the point is that we can all agree on something being empirical, right? But I wouldn't go as far as calling it objective.
So yeah. So when it comes to empiricism, yeah, you're quite right. I think no matter what shape you think the world is, unless somebody wants to say, I'm just considering all possible atoms in all possible arrangements, and I'm just measuring a distance from one atom to the other, yeah, like it's kind of shapeless. But if we're going to have this identity of land and sea, which we would call our Earth, we can put empirical stuff to that definition. And that's what we're discussing here, is that the empirical methods like Foucault's pendulum, like surveying, like celestial navigation. There's multiple angles and methods to do things empirically on the world. And yeah, we've got a whole set of geometry, both Euclidean and non-Euclidean, that go, okay, you've got things that are different shapes. Let's measure those things. And if we do as many measurements around the world, and I'm fortunate to be born in the modern area that we are now, and I take the tools that are available to me and go, can I dangle a string with a weight in it in a building and notice what happens in Spain? Yes. Can I go to Australia and measure what happens there? Yes. And the empiricism shows that, yeah, the thing that we've defined as Earth has empirically shown the results as presented.
Which are?
There is a global Earth with an axis of rotation, and we live on it.
You got all that from all that other stuff you said? I'm amazed.
That's biased experience. Well, without no experience, you haven't got any experience. That's just pure bias.
No, that's the measurement.
So basically, you said a bunch of junk, and then you said you believe something.
Yeah, without.
That's not what I heard.
Not really.
Well, of course
What he
you
said
didn't,
was
because your
that
brain
we
is
make
mush.
observations, and he believes then something due to those observations.
No, he didn't say observations. He actually said like measurements.
Which
Yeah.
how do you measure something? How
People
do you
make measurements in the world. Like,
do you observe measurements, or like what do you do?
Yeah, but you can have an observation without a measurement.
Yeah, correct. But a measurement inherently is an observation. You can't have an observation.
Yeah. So you've got your ruler and you look at it. So you know what part of that ruler your observation goes from 0 centimeters to 10 centimeters. That's your observation of the empirical thing, right?
Okay, so you went around the world with your ruler, and your ruler told you it's a globe.
No, look, empirical is I measured a length and it was this. And maybe the objective would be, well,
to doubt the measurement.
There's other factors which could, lead to that assumption or make different assumptions.
The measurements show is that there's at least 10 Foucault pendulums in the Spanish region. There's about 10
the
in
measurements show.
That we know those Vulcan pendulums are mechanically activated or mechanically run with a mechanism. So you to tell me,
do you understand the mechanism?
Huh?
Do you understand the mechanism?
Yeah, someone's pushing it. If you just
now you do realize it proves nothing.
Sorry.
It kind of does.
It kind of does. And would you like to go to a pendulum near you? What kind of place in America would you like me to locate a pendulum for you?
Oh, I'm not in America.
Okay.
That place is trash.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
He's in Kathmandu.
Name a region that you can visit a a pendulum yourself, so you can.
Yeah,
see
I just don't see the equation, right? I'm failing to put it together how a thing swinging now equates to the shape of what we're standing on. It's very
and
confusing.
this is where the crux of the actual conversation is, because ideally, none of us should disagree with what we observe, what we measure, what we might.
Well, you just see a swinging thing.
What we
agree
might
on that.
What we might disagree on
it's
is
not just swinging. You're observing the difference between when it started and an hour later.
We might what we might disagree on. Thank you, man. Is the extrapolation of the measurements, right? What does it therefore mean?
Yeah, to me it means nothing.
So measuring something means nothing. So the shape of the
No,
Earth.
something swinging means nothing.
Actually, it does. It does.
I mean, my balls swing. That means something.
Do they?
So that's a bit of a straw man, because your balls aren't a calibrated device that measure anything. So it's very
They
different.
actually are calibrated very well.
You'd think so?
Yeah, my bird calibrates him every night.
So we can scientifically test the difference between your ball sack and a Foucault's pendulum. So let's go to the local Foucault's pendulum near you and test your testicles against the scientific device. Are you willing to do that?
I wasn't talking about testicles. I just said my balls. I don't know where you went.
So how many of these Foucault pendulums, how many of these do you have in 24 hours? Because you don't. I mean, if you're lucky, 8, maybe 10 hours at best. So you really haven't got a full experiment, you know?
I still don't get how a swinging thing is showing anything.
If the results are found within 6 hours, that's what the results are. If the results happen in 3 hours, so what? Like, you're saying it must happen for 24 hours when that's not a requirement at all. Like,
Well, one spin of the Earth is a 24-hour type of thing. So at least you could do it for 24 hours and see. And if you get any discrepancies, then you have to look into that. But if you just let them run for 6 or 8 hours and call it that, it's kind of like, I'm not saying it is and it's not. I'm just saying it's not a complete truth.
The significance of the spinning thing of the string is that it has predictable behavior based on your latitude. That's why it's significant.
And the length of the string, the length of the string can be compared to a column of water. So a column of water at 10 meters vertical. If you were to put a cable and start a cable off small and get it longer and longer and longer, what ends up happening? You end up having a similar thing where the cable is going to react. It's going to get tighter. It's going to get shorter. Lots of shit comes on. The problem is that we say it's gravity is the reason why every single Foucault pendulum are different dimensions, different weights, different materials, all different dimensions completely. And there's nothing alike to any of them. And it's not just the latitude. There's other things at play.
The weight of the bob actually doesn't matter for that.
But he said that had to matter. It was part. We're not just talking about the weight of the ball. We're talking about the dimensions, the thickness of the string, the weight of the string, the length of the string. There's no correlation between anything that correlates to exactly the same answer. There's not scalable. You can't put it on a graph. It's all over the place.
So what you're requiring that every single pendulum in the world have the same weight and the same length of string, without understanding like why that may not matter.
No, I said they're not comparable, right? So they don't have to have exactly the same things, but they have to have a common denominator, and they don't have a common denominator. Therefore, it's all over the place.
The denominator is that no matter where, no matter how long the pendulum is, no matter what the weight is, no matter what, the rate at which the swinging plane rotates depends only on latitude.
Okay, so then if it only depends on that, what do you change in the experiment to counteract for that, because you wouldn't if you say to me, well, we're going to keep everything the same, the only thing we have to change is the length of the cord. We're going to use exactly the same materials, everything's exactly the same, the only thing we need to do is account for, let's say, one fraction of a 90th for every degree that we're moving, let's say, in latitude. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't make sense to me. The point is that there are Foucault pendulums all over the world. They're made with different lengths, different bobs. They have different periods of oscillation, but the plane of oscillation rotates at a rate that depends only on the latitude. You can change everything else. It doesn't change the rate at which the plane of oscillation rotates.
Yeah, and I think to his question, I think I understand basically is how do we know that? What you could do is go to the same latitude and make 10 different pendulums of various sizes, weights, and lengths and see if they all swing in the same way.
Yeah, but
and we have done that, and they do. That's the point.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, because fucking hell, you're getting to the answer that you want to get at by deriving it from the answer that you want to get at. Therefore, you are going to get an answer.
If reality was behaving differently, the pendulums would be behaving differently. It's not a matter of like we want to make this like Jello fit the mold. Like we just
It's just an observation. We just observe the period. That's it. Right?
It does sound like that, though.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunately sometimes when people are skeptical about conspiracy, like is there like some secret mafia controlling pendulums? We go,
it's funny. It's funny how you always design a tool to measure the thing that you're trying to find out. That's kind of a bit telling sometimes.
That's just ridiculous. It's not that people designed a tool to measure the thing they're trying to find out.
Yeah, it is.
The Foucault pendulum simply behaves the way it does. And you simply measure what it does, and you find out that the fact, I mean, the basic fact is that a pendulum on a rotating platform will have a rotation rate for its plane of oscillation that depends on the angle between the spin axis and local down. And that's what we call latitude on the Earth.
Local down.
The fact that it works out exactly that way isn't something that we designed. That's just the way it is.
You know when you say
the spin rate tells you that angle.
You know when you say local down, up and down sort of is kind of pretty observational all around the world.
Yeah, because you have humans saying, I stand up with my head up and my feet are pointing down. So it's a human reference because it's a reference frame. And we go, okay, what's that direction mean? And
I don't think I see in reference frames. That's for sure.
Well, down is one of the easiest things to measure, right? I mean, everybody knows how to measure down.
So what's so different to measure up? What's the difference?
Same thing, and up, right? I mean, once you have down, you have up. Up is the opposite.
If I want to measure left and right, it's
left and right is not so easy, is it? For obvious reasons.
Why?
Because it depends on which way you're facing.
Well,
if we were to get this phone call,
I'm standing still. I've got a tape measure. I open it at 1 meter. I put it to my left shoulder.
Yeah. So Slip.
Am I right?
I'm standing. Yeah. So you get two people, right? You say, raise your left hand. What happens?
It's going to be opposite of you. It's obvious.
Yeah, so
you might as well just do this in the mirror then.
But a mirror isn't another person. So when another
But you don't need
person,
another person in front of you to make a measurement left and right.
but it's relative to you. It's your left.
It's like you can explain that very simply.
But
you do have to explain it. We always have to specify if it's my left, your left, stage left, right?
Left.
Yeah. So what happens if you get a Foucault pendulum and you activate it in the opposite direction? Is it going to carry on in that opposite direction, or is it going to slow
No,
down and go in
that's
the
simply
instant?
not true. That is simply
just don't
not
work.
true. And
It
I
just don't
challenge you
work.
to try it. A pendulum, if a pendulum is set into motion in other than basically a plane, then it will do that, right? It can follow kind of an elliptical, it can trace kind of an elliptical path. But that elliptical path, will precess in the same direction and at the same rate as the planar, as the linear path of one that's set in motion correctly. No matter how you set a pendulum in motion, in the northern hemisphere, it will rotate clockwise at a rate that depends on latitude, and in the southern hemisphere, just the opposite.
Yes. But nobody mentioned the word plane. You put that word plane into the conversation that I said, and then you've just spent 2 minutes talking about that. Well, no, that's about 20 seconds. But no one talked about a plane. I said if you set it in motion in the opposite direction, and you went it down. Why?
No, the point is you can't set a pendulum. You do understand what we mean when we talk about the rotation of the plane of oscillation of a Foucault pendulum, right? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I think most people here do. So I wouldn't really be talking.
Okay, so you can't make that go the other way. In a museum, a Foucault pendulum in a museum in the northern hemisphere, that plane will rotate clockwise.
Yeah, but his question isn't.
Oh,
well, he cannot explain it himself.
Okay, can I ask a question? If you had some sort of turntable in the museum and rotated it, could you make the pendulum move differently?
Relative to the turntable, yes. But the point is it will do the same thing that it does. It will do the same thing. If you make the turntable under it rotate, then you can make it look like it's going counterclockwise relative to the turntable. That doesn't change what the pendulum is doing.
Listen to yourselves. The two of you still do not understand fucking plain English. You activate the Foucault pendulum in the opposite direction to what it should be doing.
You can't do that. That's not possible.
Hands, with your fucking hands, man. Like, are you telling me
can't activate it in the opposite direction to what it should be doing? When you set a pendulum in motion, it will then, in the northern hemisphere, its oscillation figure will rotate clockwise no matter what you did to start it.
Right, John.
Okay. So we've got a pendulum, right? It's hanging down in the middle of the ceiling, and you and I are on opposite sides of the room. One day you can pull it back on your side of the room, and the other day I can pull it back on my side of the room.
Yes, but I have a twisty cord that's got tension in it, and I drop it to you. If it's already slightly twisted in one direction, it's going to go to the left of you, and the opposite to the right of you. Like a bit like bowling balls, golf balls.
Yeah. So can you agree with that we can remove as much twist as we possibly can from the strand?
And the twist in the strand doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. I think there really is a basic misunderstanding about what a Foucault pendulum does. A pendulum will trace a figure on the ground. No matter how you start it, that figure that it traces on the ground will rotate in a clockwise direction in the northern hemisphere at a rate that depends on your latitude.
And so the previous question, we can say the opposite sides of it. I can pull it one day, you can pull it the next day. The plane is still gonna process in the same direction.
I'll tell you what, why don't we grab the focal pendulum that's rested in the middle, okay, and we pull it to the start position and we let go of it. But we pull the momentum and then we let go of it. We don't pull it up, bring it to stationary and let go. We take it from there, we throw it up above start position, it comes down and bang, there you go. Okay, anything could have happened, but what should happen is that it always ends up presenting the same.
I mean, the simple fact is that no matter how you start a Foucault pendulum, once it's oscillating, it will draw out a pattern on the ground, and that pattern will rotate in the clockwise direction at a rate that depends on your latitude in the northern hemisphere, and a counterclockwise direction that depends on your latitude in the southern hemisphere. That's it. Period. There's nothing more to know.
And there's one probably within like the country where you currently live. Probably, like I said, name a place. Asia, North Africa, Central and South America, Europe. Name a place. We can find the closest one so you can investigate it.
Why don't you name the places where? Why don't you name the places where those things didn't do what they should have done?
Okay.
Because there is at least.
Here's my list of places that it hasn't worked at. Number 1. Yeah, that's it so far.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What was the place?
The point was, I'm pretty sure I could find at least several.
Oh, okay.
And the point that it doesn't happen all the time. Therefore, there are other places at work. You get other places at work. Built up areas versus unbuilt up areas. Rural versus urban. Mountainous via times. You know. But if they're all in the
I don't know if there's one exactly on the equator. If there's, I think the one on the equator might not, but I'm not. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the prediction at the equator is that the figure drawn on the ground does not rotate, right? I think you know that, and that's what's observed, right? You can let them run. There might be minor perturbations that make minor changes in that, but basically, a Foucault pendulum at the equator simply oscillates back and forth without the plane of oscillation rotating.
Yeah, and you said the north was counterclockwise and the south was clockwise. So that means, logically, in between would be neither. Yeah.
Right. In the north, it's clockwise, and in the south, it's counterclockwise.
I tried to look into the one on the equator, but I couldn't find like any videos of it. They say they have done it there, but I don't know if it's like a permanent installation or if they just did the experiment there. But yeah,
I think they might be mugging you off.
Huh?
I think they might be mugging you off.
Why?
Possible. I don't know. Just a subjective.
So this is what I said.
Anyway, it kind of like doesn't really matter if it's done on the actual equator, because if we do like if you can recognize patterns, you can just recognize the pattern as you go. Like it's just like silly, like thing to ask for.
Yeah, like if one's clockwise and one's anti-clockwise, halfway does neither.
And if we like, as we see, like as we approach the equator, it's smaller and smaller, and then as soon as you cross it, it gets reversed. I mean, come on, let's fill in the gaps now.
So if
and just to be clear, the rotation rate of that pattern drawn on the ground whether it's a line or an ellipse or whatever, is 24 hours divided by the sine of your latitude. And so you can work out what the period should be. And then you can run the pendulum. You only have to run it for 10 or 15 minutes to see that the rate at which the pattern is rotating is what is predicted. You don't have to run it for 24 hours.
What about the magnetic field of the Earth in the magnetic north to south movements and the line and just the way that we can we can measure this and we can demonstrate this? So would not the axis, but the field itself running from pole to pole, not trying to align that experiment?
Well, I mean, you could make that hypothesis, but the magnetic field of the Earth is very irregular. Doesn't depend on latitude in any obvious way, either in direction or in magnitude. And yet the period of a pendulum, Foucault pendulum, depends only on geographic latitude, period.
Are you sure it's not depending on the magnetic?
Yes, I'm sure.
The magnetic latitudes. Because if you say to me, oh, it's happening here, but actually we had to counteract for the inclination as well. A lot of things need to be counted for, not just the fact that, you should be able to do everything, make everything out of non-reactive materials and stuff like that don't react to anything, like plastics and shit like that. It's a lot of fucking play, and a lot of variables that just, oh yeah, it works like this and it works like that. But like the gentleman said, we're not exactly trying to make the jelly fit the mold. No, that's exactly what's happened, because you made the jelly from knowing where the mold, and then you worked yourself backwards. You made the jelly fit the mold.
If the period depended on anything else, then it wouldn't depend only on latitude, as it does experimentally.
No,
the period of the pendulum, the period of the precession of the pendulum depends only on latitude. You can take it to different, magnetic field is different at different places at the same latitude, and yet a Foucault pendulum at the same latitude, no matter where it is on Earth, will show the same precession rate. So you've experimentally varied those parameters and shown that they don't matter.
I was talking about the magnetic latitude.
That's what I was talking about too. The magnetic field is different at different places at the same latitude, and yet the period of a pendulum, Foucault pendulum, is the same. It only depends on latitude, period.
But yes, but it changes with latitude and longitude of magnetics. Therefore,
no, it does not change with longitude. It only depends on latitude.
Do you think the pendulum is magnetic?
The what?
Before throwing out that new question, let's help our friend adjust his wrong statement earlier with the change in longitude for anyone that has fish memory.
Yes, but I was talking about latitude. Therefore, if it changes longitude and latitude, there's two variables, which
doesn't change with longitude. I just told you that. It does not depend on longitude. It depends, when I say that it depends only on latitude, period, that period is intended to emphasize the fact that latitude is the only thing it depends on.
Okay, so then let's all make all our focal pendulums the same.
Well, you don't have to, but you can. If you want to, you can. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Me and you have a long drive competition in golf. I'll use my club and you use your club. We'll have all the same statistics, except we have a different club. Who's going to hit further? One of us is definitely going to do better than the other. Therefore, what is that?
Talking about a different problem. In the case of a Foucault pendulum, we know observationally, experimentally, by making thousands of observations of Foucault pendulums all over the world, that the precession period depends only on latitude. Period.
Thousands. There's not 1,000 of them on the Earth to start off.
There are. I don't know. You'll find a list somewhere. Probably might show you hundreds or something at museums.
Right. Yep. Anyways,
but I'd be astonished if there weren't 1,000 around the world.
So there seems to be at least 10 to 15 per continent.
Oh, anyway, but that's all just an expression. So if they can't do it for 24 hours, they haven't really got much information. It just happens during the day. You know what I mean? And then at night time,
what do you mean? What do you mean it just happens during the day? That's just simply wrong.
Tell me the difference. Tell me where I can go and do this experiment at nighttime and get exactly this thing.
Oh, you mean because
sure.
museums are closed at nighttime, the Foucault pendulum isn't processing during the night? Are you kidding?
I think he could ask, because like some people are allowed to doubt, some people are allowed to doubt, and you say, look, guys, I'm a bit doubtful of this Foucault pendulum working at night. Can I see it operating at night? Like, it might take a few like polite phone calls, but I think it's possible. Like, there's probably one within 400 miles of you, right? So
I'm gonna drive a tireless off your nose. Don't make me laugh when I'm doing it.
like these are real devices made by real people, and you're free to have a look at them.
Just give me a decent, arguable experiment that's not arguable. But if it's arguable, then you know what I mean? It's not general knowledge. It's not anything. It's just what we think is going to happen. But for the times that the people had mistakes happen, if it were to be that everybody were to start doing this practice and mistakes have been happening, then the people are going to start asking questions. Now, if the people don't need to be asking questions because it's just convenient,
no.
then it's
like
not
I said, like it might be inconvenient for the museum, but I think with like enough polite phone calls, we can like check out what happens at night. We can check out what happens in the afternoon, and I think the main reason why the confidence level in their reliability is based on like, yeah, probably somebody's done it at different times of the day.
Do you think?
Yeah, with about 100 in the world, you have to think, okay, was some guy in France not asleep while the guy in Australia was awake and using his?
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
So I would say around the world, there's probably at least one Foucault pendulum currently operating.
Can I ask a question? This Foucault's pendulum, is this kind of a clever, or a more clever show of what was it? Who was the guy who originally did? Is it I don't know. If I'm wrong. But is it Galileo?
Foucault was the guy who did it first. That's why it's called a Foucault pendulum.
I thought Galileo had a pendulum experiment, though. Or am I wrong?
Galileo was showing that the period of a pendulum, not the precession period, the simple oscillation period of a pendulum, depends not on the weight of the pendulum bob, but only on its length. So first order, that's not quite true, but that's what he noticed, was that he could keep time with a pendulum.
So if Galileo done something,
yeah, he just done this.
I'm suggesting it's in the 1600s or the 16th century.
Yeah.
This Foucault, it took him. When did he do his experiment? 300 years later.
I would guess in the 1700s, but I don't know for sure.
So he must have. It's weird how someone took 300 years to.
No, it's not weird at all. Measuring the period of a pendulum is trivial. You simply watch it oscillate back and forth. That's it. A Foucault pendulum first of all, it has to be pretty long and have a nice mass in order to really show stable kinds of oscillations for a long time. And then you have to wait, at least half an hour or an hour or something to see how much that plane of of oscillation works. Foucault's pendulum didn't have a driving mechanism. It was just long and heavy. It oscillated for a long time, and its plane of oscillation rotated at the rate that Newtonian mechanics predicted that it would. This was what Foucault was showing, was that one of the results of Newtonian mechanics is that you can measure your latitude simply by observing that precession rate.
Right, so this guy Foucault, right, he was a bit of a showman because he sort of took this around the world, you know, for all to see. So he goes from one place, ends up in America, shows the Americans what to happen. Do you think he used exactly the same apparatus? Could you prove that was the case? Because he wouldn't have conveniently made a brand new apparatus. He just would have adjusted what he had. Therefore,
Yeah, so with your first device in the first location, you check, does the length of string change my results? No. Does the weight change my results? No. I've reduced the wind in my building. Cool. There don't seem to be any magnets. I can make the weight out of a different material. Did the material change the results? No.
We could make this really simple, and we could say that the only difference is gravity, right, and inclination. But in the gravity sense of things, we know that it took the time from one to the other and back again, or whatever like that, was different to another place. Therefore, we knew that the gravity might have been weaker, which was slowing the thing down. So I'm sure he figured out, and I'm sure people already knew that stuff back then. So therefore, all he had to do was to change the length of the string based on the gravity, right? Nothing else. So
no, but you're suggesting in all of this that the thing we're talking about is the oscillation period of a pendulum. It's not. We're talking about the rate at which the plane of oscillation